Golden light pierced through the skull, flew out of the window, and vanished from sight. Crash. Fang Hao had not made any movement, yet under watchful eyes, he turned into a pile of white bones scattered on the ground. Beside the white bones, a blurred mask fell. Indeed crafty, the Dragon Queen said in a cold voice. Without saying, it was known to be a body double. A transmigrator had indeed many tricks up his sleeve. The moment the bones scattered, the two sides also instantly clashed. The black-armored sisters swung their war hammers, charging directly at the Dragon Clan elders. With a giant sword in hand, Rolana struck a terrifying blow towards the Dragon Queen's head. The heavy broad-bladed giant sword radiated a powerful force field. The already damaged tables and chairs shattered once again, bursting into fine wood dust like exploding beans. The Dragon Queen's eyes narrowed slightly, her arms sprouted layers of golden scales, and with her right arm, she blocked, while her other hand reached straight for Rolana's heart. Clang! The giant sword struck first, hitting the arm scales and producing a metallic clashing sound. Rolana bent her slender legs and kicked at the approaching dragon claw, using the force to withdraw and increase the distance between them. Two simple moves brought surprise and doubt into the Dragon Queen's eyes. This little girl was clearly different from how she was just over a month ago. Whiz whiz whiz. As they created distance between each other, red and golden magic again bombarded each other. Boom. The room exploded, and the two charged at each other once more, with a sky full of sword shadows and bursts of golden light exploding layer by layer within the building. Along the corridor, the black-armored thirds and fourths, who were waiting nearby, had also joined the battle. The war hammers in their hands whirled with a howling wind, fighting with two Dragon Clan elders and an orange-colored hero in a fierce battle. Dragon breath and magic continuously exploded within the tavern. The beams broke apart, and the walls were knocked down one by one. The entire tavern shook and collapsed amidst the intense battle. On the other side, at Trade Alliance headquarters, the manager's hall. As an official Trade Alliance building, this was the place to conduct various transactions. With a resting area, they also offered free drinks. Seated quietly in a corner, a man and a woman. Have they started fighting? Domina asked softly. Fang Hao nodded. Lowering his voice, the Dragon Clan investigated our teleportation coordinates, and they were prepared to come over as well. The Dragon Clan still had no intention of compromising. They had barely spoken when they began fighting again. Then let's get you out of here first, said Domina. This time, Fang Hao did not bring Angia or Demetria, only Domina. Angia's strength was a bit low, now only a purple-colored hero, while Demetria's appearance was too conspicuous, making it easy for people to guess his identity. So they brought Domina, who had just become an orange-colored hero. They were hiding in this Trade Alliance hall, with very little chance of being discovered. As for the body double negotiating with the Dragon Queen before, it was a demon doll, donning the effects of a demon mask. The character simulated by the demon mask was that of a middle-aged man, not his real appearance. This ensured that no one would recognize him. No rush to leave, let's watch the situation first. Boom. Rumble. As they were talking, from the direction of the Succubus Tavern, came a series of ear-piercing blasts. In an instant, the entire hall was thrown into chaos. Everyone rushed to the door, looking in the direction of the sounds. Even if they couldn't see the building, they could see the thick smoke rising and the fire rain falling from the sky, and the bursts of golden light. Has the battle begun? Someone had started a fight in the Trade Alliance. People began to talk among themselves. Soon, a large number of guards began to assemble, preparing to head to the area where the battle was occurring. Boom. Another roar. In the sight of the onlookers nearby. The Succubus Tavern building, fragile like tofu, exploded into pieces. At the moment of the building's collapse, a gold and a black figure shot up into the sky. Dark red and golden magic incessantly interwove and bombarded each other. At the same time, 4 black-armored giant warriors, nearly 6 to 7 meters tall, tangled and fought with 2 dragons, doggedly dragging them to prevent the dragons from taking to the sky. Their giant spiked hammers continuously pounded down, colliding with the bodies of the Dragon Clan. The scene before everyone dumbfounded them. Staring in shock and disbelief, they wondered which race would dare to fight with the Dragon Clan here. Are those giants a race? Why are they fighting with the Dragon Clan? That's the Dragon Queen in the sky, right? I heard she has the strength of a demigod. Terrifying. Good thing we got out, or we would have been crushed inside. If I still had a heart, I definitely couldn't watch this scene. Didn't they say the Dragon Clan was hunting a transmigrator? Why are they fighting here? As these words fell, the surrounds fell silent. Everyone looked at the speaker, then abruptly turned their gaze back to the two scenes of entangled battle in the sky. At this time, the only person who could and would dare to fight with the Dragon Clan was one person. The transmigrator, Fang Hao. Someone whispered, Fang Hao must have done it on purpose, luring the Dragon Queen to the Trade Alliance's territory. This is his revenge against the Trade Alliance. Oh my, now that you mention it, it seems like the Trade Alliance won't have an easy time either. Fang Hao has really got some guts, daring to do anything. When demigods start fighting, I'm afraid this city will be no more. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's move back a bit so we don't get hurt. Yes, let's move back a bit. People were discussing the battle as they watched. After all, the actions of the Trade Alliance had also stirred up quite a bit of controversy. Once a neutral party could no longer maintain its neutrality, everyone would start wondering if they could be the next one to have their information leaked. Now that Fang Hao was taking revenge, deep down, some were in agreement with him. At the back of the crowd, Lord of Succubus, Yezebeth was gritting her teeth as she watched the battle in the sky. Damn kid, where did I go wrong with you that you had to pick my place? Buzz. In the murky overcast sky, a beam of golden light swept across, slicing through buildings as if they were tofu, with lava flowing from the severed edges. Dark red blood spears shot out from the sky, piercing densely packed holes into the buildings. Although their fight was in the air, the buildings below were not spared. Nearby shops had already turned into ruins, a complete wasteland. Oh, so you've become a demigod. It's no wonder Fang Hao dared to challenge me. The Dragon Queen, transformed into a golden dragon, said coldly. The woman in front of her did not admit her identity, but it was clear she was from the Blood Clan. One power, two demigods. This could change the balance of the world. So, you still want to keep fighting? Rolana, holding her giant sword with her wings fluttering, floated in the air. She had ascended to demigod status just a few days ago. Saying that she could truly defeat the Dragon Queen wasn't very likely. Most importantly, she had to stall the opponent. The vertical pupils of the golden dragon flashed with disdain. You think you can defeat me? Rolana just shrugged her shoulders without replying. The golden dragon sneered, well, then I want to see just how capable you as a junior demigod are. As soon as she finished speaking, her aura erupted instantaneously. Her form shot out like lightning. Rolana, feeling the pressure brought by the Dragon Queen, let out a low shout, directly summoning the power of divinity. A moon blade several meters long, glowing with a dark red light, slashed at the approaching figure. Boom. The Dragon Queen waved her hand, and golden light blades shattered the moon blade, while her body closed in for the kill. Clang. The Dragon Queen's giant claws came down, and the broad-bladed giant sword was held across the chest to block. The grating clashing of metal sparked furiously. Deep scratches were left on the giant sword. Rolana, overwhelmed by the tremendous force, was sent flying backwards. Roar. The golden dragon followed up with a pursuit, spewing out golden dragon breath. Rolana's heart skipped a beat. Protecting her chest with her giant sword, a massive earthen shield suddenly erupted from the ground, forming a half-arc that briefly withstood the golden dragon breath. As the shield shattered, it bought her time. Rolana, making use of her smaller size, dashed to the side of the golden dragon and swung her giant sword, now wrapped in dark red energy, cutting through the air. The dragon's body twisted, intercepting the blade with its claws. Dang dang dang. Another series of clashes, like hammering iron, sent shockwaves rolling. The two pulled apart once again, the sky filled with golden brilliance like sunlit splendor, slicing through everything, as blood-colored magic enveloped the sky, constantly forming blood spears and blades to pursue their target. The sky shifted relentlessly between gold and red. Shockwaves, energy explosions, and relentless magic filled the air. In the midst of their fierce battle, a hero mounted on a giant eagle flew in from a distance, shouting in a loud voice, "Stop! The headquarters of the Trade Alliance is not a place for your private feuds. Halt immediately and come down to wait for the Trade Alliance's judgment." Swoosh. Before he could finish, a beam of golden light struck, instantly piercing through the scolding hero and the giant eagle beneath him. Next, the body was enveloped in a mist of blood, and the blood and entrails drained rapidly, turning into a withered corpse in the blink of an eye. The body plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground with a thud, breaking to pieces. Who's that idiot, confronting the Dragon Queen with words like that? He's one of the new and outstanding heroes of the Elf clan, stationed as a leader on this commercial street. Outstanding. His brains aren't working properly, are they? Young generation, too arrogant for their own good. It's normal not to know about the Dragon Queen's reputation. When he's resurrected, he'll probably know who you can mess with and who you can't. That young girl fighting the Dragon Queen is from the Blood Clan, right? Since when did the Blood Clan have another demigod? 2 demigods from one clan. Looks like there's going to be an upheaval. Isn't she? Isabella. How could it be Isabella? The crowd showed no sympathy for the hero who had made a lightning-fast appearance only to die. It's one thing to bluff ordinary people, but to reprimand 2 demigods, well, he was lucky his ancestors' graves weren't dug up. They just thought this prominent young hero didn't use his head very well. Then, everyone turned their attention back to the young girl from the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan had the concept of lineage, so everyone was familiar with the powerful Blood Clan heroes in power. But nobody could confirm the identity of the girl in front of them. Which was normal, since Rolana was actually quite a homebody, had run away from home after reading novels and stories, and was then dismembered and sealed for decades. It's not just strangers who hadn't seen her. It's likely that not many within the Blood Clan had either. Now, suddenly showing the power of a demigod and appearing in front of everyone, naturally, there weren't many who could be sure of her identity. In the sky, the battle between the two became increasingly fierce. While everyone watched excitedly and discussed, a sudden sense of unease arose, and the golden giant dragon soared above, gathering a golden sun above its head the next second. A scalding wave of heat instantly spread. Even spectators who had already moved far away felt this terrifying temperature. It seemed as though everything would turn to ashes under this golden sun. An uncontrollable fear welled up in everyone's heart. Let's go. These two have started to pull out all the stops. The Trade Alliance is done for. Damn it, the Dragon Queen has lost her mind. Quick, move further back. The crowd hurriedly retreated, flying or running to increase the distance as quickly as possible. If they were caught in the Dragon Queen's skills, there would be no chance for them to survive. As the crowd turned to retreat, Rolana, who confronted the Golden Dragon, had no chance to escape. Upon seeing the golden sun forming, her heart sank. She had seen this golden sun before, when half a city had disappeared. Without any delay, she immediately released stone armor to form a protective barrier, and then, with her bat wings flapping violently behind her, a crimson aura continuously surged around her. A blood moon rose in the sky. Hanging high, a bloody, viscous energy began to emanate from the blood moon, causing dizziness and a surge of blood in those who gazed upon it. At this moment, the battlefield above was clearly divided into 2 zones. One gold, one crimson, one bright, one dark. A sun and a moon. Is this a battle of demigods? Those who had fled to a distance stared in amazement at the sky. What the hell? Before the crowd could recover, a buzzing, piercing noise filled everyone's brains. A strong light deprived everyone of their vision, their blood surged, and their minds were overwhelmed by roaring chaos. When the brief blindness passed, and their vision restored, everyone widened their eyes in horror and shock. Half of the Trade Alliance's headquarters was gone. Beneath the feet of the Golden Dragon, all buildings had vanished. The cracked ground flowed with crimson mud, continuously gathering and flowing. And beneath the giant bat woman, the surrounding flora withered and the signboards and wooden benches decayed. Everything seemed eroded by time. The buildings were still there but had become decayed and crumbled. Sand continuously fell from the walls. However, unlike the surroundings, the colossal golden dragon still looked down disdainfully, while the giant bat woman, heavily wounded, kept vomiting blood. Though her body was visibly healing quickly, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Even so, the battle between the two was still overwhelmingly dramatic. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously. These two were insane. Just the two of them had reduced the trade alliance to this state. The centuries-old trade alliance had vanished in this moment. Demigods were truly as powerful as the rumors suggested. But who, in the end, was Fang Hao? Offending him surely brought terrible misfortune. After the clash of their mighty skills, the two once again blasted each other with magic and closed in. And then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a barrage of arrows shot straight into the sky. When reaching a certain height, the arrows suddenly exploded, filling the sky with crimson flames. The high-burning flames formed a dome, covering the sky, forcing the two combatants to lower their altitude to avoid the falling flames. Tat tat tat. Just as the two quickly separated, lowering their altitude, the sound of urgent and dense running footsteps surrounded them. A dense mass of guards rushed into the battle zone. Humans, elves, dwarves, and influential undead races all appeared here. Behind the army were rows of machines and constructs. They tightly encircled the two in the center. A purple-dressed goblin stepped forward quickly from the crowd, scanning the miserable surroundings with an even uglier expression. The Trade Alliance had spent countless generations of effort and blood to build this headquarters. But today, it had turned into the scene before him. A piece of dilapidated ruins. The goblin took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said coldly, "The two of you, when do you plan to stop fighting? The Trade Alliance isn't a place for settling personal grudges. Get lost." The Dragon Queen shouted sternly. The closing guards shuddered, subconsciously stepping back but bumping into their comrades behind them. Bracing themselves, they remained at the front. The goblin's face grew uglier as he continued, "Dragon Queen, please leave here now, or don't blame us for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures walked out from the armies of various races. From the elf faction, a hero emerged with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in silver-blue interlaced armor. Forest Guardian, Tyrion, dark gold tier 3 hero. Dwarf hero, with long red beard and wide hips, clad entirely in metal armor, and holding a massive war hammer in his hands. Molten Gorge Pass, Blackberg, dark gold tier 5 hero. Human female hero, silver-haired and blue-eyed, dressed in silver armor adorned with a sword emblem on her chest. Holding a long spear, with a sword slung at her waist. Dawn of Flame Phoenix, dark gold tier 4. From the Undead faction, this tall, slender figure is clad in a thick black robe, completely enveloping their body. In the stark daylight, black mist seems to rise from their body. Terror's Visage, Nadir, dark gold tier 8. 4 dark gold characters stepped out of the ranks in unison. Though they did not speak, their intentions could not have been clearer. Behind these dark gold heroes were many heroes of various other tiers, leading tens of thousands of troops, confronting both the Dragon Queen and Rolana. The entire place fell silent. Oh my gosh! Damn it! In a concealed corner in the distance, Fang Hao had just attempted to open the Gate of the Worlds, but stopped abruptly. His original plan was to release the Golden Sun, then summon the Bone Dragon to give Rolana a chance to recover. But just as he considered opening the Gate of the Worlds, the sudden interference on the battlefield made him abandon that plan. If he were to release the Bone Dragon at this moment, it might cause the Trade Alliance's allied forces and the Dragon Queen to unite against him, thereby foiling his plan and turning him into the public enemy of the world. Now that the others had interjected, they had momentarily held off the Dragon Queen, allowing Rolana some time to recover. "Let's go check out over there." Fang Hao, accompanied by Domina, quickly dashed to another side of the battlefield. Over here, the 4 black armored sisters were still entangled in a fierce struggle with 2 elderly members of the Dragon clan. As for that orange dragon, its corpse was buried under the collapsed ruins, now thoroughly cold. Unlike the situation with the Dragon Queen, the two Dragon Elders had not managed to escape the clutches of the four and take to the sky. Every time they tried to fly, they were forcibly pulled down to continue the physical combat. For any ordinary race, holding down a giant dragon would clearly be improbable. But the four black-armored sisters, in their giant state, could achieve this. After observing the battle scene, Fang Hao immediately found a secluded corner, opened the gate of the worlds directly, and commanded, "Gods of ancient blood, Demetria, all of you come out and capture those two members of the dragon clan alive." Gods of ancient blood, Demetria, Angia, Bayahu, and a host of heroes all charged forward. Bypassing the onlookers, they directly joined the battle. They pounced on the Dragon Clan heroes who could not fly away. Main battlefield. The Dragon Queen, with a frosty glance, swept across the crowd with a sneer. "Have you all gathered together planning to attack me?" The others maintained their silence, but the weapons hidden behind the infantry were already making the sound of bowstrings tightening. The Trade Alliance's forces were much stronger than on previous days. The leading goblin spoke, "Dragon Queen, you need to think carefully. Given the situation at Mount Dragon Peak, is the Dragon Clan prepared to wage war against so many races?" Upon hearing this, the golden giant dragon's vertical pupils narrowed again. No wonder these people were so bold today. It seemed they knew about the assault on Mount Dragon Peak and thought that only a few dragons were left, presenting far less of a threat than before. Yet, regarding the young girl from the Blood Clan, the goblin did not say much. A shrewd merchant would immediately analyze the value of both sides. A race with two demigods. Moreover, as the Blood Clan's young girl remained silent, the goblin didn't make any harsh statements. The golden dragon cast its gaze over everyone below, uttering just two words, "Seeking death." The goblin frowned and immediately commanded, "Capture those two." Bang, bang, bang. A series of bow sounds rang out, as countless crossbow bolts and beams of energy from constructs began the assault on the two. Followed by a barrage of magic and dense arrows. Rolana dodged and countered with her own magic while keeping a vigilant eye on the Dragon Queen. The golden dragon flew swiftly through the sky. Beams of light zipped down, effortlessly slicing through all cover and killing their targets. Roar. A sweep of the golden dragon's breath left no blade of grass behind, turning everything into flowing lava. Reload the crossbows, faster. Cast the magic. Dodge, watch out for those golden beams. In the midst of combat, the might of the allied forces gradually descended into chaos. Facing the Dragon Queen's onslaught, there were no shelters to evade to. Any targeted individuals were killed instantly. Even the commanding heroes, including 4 Dark Gold, had already lost 2 of their number. A pressure as heavy as a mountain enveloped everyone below. Morale rapidly deteriorated, and the ground was littered with groaning wounded soldiers. Soon, the once mighty allied force was reduced to less than half of its personnel. Under the leadership of several commanders, they fearfully watched the sky. The golden dragon, transformed into the armored Dragon Queen, slowly descended from the sky but did not continue her slaughter. Her eyes, cold and proud, swept across everyone below. "Even if Mount Dragon Peak is no more, you should still know that I, the Dragon Queen, earned my reputation through battle." Her gaze swept over the defeated soldiers below, casually sending several golden flashes piercing through approaching constructs. She arrogantly declared, "Those who retreat may live." The deep, chilling voice clearly reached everyone's ears. The overwhelming pressure enveloped all. The Dragon Clan, undeniable as the strongest race, had a fatal weakness due to its sparse population. Yet they were still recognized as the foremost race. This prestige was fought for by the Dragon Queen herself. Through sheer personal strength, she compensated for her race's disadvantages. The mightiest hero beneath the gods. Zenith Blazing Sun, Teralt. The Trade Alliance combined forces surrounded the demigod. This kind of scene, even for races with long lifespans, was a rare opportunity. Everyone stood layered 3 deep inside and 3 deep outside. Though they were at a distance and couldn't hear anything, they could still imagine a situation where neither side would give in. In the crowd, however, Fang Hao's brows slightly furrowed. For some unknown reason, when he saw the entire army of the Trade Alliance being deployed. An idea suddenly popped into his head. This kind of force, could it be a target for a transmigrator's aggressive exploration? If so, could there also be treasure chest rewards? Under normal circumstances, with the Trade Alliance's defense abilities, with 4 dark gold characters holding the fort and its location being secretive, an attack here seemed unlikely. But today, the Trade Alliance's army had been dispatched to the battlefield to clash with the demigod. Could he not go and see if there was a treasure chest? If there was, he would pick up a bargain. If not, he would quietly and immediately continue the original plan. If he missed today, such a great opportunity might not come again. Having made up his mind, he quickly pulled Domina out of the crowd. The two headed east on an empty road, deserted as if it were a ghost town. Finally, they saw the towering Trade Alliance hull in the distance. From afar, they could see that the hull still housed a large number of guards and constructs. With the number of people reduced, everyone had fallen back inside the building to hold the position of the hull. Charging in would expose himself and might even draw the attention of the Dragon Queen. He looked up at the tall building and hesitated. "Sir, do you want to go up?" Domina asked quietly. Do you have a way?" Fang Hao asked. Domina nodded and led Fang Hao to the back of the building. Using the spider's eye to stun several outer guards, Fang Hao opened the gate of the worlds and threw the men inside. Then, with a whoosh, Domina's body in the dress suddenly expanded and transformed into a spider form. She scooped up Fang Hao, moved her sharp limbs, and directly climbed up the exterior wall. Looking outward at this moment, he could still see the distant battlefield, where various magics were flashing continuously. "Switch to another side, don't let anyone see us." Domina nodded and tap switched to another exterior wall and continued to climb. Fang Hao was surprised but coped fairly well. He had known earlier, he could have released the priest doll to fly up there. The two found a window, removed the sealed window pane, and climbed directly in. Their current location was probably on the 5th or 6th floor of the building, lavish inside with wood-colored wall panels and white marble floors. Various sculptures were placed around, and the walls were decorated with paintings and portraits. "Be careful, look downwards and see if there's anything good," Fang Hao whispered. Domina, probably doing this kind of thing for the first time, seemed a bit nervous. The two walked along, collecting valuable paintings and decors into storage space, searching from room to room, taking anything valuable they could carry, and leaving untouched what they couldn't. Perhaps because everyone's attention was on the demigod battle. The entire building was deserted, not a soul in sight. "Sir, look at this," Domina called out. When Fang Hao went over, his eyes also lit up. Before them was a storage rack divided into several drawer compartments. Domina pulled open 3 or 4 drawers, all neatly packed with Warfire cards. "Oh damn. Is this the Trade Alliance's treasury? No, the wealth of the Trade Alliance should far exceed these. This must be a temporary storage place for Warfire cards. Quick, take them all out, let's take them away." The cabinet was nailed to the wall, and they needed to take out the contents in order to carry them away. Both were edgy with adrenaline. Doing something illicit was indeed thrilling. Most were Warfire cards, with some other documents and such. Names of family mortgage documents, mining contracts, all agreements signed with the Trade Alliance. Not useful, so they left them untouched. But one item did catch Fang Hao's attention. Notarized contract. Type. Contract scroll. Effect. Both parties sign the agreement, bound by rules. Description. Those who betray will be punished by the God of Justice. In the corner of the contract, a human silhouette was stamped, holding a balanced scale in hand. A new deity showed up. Since transmigrators have been in this world, it's only been a year. Many gods, not yet known clearly. He casually stored it away and then opened the gate of the worlds. "Throw everything in, quicker." The two picked up the Warfire cards and threw them into the gate. After throwing, they continued searching downward. At last on the 4th floor in a room, they found a platinum treasure chest. Without delaying, Fang Hao opened it directly. Obtained. Town Transport Gate Blueprint, orange Magic Reactor Blueprint, orange Treasure Disassembly Furnace Blueprint, orange Energy Core Production Workshop Blueprint, purple Magic Elevator Manufacturing Blueprint, purple Green Coin Stone plus 155, Warfire Coin plus 352. Seeing the rewards that appeared, Fang Hao's eyes widened instantly. Were goblin gizmos really that bountiful? 3 orange blueprints, and 2 purple ones. Not a single piece of equipment or weapon, just useful construction and crafting blueprints to utilize. Upon further reflection, it made sense that the rewards were generous, considering there were 4 dark gold heroes and even more orange and purple heroes. It would be much tougher to conquer this place. It was quite normal for the platinum treasure chest to be of a higher level. He had Domina search the area again, while he began checking the rewards. Town Teleportation Gate. Ironized Wood 1200, Fine Stone Brick 850, Precision Stone Brick 520, Fine Iron 250, Mithril 120, Precision Parts 85, Trace of Chaos 5, Essence of Magic 3. Description. Perfected teleportation technology. The Ma'an portal can connect with multiple subsidiary portals for specific destination teleportation. The teleportation gate was ranked as orange, and Fang Hao felt it was a bit conservative. This was much faster than flying in airplanes. Having it meant having the ability for point-to-point rapid teleportation, avoiding time spent on the road. The explanation of the Ma'an and subsidiary gates in the description is understood by anyone who has used the Trade Alliance's portals. The portals of the Trade Alliance are the main gate, tying together multiple cities, subsidiary gates. Moreover, the main gate has the authority to shut down the subsidiary gate's teleport requests. Once shut, you can't teleport. This teleportation construction method was fairly well constructed. After examining the first item, he continued to the second. Magic Reactor. Ironized Wood 3200, Ironized Wood 2500, Stone Brick 2200, Fine Copper Ingots 850, Fine Iron 550, Mithril 350, Precision Parts 121, Rich Essence 15, Solar Essence 15, Red Flame Essence 15, Essence of Magic 15, Perfect Essence 5. Description. An energy generation reactor, improved upon by generations of goblins, the core power source of goblin technology. Fang Hao had been collecting this blueprint for the magic reactor. It was more akin to a modern power plant, providing energy for the corresponding goblin technology. Similarly, the energy core used by constructs was also produced by this device. Once he could produce energy cores, he could mass-produce constructs. Treasure Disassembly Furnace. Ironized Wood 2200, Fine Stone Brick 1800, Mithril 350, Essence of Destruction 35, Essence of Magic 12. Description. A large-scale disassembly device that can break down finished equipment back into raw materials. The higher the quality, the more difficult the disassembly. The disassembly device could break down weapons and equipment back into their original materials. Energy Core Manufacturing Workshop. Ironized Wood 1500, Stone Brick, Essence of Magic 8. Description. A building for the production of energy cores. Fang Hao was stunned and looked again at the magic reactor's description. It turns out energy cores weren't directly produced by the reactor. Instead, they were created through this manufacturing workshop. It was fortunate he hadn't previously obtained the blueprint for the reactor. Even if he had acquired it at a high price, it wouldn't have been useful. Sir, I've finished searching. There are guards on the 3rd floor. I didn't go down. Domina carefully came back. Each step she took, her bags bulged with items. With only one blueprint left, Fang Hao quickly glanced it over. A magic elevator was what it was, an elevator that moved straight up and down, having seen it in a Trade Alliance auction. It could elevate a building's prestige. Green coin stone was the goblin's recruitment material. Iron green in color and also shaped like a round coin. He stored all the blueprints and gathered the items he found. Let's go, he said. The two returned to the opened window, Domina leading him down a spider's thread they had attached to the roof, quickly reaching the ground. They strutted towards the combat zone. In the combat area, The Trade Alliance's forces had suffered severe losses, finding themselves in a difficult situation. After talking tough, they realized they had no way to affect their enemy. The Dragon Queen, with her strength, reaffirmed her might. Don't think that just because Fang Hao wasn't taken down, anyone could challenge the majesty of the Dragon Queen. The faces of the remaining heroes looked grim, and the rest of the soldiers were visibly terrified. Dragon Queen, we didn't mean any provocation. Retreat. The Dragon Queen roared again. Everyone below was startled. Retreat. Let's go. Whoosh. The remaining soldiers, carrying the injured, turned and left without any hesitation, hurriedly making their escape. The loudest goblin from the start also scurried out, his short legs tightly following the crowd, so as not to catch the Dragon Queen's attention. She could crush him easily. Those the Trade Alliance could summon had arrived, yet still, they had no capability to stop the two. There seemed no way out. As for asking a demigod to step in, if given some time, the Trade Alliance could maneuver and perhaps really manage it. But now, asking those demigods to deal with the frenzied Dragon Queen, and one Blood Clan demigod. Certainly, no one would want to get involved. For now, they'd just have to cede the Trade Alliance's territory and wait for them to finish their rampage before handling the aftermath. The Dragon Queen is too fierce, she made so many people retreat. That's our leader. I didn't expect her to be called upon by the Trade Alliance. Your leader has lost her beard. That vampire girl is also quite formidable, facing the Dragon Queen for so long and not losing. But who is Fang Hao anyway? Watching the armies of various forces beat a hasty retreat, the onlookers in the distance began discussing once again. Among them were people of various races, introducing their own leaders. And which leader was beaten the most miserably? At first, it was just a spectacle, and nothing seemed out of place. Now, with so many people dead or injured, and the remaining people apologizing and running away, it's sufficient proof of the Dragon Queen's strength. Looking at it this way, the vampire girl who lasted so long under the Dragon Queen's hand is also strong enough. After the Trade Alliance's army left, the Dragon Queen turned her gaze back to the vampire girl opposite her. With this commotion, her initial rage had also dissipated quite a bit. It was part of her plan to have the Trade Alliance make a move. But the original plan was just to kill Fang Hao, not to destroy the entire headquarters of the Trade Alliance. Now she has also offended the people of 4 different races. This gave her a feeling of being played. With the situation having developed to this point, she could only take down the vampire girl and force Fang Hao to appear. After deciding this in her heart, her figure flashed, and the two charged at each other once more. Clang, clang, clang. The two rapidly closed in, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. After the close combat, they quickly created distance between them. Golden light and blood spear kept shuttling through the air, shooting at each other, with no intention of stopping the battle. At that moment, a tall skeleton rushed into the midst of the battlefield. Dragon Queen, I don't want to. Swoosh. A streak of golden light shot out, piercing directly through the skull and scattering white bones all over the ground. Everyone was stunned, cursed out for being brainless, and did not continue to pay attention. Soon, another skeleton broke away from the crowd, shouting from afar, "Stop fighting, let's sit down and talk." The dragon's vertical pupils cast a glance from afar before several streaks of golden light rapidly shot toward him. Crash. Once again, he became a pile of scattered white bones. Then, another skeleton rushed out, standing at an even further position. He cursed out loud, "Damn it, Geralt has been beaten up, look over there." The skeleton pointed from afar. There, another part of the battlefield was visible where the fight between the black-armored warrior and the Dragon Clan elder had come to an end. Their bodies entangled in spider silk, lying half dead on the ground. While the black-armored warrior stood nearby wielding a giant hammer, ready to strike and kill them both at any moment. Dragon Queen, you don't want to be left all alone, do you? The Dragon Queen's eyes flashed viciously, and a terrifying aura burst forth from her body. Hovering midair, cold vertical pupils swept over the distant crowd. She knew this skeleton was still one of Fang Hao's avatars, and that Fang Hao himself was hiding among the crowd. Should she kill everyone here? Even if she made a move now, given her opponent's cunning, he would have means to escape. And if she killed all these ordinary people, she might truly become a public enemy of the world. After scanning the crowd and not finding anyone suspicious, she once again landed on the ground, transforming into an elegant woman in a golden dress. Where do you want to talk? Her voice was cold, and the suppressed rage was audible. Rolana, too, holding a giant sword, descended from the sky. Unlike the pristine Dragon Queen, Rolana's body was covered in wounds, with holes still bleeding. Are you okay? Fang Hao immediately went over to ask. I'm fine. Fang Hao nodded, knowing now was not the time to discuss such matters. Pointing to the intact Trade Alliance service hall nearby, that place is still in one piece, let's talk there. All right. The three quickly made a decision and walked together toward the direction of the service hall. The onlookers from afar were dumbfounded again. They were leaving. What are they going to do in the service hall? Take a halftime break. Why did they stop fighting? So many people couldn't persuade them to stop. How come they stopped with just one sentence? As that skeleton Fang Hao. Isn't he a transmigrator? Why is he a skeleton? Must be a ritual of undead conversion. A person from the desert undead. No, don't talk nonsense. Then, shall we go take a look? How can we watch if we follow them in and they start fighting again? Won't we all die? People were still discussing, following at a distance behind the group. Then they stood outside the Trade Alliance service hall, chatting with each other while waiting to see if there would be any new drama. Only some goblins stationed at headquarters. Watching the few entering the building, they clenched their teeth in anger. Damn Fang Hao, not even sparing the last building. In another direction, within a building not affected by the chaos. Isabella, accompanied by several Blood Clan guards, watched from afar as the group entered the building. She arrived even earlier. The employees of the Blood Clan shop had seen Rolana and knew she was their little princess. When they saw Rolana and the Dragon Queen come to blows, they immediately relayed the news to Eternal Night City. Isabella was shocked as well and rushed over. And when she saw that her daughter had suddenly become a demigod, her heart was filled with surprise and disbelief. She knew her daughter too well. Although she had attained dark gold status, there was still a vast gap to becoming a demigod. It wasn't possible to enhance her strength to that of a demigod overnight. But quickly, she remembered how Fang Hao had been persistently asking about the method to absorb divinity. So this kid really managed to get his hands on a piece of divinity and directly transformed his daughter into a demigod. 2 demigods in one clan. Speaking of which, the Blood Clan owed Fang Hao a massive favor. This time, you made a decent choice, Isabella said, watching her daughter's silhouette. Inside the building, crowds of people avoided a few individuals and ran outside. The hall was empty, not a soul in sight. The 3 of them casually took seats at a square table. How do you wish to discuss this? The Dragon Queen sat down in her chair, her face still an expression of cold rage. Both sides had fought to this point. Not only had they failed to achieve their goals, but she had also managed to offend the Trade Alliance and several major powers. She felt like a mere enforcer, tricked by her opponent into seeking revenge for him. In the end, the hatred of everyone had been directed at her. Your entire dragon clan, including 4 dark gold dragons, are in my hands, and they aren't bound to the altars for the ritual of heroes, which means I can kill them at any moment. Are you threatening me? The Dragon Queen's face turned even colder. I'm merely stating the chips I hold in my hand. You're asking for death. Let's skip the idle talk. If you want to save your people, let's have a proper discussion, Fang Hao said directly. Given the current situation, Fang Hao held a certain advantage, plus Rolana becoming a demigod also signified that their power had grown sufficient to join the top echelons. Even if Rolana was no match for the Dragon Queen, she wasn't without the capability to fight back. The Dragon Queen stared at him icily and continued, I've found the location of your wife's city, as well as several nearby satellite towns. I can slaughter them at any time. The city belongs to the 100 Cities Federation. If you kill there, you're just killing members of the Federation. Moreover, as a transmigrator, I don't have the concept of race or power loyalty. Even if you kill them, I would find it regrettable, but it wouldn't affect me much, Fang Hao said directly. Lis City and its satellite towns were, of course, significant to Fang Hao. But when it was time to show their hands, he had to appear tougher verbally. Moreover, the nearby villages were orc settlements, which couldn't really compare with a unified race like the Dragon Clan. Fang Hao could afford to say he didn't care. Kill if you wish, I'll just rebuild. The Dragon Queen couldn't even bring herself to utter those words. So what if I don't care? Wherever you go, I'll follow and kill. You won't live in peace, the Dragon Queen said defiantly, once again. But by then, you'll be all alone. Fang Hao insisted, I'll exterminate your entire clan, then you'll be left by yourself. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Queen calmed herself down, didn't want to waste words with him anymore, and said directly, state your terms. Do we need to involve other races for a witness? Or what else do you want? Right now, we've both managed to offend the major powers, so there's really no need to fret over a witness. Get to the point. It's simple. We both ceasefire. From now on, let's end this and forget any past grudges, Fang Hao said directly. Agreed, the Dragon Queen nodded. I'm not finished, Fang Hao interrupted her, and then he continued, moreover, my forces have been severely weakened by this conflict, and I might be attacked by my former enemies at any moment. The Dragon Clan needs to help me defend my main city for 50 years, and you must also agree to intervene on my behalf 10 times, no matter the power or enemy I face. If I say so, you have to fight for me. The Dragon Queen's brows instantly furrowed, and an oppressive aura once again filled the hall. To guard the city for 50 years and to intervene on his behalf 10 times. That was no different from being an enforcer. Are you provoking me? The lives of 4 dark golds, dozens of orange-ranked heroes, hundreds of giant dragons, 2,000 lower-ranked troops, are they not worth these 2 conditions? Think positively. As a human, I won't live that long. Maybe I won't even last 50 years, and you won't have to intervene those 10 times, Fang Hao continued to emphasize. The Dragon Queen fell into contemplation, weighing in her mind whether to agree to this. Looking at the current situation between the two of them, agreeing seemed to be the best choice. Continue fighting. The opponent was like a spring. The more pressure applied, the fiercer the rebound. Initially, they were only a few dark gold rankers, but within a month, he had made a demigod. If they kept fighting, who knew what new tricks could emerge? But to simply agree was deeply vexing to the Dragon Queen. From the moment she entered the trade alliance, everything seemed to fall into his trap, being led step by step. 10 times is too many. Fang Hao nodded, all those lives, and 10 times is still too many. For Fang Hao, bargaining was a good sign. It meant the other party was seriously considering agreeing to his terms. 5 times at most. Agreed, Fang Hao replied right away. You, shameless, the Dragon Queen smacked the table furiously, feeling played by this brat again. Glaring fiercely, the Dragon Queen continued, my demand is that you return all the Dragon Clan property you took and cover the cost of repairing Mount Dragon Peak. Also, for the heroes you arranged to guard the city, you must pay them according to their rank. I'll try to return what money I've spent. As for the cost of repairing Mount Dragon Peak, the heroes stationed are part of the conditions, not hired to help me, so there's no payment. After some haggling, they finalized the details. Both with their emotions involved, it was easy for them to start arguing. They almost came to blows several times. Objects were thrown around everywhere. Finally, under such circumstances and continuous decompression, they reached a somewhat acceptable agreement. All right, I've agreed to your terms, release them. Fang Hao shook his head, took out the recently acquired God of Justice's contract, and said, the contract witnessed by the God of Justice. Once you sign, I'll release them right away. In the original plan, there was no element of a notarized contract. Mainly, it was to prove roll on a demigod's strength, then use the Dragon Clan's captives to force the Dragon Queen to end the war. Now, suddenly acquiring the notarized contract was like having an additional means to restrict both parties. Whether it was useful or not, it was certainly better than nothing. The two haggled for a while, and the Dragon Queen did not say much else, fiercely glaring at him. Still, she agreed to the contract. At the top of the contract was the type of contract. Fang Hao wrote a ceasefire agreement. Once effective, neither party could attack the other under any pretext. Below that were the obligations each party had to fulfill. On Fang Hao's side, he wrote to release the Dragon Clan captives, remove any contracts or shackles on the captives, and help repair Mount Dragon Peak. On the Dragon Queen's side, it was written that the Dragon Clan would arrange personnel to help guard the main city, and the Dragon Queen would intervene unconditionally 5 times. After both finished writing, the figure holding a balance scale on the contract started to move slowly. Initially balanced, the scale now showed 3 round chips on the left side and 2 on the right. The scale began to tilt to the left, indicating that the terms were not equivalent. Fang Hao's side was heavier. Look, there are gods above 3 feet, and as bystanders, they are just an impartial, Fang Hao said outright. Fang Hao's main condition was releasing the captives. The Dragon Queen was to intervene 5 times. Intervening on behalf of the deity 5 times was not considered a significant bargaining chip for a demigod. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was about to become enraged again, Fang Hao did not want to drag it out further and directly said, "Just add something more, and if I don't let you, won't it end there? Do you think I would trust you? Am I that kind of person?" Fang Hao asked, then said, "Then I'll reduce some, you add some, let's sign quickly so we can each go our own way." The two made alterations. Finally, Fang Hao removed assisting in repairing Mount Dragon Peak, and the Dragon Queen added back intervention up to 10 times. Only then did the balance scale return to equilibrium. After both pressed their handprints on the contract, 2 beams of light entered their bodies, signifying the completion of the contract. "Now that the contract is signed, should you not let me know who you are?" The Dragon Queen sat down and asked. "Forget it, I'm ugly and might scare you." Fang Hao refused, then continued, "After going back, just take your people and leave my main city directly, and I will release them." Agreed. Then let's leave it at that. Turning this place into such a mess isn't too good either. Best hurry and leave. Fang Hao stood up. The Dragon Queen gnashed her teeth in hatred. "You still know it's not good, huh?" "Wait." Fang Hao paused. "What now? What exactly is your relationship with my daughter?" "Her attitude towards you is somewhat different." The Dragon Queen stared into his eyes. Previously, she wanted to kill him. A dead man has no need for questions. But now it was clear she couldn't kill him, so naturally, she wanted clearer answers. Rolana also looked over, curious about the matter. "Didn't you ask Beata? I want to hear it from you first." "A very good friend, and she is not as prideful or arrogant as the other Dragon Clan. Quite a nice girl," Fang Hao said outright. Beata belonged to the younger generation of young dragons. Also quite arrogant, but much better compared to the others. The older generation of the Dragon Clan, no different from bandits and wild beasts, had no part in reasoning. Conflicts meant fights. Even if you were right, they would still fight. The Dragon Queen looked at him and finally did not say much. "All right, I understand." The 3 of them walked out of the building together. Outside the gate, far away, the area was densely packed with people. There were more people than had been present in the fight earlier. It seemed news had spread and others had teleported over to watch the excitement. Everyone gazed in their direction, their faces filled with anticipation. Not sure what they were anticipating. The Dragon Queen walked slowly, whispering, "Just stay in the crowd." Fang Hao did not mind. Why bother about these matters? Perhaps in the future we can collaborate often, surpassing other powers. Ha! The Dragon Queen scoffed coldly, wanting to argue but not voicing anything. This human was advancing too fast. So fast it was unbelievable, somewhat frightening. The crowd gradually retreated bit by bit, opening a path for departure. Fang Hao waved towards the position of the black-armored warriors. The 4 understood, releasing 2 elder members of the Dragon Clan. "All right, let's proceed according to the agreement. Rest assured, I promised you, and I know what to do." "All right, we'll leave it at that then." The 2 departed in front of the teleportation array, vanishing from everyone's sight. Both parties left separately. The crowd that had been watching the excitement suddenly fell silent. Then, with a whoosh, they began to disperse rapidly, rushing towards the teleportation array. Those who could come to the Trade Alliance headquarters were not ordinary people. The reconciliation between the Dragon Queen and the Transmigrator Fang Hao, the destruction of the Trade Alliance headquarters, the Blood Clan having 2 demigods. Any piece of news was enough to change the world's dynamics. They needed to immediately relay this to their own clans to deal with these sudden changes. Especially those involved in conflicts with the Blood Clan or had poor relations, cold sweat sprung forth layer by layer. Soon, the Trade Alliance's crowded venue was empty. Only leaving a group of goblins, looking puzzled at the ruined ruins. Returning to the Sea Tribe territory, Fang Hao immediately checked Rolana's injuries. The recovery powers of the Blood Clan were indeed astonishing. After wiping away the dried blood scabs, smooth and fair skin was revealed beneath. They felt around on each other's bodies for a while but couldn't find any obvious injuries. Instead, it made them both feel hot and bothered, and they ended up in an embrace, whispering to each other. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Angia burst in. Rolana, are you all right? After calling out, she saw Fang Hao on top of Rolana, turning his head to look over stiffly. Angia froze for 2 seconds, glancing at the blood-stained clothes tossed aside. She frowned and said, Rolana is like this, and you're still messing with her. Before Fang Hao could explain anything, Angia pushed him aside and then asked Rolana with concern if she felt uncomfortable anywhere. Rolana's face turned red, and she stammered that she was fine. The matter couldn't be settled now. The two explained the situation to Angia, satisfying her curiosity before continuing on with their actual business. They called upon their own heroes and teleported directly to the location of the giant ship. On the giant ship. At this moment, the giant ship was still en route back. According to time estimates, it would probably take about 2 more weeks to reach the Sea Tribe archipelago. In the dim and damp cabin of the ship, I spoke with the Dragon Queen today. The holding cell for the prisoners fell silent immediately, all members of the Dragon Clan turning their heads and fixing their gaze on him. Fang Hao continued, a ceasefire has been called. You will be released soon. Wish. The cabin erupted into noise as the dragons began murmuring amongst themselves. Firstly, they were happy about their impending freedom, and secondly, they were surprised that the Dragon Queen would compromise with a transmigrator. It was indeed the first time in many years that the Dragon Clan had so shamefully agreed to a ceasefire. Did you really talk to the Dragon Queen? What terms did you both agree to? A green dragon elder stepped forward and asked directly. Fang Hao glanced at him. You don't need to know the details. Just understand that from now on, we are no longer enemies, and we may even become allies. The green dragon's brow furrowed, about to ask further, but a light blue-scaled Dragon Clan woman held his arm. The blue dragon said, since you have reconciled with the Dragon Queen, we naturally won't pry. When do you plan to let us go? You can leave right now. What about these things around our necks? The woman tapped the collar on her neck. They will be taken off when you leave. The woman nodded and continued, I need to confirm our current location first to ensure we can fly back to Mount Dragon Peak. Alright, give her the map. In the Frostwind mountain range, at Maruta Mine. Mother, I've returned. In the dilapidated and muddy alley, an orc dressed in a gray-brown shirt stood in front of an old wooden door and called out. Next to the wooden door, on the exterior wall, were wanted posters and rewards for reporting heretics. This was the orc mining area. A place with order, yet still mired in chaos. Marshall was originally a miner, but months ago, he was replaced by a skeleton worker and took to doing unsavory tasks around the city to fill his belly. A month ago, he set his sights on an old woman who seemed to have some money but was also senile. He snuck into her house, intending to make a score. But just as he climbed through the window, he saw, under the moonlight, a face as wrinkled as tree bark, staring blankly at him. Startled, Marshall was about to act when he heard the old woman's voice. Why are you back so late? Have you been messing around with those ruffians again? Marshall remained silent. The old lady grasped his arm. How many times have I told you, don't get too close to them. Go to the city lord's mansion and find a proper job. Marshall was pulled by the arm to sit down, and dishes of food were served one after another. He carefully took a bite. Seeing the old lady's face filled with a smile, he continued to eat. From then on, he had a place to eat and a place to stay. Sometimes he feared the old lady would one day realize he wasn't her son and that he was planning to steal her money and run away. But every night, he could see the old lady kneeling by the window, muttering prayers to herself. Probably praying for her no good son. Indeed, her son was no good. From then on, another person moved into the old, small house. Mother, I'm back. I found a new job, and I can take you to a better place now, Marshall said joyfully as he pushed open the door. The room was silent and still, no one responded. Marshall furrowed his brows, instantly pulled out the short sword at his waist, and cautiously entered the room. Everything inside the room was normal. The dining table was filled with various dishes and there was even a pot of cooked meat soup. There had been no burglary. The old lady must have gone out. Marshall stowed his weapon, sat down at the table, and while eating, thought about how happy the old lady would be to know about his new job. However, directly across from him on the wall, there was a triangular symbol drawn. It was like a venomous snake staring intently at him, sending a chill down his spine. By the end of the meal, the old lady had not returned. But underneath the dining basin, there was a note. Marshall didn't know many words, but the message was short. Son, there's no more meat at home, but your mom has some. I made you dinner. Marshall's pupils dilated, and his mind went blank instantly. He immediately fished out the chunks of meat from the basin, and when he saw an ear, Marshall completely froze, kneeling on the ground in shock. Marshall wasn't afraid of eating humans. Perhaps in dire hunger, he might try it. But he had eaten his own mother. No. His gaze swept to the triangular symbol on the wall. His mind grew more and more chaotic, and his heart felt increasingly unwell. Dizzy and disoriented, Marshall cried out and drew the dagger from behind his waist, slicing open his abdomen to pull out what he had eaten tonight. Give me back my mother. Blood spread all over the room, and Marshall collapsed powerless to the floor. Drip, drip, drip. At that moment, an old lady walked out from the back of the room, leaning on a cane, staring with admiration at the bloody orc. Mother, he's calling you, Estelle. The old lady spoke with a somewhat deep, masculine voice. Then, the old lady spoke again. Dear deity, I hope this performance has brought you pleasure. Of course, you've done well. Don't let him die. Let him fully experience the feelings of betrayal and deception. Yes, great deity. The old lady nodded, then squatted down and found a proof in Marshall's arms. Issued by Frostwind City, it was a pass to leave the mountains and head to Anglina. It seems that a new deity has recently appeared to the south. I wonder if it will bring me any special surprises. The next day, a screen of light appeared in the Lord's Mansion's Great Hall. Fang Hao, Rolana, Demetria, along with others, stepped out from the light screen. Seeing the familiar scene, their faces lit up with joy. They were finally back. No place felt like home. Fang Hao looked around and noticed that the hall was missing several decorations. It seems the Dragon Queen had not left empty-handed. But it didn't matter. From the Trade Alliance Hall, he had gleaned far more valuable things. He smiled and said, all right, it's time to clean up again. As the words fell, everyone walked out of the Lord's Mansion's Grand Hall. Upon seeing the scene outside, the excitement they had just felt instantly became solemn. Ruins and broken walls were a dreadful sight to behold. Damned Dragon Clan. Angia cursed. Fang Hao shook his head and said, forget it, Mount Dragon Peak isn't much better than here. Now that it has come to this, it's a good opportunity to replan the city layout. So what should we do now? Angia continued to ask. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, take inventory of the remaining forces in each troop hiding cave, reset the city defenses, and replace the damaged equipment on the city walls. Yes, my lord. Everyone nodded and began to assign their respective tasks. Just as Angia was about to leave, Fang Hao pulled her aside and said, I have a special assignment for you. What assignment? Angia's eyes lit up. Take some gifts to the lizard men, let Aira give them to the queen, and then bring Aira and the others back, Fang Hao instructed. Since they had already returned, it was time to bring back the maids who had been stationed outside. Got it, rest assured. Angia happily agreed and went down to prepare. As for the undead craftsmen, it was not yet suitable to bring them all back. There were too many undead craftsmen, at least the city's buildings and facilities needed to be rebuilt before they could be brought back. Soon, some data from the city was compiled. The force in the troop hiding cave still had hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers. It seemed they hadn't come out because Amanda had ordered them to retreat there. The cellar where the city's financial assets were stored had its entrance sealed shut. Prying open the floor tiles, they could see the sealed gold. They even broke through to a secret chamber. Now, looking at it, his losses were not that great after all. At least they were much smaller than those of the Dragon Clan. In the afternoon, Fang Hao summoned several professional urban planners from Supreme Saint Golden City, Dwarf Grey Iron City, and Human List City to begin redrawing the main city's blueprints. He had had some ideas about the layout when he built the buildings before. But he was not professional, and the area the city covered back then could not compare to now. The city had gotten bigger, and the gaps between roads and buildings also needed to be adjusted. Several professionals gathered together to discuss and draw the blueprints. As dinner approached, Aira, Little White, and a group of maids returned, laughing and joking. They all looked unchanged, but their skin had darkened a bit, and they seemed healthier than before. Coming with them was the Lizard Queen. In the hall, the city planners were red-faced and arguing fervently. In another room, Fang Hao received the Lizard Queen. Did you really defeat the Dragon Queen? Made the Dragon Clan compromise? The Queen brought this up first. Even if she hadn't seen the battle yesterday, the Lizard Queen had heard about it. Rolana becoming a demigod and fighting the Dragon Queen to a standstill. When this message reached her, she still couldn't quite believe it. But today, the fact that Angia had gone to bring back Aira and the others confirmed the truth of the news. Ah, the Dragon Queen gave me some face, and we talked peace, Fang Hao said with a smile. The Queen rolled her eyes. Give you face, after fighting for so long, was it still about giving you face? Rolana became a demigod. Rolana nodded. How did she do it? The already large eyes of the Queen widened even more. Just luck, only luck. Fang Hao chuckled. Killing a demigod and consuming divinity. Such matters, if known to his own people, were manageable, but if spread out, they could cause great chaos. It could even enrage all the demigods. So, not wanting to find death and be enemies with all the demigods, this certainly couldn't come from his own mouth. The Queen was even more astonished. Rolana was at Dark Gold 5 tier, and she herself was at 9 tier. And now, Rolana had jumped straight to demigod while she was still at 9 tier. If you don't want to say, let it be. What are you planning to do next? The Queen pushed down the shock in her heart and continued. Fang Hao directly answered, I've already reached an agreement with the Dragon Clan for peaceful coexistence. First rebuild here, then slowly develop. Settling down is also good. Fang Hao nodded, then continued to ask, last time I mentioned buying glazed tiles, do you have any in stock? 1,000 is too many. We have only produced a little over 5,000 so far. 5,000 is enough. Send them over tomorrow. I just happen to need materials, Fang Hao said directly. Can do, I'll arrange for someone. Stay for dinner tonight, and after the meal, Demetria will go back with you. Night fell. Fang Hao could finally go home for a soak in the hot spring. To say which part of the city was the most intact, it would be the backyard of the Lord's mansion. There was basically no damage caused, and the scattered stones and debris had been simply cleared away. At this moment, Parrot Red General flew over. It made itself at home on his head, chattering away as if speaking, but he couldn't understand. It must have been talking about its life back with the lizardmen. It didn't seem to have gained or lost weight, just that its feathers were noticeably thinner. Squeak. At that moment, the door to the backyard opened, and Aira, wearing a beige-colored loose leisure dress, walked in, checking for anyone around before she closed the door. "Master," Aira called out softly, her head lowered. "Aira." Aira stepped out of the hot spring, the hem of her loose dress floating up on the surface of the water, revealing her smooth, fair skin underneath. Ah! Aira instinctively pulled her hem down, but as soon as she let go, it floated up again. Fang Hao smiled slightly and pulled her over. Aira stumbled and fell into his arms. The splashing water made the Red General chirp irritably before flying off to lie down elsewhere. After some floundering, Aira obediently sat in his lap. The hem of her dress still floated on the surface of the water like large lotus leaves. Aira's face flushed red, she hugged his shoulders tightly, resting her head on him and whispered, "Master, I missed you so much." "I missed you too." The door to the backyard opened again. Little White, along with Yuan Yuan and Hong Guo, also rushed in. Seeing Aira sitting in Fang Hao's arms, they said with some annoyance, well, Aira, sneaking some treats, aren't you? The next day, early morning. Fang Hao awoke from his sleep. As he became slightly more alert, he found Aira and Little White asleep on his shoulders, one on each side. Confused, he lifted the thin blanket covering him and saw Yuan Yuan staring at him with big eyes, her finger in front of her lips, making a shushing gesture. Damn, these rabbits are about to go crazy. After a while, seeing that none of the ladies showed signs of waking up, Fang Hao pinched Yuan Yuan's cheek and went out of the room after freshening up. In the hall, he listened to a few designers' proposals. Taking blueprints in hand, he left the Lord's mansion. The areas within the city were reclassified, mainly divided into residential, storage, craft, commercial, barracks, and equipment areas. The residential area included living quarters for living creatures and the undead, and the plaza area. Separate warehouses and armories were set up against all four walls of the city. Specifically for storing stone materials, rolling logs, fire oil, thunder tubes, and other city defense materials. In case of an attack on the city, they could be called upon nearby to respond to emergencies. Accompanied by several planners, Fang Hao began construction on a large scale. With materials in abundance, wherever the planners pointed, he built without need for contemplation. The speed of construction was swift indeed. Soon, the whole city was enveloped in a glow of construction, shining brightly. As the vast swaths of light gradually faded and construction was completed, Fang Hao began to inspect some of the newly added buildings. The first was the Hall of Martial Maiden, he had acquired in Giant City. In the battle at Giant City, he had obtained 2 blueprints. The Divine Realm Guard Hall, and the Hall of Martial Maiden. The Guard Hall was a barracks blueprint, which he wanted to consider a bit more before building. While the Hall of Martial Maiden was constructed immediately. After the light dissipated, this building turned out to be much more luxurious and imposing than imagined. The design was ancient, yet the interior was like a large stadium, with many training facilities and smooth wooden floors. Hall of Martial Maiden Orange. Category: Martial Training Ground. Effect: for female troops with 100 points in loyalty, training effect in this ground plus 75%, comprehension of related skills plus 35%, related spells. Attributes of the casting depend on the main deity's divinity. Description: the personal attendants of the deities, and at the same time, the messengers of the deity themselves. When Fang Hao carefully looked over the building's attributes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, battle maids are coming out. Unlike the Blackstone training ground, which is restricted to orcs, this one is for females. The training effect goes up by a direct 75%, which is already a significant boost in training efficiency. Even if their combat talent isn't high, with such enhancement, as long as they're diligent, they can eventually become heroes. At that point, he could form an entire team of heroes made up entirely of maids. Not only would they be a sight for sore eyes, but they would also hold significant combat power, terrifying indeed. The second effect is the comprehension of related skills, which is related to the deity worshipped. In other words, his divinity is thunder and fire attributes. The maids could also potentially learn skills with similar attributes. No, That's not right. Could the black armored sisters have come from this building? Their attributes seem to match perfectly. Almost all the maids in the city have reached 100 points, so he could just let them train here from now on. Thinking it over, he remembered Aira mentioning before the desire to hire some servants for the main city. Indeed, it would be good to hire more new maids, have them train in the Blackstone training ground, initially, and once they reach 100 points in loyalty, move them to the Hall of Martial Maiden, for further training. Forming a production line for heroes. Oh, this idea is quite feasible, he thought to himself. He would put this plan into action when he got back. After examining the Hall of Martial Maiden, Fang Hao continued to inspect the buildings acquired from the goblins. Town Teleportation Gate Orange. Category: Fixed Teleportation Gate. Connectable: 0/5. Effect: Teleportation Device. The teleportation portal was constructed as an arched stone gateway in a large square. The interior of the stone gate harbored a teleportation light screen. It seemed designed to accommodate the heights and builds of all races, with the archway reaching about 5 meters in height. Except for a real giant appearing, all races could use this light screen. The building's introduction also displayed the number of connections available. In other words, one teleportation portal could connect to 5 secondary teleportation portals. This was somewhat different from the earlier idea of connecting to all. But it wasn't a big problem. Just building more would suffice. After inspecting the teleportation portal, Fang Hao continued to examine other structures. Magic Reactor, Goblin Mechanical Energy Core, capable of powering related facilities. To Fang Hao, the power source of Goblin machinery was like a power station. Energy Core Production Workshop, Goblin-built facility capable of producing energy cores. Energy cores, on Fang Hao's end, could be used to manufacture aerial ships. Even now with the teleportation array, aerial ships remained the main mode of transport for goods within the territory. Being able to produce energy cores himself, he would not only provide more aerial ships for various affiliated cities, but could also serve as buses, facilitating population movement. The last building, Fang Hao stood beside it for a long time, a massive contraption resembling a boiler. Treasure Disassembly Furnace Orange. Type: Disassembly Furnace. Worker Capacity: 0/15. Effect: Return 30% materials for orange gear, 50% for purple gear, 60% for blue gear, 70% for green gear, and 80% for white gear. Prerequisite building: Magic Reactor. Description: Goblin-developed equipment recycling device. He hadn't paid much attention when he obtained the blueprint, but now something seemed off. It could return materials. This is. Slapping his head, he tried to clear his thoughts. He had a hundredfold amplification. Materials for one piece of gear could produce 101 pieces. Taking current purple gear as an example, disassembling one piece returned 50% of materials. Disassembling 100 pieces meant materials for 50 pieces. These 50 materials, with a hundredfold amplification, yield 5,050 pieces of gear. Continuing to disassemble, holy shit. Had he just found an incredible bug? If the cycle continued like this, he wouldn't need mining ores or set up shops to collect materials. He could directly farm materials. Oh my god, wow. Wouldn't he be struck by lightning for this? From now on, money would just be a number, having as much as desired. Immediately, he summoned 15 skeleton laborers and took out a temple guard breastplate from the warehouse. He tossed it into the disassembly furnace, and amidst a flurry of electrical sparks, the disassembly was completed. 8 iron blocks, 3 fine iron, 1 mithril, 8 shredded leather, and 33 broken threads. Fang Hao glanced at the blueprint. The normal production materials for this purple breastplate were 12 iron blocks, 8 fine iron, 15 thick leather, 22 threads, 18 metal parts, and 4 mithril. The disassembly didn't adhere to the 50% ratio, meaning the disassembled materials were around this percentage. Furthermore, the useful materials were metals. The thick leather and threads only turned into shredded leather, and broken threads, basically rendered useless. It seemed wise to choose more metal equipment for disassembly, such as weapons and shields. But none of this was a big problem. With his hundredfold amplification, he couldn't really lose. After inspection, he had the skeletons continuously disassemble the metal weapons in the warehouse, no plan needed. Especially those damaged in recent battles. Enough to keep the disassembly going for quite some time. With all the buildings complete, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion and installed a magic elevator, which the maids treated as a toy, queuing up to take turns and have fun. Another day passed. Silver Dragon Beata, along with the dragon hero, Ashburn, arrived at the main city through a teleportation scroll. Seeing Beata again, her round face had slimmed down a bit. But her spirits seemed much improved compared to their previous confrontation. So this means the Dragon Queen sent you here to serve as a stationed hero? Asked Fang Hao, looking at her. Fang Hao had lifted the law mark from the other dragon heroes, but previously, Beata had been confined by the Dragon Queen at Mount Dragon Peak for reflection. The mark's effects were still present. Yes, the other clan members were unwilling to come, so they sent me and Ashburn over, Beata remarked. Aside from Beata, the other dragon clan members detested Fang Hao, even under punishment no one wished to come. To protect an enemy, what a joke. Going over there could mean facing unknown humiliations and abuse. So, after much deliberation, Beata was still chosen. It's good this way. Rooms are still kept for you. It also spares other dragons from coming over, and not being familiar, Fang Hao said with a smile. Having Beata return wasn't too bad either. Beata didn't reply, lowered her head, and was silent for a long while, then whispered softly, "Thank you. Thank you for not killing my clansmen. I understand my mother. She would definitely have killed you if she had the chance, so thank you for letting them go," Beata softly explained. "I accept your thanks and hope you'll share whatever's on your mind in the future. Don't keep it to yourself," Fang Hao said. Somewhat embarrassed, Beata still nodded. "I know, thank you. Yes, go find Millie. She's been clamoring to see you every day and even brought you a gift." Okay. Beata left, clearly in a good mood. Fang Hao checked Beata's loyalty. Silvermoon Spear, Beata, your current loyalty is 75. This loyalty increase was somewhat inexplicable. It seemed that in Beata's mind, the main reason he did not kill the Dragon Clan was for her. Fang Hao did not deny this reason, but also because the Dragon Queen was too fierce, they really couldn't overcome her by force. So he simply captured all the Dragon Clan to force her to resolve it peacefully. In fact, this conflict with the Dragon Clan also forced his own hand. The variety of buildings had expanded, and at the same time, a demigod had emerged. With a demigod in place, they could also be considered a top power now. In the afternoon, Trade Alliance headquarters. Fang Hao, accompanied by Rolana, reappeared there. To keep a low profile, Rolana wore a suit of heavy armor, covering herself tightly. She also wore a bulky, heavy robe over it. Walking down the street, no one recognized her. Just one day had passed, and the Trade Alliance had already almost been cleaned up. Several commercial streets were being rebuilt in phases. The stores now in use were temporary buildings constructed with timber. All of them were only 2 stories high, one crammed next to another, very crowded. Fang Hao and the other searched for a long while. They finally saw the sign, Firehammer Shop, and walked straight in. The shop was empty, with hardly any business. It was much colder than the previous times they had visited. "Here to order equipment?" asked the dwarf, in a gruff voice. Fang Hao took out the fire-bearded emblem and handed it over. The latter took it, and his attitude immediately became much more respectful. "Sir, this way, please." With no backyard available, Fang Hao was led to the second floor. In a room, Dwarf Grandmaster Craftsman Brinston was looking out the window while drinking. When he saw Fang Hao being brought in, he almost spat out his drink. "You rascal still dare to come here," Brinston said loudly. "Why wouldn't I dare? I haven't done anything bad." "If you haven't done anything bad, why has this place turned out like this?" "That was done by the Dragon Queen, it has nothing to do with us." Fang Hao immediately stressed. This was important. If the Trade Alliance pursued compensation, who bore the responsibility could mean a lot of money. Brinston was about to speak when he saw the person next to Fang Hao remove her hood, revealing a beautiful face, and he forcefully swallowed his next words. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What are you here for this time?" "We're here for armor. It's been so long, it should be ready by now." Fang Hao sat down. The second piece of armor was custom-made for Rolana. During the battle with the Dragon Queen, because the timing was so tight and they feared leaking information, they hadn't come to pick it up. Now everything was over, they could also come to get this armor. Brinston downed the remaining liquor, then said, "It's ready, wait a moment." Saying this, he left the room. When he came back, he was carrying a large wooden chest. With a thud, he threw it on the floor and said, "Take a look." Fang Hao opened the wooden chest. Inside was a dark red cuirass. Flame Dragon Scale Armor, Orange. Category: Cuirass. Defense: Level 5 Defense. Effects: Physical Resistance plus 50%, Magic Resistance plus 35%, Dark Attribute Amplification plus 35%, Fire Magic Amplification plus 25%. Set effects: Physical Resistance plus 25%, Magic Resistance plus 15%, Magic Amplification plus 35%, Dark Attribute Amplification plus 25%, Magic Recovery plus 35%, Flight Speed plus 20%, Active Armor. Active Armor. Armor made from unified scales, can envelop the entire body through the cuirass core. Description: Battle armor forged from special materials by a Grandmaster craftsman, providing not only defense but also a high attack enhancement. The name remained Flame Dragon Scale Armor, but many dark attribute materials were added during forging, increasing both effect amplification and set effects. Overall, it was very suitable for Rolana to use. Plus, the active armor feature. It was the best armor she could wear so far. "Try it on." Fang Hao handed it to Rolana. The armor fitted over Rolana's body, her mind moved. The armor quickly spread, instantly enveloping Rolana's body. Phew. Bat wings unfolded, and fine scales also covered the bones of the bat wings. It can be said, the defense was nearing perfection. "Not bad at all, quite good," Rolana softly praised. Being praised by a demigod, Brinston was also pleased, laughing heartily. "Glad you like it. Glad you like it. I can make 2 more sets of equipment. Whenever you want to make them, you can bring someone over." "All right, I'll bring someone over in a few days," Fang Hao nodded understandingly. "In a few days. The forges have been destroyed. Give it half a month, wait until the shop is rebuilt." Speaking of these, Brinston's tone was not very good. It was clearly him asking when to bring people over, and he got irritated again. Fang Hao gave an embarrassed smile, chatted for a while, and then left the Firehammer shop. Planning to come back again in half a month. Just as they walked out of the shop, a figure immediately blocked their path. "My shopkeeper sister asks that you come over." A little succubus spoke coldly. Was this succubus eyeing him every day? Just arrived at the Trade Alliance, and he was already being watched. "All right, lead the way," Fang Hao said. Following the little succubus, they arrived at a wooden, temporary tavern. Inside, the space wasn't large, with 3 tables of guests, all discussing the battle between the Dragon Queen and the half-demigod from the Blood Clan. If this world had a topic ranking, this matter would surely top the list for a long time. Fang Hao was taken to a room on the 2nd floor. In the room, a bewitching demon monarch was drinking wine while looking at him coldly as if ready to fight to the death at any moment. "Have I done something to offend you, to wreck our hard-earned business like this?" Fang Hao smiled awkwardly. "Ah, no, we're friends, aren't we?" "Friends my ass, you actually brought the Dragon Queen to the tavern, and here I was thinking of helping you," the demon monarch said angrily, slamming her hand on the table. "Ah, look at this city, where isn't the same to the Dragon Queen?" Fang Hao continued. Most of the city was gone, it was all the same everywhere. The demon monarch's cheeks turned red with anger. If it had been before, she would have wished to strike him immediately, but Fang Hao was different now. The silent woman beside him was the demigod who fought with the Dragon Queen. Complaining was one thing, but she really dared not start a fight. All right, don't be angry. I didn't consider this thoroughly enough, but when we rebuild, I will help, Fang Hao immediately said. The demon monarch's eyes shifted. You will help? Anything within my power. Is there a problem? The succubus had once provided Fang Hao with some information, so he owed her a favor. Moreover, the information network of the succubus was indeed powerful. Making friends with them wasn't a bad thing. The demon monarch suddenly smiled, licked her red lips, and said, Our shop is gone. We have nowhere to stay, so take us to your territory. Damn, that was a quick change of attitude. You want to live in my territory? The demon monarch nodded. Yes, what about it? Didn't you say we were friends, willing to help? The white succubus had lived in the headquarters of the Trade Alliance for over 50 years. This city felt like a cage to her. Moreover, now the Trade Alliance intended to take back the shop, so she needed to quickly choose a territory. Previously, the demon monarch had been planning to visit Fang Hao's territory. But as the conflict between the Dragon Clan and Fang Hao intensified, she felt that Fang Hao wouldn't live long, so she did not mention it. Now that the battle was over and Fang Hao had a demigod, she took the opportunity to bring it up. It's not that it's impossible, but my territory has many secrets, and there are certain requirements for heroes. I'm afraid you might not accept them, Fang Hao considered and said. Oh, what requirements? Surely you don't need me to fulfill some small whims of yours, said the demon monarch in a soft voice. Fang Hao ignored her teasing and continued, It's simple. As a chief, you must complete the blessing of a law mark, meaning you won't do anything harmful to the territory. After some time, if you prove your sincerity in joining the territory, I'll remove it for you. To truly join the territory meant reaching a loyalty of 100 points. By then, the mark wouldn't be much of a use. The demon monarch frowned and hesitated for a while before asking, Can I visit your territory before deciding? Fang Hao thought for a moment. There was no harm in visiting, so he directly agreed, Sure, you can decide whether to stay after seeing it. A dark gold hero of the 8th Order was certainly worth recruiting. Moreover, she was a rare mental type of hero. All right, let's set off now. Walking out of the wooden hut, another figure draped in a black robe appeared beside Fang Hao. The graceful contours sketched by the falling robe and the swaying waistline as she walked still attracted quite a bit of attention. They returned to the main city through a teleport. The demon monarch took off her cloak, showing a surprised look at the scene before her. Underfoot was a flat, large square, not just the light curtain of the Trade Alliance, but also a bigger teleportation gate. One glance revealed neat and flat streets, black column streetlights, and an orderly array of various buildings. This was the city of the Transmigrator. The city level was so high. The gardens were destroyed by the Dragon Queen. New greenery hasn't been planted yet, otherwise the environment would be even better, Fang Hao explained casually. Just the plants were destroyed. No, the buildings are also newly constructed, like the entire city has been rejuvenated, Fang Hao replied. Oh, the demon monarch uttered, her eyes still looking around curiously. The environment and the city level here were no less than the Trade Alliance headquarters, maybe even better. After all, the Trade Alliance was mainly a business platform, with most buildings being shops. Here, along the way, you could see training grounds, patrolling skeleton soldiers, and bone dragons with ropes tied around them, lifting cannons. Such a special city, interesting. Hey, succubus, what brings you here? In front of the Lord's mansion, Angia was curiously looking at the demon monarch while riding a red-scaled horse. Hello, Miss Orc, Mr. Fang Hao is showing me around, the demon monarch responded directly. Here for a tour. Angia took a glance at her, then patted the back of her horse. Hop on, I'll give you a tour around the city and introduce you to everything. The demon monarch furrowed her brows and glanced at Fang Hao. Fang Hao nodded. Angia is our tour guide here, it's good if she takes you along. Come on, I'll take you to the amusement park. Angia pulled her hand, hopping directly onto the horse's back. Without waiting for any further instructions from Fang Hao, Angia spurred the horse into a gallop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rolana then spoke up, are you planning to let her join? Succubus are ostracized by various factions. With you in charge, they're not much of a threat. Besides, they did provide us with a lot of useful information before. It's up to her, whether she wants to join us or not. With the law mark, Fang Hao wasn't worried about any danger from the demon monarch. Moreover, for transmigrators, there was no such taboo as the demon faction. Recruiting an orange rank 8, soon-to-be dark gold hero seemed like a no-lose situation. It was up to them whether they wanted to join or not. Sure, just make up your mind, Rolana said. The two of them headed towards the Lord's mansion together. Inside the Lord's mansion, Aira and Little White were still directing the skeletons, arranging the rooms within the Lord's mansion. After the Lord's mansion had become the city of holy spirits, the few round spires that surrounded it had vanished, replaced by buildings similar to temples. This added many vacant rooms. Rolana greeted and went straight upstairs. Fang Hao sat down in a chair and beckoned, Aira, Little White, come here for a sec. They both ran over excitedly. Sitting one on each side on his laps, they softly asked, Master, what's up? Last time, Aira, you mentioned the Rabbitman and Foxman village wanted to send in some servants, right? Fang Hao asked, his arms around both girls. Yeah, there was that matter. At the time, you said we should delay it until the Dragon Clan issue was resolved, Aira said. Now that's past, each of you pick out some maids to come over. Choose ones who are clever and a bit on the younger side, Fang Hao said directly. Both girls looked at each other, stunned. Little White whispered, Master, there are still many maids who haven't accompanied you yet. We're selecting more maids. What nonsense are you talking about? Having them come over is partly because the city has expanded in size and can share some of the workload and then to train at the Blackstone training field, to cultivate some heroes. Only maids. Yeah, only maids. Master, can your body handle it? Doubt filled their eyes as they looked at him. Fang Hao gave both their backs a light smack, too lazy to explain, just do as I've told you. We got it, Master. After chatting for a while, the Lord of Succubus returned. Little White brought over some drinks, casting several furtive glances at this enchanting woman before finally leaving the hall. Take a seat. Where did Angia take you out to? Fang Hao asked. We ran around the city, and then went to the amusement park. She took me on that pirate ship ride. It was pretty fun, the demon monarch replied. Fang Hao nodded, continuing, this is a level 15 city, with 1 demigod and 4 dark gold heroes, so it's pretty safe to say there are no safety issues. Plus, the city's facilities are quite complete. A demigod and 4 dark gold, all hold up in such a small ratty place. Any faction would be living a better life by now. So, what do you think? Want to join? Fang Hao looked at her seriously. The demon monarch asked, what kind of contract are you going to place on me? A tool called the law contract. It ensures you won't do anything to threaten the territory. Other than that, it won't affect you in any way. What kind of treatment will we receive after coming here, and what should we do for you? The succubus glanced provocatively, crossing her silky legs and the hem of her skirt stretching to the top of her thighs, revealing a vast expanse of skin. A classic move when a succubus deals with living creatures. Fang Hao took a look and smiled. Ordinary succubus get the same treatment as the maids. Those who reach hero status will be allotted their own mansions with many facilities included. Who can live here? The succubus pointed at the Lord's mansion. Well, at least dark gold, I suppose. The succubus was shocked. Here, an orange rank could already be a city lord and live in a city lord's mansion. In this place, dark gold was the bare minimum. What work do you plan on assigning us if we come over? Fang Hao thought for a moment. For now, you can keep running your shops in the trade alliance. If there are any special tasks, I'll notify you. After a moment's consideration, the succubus nodded. If you can guarantee you're not deceiving me, then I'm willing to join your territory. Of course, we even have a demigod here. As long as you truly join us, we can help you reach dark gold status quickly. Okay, I agree. Bring out that mark of yours, I'll bring people over to stay today, the demon monarch said directly. All right. Fang Hao pulled out a golden seal, just stamp it on your body. Pretending to be bashful, the demon monarch averted her eyes. Where do you want to stamp it on me? On your arm is fine. But if it leaves a mark, others will see it. Better to stamp it here. The demon monarch lifted her skirt, revealing half a round, pale moon. You really know how to handle men. Fang Hao took the seal, and pressed it onto the revealed skin. Dream Eater Demon. Yezebeth has joined the territory through Law Mark. This unit will be bound by the mark and will adhere to the basic rules of the Gold Law, unable to generate negative, foundational thoughts towards this power and its leader. The Law Mark can cancel the effect of the mark. Nightfall descended. The little succubi were brought over. Fang Hao counted them. There were a total of 22. Apart from the demon monarch, who was a hero, the rest were all 8th-tier little succubi. They gazed around their new residence with big eyes, each of them cautious and tentative. According to the demon monarch, they had lived in the trade alliance for over 50 years and had long wanted to find a domain of their own. But suitable places had been hard to come by. The little succubi were arranged to live in the same type of buildings as the maids, with several sharing one. The demon monarch, however, had her own separate estate with a hot springs courtyard, all inclusive. After dinner, Fang Hao introduced the Lord of Succubus to everyone else. Angia interjected non-stop at the side, letting everyone know that this succubus used to run a tavern at the headquarters of the Trade Alliance. She had previously provided Fang Hao with information and could be considered a friend. Once the introduction was over, Fang Hao continued to ask, Yezebeth, I want to buy 2 orange barracks blueprints. Do you know any way? In the shops of the Trade Alliance, not to mention orange blueprints, even ordinary blueprints were not for sale. As a long-standing establishment of the Trade Alliance, perhaps the succubus had some channels. The factions at the headquarters of the Trade Alliance generally don't sell blueprints easily, let alone orange ones, the demon monarch said, seeing his earnest expression, but still asked, what kind of blueprint do you want? I'll try to think of a way. Fang Hao straightforwardly said, I need orange infantry and flight troop barracks blueprints, preferably undead related. The demon monarch frowned again, orange undead blueprints. The desires of the undead were very low, meaning it was difficult to find channels through bribery. With nothing they needed, they certainly wouldn't offer you blueprints. Don't have them. Then how about some information on wild undead maps? Information about powerful wild undead. Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued. Wild maps, she understood what that meant. The demon monarch didn't immediately reply but frowned in recollection. She was adept at collecting information. But she hadn't paid much attention to this kind of information regarding wild maps in the past. After pondering for a while, her eyes lit up. There is one piece of information about a location in the undead desert, she said. There was once a period of civil unrest within an undead regime, where a king was buried beneath the sands. Oh, can you obtain blueprints? I'm not sure about that. But from that person's memory, that area often sees undead uprisings, and it's a place few dare to approach. Fang Hao became interested. He continued, is there a map? Do you know the location? I acquired the information from someone's memory. There's no actual map, but I know the area is called Yakulan Graveyard, a very famous place, the demon monarch answered. I see. I'll find out where it is and try my luck there, Fang Hao said, and then asked, will you still open your tavern tomorrow? Yes, we'll continue business as usual if you don't need us for anything. It's good to keep it running. Keep an eye out and collect information about various factions for me, like old god relics and wild maps, Fang Hao instructed. Sure, if I come across any special information, I'll compile it and hand it over to you, the demon monarch agreed. Then you're now the head of the information gathering squad. The demon monarch laughed, what head of the squad? Such a tacky name. It's just an expression. As the sky grew darker, Fang Hao didn't delay further and told everyone to go rest. The demon monarch walked out last, and when almost no one was left, she said in a seductive tone, would you like to try entering a dream? It can actually be quite soothing. Looking at the way she deliberately displayed her figure, Fang Hao waved his hand and said, maybe next time. Well then, Lord, rest well. I'll be going back now, she said and, with a swing of her hips and a flick of her tail, left the hall. This woman seemed like someone he could win over without needing to build up affection. After the succubus left, Fang Hao drank the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Lord's quest initiated. Quest name: Battle of the Blood Moon. Quest content: defeat the demon army. Quest description: a total lunar eclipse in 24 hours will cause a breach in the demon's cage, and the demon legion will gradually awaken. They will lead their army to plunder the territory. Demons do not accept any communication or surrender, only battle can secure ultimate victory. Victory condition: defeat the demon legion. Enemies will not disappear after the quest ends. Damn, a quest has begun. Fang Hao sat back down, listening carefully to the quest details. Defeat the demon army. Was this retribution coming to him? No wonder no factions were willing to accept the succubi. He didn't believe in superstitions, and now, directly, a demon-related quest had come. Glancing at the big gold clock, it was 2 minutes past midnight, which meant the demons would start their offensive tomorrow at midnight. Thinking it over, it didn't seem like a big deal. Past quests hadn't been very challenging, and now he had a demigod. The demigod was his wife, and surely he couldn't fail at this quest. If he were to fail, then no transmigrator would be able to survive. He'd discuss it with the heroes tomorrow during the day and make preparations in advance. Just when he thought there was nothing to worry about, the system prompt appeared again. Quest update: given the presence of special characters in your domain, the quest has been changed to Chaos Disaster, Senji Bali. Quest name: Chaos Disaster, Senji Bali. Quest content: defeat the main force of the demon army. Task description: 24 hours later, during the lunar eclipse, the demon hero, Chaos Disaster, Senji Bali, will lead an army to attack you. Victory condition: defeat the demon legion. Enemies will not disappear after the task ends. Damn it, the task changed again. Every time with these tasks, there's always a change thrown my way. Other people get to fight little monsters, but when it comes to me, it's straight to boss fights. I muttered my complaints internally but still carefully analyzed the task at hand. The excuse for this task change was that there was a special character in the territory. The only ones related to demons here were those succubi. There was no one else. The enemy is a demon hero called Chaos Disaster, Senji Bali, which sounds pretty formidable. Although I didn't really believe I'd capsize, better to be careful just in case. After thinking for a while, I opened the Book of Lords and turned to the regional channel. The demon task is here, damn it. There's no pattern to these tasks at all. One moment it's giants, the next it's demons. I've saved up quite a bit of military power recently, just waiting for a system task to skyrocket. What's the use of saving military power? I've bought more than 100 dwarf cannons, that's the real deal. Damn, I should also buy some cannons. This task didn't say that deaths in battle don't count. Right. Everyone started discussing strategies concerning the task again. It had been quite some time since the last task, and the transmigrators had somewhat recovered their military and financial strength. Now with the system task coming up, another round of massive equipment upgrades was in the works. Fang Hao's shop had once again adjusted its trading varieties. The focus was on exchanging various rare materials, such as bloodstones, soul crystals, essences, and traces, materials that couldn't be obtained from dismantling equipment. Iron blocks, fine iron, and white steel ingots were also on trade, but the requested quantities had been significantly adjusted. This task also happened to be an opportunity to save up a batch of rare materials. After checking the regional channel, I flipped to the world channel. It was all about the same stuff, and there were also 2 transmigrators from different countries cussing each other out on the world channel, with long, slender names that I couldn't make out where they were from. Inside the territory channel, it was quite lively. Every system task, it was possible to pre-order equipment and skeleton soldiers from various subordinate lords. Now it was bustling, with people discussing tactics and pre-ordering equipment. Fang Hao glanced at it and redistributed rifles and cannons to his direct subordinate lords. After dealing with the transmigrator side of things, Fang Hao said to the outside, "Call all the heroes in the city, tell them there's an urgent meeting." "Yes, my lord," Nisbet replied from outside the door and quickly departed. On the soft bed, the demon monarch, Yezebeth, lay on the bed, her round, perky buttocks covered only by a hand-sized piece of thin gauze. Two little succubi were gently massaging her back and thighs. "Lord of Succubus, are we going to live here from now on? Is there any danger?" "Yeah, now that we've come out, won't those guys come looking for trouble with us?" Yezebeth, enjoying the massage, replied nonchalantly, "There's a demigod here. No matter how powerful those guys are, they wouldn't dare to really attack a demigod's territory." "Oh," the little succubus exclaimed, then asked, "Lord of Succubus, did that Fang Hao do anything to you?" "Fang Hao. From now on, call him the Lord," Yezebeth glanced back and said, "just a little man pretending to be modest." They all remembered that Fang Hao even filled in Beata's name in the dream entering contract. When they just got back, it seemed they even saw Beata. She believed she was no worse than a little girl like Beata, even in some aspects, she understood men better. She just didn't believe the other party had no such ideas. Exactly, human men are all eager to see the Lord of Succubus, any man who is the Lord would definitely be moved. Another little succubus chimed in while massaging, "So, would the Lord of Succubus agree to accompany him? He does seem quite nice." Yezebeth didn't answer. She just closed her eyes, lost in thought. Knock knock. From downstairs came the sound of knocking. A little succubus ran down and then back up again. "Lord of Succubus, the Lord invites you over." "This." Yezebeth frowned slightly, then smoothed it out and pushed away the clothes brought to her. "Bring me that gauzy dress of mine. No need to wear the rest, it will be troublesome later." She draped the sheer gauze over herself, tying a pink ribbon and bell on her long tail. Putting on a coat, she then left the room. The Lord's mansion was still bright with lights. The heroes from the city were all in the hall, except for Angia, who had run off somewhere. The rest of the heroes were all there. Soon, the newly joined hero Yezebeth entered, wearing a gray-white coat with a hint of blush on her cheeks. As she stepped into the hall and saw everyone there, she paused, the flush faded from her face, replaced by a look of confusion, doubt, and surprise. "Yezebeth, take a seat. The meeting will be over quickly, and it won't take too long," Fang Hao said from his white bone throne. Yezebeth nodded, then cautiously took a seat on a chair to the side. Clang, clang. As she sat down, the sound of bells rang out. Yezebeth immediately tensed, straightened her back, and clenched the coat with her legs. Seeing everyone had arrived, Fang Hao asked, "Yezebeth, do you know Senji Bali?" "Chaos Disaster, Senji Bali." Upon hearing this, Yezebeth's expression suddenly changed. "How could you know about him?" Surprise and suspicion flickered in Yezebeth's eyes. Clearly, hearing this name made her entire being become alert. "I received information that this demon hero will launch an attack on the main city tomorrow night. I thought you might know something." Fang Hao said softly. Swoosh. All eyes in the room turned sharply toward the succubus. Joining just the day before and bringing such trouble to the territory did not make a good impression. Amidst the clanking sounds, Yezebeth stopped her motion of standing up. After a moment of thought, she explained, "Senji Bali is a very famous demon general, commanding an army of demons that is not small in number. Do you have any connection with him?" Yezebeth hesitated slightly, but still said, "When I led the succubi to escape, he was responsible for capturing us and bringing us back, or executing us directly." Fang Hao stared intently at her, observing every expression on her face. He could be sure that she was not lying. That is to say, the change in his own mission was indeed due to the addition of Succubus Yezebeth to the territory. This Senji Bali demon was here to capture a traitor. What's his strength? And what is your attitude towards this? Fang Hao continued to ask, his tone becoming serious. "When I left, he was at Dark Gold level 7, and demons progress quickly, so I am unsure of his exact level now. I have no particular attitude towards him, as long as he doesn't hand me over to him," Yezebeth said directly. Fang Hao nodded, already formulating some plans in his mind. The enemy being at Dark Gold level 7, even if demons progressed quickly, it was unlikely that he could have reached demigod level. Even if he had reached demigod level, there was nothing to worry about. The Dragon Queen still owed him 10 opportunities to act, and it wasn't possible for him to defeat both Rolana and the Dragon Queen at the same time. If he really had such strength, the demons would have conquered this world long ago. Instead of coming time after time and being repelled each time. After clearing his thoughts, he continued to speak to the heroes below. This is the situation, the enemy general is above Dark Gold level 7, and there's also a demon army. Everyone prepare tomorrow, strengthen our defenses, and get ready for the battle. Yes, my lord, everyone immediately responded with nods. Feeling there was nothing more to add, he said directly, all right, everyone go rest. It's really quite late. People stood up, discussing the impending demon attack, and left the hall together. Succubus Yezebeth did not move until everyone had left, then carefully stood up. Clang, clang. In the quiet hall, the ringing sounded even clearer. Even for a bold succubus like her, a flush of pink rose on her cheeks. Fang Hao looked at her curiously, not understanding what was going on. Seeing her hesitation to leave, he reassured her, you don't have to worry, we're not afraid of the Dragon Queen, let alone some demon general. Have a good rest tonight and be prepared to fight and deal with him tomorrow. Thank you, my lord. Good night. Yezebeth, her body tense, voiced her thanks carefully and began to walk out. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the chiming sounds, Yezebeth disappeared into the night. With everyone gone, Fang Hao also headed upstairs. It was the middle of the night, and Era and the rest must have gone to rest. After some thought, he still went to Rolana's door, knocked twice, and entered. The next day, early morning. The entire city became busy. All sorts of machinery were moved onto the city walls, and the scope of regular patrols was expanded. Should any similar camps or dens be discovered, they were to report back immediately. Inside the Lord's Manor, Fang Hao and Rolana sat in the Great Hall. The skull-carving mason, Gray, was seated in a position below them. My lord, Miss Rolana, the prototype for the statue has been completed, Gray said, holding a small clay model in his hands that anyone familiar would immediately recognize as very similar to Rolana. Especially with that unusually tall stature and that cold demeanor. Even without a face, it still felt like Rolana. The figure in clay wore a black figure-hugging dress, with a crown on its head, and its hands were crossed in front of its abdomen. It did indeed give off a Dark Queen vibe. Rolana, what do you think? It's acceptable, Rolana said after a glance. How about we add a magic wand to make it look more like a queen? Fang Hao suggested. A magic wand. That might not be a good idea, Rolana shook her head. Not just any statue could carry a magic wand. Just as in the giant temple, many giant statues held various weapons, but the central divinity sat on a throne, holding a magic wand. A magic wand symbolized authority to some extent, after all. Of course, Fang Hao didn't care about these. Looking at the clay figure, which gave the feeling of a handcrafted model, he thought adding a magic wand would make it look better. It doesn't matter, just add one. Gray listened to the side and then suggested, we can add an elaborate magic wand to the statue, which could add to the aesthetic appeal. Changing the phrasing, he managed to avoid many issues. That's fine, Rolana agreed with a nod. When can it be finished? Fang Hao asked. We have plenty of stone in the city, with overnight work it can be done by tonight, Gray immediately replied. Fang Hao nodded and continued, all right, after it's done, first place it in the main city temple, then hurry to make more. I will arrange for people to place them in temples in each city. After becoming a demigod, the way to increase his level had changed. Strength still required training and learning, but to break through demigod level, he now needed the power of faith. After the establishment of the sacred statues across the land, they could begin to absorb faith. When it accumulates to a certain extent, an upgrade in divinity signifies a boost in strength. Actually, it didn't matter much to Rolana. She was already immortal, so accumulating bit by bit, she would become a god one day for sure. Gray immediately agreed. Yes, my lord, after I return, I will arrange for work to begin at once. You have worked hard. After Gray left, Rolana picked up the new comics she had exchanged and started reading. She read fewer novels now, beginning to take a liking to comics. Amidst the bustling preparations before the battle, the total lunar eclipse commenced. A blood-red shadow now covered more than half of the moon, as if a layer of red gauze had been draped over the silvery disk. As the total lunar eclipse continued to enlarge, the moonlight retracted, and the night grew even denser. The entire city under the illumination of nightstone grew brighter. Whoosh! The sound of cleaving the air arose, and succubus Yezebeth, dressed in leather armor, descended from the sky. Her pale skin exuded charm. On her upper body was a brown leather armor, to her slender waist hung a longsword on one side, and a coiled whip on the other. She was clearly dressed for battle, yet she looked as if she was about to go to bed. Seriously, you're only wearing a piece of leather armor. Aren't you afraid it's dangerous? Fang Hao asked directly after a glance. Yezebeth, embracing her shoulders, replied, I'm not good at frontal battles, this piece of leather armor is enough for me. It seemed there was some logic to it. What about the other little succubi? Fang Hao continued to ask. Their combat power is average. I've sent them to the trade alliance's base to gather intelligence. Yezebeth said, leaning slightly forward, My lord, thank you for protecting us. Her soft body leaned closer, her flexible tail swaying gently. Succubi indeed are creatures that ooze seduction at every moment. You've joined my realm. Of course, I'll ensure your safety, Fang Hao said with a smile. In fact, it was apparent that succubus Yezebeth cared a lot about this matter. Having just joined the realm and bringing enemies to attack the city, even if she wasn't treated as a traitor, it still felt like she was a harbinger of bad luck. Thank you, Yezebeth said again in appreciation. By now, the sky had turned completely blood red. Above, the moon was left with a narrow crescent of silver. Whoosh! Another urgent sound of air being split came through. Harpy, Zuleika, flapping her wings, descended from the sky. My lord, to the north of the city, we've discovered 3 mysterious stone pillars. Mysterious stone pillars. The harpies within the realm were in charge of patrolling the security around the main city day in and day out, so they were more familiar with anything unusual than anyone else. Mentioning 3 mysterious stone pillars meant that they weren't there before, they had appeared suddenly. Fang Hao checked the time, only half an hour was left. It seemed the task was timed perfectly, revealing the spawn locations just before it was due to begin. Show me the direction, Fang Hao said. Due north. Fang Hao nodded, then released a Dion doll and rode the bone dragon towards the north. It was just over 10 minutes away, and he arrived at the location. There, amidst the sparse woods, was an area set apart by an abrupt patch of stonework. 3 oddly shaped stone pillars were positioned in a triangle on the stony ground. Approaching, he could see various symbols carved all over the pillars. He had some understanding of demons and could confirm that these symbols were very similar to those on the gates of the worlds. Needless to say, this was the work of demons. After confirmation, he lightly patted the bone dragon and started to return. Back at the city, Fang Hao relayed the situation to all the heroes. At the same time, they stuck torches all along the city wall and used God's presence to alert Pigmen village to the north to increase defenses tonight and to refrain from lighting any fires. To avoid drawing demons' attention. Time passed minute by minute. As the last silver sliver of the moon was enveloped by the blood color. A gloomy and sweltering sensation rose in the hearts of all living creatures. Woo woo. The 3 stone pillars in the woods suddenly burst into a rush of light. One after another, oddly shaped demons emerged from the curtain of light between the pillars, surveying their surroundings. Finally, their gaze settled on the brightly lit city in the distance. Armed with their weapons, the horde of demons began to approach toward the light. Atop the city walls, all eyes were on the wilderness beyond. Woo! The first sound to reach everyone's ears was a loud horn, mournful like the howl of a wild beast. As the distant woods seemed to boil, a multitude of demons started to move in this direction. Leading the charge were large, bee-like creatures with sharp, sword-like mouthparts, known as buzzing demons. A six-tier species of flying demon warriors. They filled the sky densely, their buzzing droning loud enough to fill the night air. Sound the drums. Boom boom boom. The undead war drums were beaten, casting a grayish-white halo over all types of soldiers. Accompanied by the creaking sounds of mechanical rotation. The muzzles began to adjust direction, and all marksmen entered aiming mode. In the distance, more and more demon troops rushed out of the forest and appeared in everyone's vision. A giant claw demon, with the head of a beast and the body of a man, its massive pincers for arms, and two short arms beneath its ribs. A crazy war demon, covered in scales, resembling a giant toad. A giant demon bull, that looked similar to Tauren, with a fierce appearance and body covered in fur. They came in droves, screeching and howling, charging quickly toward this side. These troops had been seen before, but their ugly and fierce appearance was still unsettling. Waiting for the enemy to enter range, Fang Hao immediately gave the order. Artillery, fire! Boom boom boom. Amidst the booming sounds, thick and pungent gunsmoke shrouded the battlements. Bang bang. Bang. In the next second, a barrage of cannonballs exploded amidst the charging demons. Clusters of demons were torn apart in the explosions, with blood and limbs flying through the air. Succubus Yezebeth's eyes widened as she watched the scene unfolding before her. Perhaps she had been hiding for too long and hadn't seen such a sight in ages. For a moment, her heart was filled with indescribable astonishment. Boom boom boom. The cannonade continued, with limbs and blood showering down from the sky. Under the already blood-red night, the scene became even more bloody and terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, an irritating buzzing noise arose in the gloomy sky. A swarm of buzzing demons took advantage of the darkness, swooping down and charging towards the city walls. Marksmen, shoot! A mass of skeleton marksmen behind pulled their triggers. Pop pop pop. Orange bullets formed a dense net, spreading across the sky. Clusters of buzzing demons, like bursting flesh balls, splattered their juices, spraying all over the outside of the city walls. The sticky fluid trickled down the surface of the walls. Boom boom. Bang bang. Gunfire and cannonades persisted. Gunsmoke enveloped the skies like dark clouds, and the ground trembled incessantly under the bombardment of shells. The advancing demons died in droves. Their momentum remained ferocious, yet none could get within 100 meters of the city walls. This city, like a functioning meat grinder, pulverized any approaching demon to bits. Yezebeth gaped at the battlefield below in utter disbelief. The demons, symbols of fear and disaster, were slaughtered like dogs and chickens. And yet, not a single hero had been deployed. Since when had the terrifying demon legion become so fragile? She suddenly realized she had underestimated this man. Even without the demigod, his strength was terrifying. Endless waves of demons joined the battlefield. But not one made it close to the city walls. The closest attempt brought a few demons within 100 meters. Before they could wield their weapons, they were riddled with bullets like a hornet's nest. They fell at the base of the walls, their bodies rapidly decomposing into a dark red sludge. Woo! The horns of the demons sounded again. The frenzied demons suddenly stopped their assault. Turning in unison, they retreated toward the rear. Just as everyone worried the demons might attack elsewhere. The retreating demons halted their steps, standing far beyond shooting range, waiting for something. The demons in front then cleared a path for an army formation of large figures in heavy armor to slowly approach. It was Senji Bali's troops, the Chaos Legion. Those are Senji Bali's troops, the Chaos Legion, Yezebeth approached and introduced. This Chaos Legion looked rather imposing. Completely encased in iron armor, they resembled iron cans. What rank are these troops? Fang Hao inquired. Rank 9, Yezebeth continued, pointing towards a few more armies that followed. That's quirky spirits, from rank 8, and there are filthy guardians, also of rank 8. Quirky spirits were a kind of massive, deformed troop. With bodies as tall as trolls, arms hanging down to their knees, their heads were closed flesh lumps, splitting open at the top like flowerpot mouths. From atop the city walls, one could see writhing tentacles inside. Just the sight of them was enough to make one feel uneasy. The filthy guardians, wielding huge axes, had necklaces of assorted limbs strung together. Their large bodies were draped in bulky armor. Unlike the ragtag troops that had just charged, these few armies stood in neat formations. They were clearly trained. Their presence alone was of a completely different caliber. Wave after wave of enemies emerged, gradually filling the distant forest, numbering at least tens of thousands. With such a count, and all high-rank troops at that, even a transmigrator, let alone now bypassing to attack the Federation of 100 cities, could march straight to the gates of Silver Wing City. At that time, Doherty would panic, scrambling for reinforcements everywhere. Are all demon troops this disgusting? Fang Hao could accept the undead, even rotten corpses. But the demon troops, pieced together from various creatures, looked downright distressing. What do you mean? Yezebeth frowned. Oh, I'm not talking about succubi, I mean that quirky spirit, just looking at it makes my skin crawl. For the living creatures of this plane, often such troops can achieve better results, Yezebeth explained. The scarier and more horrifying the demons, the more they could instill fear in their enemies. Hearing the word demon fleeing the city wasn't uncommon. Where is that Senji Bali, anyway? Why don't I see him? Fang Hao continued to ask. One should at least know where the enemy is. Yezebeth pointed towards the rear of the Chaos Legion, saying, do you see that palanquin over there? The ones carrying it should be Senji Bali. Fang Hao controlled the demon doll and took out a monocular telescope to look in that direction. The night hindered his vision, but in the distance, he could vaguely see several tall demons carrying a wooden palanquin. A figure sat atop, wrapped in gray metal armor, leaning back in the chair. My lord, someone is coming, Demetria whispered softly. From the demon encampment, something resembling a centaur but with 6 legs rushed out. It approached the city quickly and shouted loudly, if you hand over, Yezebeth, we can spare this city. On the city walls, everyone again turned their gazes towards Yezebeth. Yezebeth put on a stiff smile and said, demons are the greatest deceivers, don't believe them. Of course, Fang Hao didn't believe them, not to mention the mission mentioned, demons do not accept any communication or surrender. He didn't think he would lose. Even if he might lose, he wouldn't make the foolish move of handing over a teammate. Ask who their leader is. Bound spirit guardians yelled down, who is your leader? The demon envoy looked back and then shouted loudly, it's Lord Senji Bali. What is his strength? The demon hesitated and did not answer, instead shouting, if you are unwilling to hand over, Yezebeth, our troops will. Seeing they couldn't discern any useful information about the enemy's strength, Fang Hao directly said, kill him. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted, and the demon below the city walls burst into a dense spray of blood, crashing to the ground with a thump. Woo! Killing the messenger obviously enraged the demons in the distance. The attack horn sounded again, and all the demon forces began their assault. Scattered cannon fodder began spreading to both sides, apparently planning to start their attack from other sides. The demon army charged, and the earth started to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Cannon fire resounded again, continuously bombarding the enemy's camp, and blood and limbs once again flew everywhere. And a few neatly arranged legions also launched their attack under the barrage. The strange dwelling spirits with heads of tentacles stretched outward, spewing a vast swath of black fog, clouding the vision. The Chaos Legion and filthy guardians continued their attack. Their advance was fierce, indeed, more effective than the demons' mixed forces. Their advance was remarkably fast, and they soon came within the range of the rifles. Bang bang bang. A barrage of bullets began firing downward, striking the metal frames with a clap. Have Beata and her group take out the bone dragons and clear out all the enemies, Fang Hao directly ordered, not wanting to delay any longer. Yes. Roar. A mighty dragon's roar sounded. Beata led several huge dragons flying out from within the city. At the same time, groups of bone dragons flew out from various troop hiding caves, joining up with a few dragon clan heroes. They began attacking the demons below. The demon army, which was still roaring in their attack, was stunned by the sight before them. So many bone dragons. Roar. Beata, leading the swarm of bone dragons, dove down, and close to the ground, she spewed streams of dragon breath. Lines of dragon breath beams swept across the demons. The clawing and gnashing demons vanished, leaving only scorched earth behind. After several rounds of clearing, the once numerous demon army had already lost the majority of its forces. The surviving demons displayed movements of fear and hesitation. Some were hesitant to advance. Ow! Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. A tall, armored figure slowly walked to the front. He thrust his double-bladed battle axe into the ground with force, and immediately, a crimson flame ignited around his body. Then, raising his arm, he led the remaining army and directly launched an attack. Chaos Disaster. Senji Bali, Dark Gold 9th Order Hero. As the fiery man approached, Fang Hao also saw his attributes. Just one step away from a demigod, indeed a powerful hero. Not to mention transmigrators, even some major forces would not willingly provoke such a powerful hero for the sake of a succubus. For a transmigrator, a Dark Gold 9th Order is basically an obliterate anyone level. Senji Bali led his army directly to the base of the city gates. He was expected to chop down the city gate. But instead, he stood his battle axe upright on the ground and pressed his body against the city gate. What kind of obsession is this? Under Fang Hao's puzzled gaze, the spot on the gate where Senji Bali pressed began to turn red hot. The wood started to burn, and the iron sheets gradually melted into liquid iron, continuously dripping down. Soon, the solid and even city gate had a few centimeters deep pit burn through it. Yezabeth looked over anxiously. Fang Hao nodded. Alorig. The black-armored big sister stepped forward. My lord, your command. Fang Hao pointed to the location of the demon hero below and said, there's a Dark Gold 9th Order hero down there. You four sisters go and kill him together. Quick battle, quick decision. Yes, my lord. The four sisters transformed into giants and jumped down from the city wall. Their giant hammers slammed down through the air. Clang. Senji Bali's body instantly sank, being smashed directly to the ground. The other sisters didn't waste time either. A round of relentless combat began. Having handed the enemy over to the four black-armored sisters, Fang Hao then shifted his focus back to the battlefield. The demon's main force had already suffered heavy losses under the intense bombardment and the bone dragon's dragon breath. But there were still many varieties of demon soldiers. Fearing that these demons might cause trouble if they ran around chaotically, he commanded the demon dolls hidden in the troop hiding cave to lead a skeleton army out of the cave. Forming a circle, they trapped the demon army in the middle. The skeleton army held their shields across their chests, slowly tightening the circle. Thunderbolt strike. Ready. Whoosh. All the skeletons steadied their steps, converging into spears flashing with bolts of thunderbolt. The demons were a bit stunned. It seemed the roles between hunter and prey had swapped. Fire. Whoosh. Crackling. A large number of demons began to twitch, and the skeleton army charged forward. Soon, the undead army had overwhelmed their enemies. The situation with the four black-armored sisters also showed no complications. Even though Senji Bali was of a higher rank than the sisters, 4 against 1 left no chance for a turnaround. Besides, there was a demigod waiting on the city wall. Should anything unusual occur, it would not just be a matter of facing a dark gold anymore. During a fierce battle, the combat gradually came to an end. The city gate was opened again, and the skeleton soldiers began cleaning up the battlefield. Not to mention anything else, the damaged equipment could be broken down into quite a few resources. My lord, the enemy's reward has been slain. This is the equipment they dropped. Alorig teleported onto the city wall and handed over a double-bladed battle axe and a small dagger with a beast's head. Fierce tusk battle axe orange, 3-head dagger crimson. Crimson. Divine artifact. Divine artifacts weren't ratings given by the system, but a definition he came up with in his own mind. The first piece of crimson equipment was the divine right candle, obtained in the giant city. The system categorized it as a divine statue treasure. Related to the gods, he automatically attached a divine artifact label to it in his mind. This time it was a divine artifact dagger. Was it some kind of treasure capable of slaying gods? He didn't expect that a simple little task could reward him so handsomely. Fang Hao first set aside the heavy battle axe and carefully examined the dagger. This dagger had a somewhat unique appearance. The blade of the sword was a black, transparent crystal stone, somewhat resembling obsidian material, and the edge was uneven, as if a rock had been sharpened. The hilt was made of gold, wrapped in a layer of black leather, and at the end of the hilt were 3 golden dog heads. 3-headed skull dagger, crimson. Category: divine relic. Damage: level 3 damage. Effect: transcending worlds and space to track targets. Description: once the most powerful guardian in the abyss, it can help you find targets in any spatial location. Fang Hao, with a face full of anticipation, fell silent. A dagger with a crimson rating was only 3rd level damage. 3rd level damage corresponded to a weapon of blue quality. This was indeed a dagger carved from stone, or else it couldn't be so poor. He took a deep breath and stopped focusing on the issue of damage. He continued to look at the effects provided by the dagger. In the effects, it mentioned, transcending worlds and space to track targets. A tracker. This must be how the enemy was able to lock onto Succubus Yezebeth's location. Just appearing from his own territory, he was locked onto by the enemy. This function was indeed somewhat powerful. Could he use this dagger to find the blueprints he needed? The barracks creation scroll still lacked a suitable barracks. But how should he use this thing? Thinking thus, he rubbed the 3 dog heads at the end with his fingers. Pitui. Stop touching around. Don't touch anymore. Damn it, stop touching. Your bones are too uncomfortable. Your bones are too hard. The 3 golden dog heads suddenly started to move, shaking their heads and shouting loudly. Holy shit. The sudden speech of the dog heads on the dagger also startled Fang Hao. He almost threw the dagger he was holding in his hand. Don't throw it. Don't throw it. It'll be over if it breaks, said the left head. The damn Senji Bali, actually lost to a bunch of skeletons, cursed the middle head. The 3 heads each had their own thing to say, and it was a mess. After the initial shock, Fang Hao also calmed down. This body on the city wall was a Diome doll. There was nothing to fear from danger. Looking down at the dagger in his hand, he asked curiously, how can you talk? Go to hell, do mouths talk for any reason? The middle head cursed as it opened its mouth. Fang Hao was startled. This disposition was quite volatile. Moreover, the weapon had intelligence. Obviously, this dog head spoke with independent thought. If you speak nicely, maybe we can have a chat. Chat with your mo. The middle dog head cursed again. Oh Christ. Fang Hao stretched out his hand to pull out an iron sword from the belt of a skeleton soldier beside him, and directly pointed the tip at the neck of the middle head, pretending to pry the head off. Come on, kill me. If I so much as frown, consider me your son, the middle dog head continued to curse. The other 2 didn't speak, but their eyes widened with expectation. These 3 dogs didn't seem to get along. Fang Hao thought about it, tossed the iron sword aside, and picked up a piece of cloth drenched with buzzing demon juice from the ground. Wrapped tightly in the cloth amidst the middle head's frightened expression, there was silence. Once it was quiet, Fang Hao continued to ask, what are your names? Think carefully before you speak, or else I'll soak you in a dung pot for a few years. We are called 3 Skull Hound, said the head on the left. Okay. How did you end up with that? Sen whatever Bali, guy. Fang Hao continued to ask. Our mission was to help Senji Bali find traces of the succubus, said the head on the left. As he had suspected, the dagger could locate a target's trace. Using the Diome doll, one couldn't discern truth from falsehood, but there was no need for the dog heads to lie about these 2 trivial questions. So, without you guys, it would be difficult for demons to find the succubus, again, huh? Fang Hao continued to ask. Not necessarily. There are many methods for tracking, but without us, it would be hard to find, said the head on the left. Fang Hao asked a few more questions in succession. He learned a bit more about Senji Bali, and the three-headed skull dagger. Senji Bali was, needless to say, a leader within the Demon Legion, mainly responsible for managing the army and invading some planes. The trio of dogs was somewhat special. They had no memory of their past lives, but other demons had mentioned they once had bodies before being made into a dagger. The demons' ability to concoct such creatures was, indeed, a special talent. During the conversation, the personalities of the three heads were indeed different. The head on the left could communicate normally, the middle head's personality was volatile, and the head on the right, besides speaking at the beginning, had its eyes closed the whole time. Three heads, three different thoughts. Just when Fang Hao was about to ask further, the head on the right suddenly opened its eyes and began to sniff continuously. Succubus Yezebeth, it's the scent of Succubus Yezebeth, so fragrant. The head on the right suddenly spoke. Then, he saw Succubus Yezebeth clad in leather armor, flying over from a distance. Upon reaching Fang Hao's side, she saw the tightly clenched dagger in his hand. Her eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Succubus Yezebeth, I've missed you so much. You're still so beautiful, so fragrant, the head on the right said excitedly. Shut up. Don't embarrass us, scolded the head on the left. Unheedingly, the right head continued, Succubus Yezebeth, you appear in my dreams every night. For you, I am willing to give up everything. Shut up. Oh damn it. That one must be a lovelorn hound. Fang Hao tossed the dagger into a box and closed the lid, then asked, Yezebeth, is there something you need? Oh, my lord, the filth left behind from the remains of demons can easily foster the growth of poisonous fungi, so it needs to be cleaned up, Yezebeth stated directly. When demons die, they decompose into a pool of blood and mud. Spread on the ground, they look like a layer of fungal carpet. Right, let the skeleton soldiers take care of the cleanup, then burn it all with fire. Understood, my lord, Yezebeth turned and left, not bringing up the matter of the dagger at all. Fang Hao didn't continue to pay attention to the dagger, instead, he glanced at another weapon, a double-bladed battle axe. Fierce Tusk Battle Axe Orange. Category: Double-bladed battle axe. Damage: Level 5 damage. Effects: Strength plus 50%, Speed plus 20%. Description: A roughly forged and fierce-looking battle axe that has aided its owners in establishing formidable military achievements. That was the double-bladed battle axe dropped by a demon hero. The orange attributes and effects, increasing strength and speed, were very practical. There weren't many heroes within his territory who could wield such a battle axe. The dark gold hero, Ancient Blood Servant, did use long-hafted, double-bladed battle axes, but he was in the form of a giant, and this weapon was just a slightly oversized battle axe for a regular person. Not suitable for giants at all. The second potential user was the purple hero, Bronze Bull. Speaking of which, Bronze Bull had also been an early hero to follow him, shuffled around to handle matters in Orc City. He could, in fact, reward the battle axe to Bronze Bull as an incentive for the veteran hero. Just so, he could also raise Bronze Bull's loyalty a notch higher. Time ticked by. The sky had already brightened, and the blood eclipse had passed just like that. The original inhabitants living in the city might have been unaware of what happened last night. The battlefield was quickly prepared. A large amount of demon materials appeared among the harvest. Hard Hoof, Demon's Tooth, Demon's Essence, Filthy Tentacle, Forgotten Soul. Various kinds of materials were collected. Apart from the Forgotten Soul, these demonic materials really weren't of much use. It was almost the same as not having them at all. As for the collected demonic equipment, it was brought directly to the open space next to the dismantling furnace. All to be dismantled. After a busy flurry of activity. It was 8 in the morning. A system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully completing the Blood Moon disaster task. Reward issued. Influence in all factions plus 1000, 1 dark gold treasure, 1 orange treasure, an invitation to the demon faction plus 1, demon stone plus 500, warfire coin plus 2000. The rewards looked pretty good. 2 treasures were awarded, 1 dark gold and 1 orange. That's how system tasks were. As the difficulty increased, so did the rewards. It felt like seeking fortune amidst danger. Fang Hao immediately checked the first one. Crimson Moon Visage, Dark Gold. Category: Mask. Effect: all attributes plus 30%, mental resistance plus 35%, Blood Moon. Blood Moon causes the wearer's region to enter a lunar eclipse state, where the wearer's magic recovery is increased by plus 80%. Description: when the crimson moon shrouds the land, disaster is born. What a find, a dark gold mask. Fang Hao examined it in his hands. The mask itself had no distinctive features, palm-sized with no nose or mouth, just a crimson circle at the brow representing a moon. This piece of equipment was quite remarkable. The effect of all attributes increased by 30%, and mental resistance by 35% was already very strong. An increase in all attributes was not limited to one single attribute, it enhanced each and every one. Mental resistance was also great, capable of reducing the impact of negative mental states. Additionally, it had a blood moon effect attached. It could turn day into night at any time, entering a lunar eclipse state where magic recovery is boosted by a whopping 80%. This made Fang Hao think of who would be best suited for the mask. Rolana, not to mention her demigod attributes and priority in resource allocation. Within her own abilities, she had the skill called Moonwalker. Simply put, Rolana becomes fiercer under moonlight. Wearing the mask and gaining plus 80% magic recovery during a lunar eclipse, combined with Moonwalker's plus 50% recovery. What difference would that make from not consuming any magic power at all? Magic power pouring out continuously. It was perfect for Rolana. He set the mask aside for now and Fang Hao continued to examine the second treasure. A ring. Eye Demon Ring Orange. Category: Ring. Effect: mental skills plus 35%, summons Eye Demon. Summons Eye Demon summons a small eye demon to assist in battle, possessing 50% of the summoner's attributes, capable of using stun, fear, and other mental skills. Description: the eye demon seeks its master to follow. The ring enhanced mental skills by a substantial amount, 35%. And it also came with a summoning ability, to summon an eye demon. Although Fang Hao wasn't sure exactly what it was, things with demon in their names were usually related to demons. And those related to demons generally weren't very pleasant looking. Of course, succubi were the exception. Fang Hao thought briefly. The heroes with mental skills were two. Domina, with her spider's eye skill, classified as a mental skill. The other was the new addition, Succubus Yezebeth. It seemed more fitting for Yezebeth, and he could give it to her, effectively boosting her loyalty as well. The last item. Demon Faction Invitation. Description: a Grand Demon Duke invites you to join the Demon Faction. Holy shit. Camp invitation. How did the demons know he was without a camp? On the surface, his legions of skeleton soldiers still seemed to be part of the Undead faction. But no, this was a system reward, not necessarily an invitation from demons, just a reward from the system. Anything could appear randomly. Thinking about it, it had been a while since he lost his faction. The use of the wriggling spine was decreasing, so it was indeed time to consider a new camp. However, he had no intention whatsoever of joining the demon faction, not to mention the unique appearance of the demon soldiers. He didn't even have a building for a demon camp. Joining would make his situation even more awkward. He decided to keep the invitation for now. If it really was of no use, he could sell it on the channel. He set the invitation aside. Next were the demon stones and warfire coins. Demon stones were recruitment materials for the demon faction, nothing much to look at. Rolana, take this mask and see if you can wear it with your armor, offered Fang Hao, handing her the mask. Rolana lay across the chair, her long legs sheathed in black stockings, resting on the armrest, while she swayed gently, absorbed in a comic book. Neither Rolana nor Angia had joined the battle outside. It wasn't Rolana's turn to make a move, and Angia couldn't be of much help. They simply stayed behind to protect Fang Hao. What is it? Asked Rolana. A dark gold mask from a recent reward. It suits you, Fang Hao explained. The heroes were all aware of the transmigrator's situation. Rolana took it, turned it over in her hands, then placed it on her face. The mask instantly conformed to her features, subtly refining her face, its lines more delicate. It imbued the beauty with an added air of mystery. It looks good, like a masked femme fatale, Fang Hao said as he reached out to touch her mask-covered cheek. It felt no different from touching the mask itself. You're the femme fatale. Rolana slapped away his hand. Let me try it, Angia said eagerly. Fang Hao immediately stopped her, turning to Rolana. Try it on with your dragon scale armor, see if it works simultaneously. Rolana nodded, producing the armor from her space ring and quickly donning it. With a thought, the armor expanded rapidly, enveloping her body. However, as it covered her head, the face remained open, forming a helmet with a clear view of her masked face. It works at the same time, Rolana confirmed. Good, that's the best case, Fang Hao nodded, pleased. Come on, let me try it, Angia urged. The mask wasn't bound to anyone, it was just an ordinary piece of equipment. Rolana passed it to Angia to try on. After lunch, the city slowly returned to normal. Craftsmen went back to their posts, and maids resumed their training at the Hall of Martial Maiden, led by Aira. Most maids had already reached about the 8th rank. With the boost of the Hall of Martial Maiden, they would soon become heroes. Dream Eater Demon. Yezebeth's loyalty has increased by 30 points. Current loyalty. 92. Thank you, my lord, for protecting our safety, Yezebeth bowed in sincere gratitude. The loose neckline revealed a glimpse of her soft, snowy skin. This woman. All right, have a seat. Protecting you is the duty of my territory. From now on, live peacefully in the city, without fearing demons capturing you. Fang Hao waved her off, indicating there was no need for such formality. A 30-point increase in loyalty in one go clearly showed her genuine gratitude. Yes, my lord, Yezebeth glanced at him before carefully sitting down, her skirt fanning out to reveal 2 pale thighs. Fang Hao averted his gaze, asking, Yezebeth, now that this, something or other Ba, is dead, will anyone else come after you? Yezebeth frowned slightly and replied, I don't think so anymore. It was always him trying to capture me. But Fang Hao had his doubts. Was this demon hero truly after Yezebeth, just because she had fled? The day he brought her into his territory, the demons locked on their target, and the very next day, they came attacking, even wielding a 3-headed dagger, a crimson-ranked item. You'd think he had desecrated someone's ancestral grave to go to such lengths to capture her. It felt like there was something more to it. But clearly, Yezebeth had no intention of elaborating, and Fang Hao didn't press the issue. Fang Hao nodded and continued, that 3-headed dog dagger, how did it track you? After some thought, Yezebeth said, I've never used it myself, but I know it can record 1 cent to track their location, then teleport demon forces there. Fang Hao nodded. The 3-headed dagger had been taken by Angia to her room to investigate with Rolana. A talking dagger was far more interesting than a demon. Oh yes, here, I hope this will be of help to you, said Fang Hao, presenting the recently obtained Eye Demon ring. The Eye Demon ring wasn't particularly attractive. It bore a gemstone resembling an eyeball on the band. Frankly, it was somewhat unsettling to look at. Yezebeth's eyes, however, lit up at the sight, an Eye Demon ring for me. Sure, as long as you like it. She seemed to really enjoy it. Dream Eater Demon. Yezebeth's loyalty has increased by 3 points. Current loyalty. 95. Her loyalty increased again. The newly joined Orange Hero rocketed to 95 points of loyalty within 2 days. Thank you, my lord. Yezebeth's cheeks tinged with a blush, her eyes averting somewhat shyly before she hesitated. My lord, would you like me to stay tonight? I can serve you in dreams. It feels just like reality. What does she mean by feeling just like reality? No need. Go back and rest, and lately pay attention to gathering intelligence on the various forces, and notify me promptly of any discoveries, Fang Hao said. Yezebeth pouted, feeling a hit to her confidence. But she still nodded and said, yes, my lord. After speaking, she got up and walked out of the Lord's residence. After sending off Yezebeth, Fang Hao then opened the Book of Lords, taking a glance at the situation of the others. As soon as he opened the channel, a vast array of information appeared. These demons sure are disgusting to look at. Thankfully, we have nearby city guards. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to beat these demons. Selling demon materials here, come with a price if you want some. Ikata, buzzing demon, anyone interested in a flying mount? Even after the mission ended, the spawned enemies didn't just vanish. Thus, many cities were still engaged in battle. Nearby cities, upon discovering the traces of demons, also began to send troops to eliminate them. This was a boon for transmigrators, as it could reduce casualties. But using a demon as a mount was something he hadn't expected. That thing could be ridden. Unbelievable. In the territory channel, there were no special occurrences. Since Fang Hao had provided rifles and cannons, the overall combat power was much stronger than that of ordinary transmigrators. So, the battle had basically already ended. For those that hadn't finished, people nearby would provide reinforcement, and the problems weren't considered significant. Slightly problematic was the situation with Li Rong. During the battle with the demons, Silver Wing City's patrol team joined the fight. The city guard, who helped clear out the demon soldiers, had also become aware of the rifles and cannons. It might not be long before this information reached the Federal Conference. Fang Hao didn't think too much about it and told her directly not to worry. If Silver Wing City inquired, just say they were purchased from him. Now that the entire world knew he had fought evenly matched against the Dragon Queen, there wasn't much to hide, including the matter of the undead. He feared no enemy in this region, not even the Dragon Queen. Li Rong simply replied with an, okay. The two then ended their chat. At dusk, the sky was like a pale red curtain. Fang Hao, with Demetria in tow, passed through the teleportation array and traveled to the eastern, Kenrava city, within Orc City. It was the city previously ruled by the Slave King. After Fang Hao's occupation, it came under the management of Bronze Bull, Taylok. The two emerged from the array into an empty hall. After notifying the Tauren guards, Bronze Bull, followed by a few orcs, quickly entered. Their golden skin was somewhat dazzling in the slanting sun. Lord, Commander Demetria. Bronze Bull began with a bow, with a cohort of orcs behind him also following suit. Fang Hao nodded and casually asked, how is the city doing? Is everything progressing smoothly? The city has already returned to normal, and in accordance with your wishes, all facilities imprisoning slaves have been abolished, and housing has been provided for slaves willing to stay, Bronze Bull earnestly replied. Bronze Bull held significant prestige among the orcs, which made it easy for him to manage matters related to the orcs. There had never been any problems. Good work. The territory has acquired some fine equipment. There's something suitable for you, see how it feels. Fang Hao took out an orange battle axe and handed it to Bronze Bull directly. Bronze Bull instinctively received it and, as he held it in his hands, his bull's eyes gradually widened in astonishment. Give it a try. Whoosh. Bronze Bull raised and swung the axe, eliciting a series of whooshing sounds. Crack crack. As he swung the battle axe in the air, the surrounding tables and chairs neatly split apart. Everyone's eyes widened. This must be a battle axe of the orange level. Just swinging it in the air had chopped things up like this. Lord, it's very comfortable to use, Bronze Bull said, holding the axe in one hand and bowing. Loyalty of Bronze Bull, Taylok towards you increased by 5 points. Current loyalty is 95. Loyalty increased to 95. Actually, 95 points wasn't low among heroes, just not as high as Rolana and the others. After all, sleeping together daily made a difference, and it couldn't be compared with heroes stationed in distant cities. If it's comfortable, then it's yours from now on. Thank you, my lord. Let's go. I'll build a teleportation array in the city. If there's ever an issue, you can directly reach the main city through the array, Fang Hao said as he stood up and walked out with the others. Bronze Bull followed curiously inquired, my lord, is it the kind of teleportation array used by the Trade Alliance? Yes. I've never seen one before. Bronze Bull's previous city, Manum Market, was essentially a local village. He had only heard of the Trade Alliance teleportation array. From now on, you can use it whenever you want, Fang Hao said with a smile. Elsewhere. In Lis City, within a dim underground chamber. The small space was filled with people. There were raggedly dressed beggars, men with shifty eyes constantly glancing at others' waists, and merchants constantly trying to strike up a conversation. Creak. At that moment, a side door opened. A middle-aged man dressed in an elegant suit walked out. He addressed the crowd. The great divine emissary is already on the way. We shall head east of Prul City to meet with the divine emissary. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The second day. The main city resumed its operations. All the craftsmen were assigned work, and the undead skeletons continued their vigorous construction, building the unfinished amusement park. It looked quite unchanged from before the Dragon Clan's attack. In the morning, Fang Hao visited the fairies' dreamy forest. Accompanied by the fairy leader, Shinisara, he toured the newly cultivated fields. As far as the eye could see, there were farmlands. Dancing flower fairies, tending woodland attendants. And fairies were irrigating the fields with the water-converging beads, previously entrusted to them. They seemed busily bustling about. Fang Hao and Shinisara stood by and chatted about the situation of the fields. Then, he took out the blessing scroll that he had been rewarded with earlier and used it directly. The scroll transformed into a ray of light soaring into the sky, turning into specks of golden light that scattered over the confines of the territory. The weather blessing buff for the next 3 years also officially took effect. As long as war did not break out, the territory would only get better and better. After everything was settled, he established a teleportation array for the dreamy forest before returning to his territory. In the afternoon, Fang Hao received news from the Chillwind Mountain Range and the Bloodstained Mountain Range. Several previously abandoned mines were cleared out again, and they wanted Fang Hao to arrange for more skeleton miners to remine these mines. If it had been in the past, Fang Hao would have agreed and directly sent the skeleton miners down. But now it was different. The wriggling spines were dwindling with each use. Before finding a new faction or a solution, the remaining recruitment materials really couldn't be wasted so recklessly. Moreover, with the addition of the disassembling furnace, the mining of ore could also be appropriately reduced. Night fell. The maids left to train, leaving the Lord's mansion empty. Fang Hao pondered over the issue of factions while heading to the backyard and entering the hot spring. Today, the backyard was exceptionally quiet. Even the parrot red general wasn't in the backyard, and it was unknown where she had gone to play. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he went over all the factions he knew from the beginning. The ones that suited him were really just the undead. The other factions, troops combined with the hundredfold amplification, were just a chicken rib. Damn it, God of Undead, you ass, why'd you kick me out? After thinking for a while, he opened the Book of Lords and added Cleolando as a friend. Cleolando, an attached female transmigrator to the undead, had been helped by Fang Hao once at the Firehammer shop of the Trade Alliance, which was a passing encounter. Adding her wasn't because her name was easy to find, but because she was ranked on the leaderboard and quite a celebrity. Soon, the other party agreed to the friend request. Hello, Mr. Fang Hao, Cleolando sent a message. Hello, Cleolando, we have met once at the headquarters of the Trade Alliance, Fang Hao replied. I know, you were called Fule at the time. Well, this woman was quite smart. Yes, I'd like to consult you about something, Fang Hao, leaning back at the edge of the pool, continued to type. Please tell me, is there any requirement to join the Desert Undead? Fang Hao asked directly. The other side was silent for a while before sending a message. It's actually quite difficult to join the Desert Undead. Apart from the strict review, one must also undergo the baptism of the God of Undead. Overall, it's not easy. Fang Hao frowned as he read this. The review process for Undead, that was manageable. He could sponsor some Warfire coins to the desert side, pull some strings, and so on. But undergoing baptism. Baptism was a kind of religious ritual, joining a faction under the witness of a god. That must be what it meant. He himself had been kicked out by the god of Undead, meeting again probably wouldn't bring about anything good. In fact, if the god of Undead found out who he was, it might even lead to something unfavorable for him. Before Fang Hao could reply, the other side sent another message, Mr. Fang Hao, do you want to join the Undead faction? Yes, is there a chance? Fang Hao still asked tentatively. It's a bit difficult. The desert Undead are not very welcoming to transmigrators. I had a chance encounter that allowed me to join, but you could try. With your abilities, you might have a chance. Cleolando continued. I was just asking. My current faction is quite good. Everyone on the World Channel says you're undead. Seems like they all got it wrong. They didn't get it wrong. It's that he got kicked out. After chatting for a while, the possibility of returning to the Undead faction through the Desert Undead didn't look good. He had to consider other methods. He also didn't bring up the idea of exchanging, wriggling spine, with Cleolando. This woman was smart. If he mentioned it, she might deduce something from it. Even if there were no issues, recruitment materials were very important to every transmigrator and wouldn't be easily exchanged. Besides, relying on exchanging recruitment materials was not a long-term solution. You have to solve the problem fundamentally. At this point, Fang Hao also remembered Yakolan Tomb site, mentioned by Yezebeth. An undead outdoor map. Once again, he sent a message, do you know about the Yakolan Tomb site? Ah, you also want to explore this site? Cleolando immediately answered. It seemed that the other party was aware of this location. Yep, I just stumbled upon some information. Do you know the place? Fang Hao asked. I do. I was also considering whether or not to explore that map. If you're coming over, we could team up, Cleolando replied cheerfully. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then said, it's just an idea for now, but if I decide to explore, we can team up and check it out together. Sure thing. If you come, I can be your guide. It's easy to get lost in the desert. Alright, we'll talk more if there's a chance. Sure. The two ended their chat. Fang Hao put away the Book of Lords. Teaming up with the other party to explore the Yakolan Tomb didn't pose any problem. And with the desert environment being quite different from the outside, having a local would save a lot of hassle. But the issue of military strength, that was indeed problematic. The human wave strategy was unsuitable under the current circumstances. If he kept up with this attrition, he'd soon become what you call a commander without a battalion. And that would be dangerous if an enemy approached. Creak. Lost in thought, the door opened, and Domina walked in slowly, her body wrapped in black insect armor. She knelt behind Fang Hao and gently rested her hands on his shoulders. My lord, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage. With that, she started to knead his shoulders gently. She had learned this from Era and the others. With Domina's personality, she wouldn't have done this before. Fang Hao closed his eyes and enjoyed it, lying back at the edge of the pool. Domina leaned over and took the initiative to press her lips to his. The two intertwined for a long while before slowly parting. Looking up at the gentle gaze in her 4 eyes, he smiled and said, the Domina of today is getting more and more skilled. Domina caressed his cheek. Which version of me do you like, my lord? I like them all. My lord, I'm planning to go back tomorrow. I've been out for quite a while, and I'm worried something might go awry back home, Domina continued. Sure enough, she had been out for some time. It was normal for Domina to be concerned about the Webweaver camp. Alright, I'll send you back tomorrow. I'll establish a teleportation array at the Webweaver camp so that you can come and go as you please, Fang Hao continued. Really? Domina's face lit up with joy. With that, she would truly be able to come and go as she wished. She could even stay here at night in the future. No. With Miss Rolana around, she couldn't always hog the lord to herself. Of course. Domina tucked her long hair behind her ear and whispered close to his ear, my lord, I had a little succubus make me a whip. Would you like to try it out? Fang Hao, looking at her expectant eyes, replied, shall we give it a try? Wait for me. Domina ran off happily. She quickly returned, holding a black whip the length of a forearm. After handing the whip to him, she stepped out of the pool and rested her hands on the edge. The water reached above her thighs, and the insect armor quickly receded, revealing her snowy, shapely backside. My lord, stop looking. Let's start, Domina said, blushing and turning her head to speak softly. Cough. All right. Snap. A crisp whip crack echoed through the courtyard. A red mark was left on her snowy half. Snap, snap, snap. The sounds rang out, especially loud in the quiet courtyard. 2 days later, at the Trade Alliance headquarters, the Succubus hut. In a private room, Fang Hao sat opposite a serious-looking elderly human. So, Mr. Fu Lei, what is it that you want to buy from me? Now that you're here, you should be able to tell me, the elder said, taking a sip from his cup and starting the conversation. Fang Hao smiled in response. I'd like to buy a construct from you. That's not a problem. We have official stores within the Trade Alliance, with many types of ready-made constructs for sale. There must be one that fits your needs, the elder said, his attitude becoming much friendlier upon realizing that the guest wished to buy constructs. Fang Hao looked at him and then shook his head. After taking a sip of his drink, he said, let me be straightforward. I've heard that you possess the complete Valkyrie construct blueprint, and I want to buy it. The old man's brow furrowed, his expression souring in an instant. He said coldly, HMPH. You're the first to come asking for blueprints through connections. Yes, well, would you consider selling it to me? We can negotiate a fair price, Fang Hao continued. The Trade Alliance has its rules, and the shops have their protocols. We've never sold blueprints directly. It was rare for the Trade Alliance shops to sell blueprints directly, whether architectural or crafting blueprints. It wasn't that it was completely forbidden. But such occurrences were basically non-existent, and if they did happen, the blueprints sold were common ones. Don't be hasty, sir. Let's discuss the price. It might just be right for you. Fang Hao maintained a calm tone. There's nothing to discuss. I won't sell the blueprint, the old man said, standing to leave. Fang Hao immediately offered 5 million Warfire coins. HMPH, the elder scoffed. 1 million. The elder kept walking towards the door. 30 million. If you won't sell, I'll turn to other craftsmen in your shop. I'm sure they'd be willing to make a friend like me, Fang Hao said. The elder stopped in his tracks. Fang Hao remained calm, sitting in his chair as he watched the old man halt in his tracks, then turn around stiffly to retake his seat. This was the importance of intelligence. According to the succubus's information, the old man had a complete Valkyrie construct blueprint, and he was facing financial difficulties. He needed to pay off a large debt soon. Compared to the low desire undead, humans were too easily influenced by external factors, especially in times of hardship. Hearing Fang Hao offer 30 million Warfire coins or else he would find someone else to buy from. The old man's face turned sour as he sat back down. He was persuaded, and he also believed that if he approached the other technicians in the shop with this figure, they would likely sell immediately. Ahem. We have rules. Blueprints cannot be disclosed, or there will be consequences, the old man said after downing a gulp of wine. Fang Hao looked at him. Apart from you and me, there will be no third party who knows. Angia, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. The old man looked down at the cup on the table, silent for a good while, then slamming the table, he said, fine, but you have to ensure my information isn't leaked, and you can't sell the construct at the Trade Alliance. He was afraid of competing with the Trade Alliance's shops. But still, Fang Hao shook his head. I can ensure your information is not disclosed, but as for not selling the constructs at the Trade Alliance, I can only ensure that I won't sell for now. After another long silence, the old man, gritting his teeth, said, fine, I'll sell. When do we make the trade? I have the money with me, let's exchange on the spot. Fine, I'll go get the blueprints now, wait for me for a moment. Having said that, the old man stood up and left the room directly. The private room was again left with only Fang Hao and Angia. They chatted while waiting for the old man to return, listening to Angia's story about arguing with a three-headed dagger. About half an hour later, the old man sneaked back in, pulling out a set of blue design plans from a bag. The blueprint was large, barely able to be unfolded even with arms outstretched. Valkyrie Construct Complete Production Blueprint. Valkyrie Construct. 1 Energy Core. Valkyrie Basic Head Part Blueprint. Valkyrie Basic Torso Part Blueprint. Valkyrie Basic Arm Part Blueprint. Valkyrie Basic Leg Part Blueprint. Fine Iron Valkyrie Longsword Blueprint. The blueprint was a full set. From torso to limbs, everything was included. He also received a Fine Iron Valkyrie Longsword blueprint as a bonus, though he had previously acquired this blueprint during an exploration mission. This is the complete blueprint. It contains instructions and materials for constructing the Valkyrie, the old man continued. The production of constructs involves multiple disciplines. Ordinary people, even if they got their hands on it, could not produce a stable, functioning construct. But the emergence of transmigrators broke this rule. As long as materials were sufficient, they could readily make it. Thus, the old man clearly understood what it meant to sell this blueprint. Fang Hao nodded but frowned and asked, why doesn't this blueprint include the construct's armor? He had the Stone Monster Construct Blueprint, which distinctly included both the body and the stone armor blueprints. HMPH, that's the old style of constructs, now they're integrated, the old man huffed. Oh, that explains it. Alright, I've given you the blueprint, now where's the money? The old man continued. Fang Hao promptly took out stack after stack of Warfire cards, covering the entire table. The old man counted them one by one, then with a face full of joy, packed them into the backpack he had brought. Once the transaction was completed, the old man had no intention of staying longer. He merely nodded, turned around, and left with his backpack. After the door closed again, Fang Hao began to archive the blueprint. What do we do now? Angia asked from the side. Eat, then head home. Okay. Returning to the main city, Angia left, and Fang Hao directly went to the Energy Core Production Workshop. In a workshop connected with various large pipes, workers were moving the finished energy cores out. An isolated warehouse next to it had already stored a considerable number of energy cores. Sir, a skeleton merchant approached. Skeleton merchants were not responsible for production or transport, but all the warehouse records in the city were under their management. After all, aside from the standard skeleton warriors and the maids, those who could read and count were few and often prone to errors. So, the skeleton merchants handled all the record-keeping duties. How many energy cores are there in the warehouse? Fang Hao asked directly. The skeleton merchant pulled out a ledger, looked at it, and said, the factory has produced 43 feet energy cores in the last few days, and there were 72 previously purchased from the Trade Alliance, making a total of 115. That many already. Previously, he had ordered some energy cores from the Trade Alliance but hadn't paid much attention to it then, so he hadn't been too concerned about these. Now they had accrued quite a number. Fang Hao continued, how many can the factory produce in a day? About 8 energy cores a day. On average, 1 every 3 hours. Got it. Take extra care of these energy cores, we don't want any accidents, Fang Hao instructed. By your command, sir. After leaving the factory area, Fang Hao went directly to an empty lot outside of East City. He opened the Book of Lords, reviewing the construct blueprints information. Now, he had collected 3 types of construct blueprints. Stone Monster Construct, Level 5, Iron Hound Construct, Level 6, Valkyrie Construct, Level 10. The first 2 blueprints were nothing special, ones that Fang Hao had acquired before. The main focus was still the Level 10, Valkyrie Mechanized Body. Valkyrie Basic Head Part. Cast iron blocks 120, white steel ingots 85, copper ingots 75, fine iron 35, mithril 25, metal parts 52, precision parts 35, perfect essence 5. Valkyrie Basic Torso Part. Cast iron 550, fine iron 120, mithril 85, metal parts 320, precision parts 180, rich essence 8. Valkyrie Basic Arm Part. Cast iron blocks 225, fine iron 82, mithril 50, essence of destruction 5. Valkyrie Basic Leg Part. cast iron blocks 352, fine iron 102, mithril 72, rich essence 5. The required materials one by one appeared before his eyes. The number of materials required was indeed quite large, even more so than for constructing the large mechanized bodies like the stone monsters. Especially the amounts of fine iron and mithril were not insignificant. Had it not been for the fact that he could now cycle through materials, he would have truly been reluctant to use them. After reconfirming the materials, he decided to make one as a test. 100x amplification triggered, obtained 101 Valkyrie basic head parts. 100x amplification triggered, obtained 101 Valkyrie basic torso parts. Obtained 101 Valkyrie basic arm parts. Obtained 101 Valkyrie basic leg parts. With a clattering, a vast number of mechanical limbs rained down from the sky. The size of the Valkyrie body wasn't as large as the stone monsters, generally around 2 meters in height. Various limbs piled up together like a mechanical junkyard. There was quite a racket. The surrounding skeleton soldiers hurried over to check for any dangerous situations. Fang Hao dispersed the skeletons that had gathered and continued his production. Looking at these parts, with 101 sets of parts, the next step in production would create over 10,000 complete mechanized bodies. Actually, as long as there were enough energy cores, the force wouldn't be inferior to regular troops. Taking a deep breath, he continued with the final step of production. He kept the quantity set to 1. Production. 100x amplification triggered, obtained 101 Valkyrie mechanized bodies. Boom, boom, boom. One mechanized body was assembled, while all around, lights flared up. Appearing were Valkyries, models slightly taller, clad in iron armor. Valkyrie mechanized body, level 10. The Valkyrie mechanized bodies stood nearly 2 meters tall, entirely enveloped in metallic armor. The head had 3 identical faces, each looking in a different direction. The figure had feminine curves, and on the cold armor, intricate patterns of feathers and acanthus leaves were engraved. It looked quite magnificent. 101 mechanized bodies landed, automatically standing in a row as if they were on standby, with arms naturally hanging at their sides, motionless. Valkyrie mechanized body, level 10. Category: mechanized body. Body strength. Level 6 strength. Abilities: mechanized body construction, physical resistance, magic resistance, master swordsmanship. Mechanized body construction activated mechanized bodies that will not flee or cower, immune to all negative statuses such as fear and silence, and when taking damage, will enter an unstable state. Mechanized body technicians can repair them to restore combat capability. Physical resistance: the Valkyrie's external armor reduces physical damage by 50%. Magic resistance: the Valkyrie's external armor is inscribed with special runes, reducing magic damage by 30%. Master swordsmanship: the Valkyrie possesses fixed high-level mastery in swordsmanship. Description: beneath an exterior as exquisite as a crafted artifact lies a terrifying power. Great heavens, these level 10 mechanized bodies were indeed formidable. Their defensive strength had reached level 6, whereas the previous stone monster mechanized bodies had only level 4 defense. They came with 4 abilities. The first 3 weren't special, just added physical and magic resistance. The fourth was actually quite nice, featuring advanced swordsmanship. This addition of ability also showed the strength of the mechanized bodies. After inspecting the attributes, he also checked the number of energy cores. There were 114 left. Fang Hao thought for a moment, there was nowhere else where these cores were needed, so he might as well use them all for production. With his mind made up, he began mass production. 100x amplification triggered, obtained 11,514 Valkyrie mechanized bodies. Bang, bang, bang. Another large batch of Valkyrie mechanized bodies appeared from all around. They densely filled the area. Fang Hao continued producing the fine iron Valkyrie longswords, equipping each of them with one. These types of mechanized bodies were rather straightforward. Once produced, there was no need to make any armor or helmets, and the only weapon needed was a longsword. They would use nothing else. He arranged all 11,615 mechanized bodies into the troop hiding cave. Returning to his domain, Fang Hao added 5 more energy core processing plants, operating them simultaneously. Meanwhile, he also journeyed to the Supreme Saint Golden City, Blood Castle, and some other hidden cities to construct magic energy reactors and energy core processing plants. This was to increase the production of energy cores, to satisfy this period where there were no faction-related operations. After dinner, outside the Lord's mansion, came the laughter and playful shouts of the maids. Now, the main city had gained 50 new maids, all young girls recruited from Rabbitman Village and Foxman Village. Assigned some simple cleaning tasks, they spent the majority of their time training at Blackstone Training Ground. Moreover, they were required to visit the temple mornings and evenings to sing praises of Lord Fang Hao's glory. There was no helping it, as some aspects of loyalty and faith could indeed be instilled through a form of brainwashing. Furthermore, Fang Hao did provide them with a stable life and ample food. Offering a few words of praise was hardly coercion. Within the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao sat upon the white bone throne, peeking at the world channel. Selling demon materials now, interested parties send offers. Anyone in Seltz City looking for a referral to an underground brothel, I can pay a reward. If any brother has connections, DM me. Teaming up to fight pirates on Kucha Island, anyone wants to join. Troll purple gear for trade, looking for blue equipment, DM if interested. Seeing this message, Fang Hao paused the scrolling information. Someone was actually trading purple gear for blue gear. But as soon as he saw it was troll equipment, Fang Hao immediately understood the reason. From a recent Divine Territory quest, all transmigrators had acquired a large amount of troll and giant purple gear. This had managed to drive down the market prices for troll gear within the trade alliance several notches. Moreover, most people still had a lot of this equipment they couldn't sell, left unused in their possession. Fang Hao thought for a moment, opened his shop, and added a new exchange condition under blue equipment: any purple gear. The basic blue gear was usually made from iron blocks or white steel materials. But in the purple range, there was fine iron and mithril. After trading and breaking them down, he couldn't lose out. As soon as he adjusted the settings, people began to make exchanges, and the number was not small. It seemed that these items had been a burden for the transmigrators for too long. Tap tap. At this moment, the sound of running footsteps came from right outside the door. Just as he looked up, he saw the child-faced giant, Millie, dragging along another child-faced giant, Beata, bursting into the room with excitement. Upon seeing Fang Hao sitting in the hall, their laughter abruptly halted, and their smiles stiffened on their faces. Master, didn't you go out? Millie whispered. I could hear your silly laughter from miles away. You'll turn Beata silly as well. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords. I'm much smarter than Beata. Millie muttered. Hearing this, Beata pinched Millie's hand firmly in protest. What are you two doing? Fang Hao continued to ask. Oh, Beata wanted to have a look at the backyard of the Lord's mansion, so I brought her over, Millie said. No, I was just asking casually. Beata quickly waved her hands in denial. Fang Hao nodded. Go have a look, and Beata, come to me when you're done. I have something to discuss with you. Okay. Millie quickly agreed, and once again pulled Beata rushing into the backyard. They were back in no time. After all, the backyard wasn't very large, nothing special, just some flowers and grass planted around. Upon their return to the hall, seeing that Fang Hao had something private to discuss with Beata, Millie said her goodbyes and left early. What did you want to talk to me about? Beata asked in a low voice, looking away. Fang Hao picked 2 cups of fruit wine from the wine cellar and handed one to her. How have you been coping recently? Pretty well. It was much more fun than at Mount Dragon Peak. Like the maids, Beata now had the same routines and didn't hibernate anymore, venturing out with Millie as soon as day broke. Patrolling, training, visiting the amusement park, or helping dig canals. In any case, there was always endless work to do. Much more entertaining than sleeping. Right, has the Dragon Queen contacted you recently? Fang Hao asked. She contacted me a couple of days ago. You looking for her? No, She's always picking a fight. What is she going to do? Come and beat me up? I'm just saying, if you're homesick, you can go back to visit. With the teleportation array, you'll be able to return anytime. Beata pouted, angrily saying, don't talk about my mother that way. If I want to go back, I'll tell you. Fang Hao nodded, then took a necklace from the Book of Lords and tossed it to her. This is for you. Wrathful Rage Orange. Effect. All attributes plus 5%, Dragon Breath, range plus 18% and damage plus 25% when wearing Wrathful Rage. This was a pendant obtained after conquering Mount Dragon Peak and cracking open a treasure chest. He had intended to give it to Beata from the beginning, but due to the strained relationship with the Dragon Clan at the time, and Beata's frequent temper tantrums, he'd delayed the gift until now. She seemed to be in a good mood these past few days, so now was the perfect time to hand it to her. Beata caught it, her eyes wide with surprise. For me? What do you mean by this? I thought it would suit you well. Don't you like it? Fang Hao looked at her. Silvermoon Spear. Beata's loyalty increases by 10 points, current loyalty 90. As expected, her loyalty went up by 10 points. After hesitating for a moment, Beata accepted the necklace. Well, thank you. Her cheeks and neck were already blushing slightly. Sure, if you need anything, feel free to come see me. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now, Beata said, hastily leaving the place. Ah, she's leaving just like that. He had wanted to say a bit more to boost her loyalty. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs, and Rolana, wearing a purple loose-fitting nightgown, appeared at the top of the stairway. She looked at him and said coolly, upstairs, time to rest. The next day. Undead Desert, Cleolando territory. Before the teleportation light screen, Cleolando stood there silently waiting with her heroes. Soon, the light screen flickered brilliantly. A woman's figure slowly stepped out from it. Woman. There appeared a woman with slightly dark skin, draped in a heavy bear skin, before everyone's eyes. She wore armor, with a broadsword hanging on one side of her waist and a revolver on the other. Damn. Revolver. Since when did this world have revolvers? And it's a desert. What are you doing wearing bear skin? Gray Bear Reed, Green Rank 3 Hero. So she was a Green Rank hero. Are you Ms. Cleolando? Gray Bear initiated the conversation. Oh, yes, Cleolando quickly responded. Gray Bear nodded and continued, the Lord has sent me here in advance. If it's convenient for you, could you take me to see that tomb? Cleolando understood this was a scouting mission. This world's #1, truly cautious. Cleolando revealed a smile and said, of course it's convenient. The journey is not a short one. I will have my people make preparations, and then we can immediately go. Perfect. Gray Bear was taken to the Lord's residence for hospitality, while the others began to prepare the necessary items for the departure. By noon, the military and camels were ready. Cleolando then said, it's about a 2-day journey. Let's go. For anyone else, Cleolando wouldn't bother to entertain, let alone spend 2 days leading them to see some graveyard. But there was no helping it. It was Fang Hao. The one who fought with the Dragon Queen and destroyed the entire Trade Alliance's residence yet emerged unscathed. She had to draw closer to such a person. Not to mention taking a trip with them. In fact, she had even dolled up today, waiting to make a good impression on Fang Hao. Pity that the main character didn't come. Alright, Gray Bear agreed. Everyone mounted the camels and set out from the city into the distance. To the east of Cruel City, in a village. The normally sparsely populated village had seen an influx of people lately. Inside a simple wooden house, a slightly overweight man and a young girl sat on either side of a wooden table, with several guards around them. We've been here for 3 days, what exactly are these people planning to do? The girl asked anxiously. I don't know what they're up to, but more and more people are arriving, the man replied after pouring himself a glass of water. They had been following this church for 2 days. During these 2 days, people kept gathering, all from the surrounding cities. Moreover, the identities of these individuals were quite uniform, including thieves, swindlers, murderers, and zealots. What good could come from a gathering of such people? Is there a chance to escape? The girl continued. I heard we'll be leaving soon. We might have a chance to escape along the way and flee back to Lis City. Good. Creak. At that moment, the door opened, and a tall, thin transmigrator entered. He sat down next to them and gulped down some water. Then, he lowered his voice and said, I've got some news. What news? The three huddled closer together, and the tall man continued, these people worship the god of deception, and this time, they've received a divine message to gather all the followers from the surrounding cities. To do what? The girl asked. To slay a god. The other two were taken aback. Slay a god. Which god? The god of light. The overweight man inquired. Lowering his voice even further, the tall man replied, no, it's a newly ascended deity. It's said to be to the north, waiting now for other followers to arrive from various places before attacking the enemy's location. Hearing this, the other two frowned. What earth-shattering quest had they stumbled into? This was now a war between deities, something not even the top-ranked Fang Hao could possibly reach, right? Hang on, can a siege really kill a deity? Do gods live in cities? The girl suddenly questioned. The tall man smiled faintly. I asked the same question, and he said it was first to destroy the foundation of faith. He couldn't explain the specifics. So, are we going to keep participating? The girl asked again. The tall man said, I feel we're safe for now. We can follow and see. Such a quest might yield great rewards. After a quiet discussion, they made a decision. Okay, we'll follow and see how it goes. 2 days later. Undead Desert. The camel caravan slowly came to a halt. Cleolando shaded her eyes with her hand and looked off into the distance. Ms. Reed, over there is our destination, Yakul and Tomfields. Reed looked where indicated and saw a solitary spire jutting out of the endless desert, tilted at a 45-degree angle with sand burying its midpoint. Just one moment, Ms. Cleolando, said Grey Bear, before closing her eyes. When she opened them again, there was a glint in her gaze. Grey Bear spoke again, but her tone and language had changed. Cleolando, why is there only one tower? What's happening? Cleolando did not immediately respond to the other party's words, instead furrowing his brow and subconsciously moving closer to his guard. Even though the voice of the speaker was the same. But the tone, expression, and even the language were evidently different from before. It gave the impression that a different person was speaking. Ms. Reed. Cleolando tentatively called out. He had already started to guess that someone had used some special spell. For example, he had heard that the immortal emperor of the undead possessed a spell that could control other undead. Grey Bear Reed turned her head, nodded, and said, Don't worry, I am Fang Hao, using a skill to temporarily communicate with you through one of my subordinated heroes. Cleolando's eyes widened even more. It really was that kind of ability, simply unbelievable. Cleolando, is this tower the Yakulan Cemetery? Asked Fang Hao. Cleolando stopped pondering and immediately responded, This spire is just part of the cemetery. The full extent of the cemetery is visible only at night. Fang Hao nodded and scanned the surroundings once again. Boundless like the ocean, the desert stretched endlessly. Under the scorching sun, the air was somewhat distorted from the heat. There's nothing interesting to look here. Let's go back and discuss, and gather some forces to explore here later, Cleolando said as he opened his water flask to take a sip. This, Yakulan Cemetery, was no secret. It was an openly explored map. Not just her, many transmigrators nearby had formed teams attempting to conquer it. But the outcomes were mostly the same. After losing soldiers and leaders, they left with disheartened and dusty faces. Over time, people stopped paying attention to this place. This time, with Fang Hao coming over, a man who could stand up to the Dragon Clan, she felt somewhat confident. Joining forces, it really might be possible to conquer this place. The blueprints, once unlocked, would be of great help to her development. Fang Hao observed the troops Cleolando had brought. A purple skeleton hero and nearly 206th rank infantry known as Graveyard Warriors. These forces were merely acting as guards and were not capable of conquering this map. No need to go back, I have my own plan. You arrange for a temporary camp, and we will conquer this place tonight, Fang Hao directly said. Are you joking? Cleolando frowned. Don't worry, I have arranged everything, Fang Hao continued. Cleolando hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Since Fang Hao was so confident, it didn't hurt to try. She only had a little over 200 people, and it was still possible to run if there was danger. Besides, the world's #1 surely wouldn't be foolish, he might really have some power. All right. Cleolando nodded and began organizing people to set up a temporary camp. The desert was vast, but underneath this desert, there were numerous peculiar desert monsters. Night fell. A simple wall surrounded a cluster of leather tents erected. It's night now, the Yakolan cemetery will appear soon, said Cleolando. Gray Bear took out a teleportation scroll that recorded the coordinates of their location from her backpack and handed it to her. Give this to Lord Fang Hao. Cleolando still did not understand what Fang Hao intended to do. How many people could a teleportation scroll transport? But she took it anyway and directly handed it to Fang Hao through the transmigrator's trade function. Soon, a magic array lit up in the center of the camp. Fang Hao appeared with 2 black armored warriors from the center of the light screen. Cleolando had seen Fang Hao before, but she still wore a shocked expression when she saw the 2 dark gold heroes he brought with him. Mr. Fang Hao. Cleolando approached to greet him. Gray Bear also stepped forward to salute, Sir. Fang Hao nodded, then asked, Cleolando, has the cemetery appeared? Almost. It could emerge at any moment. Cleolando glanced at the heroes behind him and asked cautiously, Mr. Fang Hao, are we really going to explore the map today? The Yakolan Cemetery was famously a tough outdoor map in this region. Even if dark gold heroes were powerful, 2 people could not possibly conquer the city. Don't rush, let's see the situation when it appears. They waited for half an hour. The night grew increasingly somber. Sir, the cemetery is about to appear, said a guard on duty. Cleolando nodded and said to Fang Hao, let's go, the cemetery is about to emerge. They followed Cleolando out of the tents and climbed the wooden wall that had been constructed, looking out into the distance. The night in the desert was unusually bright. The cold moonlight scattered across the sand, reflecting a brilliant light. There. Cleolando pointed towards the location of the original spire. Whoosh. The distant sands began to sink quickly, like a swimming pool after opening its gates. An array of buildings became visible as the sand floor lowered. First, the rooftops of the buildings appeared, then more and more structures. It turns out, this place was an entire city originally. Some say that the pyramid in the center contains the treasures of the desert undead, which is why people continually try to conquer it, but until now, no one has succeeded, Cleolando explained on the side. As the desert receded, a towering pyramid appeared in the middle of the city. From a distance, it looked much like the pyramids seen in movies and TV shows. The city's sand continued to lower, revealing a vast amount of buried undead soldiers. Scattered throughout the city, their numbers were far from few. Seeing that Fang Hao did not respond, Cleolando continued, someone has counted, the enemy's numbers are basically over 10,000. It's not easy to attack. We should go back and gather more troops for a more secure attack. Fang Hao came back to his senses, flashed a smile, and said, no need, bring your people, we'll go now. Really going to fight? Of course, and we need to finish before dawn. A quick battle. This outdoor map clearly had a time limit. If they could not conquer it in one go at night, the sand would bury it again at dawn. Fang Hao did not want to drag it out for another day. Outside the city, on a slightly elevated sand dune. Fang Hao looked from afar at the dilapidated city. The towering city walls had collapsed mostly, and of the originally heavy city gates, only one remained while the other lay on the ground, battered. It indeed gave off the feeling of a ghost city. Looking left and right, Fang Hao took out the sound-transmitting shell, instructing the heroes left in the main city to change the troops in the troop hiding cave. There was no choice, with a shortage of troops, they couldn't waste them as before. Time ticked away slowly. Cleolando occasionally looked this way, seeing Fang Hao speak into the shell quietly for a while. He guessed whether Fang Hao knew they couldn't win and was embarrassed because of his insistence earlier. Just as he thought to step forward and offer comfort, Fang Hao spoke. Cleolando, arrange your people to draw the enemy out to the front. Ah, ever played a game? Luring the enemy out of the city will make it easier for us to fight, Fang Hao explained. Really fighting? Yes, go now, I've handled things here. Cleolando thought for a moment, then quickly instructed the soldiers behind him. Several skeleton warriors, carrying weapons, quickly approached the vicinity of the city walls. Thud, thud, thud. As they approached the base of the city, an old warning bell in the tower was struck. The deep yet still resounding bell's sound echoed throughout the entire city. The luring skeleton soldiers turned and ran back. Hoo-la la. Behind them, a large army of skeletons, wielding swords and shields, marched in neat steps toward them. Cleolando's face turned pale, the number was even more than she knew. We should leave, this is no joke. Transmigrators who die, really die. There was no need to take this risk. Thud, thud. The heavy, orderly footsteps reached their ears. The undead army held round shields, forming a neatly packed shield formation. As the distance between the two sides shortened, the armor on their bodies and the shields painted with gold and gray patterns were followed by a large number of skeletons wielding daggers. Judging by the quivers hanging from their waists, they must have been archers before, but their bows had long decayed, leaving them to join the fight with daggers. The densely packed army continuously moved closer. Fang Hao had not expected that one day, he too would feel the oppressive force brought by the undead army. Let's go, let's leave. Cleolando shouted, turning to run. Fang Hao grabbed her arm and said, don't panic, we're not outnumbered. Seeing the distance was about right, Fang Hao swung his arm, and an ancient stone gate appeared in front of everyone. Through the stone gate, one could see the troop hiding cave packed with kneeling figures holding longswords and skeleton giant bats hanging from the ceiling. Fang Hao glanced and immediately ordered, skeleton giant bats, carry explosives for the bombing, Valkyrie figures all come out and line up in formation. Hoo-la-la. The skeleton giant bats rushed out of the gate of the worlds, swarming like dark clouds towards the front. While the Valkyrie figures, accompanied by the sound of armor friction, slowly rose to their feet. Quickly stepping out of the gate of the worlds, they formed neat lines. The silvery white armor reflected the moonlight off the sandy surface. Dot dot dot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Skeleton giant bats, like dark clouds, hovered above the undead army. The undead soldiers looked up at the sky, their gazes following the movement of the giant bats. Clang. A thunderbolt fell, striking a helmet. Clang clang. A large number of thunderbolts scattered noisily into the ranks of the skeleton army, covering all the undead as they passed by. After the skeleton giant bats flew past, they quickly dispersed and began to return. Then, boom, boom boom. Terrifying explosions erupted within the skeleton lines ahead. The bright light of the explosions lit up the night sky. The earth shook as if in an avalanche, causing the sandy ground to roll like snow. It kept sliding downward. When the explosions ceased, the once neatly arranged lines left only pits in the ground with white bones half buried in the sand. The undead soldiers who weren't killed by the explosions shakily stood up and continued to pick up weapons that were blown away. They planned to reform their lines. Cleolando, stunned, watched the enemy in front of him. They didn't run away but just stood there dazed. Weren't they supposed to fight with cold weapons? What was with the carpet bombing just now? This man was truly frightening. Seeing that the enemy's losses were significant, Fang Hao coldly ordered, Valkyrie constructs, kill all the enemies ahead. Clack clack. The constructs, having been ready for a long time, began to move again. Turning their heads, they locked onto the undead ahead. The piercing noise sounded again, as 10,000 Valkyrie constructs charged. The silvery white armor, under the reflection of the moonlight, formed a torrent that swept toward the enemy. Clang clang clang. Soon, the silvery white torrent plunged directly into the enemy ranks, their longswords slashing at the enemy. The constructs moved rapidly through the enemy lines, their longswords continuously dancing, slaying the ragged undead soldiers. Cleolando's eyes widened even more. Incredible. These constructs were so powerful, like slaughtering chickens, they killed the enemies. Stealing a glance at the man beside him, calm as usual, Cleolando began to speculate again about which faction this world's number one might belong to. There were undead bats in a large number of constructs. The type of constructs looked like they were from the human faction. But could the human faction reach the top of the world? What a joke. Phew. Then, from behind the enemy lines, streaks of dark attribute magic crossed the night sky and crashed into the constructs' ranks. The constructs were blown away by the sudden attack. It caused some casualties. A few stood on the sand dunes, looking back at the camp. From the city, a large number of skeleton mages appeared again. Standing in the distance, they began to release dark attribute magic, bombarding the constructs engaged with the frontline undead soldiers. Even defense was somewhat surprised. There was also a mage group, making it no different from attacking a city in this kind of field map. He took out the sound transmitting shell again. Call Beata, take the bone dragon over to troop hiding cave number 1 and stand by. Meanwhile, Cleolando again cautioned, their mages are showing up. If you keep fighting, you'll lose a lot of constructs. Fang Hao nodded, yes. He opened the gate of the worlds again. Behind him, a silver-haired girl was sitting silently on the back of a dragon. Beata, take the dragon clan and clean up the rear forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of roaring and tearing through the air arose. A silver dragon, even whiter and prettier than the moonlight, burst out from the stone gate. Rising with a flurry of sand and dust, it soared into the sky. Following swiftly, bone dragons, one after another, took flight toward the distant enemy. In groups, the bone dragons flew past shield soldiers below and rapidly approached the undead mages. Roar! When they neared a certain distance, the silver dragon dived down, releasing a thunderbolt-laden dragon breath first, enveloping a large swath of enemies. Roar, 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 roar. Behind, more bone dragons joined the battle. Sweeping through the sky, they left only scorched earth behind. The silver dragon, accompanied by bone dragons, circled in the air, scattering the skeleton mages below, and even completely severing the entire battlefield. Any enemy soldiers that stepped forth were turned to ashes under the dragon breath. Fang Hao silently watched the battle ahead. This particular outdoor map was actually quite challenging. For other transmigrators, it wouldn't be so easy to break through here in a short period of time. But for Fang Hao, there was no difficulty. Even though there were many soldiers, none could truly match the defensive strength of a city. Without proper defense deployments, it was hard to display combat power effectively. Once the bone dragons intervened, they directly disrupted the rear forces, leaving few survivors. However, Fang Hao found no joy in this. His visit here was to look for a 10th-tier troop building, but the current troops hadn't met his standards. Even if they seemed somewhat stronger than ordinary skeleton troops, they did not reach the 10th tier. In other words, it was a wasted trip. The battle on the field continued. Sounds of weapons clashing and dragon breath roaring filled the entire battlefield. Large numbers of undead fell, and victory was only a matter of time. Boom! A loud noise signaled another sudden change. On the battlefield, a towering figure clad in iron armor wielding dual axes charged into the fight, clashing with the seemingly advantageous mechanized bodies. His height neared 5 meters, and the shriveled, whitened muscles on his exposed skin were visible. This was a living dead hero. His battle axes swung like hurricanes, cleaving every incoming mechanized body into pieces. For a moment, mechanical parts lay scattered all around him. Following behind the living dead hero were many shield and spear-wielding infantrymen, armored nonetheless. But between the cracks, yellowed bandages peeked out. More enemies. Were there so many soldiers in this city? But as the living dead hero charged out, these infantrymen did not possess such high attributes. Circled by bone dragons, trapped within the city, breaths of fire rained down. All of them burned to ashes. Fang Hao snapped his fingers lightly, and a thunder spirit quickly condensed and flew toward the main battleground. Shortly after, several enemy details emerged. Iron Mountain Guard. Gorsmati Orange, 6th tier hero. Yakolan Blessed Legion, 8th tier troop. This legion, resembling mummies, was of the 8th tier. It also did not reach the 10th tier, somewhat disappointing to Fang Hao. The hero, frenziedly fighting in the center, turned out to be an orange tier troop. Possibly a troll hero, turned into an undead. Troll heroes, already proficient in melee combat, became immune to pain and fatigue as undead, thus their combat power had increased several levels. As he pondered this, the thunder spirit up above had reached its time. It directly shattered, transforming into lightning and disappeared. Meanwhile on the ground, the undead troll hero, who was relentlessly swinging his battle axe and trying to fend off the approaching mechanized bodies, suddenly looked up. First, he saw the vanishing thunder spirit in the sky, then shifted his gaze toward Fang Hao and others on a distant dune. For a moment, several pairs of eyes locked onto each other. Fang Hao could distinctly feel the opponent's gaze filled with hatred and rage. "You lowly servant, dare to disturb the slumber of the immortal king." With a roar, the undead troll's demeanor surged dramatically. He lowered his body and with a push of his feet, charged like a small truck toward them. The mechanized bodies obstructing his path were violently knocked aside. He charged straight through. No one could block his path. As the boss charged directly at them, Cleolando's face turned white in an instant, just as the battle seemed won. If they were defeated by this opponent, wouldn't everything be over? Fear in his heart, he involuntarily stepped back, hiding directly behind Fang Hao. Fang Hao hadn't expected the opponent would charge out to them. "Kill him," Fang Hao said directly. As soon as his words fell, the sisters in black armor struck simultaneously. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and the formidable undead troll was pinned directly to the ground. The helmeted head was smashed into the sand. Then, the two sisters swung their war hammers and pounded them down on the troll's head. With each dull thud of the hammer, the troll's lower half was smashed into the yellow sand, never to rise again. Died instantly. Just like that, a formidable boss was killed in a single encounter. Cleolando, who was hiding behind them, watched the body and swallowed his saliva. No further incidents occurred in the subsequent battle. Beata led the bone dragon and blocked and killed all the enemies inside the city gate. The constructs outside swiftly cleaned up the remaining enemies. The entire desert was covered with scattered bones and fallen weapons and equipment. Cleolando looked up at the sky. The bright moon hung high, and the moonlight remained bright. It probably hadn't even been 2 hours, and the battle was over. For over a year, the nearby transmigrators hadn't managed to solve the Yakolan tomb, and just like that, it had been conquered. Too frightening. Terrifyingly powerful indeed. Beata landed from the air and transformed back into human form. "It's over. I checked it out. It's empty inside. There should be no enemies left." "That was hard work," Fang Hao said with a smile. He wanted to touch the dragon horns on her head, but with others around, he felt too shy. Fang Hao reopened the gate of the worlds, letting the constructs, skeleton giant bats, and bone dragon all return, and swapped in over 1,000 skeleton soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield. Constructs were more like battle instruments that could understand fighting and standing by but couldn't execute more varied commands like troop types could. For instance, they couldn't perform commands like cleaning the battlefield or scavenging war spoils. Not to mention, giving them commands like those given to ordinary skeletons, such as carrying furniture, drawing water, or digging canals. Fang Hao commanded his skeleton soldiers to start cleaning the battlefield. They moved all the spoils and useful items from the city. Inside the city, there weren't many places to search. The buildings were filled with fine sand. It was not easy to find anything useful inside. After scavenging for a while, Beata flew back from a distance and said after landing, "I found a stone coffin in one of the buildings. It was sealed, and I didn't have anyone open it." Fang Hao was stunned and looked in the direction Beata was pointing. It was the central pyramid. Cleolando thought Fang Hao might not understand and started explaining, "Undead generally rejuvenate their souls in stone coffins. Usually, when encountering such a sealed and intact coffin, there's a high chance that an undead still slumbers inside." Fang Hao, of course, understood these things as he wasn't any less knowledgeable about the undead. He was just surprised by the complexity of this wilderness map. "Let's go and check it out," he said directly. Fang Hao and several others followed Beata towards the city center. There wasn't much to see in the city. The buildings were ochre-colored, filled with yellow sand. They continued forward to the central area of the city. Then they entered the central pyramid. Inside the pyramid, a narrow corridor ran down its length, and on both sides, the stone walls were carved with many complex relief sculptures and patterns depicting various rituals. It indeed gave off a mystical and solemn vibe. They didn't even know how far they had walked. Suddenly, a vast space appeared ahead. Around the room, various golden and silver utensils were piled up alongside rotting silk cloths. In the center, there was a huge coffin carved with intricate symbols. This reminded Fang Hao of when he first met Amanda. Back then, it was also a huge underground tomb, and Amanda was critically injured and sealed herself inside a stone coffin. He hoped there wasn't another undead hero inside. In here, there should be a slumbering undead king. We'd better not disturb his rest, said Cleolando as he gently tugged on his sleeve and explained softly. Bullshit slumbering. With all the noise from the fight outside, and he still hadn't woken up, he must have slept to death. Or else, he was like Amanda, already critically wounded and on the verge of death. This was also spotted first by Beata. If Angia had found it, the coffin lid would have been opened long ago. Yeah, let's head outside the pyramid first to avoid any dangers. Such a nearly sealed space was very dangerous. If anything sudden happened, it would be very hard to escape. Naturally, Cleolando agreed and followed him out of the pyramid. Then, leading his people, he joined the scavenging party. Fang Hao looked at the sky. It was nearly dawn. He unleashed the Diome doll, taking a few skeleton soldiers and re-entering the pyramid. Standing in front of the stone coffin again, Fang Hao directly said, "Open it." The skeleton soldiers immediately stepped forward and pushed hard against the heavy coffin lid. Accompanied by a screeching friction, the lid gradually opened. Through the crack, Fang Hao's gaze fell on the interior. Inside the chilly stone coffin, there lay a mummified corpse that had decayed to blackness. The mummified body was incomplete, with only the crowned head and part of an arm remaining, the arm clutching a black book. Just like the situation with Amanda before, there was an injured undead inside. No attributes displayed. Could it be dead? Better dead than causing more trouble. Seeing no reaction from the undead, Fang Hao's gaze then fell on the book held in its hands. The immortal black book, Dark Gold. Dark Gold equipment. This wilderness map, with such high rewards. Quite unexpected indeed. His gaze fixed on this black leather book, the equipment attributes appeared right after. The immortal black book, Dark Gold. Category: Treasure. Effects: Legitimacy of the Undead, Master of the Desert, Abundant Dark Energy. Legitimacy of the Undead, Immortal Legitimacy, can command all unaffiliated undead. Master of the Desert, subordinate troops will not be affected or eroded by the sandstorm. Abundant Dark Energy, Magic Recovery plus 50%, Dark Attribute Magic plus 35%. Description: A book bestowed by the god of undead, representing the royal legitimacy. The item's category is treasure. That is to say, this book is not for reading, but for enhancing attributes. He continued to carefully look at the first effect, legitimacy of the undead. Seeing the description, Fang Hao was slightly startled. Wow, what the fuck? Is this the undead clan's Jade Seal? It can command all unaffiliated undead. In this world, the number of wild undead is not small. Transmigrators, when exploring wilderness maps, besides bandit elimination, the most common are various places like mausoleums, graveyards, mines, and deep pits. In such places, various undead are most likely to appear. With this book, just by walking around, one could gather quite a few troops to come back. So, this book is more like the Jade Seal of the Undead clan. It doesn't matter who you are, as long as you have this Jade Seal, you can recruit troops everywhere. Terrifying. Continuing to read, the second attribute was Master of the Desert. The effect brought about was that subordinate troops would not be influenced by the desert. This point explained why the weapons and equipment here were severely sand-worn, yet the army was still perfectly preserved. It seems that the effect of this book has always been in effect. The third attribute was abundant dark energy. This one was an attribute boost, increasing magic recovery and damage of dark attribute magic. Overall, this book completely meets the dark gold standards. Of course, it could only exert its effects in the hands of the undead. After reading the attributes, Fang Hao reached out for the black leather book. His bony fingertips had just touched it. The undead in the stone coffin also shook its body. Following that, the head, which was only left with the cranium, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing withered, whitish eyeballs, staring at the Diome doll that had grabbed the black leather book. The sudden situation also gave Fang Hao a start. Still alive. Do undead also have a feigned death state? Supreme Authority Yakolan, Dark Gold Level 9 Hero. The mutilated body in the stone coffin also began to display its name and level. Dark Gold Level 9. This hero level is so high, just one step away from demigod. Yet to be defeated into such a miserable state. Also, the original Yakolan Mausoleum isn't referring to this city being called Yakolan, but that this hero was called Yakolan. Where is the corpse witch? You guys opened the coffin cover without carrying out the repair ritual. You are really seeking death, the undead in the coffin suddenly roared. Fang Hao remained silent for a moment, then said, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We are not your subordinates, we just happened to pass by here and found this stone coffin. Just passing by. The undead in the stone coffin didn't believe him and continued, desert undead just happening to pass by here. Who sent you? Tell me. Fang Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with him, since the city would be buried back by dawn. He simply said directly, we aren't sent by anyone. Now, you have two choices. Either come with me and later I'll arrange for the corpse witch to repair your body, or we help you cover the coffin lid back. You dare to treat me so rudely, I will exile your soul, to suffer torment forever. Cut the crap, choose one. Fang Hao directly interrupted him. The undead fell into brief silence, its tone slightly softened, and said, I have a better proposal. Speak quickly, stop the nonsense. If you help me repair my body, once I regain the supreme monarchy, you guys will also receive immense honor and status. The undead raised its voice a bit. A thought flashed in Fang Hao's mind. He's wanting to overthrow the current undead regime. I thought undead were supposed to be devoid of desires. What big ambitions he has. But, for me, it might not be a bad thing. Especially since the god of undead also harbors malice toward me. If you want to overthrow the current undead regime, I can help you, as long as you join my territory and swear allegiance to me. I will provide you with military and equipment support, Fang Hao said directly. You, ignorant souls, you actually want my allegiance. Do you have a choice? In your current state, are you planning to seize power just with words? Fang Hao supported himself on the edge of the coffin, still looking at him. The undead turned its head but did not speak anymore. This undead, pretty rebellious, huh? Do you also swear allegiance to the god of undead? Fang Hao asked again. The great deity has bestowed us everything. Right now, in your condition, the god of undead hasn't come to save you, and is even supporting the current undead leaders. If a new deity is willing to save you and help you reclaim power, would you change your faith? Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued. HMPH. I don't understand what you are saying. The god of undead is the only deity I am willing to serve. Fang Hao nodded. Right, makes sense. I'll go find the corpse witch to get you out, just wait a bit. The undead looked at him with satisfaction and spoke no more. Outside the pyramid, the morning sun was gradually rising, and the yellow sands of the ground also began to elevate. Skeleton soldiers cleaning and looting started their final wrap-up work. The last batch was to withdraw from this city, regardless of whether there were any battle spoils left. It's time to leave, or we'll be buried here, Cleolando, holding a golden canister, cheerfully called out. Yes, I'll leave right away, Fang Hao nodded, then said to the black-armored sisters beside him, inside the stone coffin is a dark gold hero, just kill him. Yes, my lord. If not recruitable, they still followed the god of undead. Yellow Sand was about to rebury this place. Fang Hao no longer planned to keep him. The black-armored sisters entered the pyramid and approached the stone coffin. Fang Hao controlled the demon doll, winked at them, and the two sisters, wielding war hammers, smashed straight in. The already dying undead, amidst the chaotic smashing. Its remaining skull turned completely into debris, and the attribute prompts disappeared as well. My lord, he's dead, the two sisters said to the demon doll. Fang Hao nodded, took up the immortal black book, and said, move everything out of here, we're also retreating. With a clattering sound, skeleton soldiers on standby began to act. They carried out accompanying artifacts and other burial goods from the place. Fang Hao also controlled the demon doll, leading the two black armored sisters out. As the sun rose, the entire city was once again buried by the sands. Even the previously protruding spires had disappeared. It's uncertain whether they were completely buried by the sands or disappeared along with the map being conquered. All these are battle spoils, Cleolando said excitedly. Within the previously constructed temporary camp, two piles resembling small mountains had accumulated. One pile consisted of various equipment and disassembled construction entity parts, while the other was of various burial artifacts transported out, including golden and silver utensils and a platinum treasure chest. It could be said that the rewards for this map mission were truly rich. Not only were there dark gold items, but the treasure chest had also reached platinum level. If it weren't for that undead hero being too difficult to control, the rewards for a successful recruitment would have been even more generous. You open the treasure chest, Fang Hao said. Cleolando immediately shook his head. No, that won't do, you open it. Fang Hao did not refuse any further. He went forward and opened the treasure chest. Gained. Blessed Legion Cemetery Blueprint Purple Mausoleum Burial Pit Blueprint Blue Sandstorm King Helmet Blueprint Purple Sandstorm King Armor Blueprint Purple Sandstorm King Arm Guards Blueprint Purple Sandstorm King War Boots Blueprint Purple Majestic Bell Hammer Orange Shadowstone +233 Warfire Coin +305. Dense blueprints appeared, scattered all over the ground. Most of them were purple. The quality of the treasure chest was not high, but it was acceptable. Fang Hao began to inspect each reward. Blessed Legion Cemetery is an undead clan's barracks construction. Once built, it could recruit 8th tier troops, the Yakulan Blessed Legion. That is, the troop type we encountered earlier wielding a spear and shield that looked like a mummy. Overall, it's considered a high-tier troop in the troop camps. Fang Hao finished inspecting the first blueprint, did not directly keep it, but handed it to Cleolando, next to him for review. He then picked up the second one. Mausoleum Burial Pit, as a blue barrack construction, capable of recruiting 6th tier troops, Mausoleum Warriors. The guards accompanying Cleolando were of this troop type. From the exterior, they didn't look much different from ordinary undead warriors. He continued to hand it over to the side. Next were the Sandstorm King set, suitable for the undead, a set of purple equipment. Defense level 4. Effects. Defense +10%, magic resistance +8%, Sandstorm Legion. Sandstorm Legion, in the desert, movement speed +25%, attacks carry the sandification effect. This set of equipment is actually quite good. But to put it to use, it needs to be used in the desert. In ordinary areas, without the Sandstorm Legion trait, the equipment attributes are significantly reduced. The last item. It was the only orange piece among the rewards. Majestic Bell Hammer was not a blueprint, but a weapon similar to a round-headed war hammer. Majestic Bell Hammer Orange. Category. War Hammer. Damage. Level 5 damage. Effect. Attack +25%, Soul Banishment. Soul Banishment causes the collapse condition to the souls in a certain area. Description. The heavy bell hammer emits an aura of awe, making any facing undead humble. Wow, this weapon is pretty awesome. Level 5 damage and attack +25% need no further comment. Soul Banishment. This attached effect, indeed quite special, causing soul-type damage to regional undead. A treasure from the undead clan's chest yielded a weapon targeted against the undead. Looks like it's winding up for a heavy hit against teammates. Having shown all the blueprints to Cleolando, Fang Hao said, let's split these battle spoils half and half, we'll pick what each of us needs. Hearing this, Cleolando immediately waved his hands. No, I didn't help with anything. How could I take a share of the spoils? I'm happy just to watch. Go ahead, pick first. In the thoughts of Cleolando, before exploring this type of undead map, the distribution after the war was advantageous for oneself. The undead map, the post-war rewards would inevitably favor the undead clan. At that time, the valuable rewards would be given priority to oneself. That was also why she had so willingly cooperated with coming over with Fang Hao. But now it was different. Fang Hao, with his own strength, had directly taken down this city defended by 10,000. Displaying terrifying and frightening power. Now even if she was allowed to take anything she wanted, she wouldn't dare. She even worried whether the other side would simply slaughter her out in the wild. Looking at another person's heroes, their military strength, then looking at the 200+ people she had brought. Killing her would be easier than killing a desert scorpion. She was a smart woman and knew how to act now so as not to disgust the other party. Even would not be slaughtered by him in the wild. That night, she had learned quite a few of the other side's secrets. I didn't contribute. I can't accept this. Cleolando stepped back 2 steps. It's okay now. Without your help, I wouldn't have found this place, Fang Hao continued. The other side hadn't contributed, but in this mission, they had played a significant role. Otherwise, let him really traverse regions to explore the desert map, it would take at least a year and a half to complete. Moreover, the truly valuable reward, the immortal Black Book, had already been collected by him in advance. The rest had little value for him. Mr. Fang Hao, I really can't take these, please keep them all yourself. Seeing that she really wouldn't take them, Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, well, all these spoils of war belong to me. When I return, I'll compensate you with 2,000 sets of purple gear. Ah, Cleolando hesitated for a moment. 2,000 sets of purple gear were definitely worth no less than sharing the spoils of war. Seeing that he didn't seem to be testing her, she directly agreed, okay then, thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. Fang Hao collected the blueprints, then directly opened the Gate of the Worlds, allowing the skeleton soldiers to throw all the spoils of war into the gate. During the moving period, Fang Hao continued, keep my matters confidential as much as possible. After all, there are some things that are better known to fewer people. Cleolando's heart tightened. Here it came, the subtle warning. She really knew too much, and he was already worried. Immediately, she said, Mr. Fang Hao, rest assured, I promise not to divulge today's events, and if you have any orders in the future, just say the word, and I will comply. Fang Hao was startled. He didn't expect her to be so serious. Actually, the matter of keeping secrets was already not as important as before. With a demigod residing, he wasn't afraid of being known by others. It's just that he thought it better to keep it a secret as much as possible to avoid any troublesome matters. Thanks, Fang Hao nodded. The spoils of war were quickly moved into the Gate of the Worlds. Fang Hao bid farewell to Cleolando, and also disappeared into the light curtain with several heroes. Only when the figure had disappeared did Cleolando finally let out a deep breath of relief. Being alive was indeed good. If he gives us 2,000 sets of purple gear, it can also just be used to replace the army's equipment, the purple hero by her side, helping her mount a camel, said. Let's go back. Cleolando nodded, and as she turned, she muttered softly, keeping my life is already good enough, not to mention the gear. Returning to the main city. The coolness in the air made several people exhale at the same time. Especially Grey Bear, the weakest, still wearing a heavy bear skin, not having a heatstroke already proved the hero's physical condition was far superior to ordinary people. How was the desert? Was it fun? Did you take any photos? Angia ran over, with the red general flying behind her. Here, I brought you a handful of local sand. Fang Hao pulled out a handful of yellow sand from his pocket. Angia held it in her palm to look, then casually tossed it away. Do you have photos? No, just a glance, and it's all yellow sand, there's nothing. What about the photos you promised? You tricked me. Angia grabbed him, shouting loudly. He really had promised her before he left. But he had forgotten, and moreover, it was dark at that time, there wasn't much to take pictures of. Fang Hao was shaken back and forth, and after thinking, he said, "Next time I'll take you to see, and in the troop hiding cave, there are many treasures brought back, you can go pick some you like." Hearing about treasures, Angia instantly let go of him, running off while shouting, "I'm going to find Lori, oh, and Aira left breakfast for you all in the kitchen." As she shouted, her figure gradually disappeared. The four of them ate breakfast. Fang Hao said to Grey Bear, "Grey Bear, stay in the main city for the next few days. The city has an instructor, you start raising your rank first. I'm keeping that city for you." Grey Bear's loyalty at 100 points, also had divine faith. It's just that his rank was somewhat low. Grey Bear's hand movements paused, but he still agreed, "Okay, my lord. I'll have a house built for you at that time. Every day you go to the training field to train, and improve your strength as soon as possible." "Understood, my lord." After breakfast, Fang Hao once again walked out of the Book of Lords to create the promised 2,000 sets of purple gear. In a village on the eastern side of Cruel City, the door of a simple wooden hut was gently pushed open. A middle-aged man in noble dress carefully walked in. After respectfully greeting, he said in a low voice, "Respected and great master, your servant and believer have already arrived here, waiting for your next instructions." Inside the dimly lit room, there was a brief silence. Then, an orc-old woman emerged from the dim shadows. Her blood-stained forehead was branded with a triangular symbol. The old woman asked, "How many people are there in total?" "More than 20,000 have gathered." "Good, let's prepare to set out. I'm rather eager to know who it is that can ascend to divinity in such an environment," the old woman said, her tone full of amusement. "Yes, my great master," the middle-aged man withdrew, starting to organize everyone to assemble. In the not-so-spacious square, a fat man, a thin man, and a girl, 3 people stood amongst the crowd. After a simple ritual, they too received orders to depart. "So many people have gathered," the girl said. "It seems like a grand battle is upon us," the fat man replied. "Should we still try to escape?" the girl continued to inquire. The thin man thought for a moment, took another look at the nearby situation, and said, "I'm afraid escaping won't be easy, let's just follow along for now, and see what happens later." Okay. Before long, under a series of urging calls, the chaotic army set off. A strange excitement appeared on everyone's faces as they followed the troop and strode forward. In the main city, at the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao sat on his throne, with the gold-eating queen, Amanda, sitting below. After setting up the teleportation array, it became more convenient for heroes to come to the main city, and they didn't need to contact Fang Hao every time to bring them over. Fang Hao took a sip of tea and said, "This trip to the desert has yielded some gains." He finished speaking and took out the newly acquired Immortal Black Book, handing it to her. Amanda took it in her hand and instinctively exclaimed, "The Immortal Black Book. Do you recognize it?" According to Amanda's storyline, she was supposed to have been poisoned to death and then transformed into an undead. She never went to the Undead Desert in her life's trajectory. How would she even know about the Immortal Black Book? Amanda explained, "It is recorded in the book that the god of Undead, in order to consolidate the faith of his faction, bestowed 3 special items, and one of them is the Immortal Black Book. Bestowed by the god of Undead. That means that Yakolan holds a high position among the undead. No wonder he had such faith in the god of Undead. Right, I slaughtered the followers of the god of Undead and snatched this for you," he said. Amanda was taken aback, trying to speak several times but held back each time. In the end, she just said, "Thank you, my lord, I will definitely make good use of it." Amanda's loyalty to him was at 100 points, and as an undead herself, she had no real faith in the god of Undead. So there was no such thing as steadfast faith for her. Fang Hao nodded and continued, "Amanda, I have an idea I want to discuss with you." "Please speak, my lord. If I support you from behind, can you take down the Undead clan?" Amanda almost wanted to give the Immortal Black Book back to him. What did he mean? Take his book and overthrow a faction for him. Do you mean, you wish to wage war against the desert undead? She asked. Yes, is that possible? Amanda pondered for a moment then replied, it's difficult. The desert is vast, the undead have a stable regime, and they are abundant in soldiers, heroes, and resources. Their leader, the immortal emperor, has the strength of a demigod. It's very hard to defeat them. She didn't say it was impossible. Because several things that had been deemed impossible before had been accomplished by Fang Hao. Fang Hao felt that Amanda made sense. He hadn't actually thought about engaging in a real fight with the undead, but he had heard heroes in the stone coffin mentioning the takeover of the undead regime. He just wanted to discuss it with Amanda. Since they couldn't fight them, there was no point in provoking them from such a distance. Right, you make a good point. Fang Hao nodded in agreement, then took out the majestic bell hammer, and handed it to her, saying, this is for you as well, an orange weapon that comes with the ability, soul banishment, which can deal soul damage to the undead. Amanda put the staff in her hand aside and picked up the bell hammer, her aura instantly changing. From a queen to a fierce female warrior. She looked over it in her hands. Amanda waved her hand, and golden liquid flowed, wrapping around the bell hammer. It transformed into a slender staff. Damn, it even comes with a skin change feature. Fang Hao didn't bother with it, now that he had given it to her. How to use it was her own affair. The two of them discussed recent events for a while. Suddenly, the Book of Lords signaled with the sound of a sound transmitting shell. He took it out and looked at it. It was from Prul City, the sound transmitting shell at the southern fortress. He placed it to his ear, and the voice of the stationed soldiers came through. Lord, a large army has been spotted to the southeast, already crossing the border, approaching the direction of the main city. Southeast. A large army. To the southeast of the main city was Crescent Heights, the territory of the Blood Clan, where there shouldn't be any army. Fang Hao put it to his mouth and continued to inquire, how many people, can you confirm their identity? Soon, the information was relayed back, over 10,000, the army's composition is mixed, with humans, orcs, and undead, all included. It's estimated they will reach the main city by dusk. Goodness, over 10,000. And an allied force consisting of several species, this was quite odd. Alright, I understand, you don't need to stop them, let them come. Fang Hao directly ordered. 10,000 men. That small fortress only stationed about 20 soldiers, which definitely couldn't stop such a force. Being able to report back was already fulfilling their duty. Yes, my lord. Fang Hao put away the sound transmitting shell. He called out, bring the harpy, Zuleika here. Soon, the leather-armored harpy walked in. Fang Hao said directly, an army is approaching from the southeast, arrange for someone to investigate and find out the details. Yes, my lord. The city began to bustle. Skeleton soldiers shuttled through the streets, transporting supplies and making preparations for war. Inside the lord's mansion, a group of heroes listened as Fang Hao roughly recounted the situation, all falling into a brief silence. 20,000 people, coming to attack here. Was this a joke? In the past, any battle had involved more than 20,000 people. What purpose did they come with? Amanda asked at that moment. Gathering forces, heading straight for the main city. Clearly, they had a definite target, but why exactly were they attacking here? There had to be a reason. Fang Hao shook his head, uncertain, no discoveries yet. The scouts had been dispatched but had not yet reported back. Who the enemy was and why they came remained unclear on their side. Could it be bandits or something, thinking our side is more prosperous, coming to loot? Angia pondered and shared her thoughts. No one responded to her, only Lori, sitting in the back row, nodded in agreement. The dwarf skeleton warrior in charge of the main city's defense, Frederick, also spoke up. If the enemy only has this many people, there's basically no possibility they could breach the city walls. Everyone was quite confident in the defenses of the city walls. Level 15 city walls, plus the enhancement of Gray Iron Bastion. Not to mention 20,000, even 200,000 couldn't break through. But Fang Hao still felt some unease in his heart, always sensing a crisis. Phew. At that moment, Harpy, Zuleika landed at the entrance and quickly walked in. After a slight bow, she said, "Lord, the enemy has entered the abandoned quarry area, with more joining their ranks, the number estimated to be close to 30,000. The abandoned quarry was a former mining site. Later mining relied mainly on the Bloody Mountain Range and Cold Wind Mountain Range, so the former was directly abandoned. To reach the main city from there would take roughly 2 to 3 hours. Can you confirm the identity of the enemy?" Fang Hao asked. Zuleika shook her head. "The enemy's formation is chaotic, orcs and humans the most numerous. There are also some undead, and in the enemy's midst, they're carrying triangular wooden frames made of wood, which looks like some kind of organization." Organization. This word gave everyone a hint. People from 3 different races gathering together likely suggested an organization had brought these people together. Next, Zuleika described the shape and appearance of the triangular frames. Amanda, controlling gold, created a small model from the description. Everyone recognized it, but no one knew it. Triangles, such a common symbol. Each race had symbols representing them, truly deducing anything was not easy. Seeing there was no more detailed intelligence, Fang Hao directly said, "Zuleika, continue to be responsible for scouting the enemy's movements, the rest of you prepare as well." "Yes, Lord," everyone saluted and exited the hall one after another. Time slowly passed. At dusk, dense crowds began to appear outside the eastern side of the city. Scattered formations, different races, and a variety of outfits. It looked like a large group of refugees, crowding towards this side. "Do they believe they can take down this city?" Amanda asked on the side. Among the crowd, one could even see some beggars and slightly elderly people. How could such a group possibly breach this city? Fang Hao controlled the demon doll, standing on the city wall looking down at the dense crowd below. Could his concerns be wrong, and these were just a group of beguiled natives? At that time, the enemy's troops began to slow their pace. It looked like they were going to rest before the battle. "Get ready, and let's see the situation first." Fang Hao didn't order a surprise attack, still deciding to assess the situation first. Outside the city, the disorderly army of believers began making their final preparations. 3 transmigrators stood in the center area of the troop, pretending to swing hammers, hammering wedges into stakes. Along the way, people continuously joined the troop. The number had almost reached 30,000 from the initial 20,000. No one knew from where these people had come from, weary from travel, yet their faces showed excitement. Now, they had reached their destination, the city in the distance was their target. They heard it was the divine ascension site of some new god. "Is this a transmigrator's city? Should we mention something in the channel?" The girl spoke up. The city of transmigrators and the natives was easily recognizable. The natives' city walls bore signs of aging and the passing of years, built bit by human hands. The transmigrators was different, neat and precise, with even the seams between bricks meticulously aligned. The chubby man swung down the hammer saying, "These people don't want to face reality. Speaking of some new god and faith, they're just using it as an excuse to attack the transmigrators' city, their lies reaching the heavens. I remember seeing a movie once. In Western medieval times, it was normal to wage wars in the name of God," the tall thin man continued to speak. "So you mean, all this God stuff is fake?" "I pray every day. I almost believed in it." The chubby man pounded down another 2 hammer strokes. "Who knows, the real or fake doesn't matter much to us, still better think about what we'll do once the battle starts and we attack the city." Putting down the hammer, the chubby man patted his stomach. "With my size, I'm at a disadvantage." "You are so chubby, taking a few hits won't matter," the girl also chimed in. "Not even one hit," the chubby one said sternly. The skinny one glanced at the distant city wall, then whispered softly, "Do you think these tens of thousands can breach that wall?" The other 2 also looked up. "Hope we're all right, and this brother here too." Soon, from the back of the troop, noise began filtering through. They saw the middle-aged man in brocaded clothes who usually gave them orders, was carefully accompanying an old orc woman, slowly emerging from the rear. As the old woman moved forward, people on either side knelt on one knee, bowing their heads. The old woman glanced at the distant city. In a soft voice, she spoke, "You are the bravest warriors. You will have the speed of a cheetah, the physique of a bear." With the old woman's words resonating, all those around her began to transform. It was as if they were endowed with numerous buffs, their bodies swelled, eyes blood red, panting heavily like wild beasts. The old woman nodded in satisfaction, pointing her wooden staff forward. "Attack, take down the city." Whoosh. The crowd rose, weapons in hand, charging forward like frenzied beasts. On the city walls, Fang Hao's pupils tightened slightly. In the crowd, a figure radiated divine light, as conspicuous as a torch in the night. Divinity descended. A deity had used divinity descend to possess a believer and initiate this war. A deity was targeting him. Not a demigod like the Dragon Queen, but a true deity. It seemed that after his own divinity had risen, many deities had begun to target him. Previously, they had only set traps at critical moments, now they were openly attacking him. Damn, which wretch was it this time? His mind raced to determine which deity was targeting him. To gather humans, orcs, and undead together, this target was hard to find. His gaze quickly fixed on the triangular wooden frame erected nearby. Suddenly, he thought of a deity. The god of deception. Previously, in the main city's temple, there had been a similar pattern on the throne of the god of deception. He's insane. Why is he attacking me? Fang Hao was filled with questions. I worshipped you in the main city for so long, and in the end, you withdrew your blessings. At least I did my utmost, right? And now, to gather forces to attack me. Sir, they have begun their attack, Demetria quietly reminded him nearby. In the distance, oddly equipped individuals also launched an attack. Without any order or formation, they rushed dispersely with weapons, charging like mad beasts. Seeking death. So few people, yet they dare to attack. Thinking they are the Dragon Clan. To one side, Angia and a few girls laughed at the attackers for overestimating themselves. Such few people trying to breach the city. Merely a joke. But Fang Hao, looking at that distant figure, felt a heavy pressure. Once gods were involved, the matter was not so simple. Beata. Fang Hao called out. Beata, who was happily chatting with Millie and Angia, came over at his call. Do you want me to go kill them? Please ask your mother to come here. We might need her help if there's danger, Fang Hao stated directly. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Beata responded, isn't that overkill? Fang Hao shook his head, just to be cautious. If all's well, then all the better. All right. Beata nodded, agreeing, then took out the sound transmitting shell to contact the Dragon Queen. Nearby, Amanda asked, is something wrong? Fang Hao replied, it involves the deities, be careful during the fight. Below the city, the old woman looked up at the city walls, a sinister smile on her face. Tap tap tap. The enemy forces approached rapidly. Their eyes red with blood, like frenzied beasts. All the weapons on the city walls began to turn their barrels. Boom boom boom. A succession of roars ensued as heavy cannonballs were fired from the wall toward the sprinting enemies. Bombs cascaded from the sky, blowing up dust clouds and hurling the charging enemies into the air. These apparently amateurish enemies, nevertheless, exhibited strength far beyond their own capabilities. Their eyes blood red, they ran like cheetahs, leaping 3 to 4 meters high to dodge the falling bombs. In the dense smoke, figures constantly leapt high. Like a school of fish disturbed from water, perpetually breaking the surface. This explosive strength still surprised everyone. It was almost comparable to the Valkyrie reconstructions. Skeleton archers, get ready. As they entered rifle range, rifles were aimed from the wall, prepared for battle. Just as the order to fire was about to be given, the orc old woman in the distance shined even brighter with divine light. Her wooden staff pointed towards the sky above the city. Crack. Above the city, as if glass, fractures appeared and then violently shattered. A gigantic gray-black eye gazed down from beyond. Inside the city, the skeletons, hollow eye sockets crimson soul fire began to tremble violently, slowly turning gray-black. The next second, the line of skeleton archers on the walls turned their barrels downwards, pointing at their comrades. Bang bang bang. Gunfire resonated, and swaths of skeleton soldiers turned into white bone. Across the city, skeleton warriors also raised their weapons, turning on one another in a frenzy. Every face turned pale. A complete mutiny. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers brawling inside the city. Many others headed directly for the Lord's manor. A sudden turn of events had caught everyone off guard. The city's greatest defense was its ample defense forces. Archers, skeleton warriors, each major battle saw the city arranging a massive number of troops. But in that instant, all the soldiers lost control. The previous advantage had completely turned into a disadvantage. Chaos reigned on the city walls. Except for a few heroes, all the ordinary troops fell into chaotic infighting. A few gathered together, now surrounded by skeletons burning with pale soul fire. Who would have thought that one day they would be besieged by their own skeletons? Fang Hao, it's over, it's your fault for always making them do this and that, see, they've started to rebel. Angia ducked to avoid a chop, grabbed a nearby rope, and tied up an attacking skeleton tightly. The enemy's goal was clear, to incite internal chaos. Whether it was chaos or mutual slaughter draining troops. Either scenario was beneficial for the enemy. Therefore, the heroes also exercised restraint in their attacks, not going far as to kill their own soldiers broadly. While thinking of strategies, they controlled the attacking skeletons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, several grappling hooks flew up to the city walls, the metal claws gripping tightly to the edges of the walls. The enemies below began climbing up the walls along those hooks. Fang Hao frowned, realizing they were dealing with professionals. It was the first time he'd seen anyone use such tactics to scale the city walls. Drawing the iron sword from his waist, he cut the ropes of the grappling hooks up front, and below, a series of crashing sounds followed. Fang Hao, think of something. Angia yelled. Fang Hao was also trying to think of a plan, finding this tactic utterly insufferable. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Amanda nearby. She held the majestic bell hammer and pressed down into the air. The charging skeletons stiffened. The gray-white flames in their eye sockets extinguished instantly, reverting to a state with no basic soul, standing stiffly at command. Frozen in place, they ceased to move. Fang Hao was stunned, an idea flashing through his mind. Elsewhere, outside the Lord's mansion, dense skeleton soldiers had surrounded the mansion tightly, swinging their weapons as they surged toward the entrance. Nisbet, in charge of protection, began to fall back to the main hall of the mansion, blocking the continuously surging skeletons at the door. What's going on? Rolana also became serious. Fang Hao's true body had always been stationed at the Lord's mansion, and Rolana, as the highest battle force, was also by his side. They initially thought it was just a simple battle, 20 to 30,000 people were not a big deal. But now, it seemed not so simple. It's the god of deception's doing, probably used some kind of soul-based spell. Fang Hao explained briefly and walked to the side, reaching the bronze crane furnace to take down the flame of faith lantern. He gently pressed on the wick. The flame extinguished instantly. The undead bodies that were continuously streaming into the doorway stiffened. Under everyone's gaze, the light in their eye sockets rapidly extinguished, and they all stood still, awaiting commands. Make way. Fang Hao decisively commanded. Clatter. The skeleton soldiers quickly moved back, clearing a path. Phew. Seeing this, both Fang Hao and Rolana also sighed in relief. If they had kept fighting, it was uncertain whether the enemy could take the city, but the already limited troops would likely have been exhausted just by themselves. At the city walls, all skeletons, flames had extinguished, entering a command-waiting state. Fang Hao controlled the demon doll and took another look at the enemies quickly approaching below, and coldly ordered, all heroes, get moving, command the skeleton forces to re-enter battle positions. Without the soul fire, the skeleton soldiers reverted to a somewhat stiff appearance. This required step-by-step manual command. Troublesome as it was much preferable to a full rebellion. Everyone quickly dispersed. Soon, the skeleton forces sprung back into action, eliminating the enemies who climbed up using grappling hooks, with rifle barrels pointing downward again. Archers, fire at will. Fang Hao ordered coldly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rifles immediately filled the air, and the dense bullets enveloped all nearby targets like a vast net. Thud, thud, thud. Those rushing to the city wall, trying to come up with a plan, were instantly covered in bullets. Even with enhanced body states, they couldn't withstand such dense gunfire. In an instant, the enemies piled at the base of the city wall fell in droves, blood flowing like rivers. Simultaneously, the cannons fired once more. The organ guns, making sounds like copper pipe strikes, dropped dense projectiles into the crowd. Scores of enemies fell, bringing about another reversal of the situation. The transmigrating trio rushing behind, hearing the booming cannons, trembled. Their also surging blood cooled considerably, seeing the shells exploding all around and bullets falling from the sky. The three of them were dumbfounded. "Holy shit!" the chubby one exclaimed. The tall, thin man immediately grabbed the other two and ran towards the side without caring about the chaos. They hadn't been killed in the first 2 rounds of explosions, which meant they were extremely lucky. Continuing to stand here meant death for everyone. The trio ran wildly with their heads covered until they dashed into a dense forest in the distance, made sure no one was behind them, and checked their bodies for any holes before they finally heaved a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. The mission they took almost cost them their lives. That old lady was suspicious. She just said a few words, and I felt my head heat up and followed her out, the chubby one said breathlessly, lying on the ground. It's a cult, a damn cult, making followers attack the city with their lives, the thin man cursed as well. Let's get out of here quickly, this place is too dangerous, the girl suggested. The tall man flipped over, lying in the bushes, his eyes fixated on the battlefield. No rush, let's watch for a bit. Battles like this are rare. Whose city is this, do you think? Don't know, but the person is definitely a big shot. Look at the defense equipment. An ordinary person couldn't possibly manage that, the chubby one said, looking towards the top of the city wall. The towering city walls were coated in an iron-gray hue. Arrow towers, mage towers, ceaselessly unleashing various attacks. And there were rows of cannons and dense rifles. Forget these 20,000 men, even if they doubled or tripled, as long as there were people in the city, it would be impossible to capture it. Talking among themselves, their eyes filled with envy. The battle continued. A constant stream of followers fell under the intense artillery fire. The old orc woman's smiling face gradually froze, her eyes revealing immense rage. Actually breaking free from her control. It seems you do have some skills, the old lady murmured softly. Her body's aura surged again, and she heavily slammed her wooden staff into the ground. With a thud, the sky suddenly darkened, and a large triangular shadow appeared out of nowhere. Under everyone's gaze, the triangular shadow drooped down dense threads. Like spreading tentacles, they swiftly snaked down from the sky, rapidly connecting the corpses, shattered bones, and limbs on the ground. Assembling into numerous bizarre puppet corpses. Whoosh. The white threads pulled upwards, and a stunning number of corpses were suddenly lifted and thrown onto the city walls, directly pouncing on the city's defenders. Such a horrific scene would frighten any living creature, but it had no effect on the skeleton warriors who didn't even possess basic souls. The two forces engaged in battle. These corpses, being utilized for the second time, were shattered once more. Lines filled the sky, carrying arms, thighs, and skulls, still charging towards their targets. Inside the Lord's manor, the Dragon Queen, dressed in a gold gown, was sitting with her legs crossed in the hall, curiously sizing up Fang Hao across from her. After fighting for so long, this was the first time she had seen Fang Hao in person. He was very different from what she had imagined. What's the matter? Is there a problem even the first transmigrator can't solve? The Dragon Queen sat with her arms crossed, asking curiously. She felt somewhat vindicated that Fang Hao had come to seek her help so quickly. Finally, she could look down on him. Mother. Beata softly called out, not wanting the two sides to start fighting again. Fang Hao's strength was growing, and the Dragon Clan hadn't recovered from the last battle. The Dragon Queen glared at her but said nothing more. Yes, I've encountered some trouble, so I asked the Dragon Queen for help, Fang Hao spoke quite politely. Who? You have a demigod holding the fort. Who else would come to provoke you? A demigod, among various forces, served more like a peace weapon, its deterrent power greater than its combat strength. Ah, a despicable and cunning person. Are you talking about yourself? Fang Hao was stunned, not understanding why she would say that, and didn't think deeply but continued, have you heard of the god of deception? The Dragon Queen's expression tightened instantly, a bad premonition rising in her heart. A deity. Yes, the god of deception. His forces have been almost completely wiped out by me, but we still need the Dragon Queen's help to deal with this deity. 2 demigods should handle him without much trouble, Fang Hao stated directly. The Dragon Queen sat in her chair, brow furrowed in thought. She had never expected Fang Hao would ask her to confront a real deity. Are you trying to harm me? Fang Hao shook his head, why would I harm you? There's no benefit for me, and he is truly attacking my city. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Queen continued, I don't want any conflict with a deity because of you, understand? Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, the Dragon Queen has been a demigod for quite some time now, right? The Dragon Queen didn't respond, just silently watching him. The rise of a demigod requires a vast amount of the power of faith. The population of the Dragon Clan isn't large, so it's probably difficult to advance further. What are you trying to say? The Dragon Queen frowned. My territories include the Bloody Mountain Range, the Coldwind Mountain Range, the Dwarf Eight Peaks Mountain, 2 human cities, and the Sea Tribe's Rainbow Islands. If you are willing to help me, and continue to help thereafter, I can establish your statues in the temples of every city. Fang Hao looked up, seeing her listen intently, continued, given the Dragon Clan's lifespan, ascending to godhood is probably just a matter of time. The battle outside the city had gradually spiraled out of control. As the fighting continued, the threads in the sky ceaselessly grabbed corpses and skeletons from the ground to replenish their troops. And these threads, more like energy made, were unscathed when slashed with swords as if striking a beam of light, showing no change. This caused more connections to form, constantly locked in combat with the skeleton soldiers. Limbs and white bone were everywhere, covering the ground and hanging in the sky. Inside the city, the heroes who were initially commanding began to join the fight, shattering every piece of flying debris. Outside the city, the old woman's expression grew grimmer. The difficulty of this city far exceeded her expectations. Any other small border city would have fallen by now. But now, the city was still standing, and 30,000 believers had died completely. She had used this body to deploy the second ability. Damned vermin, you all must die, the old woman cursed again. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. The bright sun disappeared in an instant, replaced by a blood-red moon. What's going on? The old woman frowned. Suddenly, 2 figures burst through the sky ahead. A golden dragon and a woman with a ghoul mask and bat wings. Demigods. Demigods of the Dragon Clan and Blood Clan. Were they all aligned with this newly ascended deity? The golden giant wings flapped, turning into a golden streak rushing towards her. Accompanying it was the terrifying golden beam, shooting directly at the old woman's position. The old woman quickly retreated, displaying remarkably agile maneuvers. Just after dodging the golden beam, 2 dark blood spears were already in front of her. The old woman's stance unchanged, a creepy, grinning mask appeared instantly before her. She let out a sonic wave, shattering both blood spears. The old woman flipped back to her feet and coldly said, HMPH. Dragon Clan Demigod, Blood Clan Demigod, what good is there in worshipping a new demigod? I don't know what you're talking about, the Dragon Queen retorted coldly, lashing out with her massive tail. The old woman dodged backward. With a sneer, she said, what do you want? Wealth, status, changing the state of your race, or to ascend to godhood directly? I can help you, as long as you kill everyone here. Those few words, almost magical, conjured different visions in the minds of the Dragon Queen and Rolana. There were endless treasures, and moments of ascension to godhood. Upon hearing the end, a chilling sound came from the mask, snapping Rolana back to reality. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw the old woman's staff had pierced the dragon's chest. Dragon Queen, Rolana yelled, throwing several energy spears from her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old woman quickly moved away again, while the Dragon Queen, in a daze, regained her senses. Seeing the fresh blood at her chest, she became even angrier. She had never expected to be reminded by Rolana, who had just become a demigod. HMPH. You're even more despicable than him, the Dragon Queen cursed angrily and charged again. Rolana, holding her heavy sword, also charged forward. This was Fang Hao's arrangement. A divine arrival, though not a true deity, certainly had many special abilities. And on Fang Hao's side, the greatest combat power were the Dragon Queen and Rolana. So, they had to charge together, otherwise, if they lost, everyone in the city would die. Including himself. The two, one left and one right, attacked the old woman. Golden beams, blades, and blood spears, continually shot towards the old woman. The old woman kept dodging, surrounded by masks of agony and sinister smiles, emitting wave after wave of sonic blasts to counter all the attacks while launching counterattacks herself. Various kinds of energy magic roared forth. 3 different kinds of magic covered the entire battlefield. Golden light, red moon, and countless sinister faces, more intense than any blockbuster on Earth. The most powerful Dragon Queen, along with Rolana under the red moon, were just barely holding their own against the old woman. The deity indeed possessed stronger power. Even with restricted power, she could exert her utmost limit. The battle between them affected the surrounding kilometers, anything within the range of conflict, whether rocks, trees, or corpses, were all ground into flying ash, drifting and scattering. In the distance, 3 transmigrators hiding in the woods were also shocked by the scene before them. Although they couldn't see the names and attributes of the 2 opponents. To turn daylight into a blood moon, and the other a massive golden dragon. Such high-level hero battle was not something they could normally witness. They swallowed their saliva. The tall, thin man pulled the others slowly backing away. We should go, their battlefield is expanding. Regardless, it was better to leave the area for now. The Dragon Queen and Rolana's persistent struggle was all blocked by the old woman. The god of deception, with the ghoul mask, could attack and defend and possessed powerful mental attacks. Sometimes the attacks of the Dragon Queen and Rolana would strangely hit each other, making their fight somewhat awkward. But with their continuous struggle, the old woman appeared increasingly strained, her back more hunched, her skin as if drained of vigor. Her form rapidly aged. Her already wrinkled skin had layered up like bark. A mortal body wielding divinity to exhibit divine power was indeed consuming the little energy left. You all must die, the old woman cursed again. The wooden staff in hand cast a spell. From afar, within the city, dolls instantly lifted into the sky, falling down in front of the old woman. What disgusting thing, the Dragon Queen cursed angrily. Above her head, a golden sun instantly condensed. Woo! The golden sun, radiating dazzling rays, turned all the densely packed dolls to ash. Even the old woman, wrapped in a myriad of differently expressive eerie faces, had a body charred like coal. Clearly, this body of the old woman was also down to its last breath. Damn it, you will pay the price for this, the old woman roared furiously. As her words ended, the air suddenly froze. Above her head, a distinct crack appeared in the sky. Countless eerily shaped masks surged out from the crack. One by one, they attached to the old woman's body. As more masks accumulated, the old woman's body also grew incessantly. At last, a gigantic monster formed, on all fours, made up of countless masks. Damn, what is that? Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Ow roar. Boom boom boom. All the monsters' masks emitted angry roars. Then, it strode massively towards the direction of the city walls. It looked as though it was determined to take a few down with it even in death. The Dragon Queen and Rolana dived down again to attack. The masks emitted various sound waves, countering with a backlash. The entangling battle flared up once again. Standing on the city wall, Fang Hao's expression grew solemn watching the scene unfold. He had thought it was just a boss fight. But damn, a second form had appeared. Watching the monster heading towards the city walls, Fang Hao directly said, Alorig, You four go help Rolana, don't let it get close to the walls. Yes, my lord. The four sisters took the command, leaping directly from the wall. In midair, their forms rapidly grew, transforming into giants. Marching with heavy steps, they surged forward. Bang 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 bang. The four giants forcefully halted the monster, their war hammers relentlessly swinging and smashing into the limbs and body of the adversary. In the sky, the Dragon Queen and Rolana also increased the frequency and rhythm of their attacks. Roar. A dazzling golden dragon breath, akin to the blazing sun, suddenly burst forth. Woo woo. The scorching golden brilliance enveloped the monster beneath. The fearful, variously expressive masks, like wax figures enveloped in flames, began to howl, twist, and then started to melt. Merging into a viscous fluid, incessantly dripping downwards. The masks on the monster's body began continuously falling off. Even as it tried to grasp them, they kept falling. Eventually, all the masks turned into black sludge and completely detached, revealing the unusually emaciated old woman inside. She let out a string of bizarre laughter, her gaze sweeping over the dragons, the Blood Clan, and finally resting on the city wall. He, it seems I underestimated you, but there's still a lot of time, and the game has just begun. Dragon Clan, Blood Clan, you two will pay a painful price for today's actions. As her voice faded, the old woman's head suddenly jerked upward. Divine power began to extract itself from her body. Swoosh. At that moment, a black luster quickly swept in from within the city, thudding into the ground beside the old woman. 3 dog heads continuously sniffed the air. After 2 breaths, the light retreated, and the old woman's body, like disintegrating fine sand, instantly collapsed. Clean up the battlefield. Harpy, Blackfoot Cat, expand the search area, see if any enemies have escaped. Elsewhere. The fleeing group of 3 transmigrators had just dashed out of the dense forest and suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their mouths agape, they looked in surprise at the scene ahead. Exquisitely sculpted stone railings, a unique gazebo, a vast lake, and rugged rockeries. In the distance, they could even see a pirate ship, as one might find in an amusement park. Had they traveled back again? But when they saw, beside the pirate ship, a skeleton troll operating a large joystick, they confirmed they hadn't returned. This was still that magical world. Who on earth is this, building an amusement park? The girl said in surprise. Others save and struggle to develop. This person actually built an amusement park, such a huge project. It's somewhat excessive. The tall, thin man looked back at the dense forest behind them and said, we didn't dash through a forest, it's someone's garden. The gap between transmigrators is just too huge. Just as the two were reflecting. Whiz whiz. A series of whooshing sounds. Several harpies landed from the sky. Holding revolvers in their hands, they vigilantly surrounded the trio. What are you doing here? Lord's mansion. 3 transmigrators, heads bowed, stood anxiously in the middle of the hall. Lifting their heads slightly, they could see heroes seated on both sides. Orange, dark gold, demigod. Were these also levels of heroes? And there were dark gold and demigods. You 3, did you also come with the god of deception? A man's voice asked from above, causing the trio to shudder. After a brief silence, the tall, thin man cautiously began, yes, but we were deceived into coming. How were you deceived? The voice from above continued. Our territory is near Jinmastu. By chance, we learned that there was a church event in the city and thought it was some special mission, so we joined and were brought here. The slender man's pace quickened. Jinmastu was south of Lis City, near the beast tamer Lan Yong. They had traveled quite a distance. Fang Hao could distinguish between truth and lies, and it seemed they were telling the truth. Are all these people from different cities? What are their identities? Yes, these believers have come from various cities one after another. Their identities are mostly beggars, thieves, murderers, basically no decent people. Fang Hao frowned again. Believers like these could become gods. How much do you know about the god of deception? Fang Hao continued to inquire. He didn't know much about the god of deception himself. Only from the recent battle did he know that his abilities were bizarre and sinister. The slender man fell silent, while the girl beside him took over. He is the deity of schemes, lies, manipulation, and deception. The believers say that following him can grant you anything you desire. Worried about being misunderstood, she quickly added, these are also what we heard from other believers along the way. Schemes, lies, manipulation. None of those words were good. No wonder the believers were people from the underworld. The slender man nodded, signaling that was all they knew. From a common transmigrator's perspective, deities were too distant. If they hadn't been drawn into this task, they would have had no chance to learn about deities. Seeing that the three knew little, Fang Hao continued, how did the three of you survive? That old lady was somewhat sinister. Her words were like a stimulant to everyone, driving us madly forward. We couldn't keep up physically and eventually, we were awakened by gunshots and ran away, the chubby man added. They escaped halfway. These three were indeed lucky. Fang Hao nodded and said, all right, since you didn't know before, I'll have someone send you back shortly. Be cautious during this period. The god of deception is no good man, no good god. If he finds out you three fled, he might take his anger out on you. Hearing they would be sent back, the trio visibly relaxed. The chubby one even dared to raise a hand and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Thank you, boss. We'll keep a low profile when we return. The girl timidly raised her head. Boss, may I ask who you are? Fang Hao glanced at her. Hey, kid, don't be so curious. The girl pouted and stayed silent. He again instructed the three not to discuss the matters here in public channels. He arranged for someone to send them to Prul City, from where Prul City would further arrange their return to their respective cities. After the three transmigrators left, the rest went to handle the post-battle affairs. In the hall, only Fang Hao, the Dragon Queen, and Rolana remained. The Dragon Queen spoke, what are your plans now? Although they had won the battle, they had only eliminated one of the god of deception's believers, hardly different from a clone. And the threats the god of deception delivered to the Dragon Clan and the Blood Clan as he left filled both with fear. A deity known for schemes and lies was indeed intimidating and unsettling. Fang Hao understood what they feared and sensed danger himself, and he said decisively, the conflict with the god of deception is hard to resolve. What we need to do next is prepare for his retaliation and find a way to eliminate him. Eliminating a god. This idea caused the Dragon Queen's heart to tremble violently. Such boldness. Are you insane? Actually, deities aren't always as powerful as you think. Is it possible some deities are mere shells, less combat powerful than you? The Dragon Queen frowned. What exactly are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that since the god of deception's nature means he won't let us off, instead of waiting for him to kill us one by one, why don't we unite and eliminate him first? Fang Hao said bluntly. The Dragon Queen's brows furrowed tightly. She felt as if she were involuntarily boarded a thief's ship, with no chance to disembark. You saw his power. The two of us barely managed to hold him off, not even suppress him. How can you fight like this? The Dragon Queen spoke. The final victory came when the possessed old woman couldn't withstand the divine power and collapsed herself. In a direct confrontation, they might not be able to defeat the god of deception at all. I will consider that point, and we can learn more about the situation and discuss strategies in detail later, Fang Hao continued. Learn more about the situation. Fang Hao nodded. Let's do this. You can stay here tonight, and tomorrow we'll discuss it thoroughly. Stay here. The Dragon Queen's eyes widened. Yes, and we can also have the carver define the style of your deity statue. The Dragon Clan doesn't have craftsmen capable of making deity statues, right? Fang Hao said with a smile. According to the agreement reached between the two. In the future, temples in each city will establish statues of the Dragon Queen. Although there were no explicit responsibilities assigned, this bound the Dragon Queen to her own territory. After all, the development of the territory affects the collection of faith. When the territory is attacked, the Dragon Queen would have no choice but to intervene. The Dragon Queen glared at him but still said, all right, tomorrow I'll see what you can do. Fang Hao did not continue to argue with her but turned his gaze to Rolana, saying, Rolana, I had Dujin prepare some gifts. When you return to Eternal Night City, inform your mother about the situation here. Okay. Rolana also felt somewhat helpless. The battle now involved quite a significant scope. Both the Dragon Clan and the Blood Clan were pulled in. Even if Fang Hao did not mention it, she would have to inform her mother. A scolding was definitely unavoidable. The meeting between the three of them ended, and they all went about their own business. The Dragon Queen stepped out of the door, and Beata was waiting at the entrance. Carefully, she hooked her mother's arm. "Mother, I'll take you to the stone carver." The Dragon Queen glanced at her daughter and did not refuse. Together, they headed towards the processing area. Night fell. After the waves of the hot spring had churned for a while. Fang Hao, holding Aira and Little White, sat down by the pool. "Master, today was really scary. Several of the new maids suddenly went crazy and attacked others like wild animals," said Little White, patting her chest and rolling over. "Indeed, it was quite frightening when such incidents suddenly occurred," Aira added from the other side. Fang Hao, with his arms around both of them, his palms resting on their perky backs, asked, "Was anyone hurt?" "There were no major issues, we controlled them immediately with only a few minor injuries," Aira whispered. Aira and Little White had both reached level 9, along with the other maids. Controlling those newly recruited maids was actually not difficult. It was expected that Aira and the others would gradually reach level 10, and then they could advance to heroes. Fang Hao patted lightly, "Let those injured rest for a couple of days, and resume training once they recover." The effect of creating chaos in their ranks varied in degree from person to person. Those of higher levels endured lighter effects. This involved spiritual resistance or perhaps some special factor. Moreover, among the maids hidden in the basement, most had no issues, and the few affected were controlled by Aira and the others. After the victory in battle, the effect also disappeared. The naturally timid maids cried for a long time when they found themselves bound and controlled tightly. Little White leaned over and whispered, "Master, should we send those new maids back first?" "Don't worry, I'll handle it well, and this won't happen again." Fang Hao hugged them closer, still pondering in his heart. A bizarre godly being from the opposing side. How should he handle this? At Beata's residence. In the backyard hot spring, the Dragon Queen leaned back, her fair and tender shoulders emerging from the water. Two plump half-spheres surfaced above the water. "No wonder you don't want to go back. This lifestyle suits your nature," the Dragon Queen said softly, leaning back on the edge of the pool. "That's not true. I'm here to help him defend the city as per the agreement," Beata argued while sitting beside her. Her silver-white skin shimmered under the moonlight. With a lovely baby face and a figure that didn't fall short of her mother's. I still don't know about you," the Dragon Queen glanced at her. "Mother, does this mean we've formed an alliance with Fang Hao, and we won't fight anymore?" Beata moved closer, her face full of hope. Whether to go to war or not was still ultimately the Dragon Queen's decision. From the current perspective, both sides intended to deepen their cooperation. If you hadn't disappeared last time, would Mount Dragon Peak have fought with him? Now you wish to form an alliance with him, what are you really thinking? The Dragon Queen poked her daughter's forehead forcefully. Beata shrunk her head, then wrapped her arms around her mother's arm, saying, "Mother, Fang Hao's territory is huge, not just the places he mentioned. Even the orc area to the east of the city is his territory. You'll definitely become a god, the strongest deity." The Dragon Queen furrowed her brows. A transmigrator actually possessed such an extensive range of territory. This was indeed beyond her expectations. If this continues, she might genuinely achieve breakthrough to demigod through his territory. "Do you have a good relationship with him?" The Dragon Queen suddenly became alert. No. Beata stiffened abruptly. The Dragon Queen felt increasingly uneasy, scrutinizing her daughter seriously. Just as she was about to speak, from the other side of the backyard wall, a childish shout came. "Beata, let's go, let's peek at Fang Hao showering." Then, above the wall, a pair of white rabbit ears appeared first, followed by a small head peeking out. But upon seeing the Dragon Queen soaking in the hot spring, the expression froze. "Are there other people?" Beata cleared her throat. "Millie, This is my mother, and don't talk nonsense about sneaking peeks at bathings. Upon hearing it was the Dragon Queen, Millie's body stiffened and she directly fell down, shouting through the wall, "You're busy, I'm going to sleep." Rushing back to her room, Millie also heard Beata's shout, "Mother, it's not what you think, listen to me." The next day, Rainbow Pearl Island, Royal Palace. Inside a luxuriously furnished room, Mr. Fang Hao sat at the head of the table, with the Dragon Queen and Rolana, two demigods, on either side. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The Sea Tribe Temple Witch, Roriel, carefully walked in. After taking a glance around the room, she bowed respectfully, "Greetings, my lord," and to the two misses. Her tone was exceedingly respectful, but the word, "Mrs.," still caused the Dragon Queen's eyelids to twitch. Roriel, take a seat. I would like to see the Sea God, could you please get in touch with him?" Mr. Fang Hao said directly. "Yes, my lord." The witch nodded, and then slowly closed her eyes. Soon, a radiant light suddenly descended upon Roriel. Even without being able to see this figure of light, one could feel that her demeanor had changed. Especially the Dragon Queen, whose eyes were full of surprise and caution. She cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Fang Hao beside her. He had actually invited a deity to converse with him. "You're looking for me." Reopening her eyes, the witch's tone became serious. Mr. Fang Hao sat upright, his tone calm. "I would like to ask you about some matters." "Oh, pertaining to what?" "The other deities." The sea god fell silent for a moment, then spoke, "Sure, but it's not free." Mr. Fang Hao nodded. He hadn't intended to freeload. "That's fine, what do I need to offer?" "No rush, first tell me what you want to ask." The sea god continued to inquire. Mr. Fang Hao straightforwardly asked, "What do you know about the god of deception?" "Not much, I hardly come into contact with him, only heard that his reputation isn't very good. Many royal courts of various powers face internal chaos and the calamities of war, often with his meddling shadows," said the sea god after some thought. "If I were to battle him, do you have any advice?" "To battle?" The sea god scrutinized him carefully and then said, "It's not a wise decision to engage in battle with an established deity right now. Have you considered that he might be enticing you to make a move in order to find an opportunity to take your divinity? Once a divine war begins, it becomes an epic battle. In the endless lifespans of the gods, their followers fight without ceasing, for decades or even centuries. After a divine war, the victor takes everything from the other, including their divinity, while the loser falls from the divine pedestal, losing both eternity and their power. Yet, at this moment, Mr. Fang Hao, as a newly ascended deity, it was rather remarkable that the established deities hadn't already targeted him, let alone considering launching an attack on another. In the sea god's view, that would not be a wise decision. Mr. Fang Hao understood this point, but when the enemy came knocking at his door, avoiding conflict with the other party was not an option. "Yes, I understand that, but I would still like to hear more." The sea god nodded and after pondering for a bit, said, "From what I've heard, the god of deception is adept at trickery and manipulating hearts. When battling him, one must be vigilant of defenses against mental and spiritual attacks." The sea god had not encountered the god of deception personally. Or to say, there was very little contact between the majority of deities. Ascension to godhood does not equate to safety. Covetous glances among one another are all too common. Mr. Fang Hao and the sea god conversed for a while, as the Dragon Queen and Rolana also listened intently by the side. The Dragon Queen felt that Mr. Fang Hao was so unfamiliar, speaking to a deity so casually as if they were equals. Moreover, she had heard the sea god mention the term, newly ascended deity, and the god of deception had said something similar the day before. Has this kid become a god? Or is he representing a new deity? Is there anything else you need? Having shared all she knew, the sea god asked once more. That's all for now. So, for today's information, what compensation do I owe? Mr. Fang Hao wasn't clear on what deities needed. I didn't really answer anything. Consider it a small heads up, the sea god said. Mr. Fang Hao nodded. If you need help with anything, feel free to seek me out. Will do. The sea god nodded again, and the divine light on her body instantly vanished. Witch, Roriel, once more showed a respectful demeanor. My lord, do you have any further commands? Mr. Fang Hao spoke. In a while, I will send over 2 divine statues. When the time comes, you can have someone place them behind the statue of the sea god. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Also call the Sea King over. Yes, my lord. The witch departed. Soon, the black-armored Sea King, built like a fitness coach with a thick beard, entered. My lord, what are your orders? The Sea King's demeanor was equally respectful. I want 2 types of divine statues to be amplified in every temple on the islands. I will gradually provide you with these statues. Mr. Fang Hao stated directly. Divine statues. Is there a problem? None at all. I'll immediately give the orders to add the statues on each island, the Sea King promptly replied. Good, let's go. I'll hand over the statues to you. Stepping out of the royal palace, Mr. Fang Hao exchanged the divine statues of the 2 women. There were more of Rolana's, while the Dragon Queen only had 2, which were rushed out by the stonemason the previous night. After giving a few instructions to the Sea King, Mr. Fang Hao led the 2 women away once again. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, the Dragon Queen didn't ask much. Instead, she expressed that she would stay here for a while longer, and would remain until she had thought of a solution to the current crisis. Mr. Fang Hao didn't say much either. She stayed, which was also a form of security for the main city. The Dragon Queen returned to her dwelling, and Rolana naturally sat in his lap. Fang Hao wrapped an arm around her and asked, What did your mother say yesterday? Rolana yawned. What else could she say? She scolded me and told you to figure out a solution as soon as possible, or she would come over and beat you up. Damn, that mother-in-law seems a bit fierce. So, if we were to deal with the god of deception, would your mother help? Fang Hao asked directly, stating his thoughts. He had sent Rolana back to seek reinforcements. Rolana thought for a moment and said, she should. After all, the entire blood clan is also under threat now. Good. That's reassuring. Rolana stood up. I'm going back to my room to rest. Is the sun too strong today? After dinner, the maids went off to train, leaving the Lord's Hall empty once again. Fang Hao strolled through a transmigrator shop while thinking about how to kill the god of deception. Or, to figure out how to drag someone else under the bus to distract the god of deception. Woo. Just then, the sound transmitting shell emitted a beep. It was Rebecca. Since she had entered the Hall cave dwelling, some time had passed, and Fang Hao even suspected that she had been kidnapped. He put the shell to his ear and heard Rebecca's voice, which brought him relief. Hi, is our lord in? Fang Hao unconsciously smiled. To be honest, he really missed her. I was just thinking about you. Is it good timing on my part, or have you been thinking of me all this time? Said a gentle voice on the other end. From Rebecca's tone, it seemed that she wasn't facing any issues on her side. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so relaxed, poking fun at him. The kind you think about at night. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other side, then she replied, I missed you too. Fang Hao didn't ask where she missed him. Instead, he asked, how are things on your end? Are the people from the Hall of Justice causing you trouble? If anyone bullies you, I'll come and get revenge for you. It's going smoothly on my side, but for now, the Hall of Justice doesn't allow me to leave. Fang Hao furrowed his brow. This was looking for trouble. Before Fang Hao could lose his temper, the second message came through. It said, they're not making things difficult for me, everything is normal. But they would like to meet you, to have a proper talk. How can we meet? Where are you? I'll bring people over tonight to rescue you. Don't. Talking might not be a bad thing. They have asked to meet you tomorrow at the Trade Alliance. Do you have time? Rebecca immediately replied. In the Trade Alliance, the various powers were still somewhat restrained. Apart from him and the Dragon Clan, no one else had broken that rule. Fang Hao thought about it and decided that meeting and chatting wouldn't be a bad idea, so he agreed, okay, the Succubus Tavern tomorrow. Tell them to go there. Good. Let's settle on tomorrow. The two of them chatted sweetly for a while before ending the conversation. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao, accompanied by Rolana and two black armored sisters, headed to the headquarters of the Trade Alliance. They arrived at the designated private room. Upon opening the door, he saw several humans dressed in the armor of the Hall of Justice sitting in the room. Among them was Rebecca, whom he had not seen for a long time, and the golden-armored hero, Aseti. Seeing Rebecca, a hint of a smile appeared on Rolana's normally cold face. Brave Saint Tone. Rebecca, Orange Tier 8 hero. Fang Hao was stunned. The Hall of Justice was that impressive. They had turned Rebecca into an Orange Tier 8 hero. Seemed like a gift of divine prowess. Cough cough. Seeing everyone's gaze upon him, Rebecca slowly rose to her feet and introduced, "This is Miss Phoenix from the Hall of Justice." Then, she introduced Fang Hao, "This is my husband, Fang Hao. Flame Dawn Phoenix, Dark Gold Tier 4. Fang Hao had seen this woman before. She was the human commander of the Trade Alliance army during the combat between the Dragon Queen and Rolana. That it was her was good. Having seen Rolana and the black armored sisters, she helped avoid some awkward introductory formalities. Phoenix's gaze flickered, clearly recognizing Rolana. She managed a smile and said, "Mr. Fang Hao, please have a seat." Fang Hao nodded and sat down, starting straight away. "I must thank the Hall of Justice for looking after my wife these past days." It's nothing. Mrs. Rebecca is an eminent member of the human faction, and we naturally provide protection and attention, Phoenix said, her gaze turning to him. Of course, my wife is a supporter of the human faction, Fang Hao said, looking back at her. Phoenix smiled and nodded, then continued, "Mr. Fang Hao, I won't beat around the bush. The reason I asked you here is just to inquire about your attitude towards the human faction." Fang Hao looked at her seriously and said, "My attitude towards humans is naturally friendly, of course, on the condition that there is no animosity between the human faction and us." "Of course, Mr. Fang Hao, what do you think about the 100 Cities Federation? After all, your wife is one of them, ruling over a human city," Phoenix continued. Speaking up to now, Fang Hao had understood. Plainly put, they were here to gauge his attitude towards the 100 Cities Federation. The 100 cities were too close to Fang Hao's territory, and he could take over the Federation any time. Fang Hao glanced at Rebecca sitting beside him. Then, with a smile, he said, "No opinion, but I hope my wife can become the ruling leader of the 100 Cities Federation." Rebecca in charge of the 100 Cities Federation. Hearing these words, everyone from the Hall of Justice had a fury ignite in their eyes. The reason Rebecca had lured Mr. Fang Hao out was to ensure the safety of the 100 Cities Federation. Who would have thought that, as soon as Mr. Fang Hao opened his mouth, he would propose incorporating the 100 Cities Federation into his territory. This was completely contrary to their plans. As Mr. Fang Hao joking, Phoenix's expression turned ugly. Mr. Fang Hao maintained his calmness and said, "I have no intention of joking. I think, Mr. Fang Hao doesn't seem to want to continue this discussion seriously," Phoenix continued. "Hold on, don't rush into things. You can listen to what I have to say, Mr. Fang Hao still kept his smile. "Oh, then let Mr. Fang Hao elaborate." Mr. Fang Hao dipped his finger in a cup of water and drew a rough map on the table, explaining, "The Undeads, Anglina, Grey Iron City of the Dwarves, including the Northern Orc region, are all my territories. Now the 100 Cities Federation is right in the middle. Do you think I would allow another's territory in the middle, or are you comfortable with it being here?" Everyone frowned. They hadn't anticipated that the 100 Cities Federation was completely enclosed. And they didn't doubt Mr. Fang Hao's words. The territory of the 100 Cities Federation was in a remote area, even the leader Doherty was merely an orange hero level. Mr. Fang Hao had one demigod and several dark gold under his command. Enough to dominate the surrounding areas. Completely unifying the nearby territories was not an exaggeration, it even made sense. HMPH. To the south of the 100 cities is sea land, Even if you block the borders, we can still maintain the operation of the 100 Cities Federation via sea routes, a male human retorted coldly. Mr. Fang Hao slapped his forehead and added, right, the Rainbow Islands are also my territory. The fact that the 100 Cities Federation has sustained this long, you should thank my wife who has firmly stood by the side of humans. The silence fell among everyone. Good gracious, the territories of the Sea Tribe were also his. In that case, not encroaching on the 100 Cities Federation might likely be because Rebecca held him back. After all, now that 100 cities are trapped within, there's no need to leave them untouched. And who would allow another's territory right at the center of their own? To put it nicely, Mr. Fang Hao dragging this out and leaving Rebecca as the leader looks good on everyone. If he really took it over directly, there might not be much you could do. Mr. Fang Hao continued to speak, I am not necessarily looking to wage war against humans, as I am a human too, and you could say we are of the same kin. The faces of everyone present looked much better. Indeed, even though transmigrators have many differences, by race, they are still human. Mr. Fang Hao, even so, that's not an excuse to take human territory. We will not allow any reason for taking human lands, Phoenix said with her expression still serious. Mr. Fang Hao shook his head. No, the 100 Cities Federation still belongs to the human faction, unchanged from before, but also a part of my territory. Human territories are also divided into several areas. The 100 Cities Federation is an autonomous territory under the administration of the Hall of Justice. That is, it normally operates without interference, but if an action threatens the human alliance, or an action is out of line, the Hall of Justice will intervene or punish you. Similar to the various cities of the 100. Phoenix fell silent. She was unable to make a decision on such a matter. She could only say, Mr. Fang Hao, we can't make a decision on this matter. We need a formal response from the Hall of Justice. Good. I need an answer within 3 days, Mr. Fang Hao stated straightforwardly. Everyone was stunned at once. Hearing the timeline, they instantly felt as if an ultimatum had been issued. As if to say, if a decision isn't made by then, other means would be used to take over the 100 Cities Federation. All right, no matter what, we will provide Mr. Fang Hao with a response. Phoenix immediately nodded in agreement. Mr. Fang Hao also nodded. If there's nothing else, then we shall leave. After speaking, he gestured to Rebecca and Aseti who were beside him, ready to leave. Wait, Phoenix immediately called out. What is it, Mr. Fang Hao turned around. Rolana and 2 black armored warriors also turned their heads to look. Phoenix smiled and said, Mr. Fang Hao, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to inform Madam Rebecca that we will arrange to have the aerial ship and accompanying personnel sent back to you. Thank you. Rebecca gave a small smile. With no further matters, they then left the room. And the people of the Hall of Justice, after a brief discussion, also hastily left. This meeting with Mr. Fang Hao hadn't exactly gone smoothly. They needed to swiftly relay this matter to the headquarters of the Hall of Justice. An answer would be needed within 3 days. Leaving the tavern. Mr. Fang Hao let Rolana take Rebecca back first. He himself, followed by the 2 black armored sisters, moved to the adjacent room. In the empty room, they waited for a bit. The door opened, and a goblin carrying a briefcase entered. After scanning the room, he asked very formally, Excuse me, are you Lord Fang Hao? Yes, please come in, Mr. Fang Hao immediately responded. Seated at the table, the goblin introduced himself, Lord Fang Hao, my name is Clementi, responsible for managing some affairs for the external members of the Trade Alliance. Ah, Mr. Clementi, what brings you here? Mr. Fang Hao asked directly. Last night, he had received a notification from the Trade Alliance for a meeting. Since he was coming to fetch Rebecca today, he had scheduled them together. The goblin got straight to the point and said, This time I have 2 main matters. The first is about the compensation issue for your and the Dragon Clan's damages to the Trade Alliance. The second is an invitation for you to become a core member of the Trade Alliance. After speaking, the goblin took several sheets of paper out of his backpack. Mr. Fang Hao picked up the first one and glanced at it. It listed the damaged houses and facilities, covering several dense pages. He didn't look closely, flipping directly to the last page, which required a compensation of 3 billion Warfire coins, with Fang Hao paying 1,200,000,000. Damn, rebuilding a city wouldn't even cost that much. Wait, this basically seems no different from a reconstruction. It seemed that last time he and Bayada demolished the Trade Alliance's auction hall, the compensation demanded by the Trade Alliance was 4.7 million. And splitting that money with the Dragon Clan, he had to pay 2 million. But now it was directly 3 billion. Although his resources could cycle internally, making money virtually a number he could keep generating. This amount was honestly too much. We can't accept this price. Fang Hao pushed the price back. Oh, Mr. Fang Hao, do you think the distribution of responsibility with the Dragon Clan is unreasonable? The goblin retorted. He had anticipated several bargaining scenarios before he arrived. How to respond, he had already figured it out. No, the Trade Alliance also stirred up trouble in the issue between me and the Dragon Clan. According to the division of responsibilities, you should also be involved, and bear the primary responsibility, Fang Hao said bluntly. That was a joke. The Dragon Queen was now in his main city. Although she wasn't exactly one of his heroes, they were aligned. If he brought this table back, where would the Dragon Clan get the money for compensation? He would probably have to pay it. Moreover, it was intended as a retaliation against the Trade Alliance. If I just pay up honestly, how would that be retaliation? The goblin hadn't expected Fang Hao to say this, clearly outside of his prepared lines. He immediately said, "Why would Lord Fang Hao say that? Am I wrong? You revealed my information to the Dragon Clan, exacerbating the conflict between us. Tens of thousands died in this war. Do you think the Trade Alliance bears no responsibility?" Fang Hao asserted directly. The goblin frowned, unexpectedly trying to argue from this angle. The Trade Alliance is merely a neutral platform, not the cause of your conflict. Even without the Trade Alliance, you would still fight, the goblin quickly argued. A neutral platform originally, but you played a bridging role between the two, no longer neutral but a participant in this strife. Quote. The two began to argue. Fang Hao didn't want to break off relations with the Trade Alliance, after all it was the platform connecting all the world's factions. The succubi would also use it to gather intelligence for him. After arguing for a while, there was no conclusion. He could only say, regarding the compensation, I will discuss it with the Dragon Queen when I get back and give the Trade Alliance an answer then. The goblin could only nod. These two demigods, the Trade Alliance also needed to handle carefully. The goblin continued, the second matter is to invite you to become a core member. Core member. What's the difference? The goblin took out another contract, which detailed some conditions for core members. The contract outlined the privileges and responsibilities of core members. Simply put, the tax on sold items was reduced to 1%, a store would be allocated in the central area, and they could buy some items from the Trade Alliance's own stores, among other things. But as a core member, one also had to bear corresponding responsibilities. That is, to protect the safety of the Trade Alliance. Simply put, the Trade Alliance would bind the powerful factions to itself. If the Trade Alliance was in danger, you would need to help defend. Just like the last Trade Alliance militia. I need to go back and think about it, I'll give you an answer in a while, Fang Hao said. These matters really required some careful consideration. That's fine, Lord Fang Hao. After discussing the two matters, the goblin got up and left. Fang Hao gathered the papers and also walked out of the tavern. Main city. Rebecca, dressed in a light blue nightgown, was holding Rolana's hand by the window, watching the patrolling skeletons while recounting her experiences during this period. Even now, she hadn't figured out what the Hall of Justice's attitude really was. Aseti had told her that when she entered the Hall of Blessed Land, to receive her inheritance, the Hall of Justice's attitude towards them was cold. They even took control of the entourage from Lis City. But after she emerged, the Hall of Justice's attitude changed, and they politely conveyed a message inviting Fang Hao to meet. Then, Today's events unfolded. Rolana listened, naturally understanding what had happened. Previously, the Hall of Justice was cold because Rebecca's nominal husband had offended the Dragon Queen, but after Fang Hao didn't lose to the Dragon Queen, and instead gained a demigod, their attitude changed. She explained softly, and Rebecca's eyes widened even more. Then, she exclaimed, "You became a demigod." "Yes, Fang Hao helped me become a demigod." Upon hearing this, Rebecca puffed up and said, "I thought I was nearly catching up to you in strength, but instead you've pulled even further ahead." Fang Hao is really biased. Rolana didn't say anything, just casting a sidelong glance behind and revealing a smile that looked forward to the show. At that moment, Rebecca just felt someone hold her from behind. The heavy lapels were lifted, ceaselessly bouncing up and down. "Well, you're talking behind my back as soon as you return." Rebecca had significant assets. The kind where, if she stood up straight, she couldn't see her feet. Among the women Fang Hao had encountered, only the Dragon Queen could nearly rival Rebecca in this aspect. When suddenly ambushed, Rebecca's body stiffened. But upon hearing the voice and feeling the breath near her ear, she immediately knew who it was behind her. "What are you doing?" It sounded like a complaint, but the tone was more like coquettish. Fang Hao stood behind her, his hands touching her body, feeling that her figure had improved vastly after becoming a hero. Not only had she become more voluptuous, some areas around her belly had also become more slender and firm. This was the difference between a hero and an ordinary person, not just the increase in strength but also a continuous improvement in physical condition. "What are you guys talking about, that you suddenly start badmouthing me?" Rebecca shrugged her shoulders, signaling him to move back a bit, and said, "We were talking about how you're biased. You sent me away and helped Rolana become a demigod." "So that was it." Fang Hao smiled, turned her head, and kissed her deeply. Rebecca, almost reflexively, closed her eyes, pretended to struggle briefly, then slightly parted her lips, willingly complies and then passionately tangled. The desire suppressed for over a month made Rebecca exert unprecedented energy. Rolana had already let go of her hand and sat aside, watching their performance with interest. The room was quiet, filled only with heavy panting. After a lengthy kiss, the light blue nightgown had been stripped off and tossed aside, revealing her smooth and voluptuous body perfectly before his eyes. The two exchanged looks, breathing hard. "Fang Hao, I've missed you so much." "Yeah, I missed you too." Just as the two were about to embrace again, Rolana, sitting nearby, couldn't help but cough lightly. "Ahem, have you forgotten there's someone else here?" Rebecca, her expression oozing charm, toned it down slightly and immediately stepped forward, taking her hand, saying gently, "Of course not." Fang Hao also smiled, sitting down between the two. "Let's spend the night together tonight to celebrate Rebecca becoming a hero." Rolana glared at him, already aware of his intentions, and said, "I'm going to take a bath first." "Go to the backyard hot spring. Let's go together." Rebecca put on her nightgown, and Fang Hao, with the two women, walked downstairs toward the backyard. The next day, he sent Rebecca back to Lis City. Before receiving a response from the Hall of Justice, focus still needed to be placed on Lis City. After all, Lis City was a key concern for Fang Hao. The city had established its first school and hired many teachers. After sending Rebecca away, he remembered that he hadn't checked her attributes yet. It seemed this direct enhancement of strength was just an upgrade in tier and attributes. Yesterday, when he ambushed her from behind, she screamed like an ordinary person before reacting. He opened the Book of Lords and flipped to Rebecca's attribute page. Brave Saint Tone. Rebecca, Orange Tier 8 Hero. Affiliation. Human. Template. Gold. Racial traits. Living creatures. Learning. Nature adaptation. Diverse talents. Arcane training. Legion talent. Human commander. Valiant vanguard. Indomitable will. Skills. Brave Saint Flag. Wrath of Justice. Weapon throw. Sword of punishment. Innate abilities. Mastery in basic swordsmanship. Basic crossbow. Intermediate artillery. Intermediate horsemanship. Advanced tactical mastery. Advanced strategy mastery. Nature adaptation. This unit adapts to forest environments, plus 5% magic recovery under sufficient natural energy. Diverse talents. Prefers and can master multiple artistic professions. Arcane training. Contains strong magic potential in her bloodline which requires guidance and training. Human commander. When leading human armies, attack plus 10, defense plus 8%. Valiant vanguard. When leading infantry, physical resistance plus 15%, magic resistance plus 10%. Indomitable will. This unit leads armies, never faces collapse or desertion. Brave Saint flag active. This unit plants the Saint flag, all attributes of the lead army plus 15%, injury recovery plus 10%. Weapon throw active. Throws a weapon at the enemy, extra damage plus 50%. Wrath of Justice active. Leaps and slashes at the target, dealing 150% damage. Sword of Punishment active. Summons a holy giant sword, dealing 300% damage to surrounding enemies. Description. A sprite dancing among flowers, a city lord of the political throne, she has accepted a legacy of awe and inspiration, will become the spokesperson for humans, and will also become one of the most influential rising figures among humans. Seeing Rebecca's attributes, Fang Hao furrowed his brows again. Her racial traits were numerous. More so than even the undead. Living creatures and learning were typical attributes of the human faction. Humans were adept at learning others' strengths. If you were willing, you could train all infantry into archers, and this could be reflected in the skills. Nature adaptation. Accelerates magic recovery in forested areas. This aspect likely came from her half-elf identity, allowing her to better adapt to natural environments. But, with Rebecca's figure, carrying the two hefty burdens, it was hard to imagine her freely moving through the woods. Diverse talents, was straightforward from the description. Rebecca was involved in painting, music, and even drama scripts, particularly excelling in painting where she matched the level of renowned artists in the city. It seems like anything goes with her, it's just that her tier isn't very spectacular. Arcane training is also a trait of the half-elves, with strong magic inherent in their bloodlines that needed training and guidance. It showed that she had the potential to become a mage. Next were her legion talents, 3 in total. After a brief review, these talents seemed to amplify the effects on human legion and infantry legion. The third, Indomitable will, prevented the army from collapsing and fleeing due to low morale, which was also quite commendable. She had 4 skills, 3 offensive and 1 enhancement skill. He didn't expect her to kill enemies in battle, having a few self-protection skills would suffice. When Fang Hao saw the last innate abilities, he was utterly speechless. An orange tier 8 hero who was still at a basic mastery level, with the highest being advanced mastery. This was basically another version of himself. High in tier, yet very poor in actual combat ability and skills. It seemed that he would need to arrange some training for her, having just one such useless person in the territory was enough. He closed the Book of Lords. Soon after, the Dragon Queen entered from outside. She yawned and sat down on a nearby chair. What did you want to see me for? Fang Hao directly spoke. The trade alliance has given their compensation amount. Oh, how much? The Dragon Queen looked over curiously. 3 billion. The Dragon Queen was surprised, obviously shocked by the amount. These greedy rats, are they planning to rebuild the entire trade alliance? I didn't agree because if the trade alliance hadn't interfered, we might not actually have ended up fighting, so the trade alliance is partly responsible. Fang Hao glanced at her. At that time, the trade alliance will also discuss this matter with the Dragon Clan, you know what I mean. The Dragon Queen furrowed her brows and instantly understood his implication. They were going to insist that the trade alliance had meddled as well, and deny the claim. Of course, with the current finances of Mount Dragon Peak, the Dragon Queen wouldn't and couldn't pay either. I know how to handle it, she hummed. Undead Desert, Temple. Inside the temple, an undead high priest adorned with a divine aura sat on a throne, holding a golden bone staff, his gaze puzzled as he looked at the desert lizard opposite him. God of Deception, what brings you here? The God of Deception was not a factional deity, but his followers were scattered throughout the world. Every race, Every faction, wherever there were shadows, there would be followers of the god of deception. He also had a considerable number of followers. However, the god of deception's reputation among the gods was not good, even quite bad. All factions would repel the followers of the god of deception, and the undead did the same, rejecting both him and his followers. He was also curious why he had suddenly come to see him. God of Undead, a new god has risen recently, have you heard about that? The possessed lizardman asked softly. Oh, you know about this. God of Undead grew more curious. The lizardman grinned, showing a lot of teeth, and continued, I want to inquire if he has any connection with you or the undead. No relation, the god of Undead replied directly. Good, then I am clear now. God of Undead hummed, then continued, you better not play any of your tricks among the undead. I will heed your wishes. The lizardman showed a smile, but it looked very cunning. God of Undead snorted, and the divine light disappeared. The now normal undead high priest spoke flatly, God of Deception, the exit is this way. The god of Deception turned and left. Meanwhile, throughout the world, the temples of deceivers simultaneously received a divine message today. A divine war was about to begin. The eyes of all the world's followers were now focused on this transmigrator's city. Trade Alliance headquarters, Succubus Tavern. The door opened, and an elderly human man looked up into the room. When he saw Fang Hao and the white-haired, beast-eared young girl, he quickly entered and closed the door behind him. Ah, what do you need from me again? Said the old man as he sat down directly at the table. Before, Fang Hao had bought the Valkyrie construct blueprint from him. Nothing major. I don't have many talents in the area of constructs under me. I wanted to consult something with you, Master, said Fang Hao directly. Master. Here was a higher form of address. Usually, craftsmen with special skills were called Master. The old man's face softened considerably and said, ask away, if I can tell you, I will. All right, I wanted to ask if it's possible to make a construct disassemble or explode directly when damaged in battle. The old man looked at him and said, of course, it's possible. Fang Hao's eyes lit up, and he asked, how? Just add a core overload device. When the construct is extensively damaged, it will automatically make the remaining core energy explode, destroying the construct or killing the enemy, the old man explained. Fang Hao was delighted and quickly said, how is this achieved? This is a technology. Of course, there are blueprints as well. Good, how much for the blueprints? I'll take them, Fang Hao said with a smile. Things that can be solved with money are not really problems. 2 days later, at the Succubus Tavern, Mr. Fang Hao once again met with the people from the Hall of Justice. Inside the room, still in representation of the Hall of Justice was Flame Dawn Phoenix, accompanied by several other members. Although they all belonged to the Hall of Justice, the emblems on their chests were not the same. Mr. Fang Hao brought Rebecca and Rolana with him. With the teleportation array, travel was very convenient, and over the past 2 days, the three had stuck together, exploring the truths of life. Normally, bringing one orange-grade hero to the Trade Alliance would suffice. But since Rebecca was also superficially strong, Rolana was brought along as well. It could also serve to intimidate the other party. Back at the main city, with the Dragon Queen presiding, there were no dangers. Miss Phoenix, what is the Hall of Justice's response? Asked Mr. Fang Hao as he sat down at the table, with a smile. In fact, the Hall of Justice had no room to choose. The reason they were asked to deliberate was merely to save face. It looked better both internally and externally. Mr. Fang Hao, do you know about the traditional governance leader of the 100 Cities Federation? Phoenix asked with a smile. Mr. Fang Hao glanced at Rebecca, who also looked puzzled. Why bring up tradition now? But mentioning it at this time must mean something. Please go ahead, Miss Phoenix. I would like to understand more, Mr. Fang Hao gestured for her to continue. Phoenix nodded, looked at the few people who came alongside her, and then spoke. Under the leadership of humanity's initial 5 outstanding leaders, the human race established the Hall of Justice and respectively governed over 5 territories. So that was what they were discussing. This matter had been mentioned by Rebecca when they first went to Silverwing City. The 5 human leaders led humanity to what it is today, stabilizing the foundation and ensuring humans were no longer just prey for ferocious races. With the lifespan of humans, those 5 no longer existed, but tradition had it that each region's leader was still a successor, representing the 5 legacies. Seeing that Mr. Fang Hao remained silent, Phoenix continued, "Unfortunately, the Brave Horn, emblem of the 100 Cities Federation, has been lost and not recovered. Currently, Doherty is merely acting in an official capacity. Thus, the Hall of Justice proposes appointing Mrs. Rebecca as the acting governor, until the emblem is found, then formally appoint her as the official leader." Rebecca furrowed her brow slightly. She understood what they meant. Appointing someone as acting leader meant it was a temporary position. They could find any reason to replace her at any time. Clearly, this was an excuse concocted by the Hall of Justice. And indeed, such a tradition existed within the Federation, which Rebecca and Mr. Fang Hao were aware of. "So this is the excuse you came up with?" Rolana interjected at that moment. The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly grew much heavier. Everyone could sense that this was just a pretext produced by the Hall of Justice, a backup plan. "Mrs. Rebecca should be aware of this as well. It's not something we made up. Of course, the Hall of Justice will acknowledge leader Rebecca's position," continued Phoenix. Mr. Fang Hao cut off Rolana, who was still ready to argue, and countered, "Finding that emblem makes one the real leader. Yes, each leader of the Hall of Justice has a corresponding emblem. If Mr. Fang Hao or Mrs. Rebecca can find it, that would certainly legitimize her claim." Phoenix nodded. Mr. Fang Hao nodded, then displayed a satisfied smile. Softly, he said, "Coincidentally, yesterday while my wife and I were shopping, we happened to find an emblem." With that, he took out the Brave Horn emblem stored in the Book of Lords. Brave Horn orange. The brass-colored horn design, like a gleaming gemstone, caught everyone's eyes. Not only the people from the Hall of Justice but even Rebecca widened her eyes. Surprised that the object the 100 Cities Federation had searched for decades had ended up in Mr. Fang Hao's hands. And it was brought out at such a critical moment. This. Phoenix instinctively reached out to take it, but Mr. Fang Hao pressed the emblem firmly in his hand, saying, "Just look. We need to verify if the emblem is authentic," an old man from the Hall of Justice stated. "What is there to see? Doherty can verify that when the time comes. Besides, if it were so easy to replicate, wouldn't you have done it long ago instead of searching for the lost one?" Mr. Fang Hao retorted and then put away the emblem. After putting the emblem away, Mr. Fang Hao continued, "All right, now that we have the emblem, perhaps we can discuss the succession of leadership." Phoenix felt helpless as the script had changed unexpectedly. But the words that were previously spoken could not be taken back. She could only say, "Yes, I've also brought the Hall of Justice's appointment letter, which needs to be discussed with Mrs. Rebecca." Mr. Fang Hao moved aside, allowing Rebecca to sit in the front. Silverwing City, the Council Hall. Hall of Justice's Doherty, Archbishop Milton, and Mage Association President Gregoria sat in the hall, discussing the recent events and future developments. The day before yesterday, the Hall of Justice specifically inquired about Mrs. Rebecca. Sounding very curious about her, Doherty mentioned after the formal discussion and sipped his tea. For this woman, Doherty had some admiration for her courage and boldness. But while he admired her, he didn't agree with what she did. Some things couldn't be accomplished just by being bold. Smiling, Milton said, "It's still her troublesome husband causing the stir. He actually dared to confront the Dragon Clan, quite laughable indeed." "I heard it's been resolved," a demigod intervened on Mr. Fang Hao's behalf. Gregoria also spoke. As time passed, they had heard various rumors. "Humph, how could a mere transmigrator manage that? I think it was the Trade Alliance or someone else who mediated, just giving the Dragon Clan a face-saving way out. Does he really have the standing to upset the Dragon Clan?" Milton scoffed. The other two remained silent. Mr. Fang Hao had made quite an impression. Previously, When accompanying Rebecca to Silverwing City, he had been introduced as her young lover. Such a person could hardly be imagined doing anything significant. Others may not know about Fang Hao's origin, but how could they not know? This time upon returning, the Hall of Justice should arrange a position for Rebecca, Doherty continued. Milton glanced at Doherty and casually said, even if she really received the legacy in the sanctuary paradise, she has no foundation, so she's easy to handle. After glancing at Doherty, Milton continued, I will handle this matter when the time comes. Her rise is too rapid. If we allow this to continue, she may very well surpass us in the future. Doherty did not respond, only vaguely saying, let's see what the Hall of Justice has to say. Gregoria, who was beside them, remained silent the entire time. The Mage Association generally does not interfere in council affairs. All right, let's leave it at that for now and discuss everything once she returns, Milton said as he stood up to leave. The other two also stood and walked out together. Inside the tavern, Rebecca and Phoenix talked for a long time. They also signed the appointment contract of the Hall of Justice. After signing, Rebecca officially became the appointed leader of the Hall of Justice. Of course, this contract was just a piece of paper with no binding power of rules. Even without signing, Fang Hao would have taken over the 100 Cities Federation, albeit in a more violent manner. Well, Mrs. Rebecca, now you are the governing leader of the 100 Cities Federation. We will notify and make it public tomorrow, Phoenix said as she put away the contract. Thank you. Rebecca also revealed a smile. All of this felt somewhat surreal to her. Her lifelong dream had been to protect Liz City from being taken by others. Yet unexpectedly, she had become the leader of the entire Federation. Now, no one could threaten her anymore. We will head back now and handle this matter as quickly as possible, Phoenix said as she stood up, her armor clanking. Thank you, Miss Phoenix, Fang Hao said, nodding. The personnel from the Hall of Justice left. In the room, only 3 people remained. Rebecca could hardly wait as she threw herself into an embrace. Thank you. I never even dared to dream of this, and now it's all come true. Fang Hao embraced her and said, you see, I'm not biased, am I? You do have a conscience after all. The moon hung high, and the church hall was silent. Creak. The door opened, and Milton, wearing an archbishop's robe and a mitre, slowly walked in. He had barely taken 2 steps when he paused. The hall, which should have been empty, now had an additional figure. High above, sitting in the archbishop's seat. Wrapped in black armor, holding a long-handled war hammer. A hint of fierceness flickered in the aged eyes of Milton but quickly settled down. Are you waiting for me? Silently sitting there, it was clear he was waiting for his return. My lord requests the archbishop to come, the black-armored warrior spoke. Milton frowned slightly. A woman. A woman's voice came from within the armor. A woman wearing such heavy armor. It wasn't that women couldn't wear it, but typically, female heroes would wear more lightweight armor. There was rarely such a sight of armor enveloping the entire body like a tin can. So, who is he, and why doesn't he come to see me himself? Milton asked with a sneer. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go, Archbishop, it's getting late. The black-armored warrior stood up. Perhaps it would be more sincere if he came to see me. The archbishop's tone also became stern. Being in the church and simply being told to leave, what about the church's dignity? Then there's no helping it. The black-armored warrior spoke, and a thick fire spear shot out rapidly. The archbishop grimaced, his staff forcefully thudding. A golden shield instantly formed in front of him. Just when the fire spear was about to hit the shield, the archbishop switched places with the black-armored warrior in a flash. The heavy war hammer slammed down hard on the light shield. Thud. Crack. The light shield shattered. The archbishop's face showed a hint of surprise as he quickly retreated. He waved his staff, and the golden light sword and the war hammer gathered, smashing towards the enemy before him. At the same time, divine light descended from midair, and a resounding hymn surrounded them. The various golden light attacks became even more powerful. HMPH. The black-armored warrior snorted coldly, her steps quickened as she chased, her warhammer smashing all incoming attacks into pieces. The attribute suppression made her like a wild beast. Any attack against her was weak. After several rounds of combat, all the holy light shattered, and the heavy war hammer struck the archbishop's chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and his aura also weakened significantly in an instant. The black-armored warrior stepped on his body, indifferent to his screams, and pulled out a binding strap from her waist and fastened it around him. Click, click, click. Mechanical noises sounded, and the archbishop was completely bound, a spherical gag also placed in his mouth. Outside, the torchlight brightened, and guards were banging against the blocked door. Let's go, Archbishop. The black-armored warrior, carrying the bound archbishop, walked towards the back. The moon rose high among the treetops, rendering the entire street silent and still. The carriage slowly came to a halt. Mr. Fang Hao and Rebecca, carrying some gifts, walked into the huge courtyard in front of them. Clasping his arm, Rebecca asked with some unease, "Do you think Olivia will blame me for taking her husband's position?" Having just one good friend, she worried their friendship might suffer because of it. Fang Hao patted her hand, comforting her, "Don't worry, she'll understand." The two of them, bearing various gifts, walked straight through the courtyard and stone corridor. Up ahead, they saw Doherty's wife, Olivia, waiting at the door. Her face lit up with joy as she waved continuously upon seeing them approach. As they drew near, Olivia first smiled at Fang Hao. "Mr. Fang Hao." Without waiting for a reply, she linked arms with Rebecca and walked into the house. "It's been such a long time since you last visited me. I came to see you as soon as I got back. What more could you want?" Rebecca retorted. Yes, after you were done cozying up to your little boyfriend." Olivia teased, not minding Fang Hao's presence. Rebecca glanced sidelong at Fang Hao, her head tilted slightly. "Yes, we cozied up all morning." "Oh, you're getting bolder now," Olivia said, surprised. They all entered the hall together. Rebecca introduced Olivia to the gifts they had brought. Meanwhile, Olivia didn't stop chattering about recent scandals among the nobility. Moreover, Rebecca found these topics quite interesting and listened attentively. After sitting in the hall for a while, Fang Hao saw Doherty return. Doherty, upon entering and seeing the two of them, was taken aback. These past couple of days, the upper house had been abuzz with talk about them. And now, they had suddenly turned up at his residence. Fang Hao stood up and said, "Rebecca, you two chat. Mr. Doherty and I will take a walk in the courtyard." Rebecca turned around and nodded somewhat anxiously. Doherty was already surprised by the sudden visit, and now listening to Fang Hao's clear intent to have a discussion, he grew even more curious about their purpose. He didn't refuse and motioned to his wife before following Fang Hao out. "What would you like to talk about?" Doherty's voice was deep, still emanating the air of a leader. "There's no rush, let's find a quiet place." Fang Hao led him out of the courtyard and onto the carriage waiting at the entrance. The noble carriage was spacious, more than twice the size of an ordinary carriage. Doherty frowned but followed him inside. In the dim and silent interior of the carriage, a black-armored warrior sat next to Fang Hao. Doherty, not wanting to waste time on theatrics, said bluntly, "Speak your mind. My time is limited." "Fine." Fang Hao nodded and got straight to the point. "Rebecca will be nominated the leader of the 100 Cities Federation by the Hall of Justice in the next couple of days, and I hope you can support her." Doherty's brow furrowed instantly, and after a 2-second pause, he burst out as if hearing a joke, "Are you kidding me? This is no joke. I want to gauge your attitude towards this matter," Fang Hao said, eyeing him earnestly. Doherty was taken aback by the forcefulness Fang Hao displayed. Not a hint of timidity before him, the leader. Was this still that little lover? It even made him begin to doubt whether the rumors he had heard before were true. The transmigrators had risen and now possessed the strength to contend with the Dragon Clan. Taking a deep breath and glancing at the still bright mansion, he replied, "If it's an appointment by the Hall of Justice, naturally I have no objections." "Good. For the sake of Rebecca and Olivia, I hope we can maintain a friendly relationship," said Fang Hao as he pulled out the nomination document from the Hall of Justice and handed it to him. Doherty still frowned as he accepted it. But as he read the content illuminated by the Nightstone's light, his face became a canvas of surprise, confusion, and various other complex emotions. Rebecca was really going to be appointed the leader. What exactly had happened during this time? Before he could ask any more questions, the sound of carriage wheels rolling over the ground came from outside. The carriage stopped nearby. After a series of footsteps, a voice came from outside. "My lord, Lady Gregoria has arrived. Let her in," he replied. The carriage door opened and Li Rong helped Gregoria into the carriage, holding her arm. Gregoria looked at Doherty with a puzzled frown, then softly inquired, "Mr. Fang Hao, why have you called me here so late? Is there something you need?" "Don't worry, just wait a bit longer." Soon, a shadowy figure emerged from the dim end of the alley. Clad in black armor, dragging a person behind. The same voice announced, "My lord, the Archbishop has arrived." Frowning, the two inside the carriage glanced at each other. The Archbishop was here too. The carriage door opened, and the Archbishop, securely bound and with a gag ball in his mouth, was thrown inside. In a messy and unseemly position, he landed between the two. The eyes of both Doherty and his companion widened in disbelief at the scene before them. What kind of power did Fang Hao possess to have brought the Archbishop like this? It looked as if the church was still unaware. The Grand Archbishop of Light, Milton Orange Tier 8 Hero. Fang Hao observed the Archbishop, whose chest was concave, face smeared with blood. Originally an Orange Tier 8, no wonder he held such sway in the city. The Archbishop was uncooperative, and there were some minor conflicts, Fang Hao explained. Gregoria glanced at the Archbishop and then said, "Mr. Fang Hao has summoned us all here, just tell us directly what's the matter." Fang Hao smiled. "Well, it's quite simple. The day after tomorrow, the Hall of Justice will appoint Rebecca as the new leader. The three of you are the most influential forces in the city, and I believe you would be willing to execute the orders of the Hall of Justice and contribute to the development of humanity." Gregoria suddenly looked at Doherty, her eyes full of inquiry. Even the immobile Archbishop rolled his eyes towards them. The Federation of 100 Cities was changing leadership. And it was an appointment from the Hall of Justice. What had happened recently that suddenly brought about this new appointment? Doherty nodded and then shook his head. He had seen the appointment letter, but it hadn't been officially announced yet. It was hard to say whether it was real or not. But the Archbishop had been tormented to this state. For Rebecca, Fang Hao really could do anything. Seeing no one spoke, Fang Hao continued, "I've already discussed this with Leader Doherty, and now I'd like to hear the opinions of the two of you." Gregoria still looked surprised, but she maintained a harmonious relationship with Fang Hao. She rarely meddled in these matters and was even less likely to draw hatred now. She calmly replied, "Since the Hall of Justice has officially appointed her, the Mages Association has no objections and is willing to support and cooperate." Fang Hao smiled and nodded, his gaze once again turning toward the only disheveled Archbishop. He opened his mouth. "Fang Hao, you're crazy to treat me like this," the Archbishop roared loudly as his gag was released. Fang Hao, smiling, said, "The Archbishop could yell a bit louder. Perhaps I should drag you around the residential areas of the city, so everyone can see what the bound Archbishop looks like." "You." The Archbishop's face turned purple with rage, his eyes bulging as if he wanted to kill him. But he did not continue shouting curses. He was the Archbishop, his every action representing the Church, the spokesperson of the spirits. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. After a moment of silence, he coldly said, "Our church only has the duty to assist the Hall of Justice. Even if Rebecca becomes the leader, she can't control our church." Fang Hao frowned and looked at him. "Milton, let me tell you the truth, even if I killed you now, the Hall of Justice wouldn't say anything. So, as a clever man, you should know what to do. You can kill me." Milton was fearless. Spine. Fang Hao first commended him, then spoke to the door, "Strip him nude, take our esteemed Archbishop for a tour around the cities, let everyone see if the revered Archbishop's butt is white." The reason he wasn't afraid of death was still tied to the hero's altar. Perhaps his bindings weren't even to Silver Wing City, but to another human city primarily governed by churches. That's why he wasn't afraid of dying. But Fang Hao didn't believe that this lofty archbishop, who spread faith, wasn't afraid of losing face. Bang! The carriage door was flung open, and a black armored warrior was about to drag him off the carriage. The archbishop's face dramatically changed, and he screamed in panic, "You can't do this, Fang Hao, you're insane. I am the Archbishop of Silver Wing City, aren't you afraid of the believers' dissatisfaction? Once Rebecca becomes the leader, even she won't be able to fix this." After he said this, Fang Hao didn't pay much attention. But it startled Doherty and Gregoria. Believers turning against the Hall of Justice could easily destabilize the human internals. Doherty immediately said, "Mr. Fang Hao, the Archbishop represents the Church of Silver Wing City, and this is truly a bit inappropriate. If Rebecca really becomes the leader, I believe the Archbishop will do his best to cooperate. Your Majesty, the Church holds a high position within the 100 Cities Federation. This treatment of the Archbishop is quite inappropriate," Gregoria also spoke up. The carriage then fell into silence once again. After a while, Fang Hao said, "Archbishop Milton, as long as you agree to support Rebecca becoming the leader, I will release you. How does that sound?" The Archbishop's expression was extremely unpleasant, but he did not wish to be paraded through the streets, so he said, "We will respect the decision of the Hall of Justice." This was seen as a form of concession. Hey, well, thank you all for your support then. The conversation ended there. Gregoria, assisted by Li Rong, changed to another carriage and returned. The Archbishop, too, was unbound. His lonely figure slowly vanished into the night. Tatatata. Not long after, Rebecca and Olivia, arm in arm, came out. "Are you done talking?" Rebecca asked curiously. Fang Hao opened the partition curtain, revealing a smile. "We've finished talking. Ready to head back." "Yes, it's getting late, and Olivia has been on a skincare regimen. She cannot stay up late," Rebecca said with a smile. "All right, then let us return." Doherty stepped down from the carriage, observing Rebecca and his wife's cordiality. He recalled what Fang Hao had initially said. For the sake of Rebecca and Olivia, he hoped they could maintain a friendly relationship. Rebecca got into the carriage, waved goodbye, and then the carriage disappeared down the street. The Hall of Justice acted more swiftly than anticipated. The next day, the appointment of Rebecca as the new leader of the 100 Cities Federation was already being circulated. Apart from the Hall of Justice, the Church and the Mage Association also issued similar orders. They advised cooperation with the new leader and emphasized not to create any conflicts with Fang Hao's side at this crucial time. Early in the morning, the Federation held a meeting, and attendance was compulsory for all members without a special excuse. Doherty publicly read out the appointment letter. Rebecca, adorned with the emblem, strode up onto the stage, standing before everyone. This event caused quite a stir. Whether it was her appearance or her reputation in the 100 cities, Rebecca was too famous. Previously, many speculated that upon her return, her Senate membership would be revoked, but instead, she directly became the leader. No one dared to raise any objections regarding Rebecca's identity or race anymore. Those who had once harbored enmity towards Rebecca now kept their heads down, fearful of attracting this woman's attention. After assuming office, Rebecca's first command was to recall the large-scale army guarding the borders and to start restoring trade with neighboring forces. The morning meeting ended quickly. Members of various forces hurriedly left the chamber, rushing to relay the news. By the afternoon, Fang Hao had also ascended to the throne of Silver Wing City. A system prompt then followed in his ear. "Silver Wing City, now your subsidiary city, you may rename the city here and manage all resources of the city and its affiliated villages." The appearance of the system notification signified that Silver Wing City had become a subsidiary city to Fang Hao. It also indicated that the entirety of the 100 Cities Federation was now incorporated into his territory. To the south of the main city, the territory would be completely whole, no longer missing a chunk in the middle. The process had taken some time, but the result was gratifying. It was also the only territory not obtained through warfare. Silver Wing City. City level. 15. Indigenous city. Attributes. Gathering processing plus 30%, human reproduction plus 30%, city prosperity plus 50%, food cultivation plus 25%, commerce plus 30%, military plus 30%, research and development plus 15%. Description: a city with attributes, capable of bringing various different benefits, accelerating the city's construction and development. Silver Wing City is the main city of the entire 100 Cities Federation. Having reached level 15, it had gained numerous attributes. It could be said to be a rather impressive city. Fang Hao hadn't even finished studying the attributes when another system notification appeared. Unlocked blueprints. Hall of Glory, Grand Cathedral of Light, Free Enlistment Office, Justice Tower, Alchemy Ivory Tower, Mages Freedom Association, Firearms Factory. There were numerous building unlocks. Hall of Glory was a building of the Hall of Justice, capable of recruiting the human 10th tier warrior, commonly seen as the guards at the Hall of Justice. Fang Hao had seen these guards before, clad in the formidable armor of the Hall of Justice. They were, indeed, elites. But he had not anticipated that these guards were actually a 10th tier unit, which explained why the Hall of Justice could maintain its absolute authority over the human faction. Grand Cathedral of Light, a building of the Church of Light and also one of the most spectacular structures in the city. Effects: Light Magic plus 15%, Faith plus 20%, Advocacy of Light. Advocacy of Light Priests, Auxiliary Priests plus 20%, Parishioners plus 15%, Faith plus 10%. The Grand Cathedral was not a military building. It was more like a specialized building for the Church of Light. It was more akin to their City of Holy Spirit, mainly enhancing attributes related to faith. Although Fang Hao felt it wasn't very useful for himself, having it was certainly better than not. He continued to the third blueprint. Free Enlistment Office. This blueprint wasn't for a barracks, yet it was a building that increased military strength. Effects: can recruit local farmers, residents, mercenary etc., temporarily forming nightly militia. It could be understood as a building for transforming troop types, turning the city's ordinary residents or mercenaries into militia. The nightly militia wasn't of low level either, having been rated level 5, the same as heavy sword infantry. If one had to fight to capture this city, one could envision the scenario of immediate universal conscription. Not to mention whether it would be difficult to capture. Even if taken, with total mobilization in place, it would end up a devastated, empty city. Justice Tower was a building maintained by the Hall of Justice for the upkeep of order. It could be understood as a court hall, often located in busy commercial streets and residential areas, with stationed guards responsible for safety. Alchemy Ivory Tower was the city's alchemy tower. Effects: alchemy success rate plus 12%, alchemy time minus 5%. It added two useful effects, increasing success rates and reducing alchemy time. Moreover, having this blueprint also allowed for the establishment of ivory towers elsewhere to cultivate his own alchemists. Mages Freedom Association, a building for mages. Effects: magic comprehension plus 5%, mage missions plus 15%. The Mages Association increased mage comprehension. Mage missions referred to the number of tasks assigned to magic users. Firearms Factory, a human place for constructing artillery. The produced artillery, while not as good as that of dwarves, still possessed significant lethality. Its highest grade could reach purple, while standard ones were generally of blue level. Having reviewed all the blueprints, he could say they were quite satisfactory. Of course, none of these blueprints significantly enhanced his strength. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, having been busy all day, Rebecca, accompanied by the black armored sisters, came back. She generously approached, sat on his lap, and heaved a heavy sigh. Finally done with all the work. Being the leader is really exhausting. She stretched herself, revealing her voluptuous figure. Fang Hao immediately embraced her to prevent her from toppling backward, and said, "Just took over, huh? It'll get better once things stabilize." This wasn't a mere consolation. The entire area was Fang Hao's territory, so there were no border issues to worry about. Thus, As long as internal stability was maintained, it would not be as exhausting as Doherty's situation, dealing with problems from neighboring forces. Rebecca's face showed a blissful smile, then she suddenly said, I want to relocate the main city of the 100 Cities Federation to Lis City. Fang Hao was momentarily stunned, curiously asking, why move the city? Lis City was level 12, while Silver Wing City had already reached level 15. The facilities in the city were comprehensive, and its commercial development was also much better than that of Lis City. Rebecca glanced back at their surroundings and then whispered, if we stay here, even though I'm the leader, we're still under the control of the Hall of Justice, limited at every turn. It might be better to return to Silver Wing City, which is my place. Once we rebuild the council chamber and move the council there, that will be possible. Fang Hao, listening to her explanation, felt that it made a lot of sense. The Hall of Justice had been operating here for a long time. Rebecca was the leader, but everything here, including all levels of officials, still belonged to the Hall of Justice. Change would be difficult, and it would take decades to achieve any results. Relocating the city was different. Lis City was originally Rebecca's, and it would be hard for the Hall of Justice to reach into it. Moreover, simply moving the council there and rebuilding some structures could indeed make it the main city. It was just a matter of a name. What about this place? Who do you plan to leave in charge? Fang Hao continued. This was his way of agreeing with Rebecca's idea of moving. Rebecca thought for a moment and then said, let's leave it to Doherty for now. He's fairly just, though a bit rigid in his methods. Fang Hao thought about it and said, okay, handing it over to Doherty will put the Hall of Justice at ease to some extent. We can make some adjustments later. Right, come on, I'll show you around the Hall of Justice, it's quite nice here, Rebecca said as she took his hand and walked toward the back. Night had fallen in the blink of an eye. Fang Hao, along with Rebecca and the 4 black-armored sisters, returned directly to the main city. He opened the door to his room. There was Rolana, lying on the bed, her nightgown draped in a way that outlined her slender, graceful figure, the hem revealing her straight calves wrapped in black stockings. She looked up at him, like a meek wife, and asked, "You're back?" "Yes," Fang Hao replied as he took off his coat and changed into his sleepwear. Rolana gave him a once-over and laughed, "Staying here tonight? Not going to spend time with your little bunnies and foxes?" "What little bunnies? Aira and the others even call you sister, and here you are, always talking about little bunnies and foxes," Fang Hao said as he sat down on the bed, his hand resting on the smooth stockings and sliding under the hem of the skirt. "Rebecca went to the warehouse, she'll be over in a bit." "Oh, that explains it," Rolana said with a knowing look, grasping his mischievous hand and then letting go gradually. The door creaked open again shortly after. Rebecca came back, yawning. Seeing the exposed, fair behind beneath the thin blanket, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurried forward to cover it up. Rolana turned her head away from the man, pulling the blanket aside. "It's not like you haven't seen it before, what's there to be shy about? That doesn't mean it should be like this." Rebecca protested helplessly as she too began to change her clothes. "How are things going?" Rolana asked. "Fairly smooth, just a bit tiresome. Isn't this the life you wanted? No one to bind you. I can't see what's so great about it," Rolana continued. Though the two were close, their personalities were quite different. Rolana hardly cared about the city's affairs, not even giving Blood Castle a glance back when it was Crescent Heights. Rebecca, on the other hand, greatly valued power and had fought with the council members for years. "Fate differs, as do our desires," Rebecca replied as she changed into a light blue nightgown, her shapely legs covered in white stockings. After hesitating, she opted not to remove the stockings but just changed into a night robe. Sitting on the edge of the bed with one leg crossed, she said, "We have to thank our man for making our dreams come true." Rolana pulled her up, hugging her tightly, lying down on the bed with a big grin. "If you're grateful, show some sincerity." Holding her tightly, then giving Fang Hao a look that clearly conveyed what he should do. Fang Hao also smiled. Rebecca felt something was off, her face a mix of panic and confusion, struggling a bit, but unable to break free. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the situation. The next morning, Rebecca walked towards the teleportation array, her face flushed with embarrassment and frustration, hands and feet bound. Before entering, she turned back and glared fiercely at Fang Hao, then stepped into the light screen. Fang Hao gave an awkward smile. Seems I went a bit too far. Whoosh. Just then, a noise cut through the air. Demon Monarch Yezebeth, wearing a powder blue gown, descended from the sky, glancing at the now gone light screen. She then bowed slightly. My lord, I've recently gathered some intelligence concerning our domain. Concerning our domain. Let's go inside and discuss it, Fang Hao said, turning to enter the hall, with the succubus following. Once seated, he continued, what's the intelligence? The demon monarch organized her words and then said, we've captured a common piece of information in the dreams of several guests. Believers of the god of deception from various races are gathering, preparing to launch an attack on the blasphemers. Fang Hao's brow furrowed at once. After a moment of thought, he grasped the underlying meaning. Believers of the god of deception might not necessarily be high-ranking figures. But such a large-scale movement would definitely be noticed by various forces, who would then investigate. Now, the succubi had extracted this information through their means. Moreover, the god of deception's believers were widespread, more numerous among the more chaotic races. Presumably, the total number of believers mobilizing would be significant. So, it seems we need to eliminate the god of deception before the enemy makes their move. The demon monarch glanced at his own lord and made no reply to that statement. Killer of gods. That truly was an unfamiliar term. Even as a spawn of demons, upon hearing this term, one couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Gods. As the highest combat power in this world, could they really be killed? Even if they could, it wasn't something mortals could achieve. Sir, what is the plan now? The demon monarch hesitated before finally asking. Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then said, for this matter, you can't help much right now. What you need to do is continue gathering intelligence, on the god of deception, outdoor relics, or internal news from certain powers. All of it needs to be collected and recorded. I understand, sir. I plan to adjust the prices of entering dreams to gather more intelligence, the demon monarch said softly. It was not easy to find a domain that would shelter them. Moreover, since the living environment was good and they were treated well, they naturally did not want any issues to arise in the domain. Yes, everyone's been working hard lately. As for the finances, I will make sure everyone is compensated, Fang Hao nodded. The demon monarch did not refuse. Thank you, sir. After they finished discussing the god of deception, the succubus showed no signs of leaving. She loosened her already slack neckline further, revealing a swath of pale skin. It seemed that a succubus could control her skin color, or perhaps it changed with certain emotions. Whenever this happened, the entire person of the demon monarch would become exceptionally delicate. Fang Hao glanced at her, smiled, and said, all right, I know you are capable. Now, tell me what you want. The demon monarch stood up, took 2 steps forward, and kneeled beside the white bone throne. Her slender fingers gently rested on her legs and began to massage them in a very pleasing manner. Sir, I've noticed that near the Lord's mansion, Miss Era and the others are training in a building nearby, and they are progressing quickly. Can you also allow the little succubi to train there? It would be good for them to serve you better in the future. Fang Hao suddenly realized what was being discussed. This demon monarch, despite appearing devilishly charming, was quite attentive to her own people. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then responded, yes, I acknowledge that training helps improvement, and I support you in this. He paused slightly before continuing, the Hall of Martial Maiden has certain restrictions, the little succubi haven't met the requirements yet. Here is what we'll do, arrange for them to train at Blackstone Training Ground, follow them to the temple to pray daily, and once they meet the requirements, I'll arrange for them to go there. You can also go, it will help you reach dark gold faster. The Hall of Martial Maiden had its standards. A female, with a loyalty of 100 points, could receive training bonuses. The first condition was definitely met, but they surely lacked in loyalty. Especially since the succubus had only joined a few days ago, unlike Era and the others who had been around for over a year. They could start training in Blackstone first while simultaneously boosting their loyalty. At first delighted, the demon monarch then pressed, what requirements must be met. She knew there were 2 training areas, but clearly, the Hall of Martial Maidens seemed superior for rapid improvement. How should he explain loyalty? Once everyone feels a sense of belonging to the domain, they can go in, Fang Hao explained. Sense of belonging, that was quite a profound term. It depended on their own understanding. After all, loyalty wasn't something that could be raised just by wanting to. The demon monarch frowned in thought, appearing a bit puzzled, and said, all right, I understand. Fang Hao patted her head, hold on for a moment, I'll grab something for you. The demon monarch didn't shy away but instead leaned into his palm submissively. Fang Hao asked her to wait and went into the basement. When he returned, he was carrying a wooden box. Inside, the sound of glass bottles clinking could be heard. These are training potions to speed up your training efficiency. If you want to improve, work hard and hang in there. The demon monarch's eyes widened, looking at the box full of potions. Succubi had money and could buy potions if needed. But normally, they'd only buy a few bottles, nothing as extravagant as this. Enough to drink to her heart's content. Start with these, and come back to me for more when they're gone, Fang Hao said generously. Dream Eater Demon. Yezabeth, your loyalty has increased by 3 points, current loyalty 98. The system prompt appeared instantly. The succubus had just joined for a short time and had already reached 98 points. This must be the fastest increase among the recruited heroes. Thank you, sir, the demon monarch said, her face filled with joy. Family doesn't need to thank each other. Silver Wing City was in his grasp, and potions were even more abundant. From time to time, an aerial ship would bring potions, ensuring a sufficient supply for training. The demon monarch's cheeks turned pink again, looking somewhat bashful. All right, go on with your tasks, remember to gather intelligence. Yes, sir. The demon monarch, holding the potion box and wagging her slender tail, left with a face full of joy. After seeing off the succubus, Fang Hao sat back on his chair, once again pondering how to counter the threats brought by the god of deception. Clearly, the opponent was ready for all-out war. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sending all their followers his way. He closed his eyes and meditated for a long time. Upon reopening them, he gazed outside the window. He could contend with the god of deception, but he also needed a trump card, just in case. Ding. At that moment, the Book of Lords emitted a sound of a private message. Fang Hao opened it. It was from Cleolando, of the Undead Desert. Last time, they had cooperated to explore the desert's outdoor map. The collaboration went smoothly, and in the end, Mr. Fang Hao made her 2,000 purple outfits. From a value standpoint, she was not at a loss. Mr. Fang Hao, I have another wilderness map here. I wonder if you are interested, it is quite challenging. Another one. Seeking Mr. Fang Hao indicated that she couldn't complete it alone, or even with a team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically come to him. Mr. Fang Hao was indeed interested, as he was currently lamenting the lack of opportunities to enhance his own strength. However, he didn't rush to agree but asked instead, what kind of map is it, and how difficult? A response came quickly from the other side. It's a large cemetery, previously discovered by an alliance. It's said that many people died trying to conquer it without success. Now the location has been made public, and many people have gone to explore, but still, no alliance has managed to conquer it. I lack confidence, so I thought of Mr. Fang Hao, Cleolando roughly explained. Many alliances hadn't conquered it. The alliances now were not like the small ones consisting of just a few people from before. Having persevered to this point, and with continuous mergers among the alliances, they were quite sizable. Each alliance could muster a few hundred people, amounting to tens of thousands of troops, yet still, no one had managed to conquer it. This suggested it was indeed quite difficult. What about the cemetery itself? Any information? Yes, the underground cemetery. It's said to be very large and filled with strong undead troops, quite dangerous, Cleolando continued. Mr. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, All right, when do you plan to set out? Leaving tonight, we should arrive by tomorrow afternoon, Cleolando replied. All right, get ready now, and I'll arrange for someone to go there soon. Eventually, Mr. Fang Hao agreed. Nowadays, large and challenging wilderness maps were becoming increasingly rare, and a precious opportunity. Moreover, with the imminent threat of the god of deception, he had no choice but to make an extra effort. Okay, I'll make arrangements now, and you can come directly when it's time, Cleolando cheeringly agreed. Mr. Fang Hao then closed the chat. He summoned Gray Bear. Soon, Gray Bear, with his shoulders bare and wearing a tank top, walked in. His wheat-colored skin was covered in beads of sweat. Lord, you called for me. Gray Bear strode in. Mr. Fang Hao nodded, handed him a cup of fruit wine in the basement, and said, Do you remember the last Undead desert trip? I do, my lord. Well, I need you to make another trip, the same woman, to find an entrance to a cemetery. Contact me when it's time. Mr. Fang Hao directly instructed. Gray Bear promptly nodded. All right, get ready, and then head there soon. Yes, lord. The night was still. Mr. Fang Hao exited Rolana's room and entered Aira's room. After intense physical exertion, he covered Aira and Little White with a thin quilt and then left the room. Though a god could sleep and incur no physical damage by not sleeping, this trait would have made him unbeatable in his former modern world. He left the mansion, wandering aimlessly on the illuminated boardwalk. The skeleton soldiers were still patrolling nearby, their bones rubbing together with a grating sound as he passed. Walking along, he soon reached the undead area. The undead area was bustling as usual, with some working and others playing chess or cards under several stone pavilions. If one disregarded the deep night and the skeletons, it was quite lively. Just then, Mr. Fang Hao noticed not far away. In an empty stone pavilion, a figure was sitting alone, the Dragon Queen. Still dressed in a golden gown, but now at her ankles, instead of bare legs, were white stockings. It seemed the Dragon Queen was quickly adopting new things. While still dignified and majestic, Mr. Fang Hao still preferred bareness on the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was holding a book, with dried fruits and a wine jug on the stone table, eating and reading. Mr. Fang Hao blinked in disbelief. The Dragon Queen, in the middle of the night, had come to the undead area to read. Mr. Fang Hao puffed up his chest, feigning a casual appearance, and then said, Oh, Dragon Queen, you're not asleep either. The Dragon Queen looked up briefly, her attention still on her book, and said, You saw me from afar, why pretend it's a sudden encounter? Damn, what kind of conversation was that? Mr. Fang Hao didn't pursue that comment but sat down opposite her and asked, Why didn't you go to rest, coming here late at night? The Dragon Queen's expression slightly darkened. Are you worried I'd attack these skeletons? No, just asking. It's livelier here, just came to sit for a while. The Dragon Queen picked up a cup of wine and took a sip without looking up. The Trade Alliance really did as you said, went to Mount Dragon Peak to discuss compensation. Mr. Fang Hao picked up some dried fruit, chewed, and asked, What did they say? The amount of compensation is the same as what you got. I also pushed the responsibility onto the Trade Alliance, pinning them down on the inciting incident, so the Dragon Clan won't pay a dime, the Dragon Queen stated bluntly. What a setup. He proposed an unreasonable amount, and the Dragon Clan outright refused to pay anything. So strong in their word. When the time comes, the Trade Alliance will come to talk again, and if they don't, they will have to pay it all. Yes, you need to try hard, as Mount Dragon Peak has no money, the Dragon Queen casually added. Speechless. He had thought before that the Dragon Clan might let him foot the bill, and now it was confirmed. Not daring to respond directly, he changed the subject. I've received news that the God of Deception has already issued a divine decree to his followers to attack us. Hearing this, the Dragon Queen suddenly looked up. Fang Hao didn't say that believers were coming to attack him. Instead, he brought up Mount Dragon Peak. Although the intelligence did not mention the Dragon Clan, they could not possibly overlook them. Now, by bringing up Mount Dragon Peak, he also tied the Dragon Queen to himself once more. The most fierce demigod was still a very powerful ally. You have a plan. The Dragon Queen snapped the book shut, no longer in the mood to peruse it. The look that came his way was serious and grave. The deities were indeed seeking revenge against them. She did not regret helping Fang Hao. The promises made by Fang Hao were truly what she needed and also demonstrated significant capability. If her statues could be erected throughout his territory, that would indeed be her opportunity to ascend to godhood. Otherwise, relying solely on the faith of Mount Dragon Peak would never be enough to achieve divinity. But the retribution of the deities still made her apprehensive. If mishandled, it could spell a crisis of annihilation for her entire race. What else? Before he takes his revenge on us, we should find a way to kill him, Fang Hao said without hesitation. How do we kill him? The Dragon Queen asked. Fang Hao's rapid development and his array of shrewd tactics could mean he really had some kind of plan. After a long wait, she finally heard him say from across, I haven't figured it out yet. PFF'd. The wine that had just been sipped sprayed out entirely. Not figured out yet. At a time like this, you dare not have it figured out. The Dragon Queen, incensed by her lapse in composure, rose rapidly to her feet. Seeing the Dragon Queen about to explode, Fang Hao hurriedly said, It's not that I don't have any plans at all, it's just that right now is not the time for a direct confrontation with him. Phew. The Dragon Queen stared into his eyes, gauging whether there was any deceit. She exhaled deeply and then asked, What about the details? The details I will tell you when the time comes. What we need to do now is to enhance our strength as quickly as possible, Fang Hao continued. You don't, by any chance, have no plan, do you? Of course there's a plan. I wouldn't joke about my own life or my territory with you, he retorted. The Dragon Queen glared at him, her eyebrows furrowing, and then said, HMPH, it had better be as you say. The two maintained their silence once more. The conversation did not continue. After a while, feeling the icy discomfort of the stone chair against his behind, Fang Hao stood up and prepared to leave. Then the Dragon Queen spoke up again, That necklace you gave to Beata, was it from you? Yes, it suits Beata well, Fang Hao said. The necklace increased the power and range of the dragon's breath, making it ideal for the dragon clan. The Dragon Queen inspected it several times before slowly saying, I see. Focus your energies on confronting the deities, and not always on trivialities, like rabbits and foxes. Fang Hao twisted his mouth in displeasure, but turned and left without responding. Really rather meddlesome. The next day, noon. The Undead Desert. The scorching sun hung overhead, like a furnace turned upside down, engulfing the land in waves of blistering heat. Billowing hot gusts tumbled over the yellow sands, and within the endless desert, the air began to warp with the scorching heat. The desert, vast in its expanse, was rarely coveted. Half buried by yellow sands in a broken wall region, several temporary camps of transmigrators encircled the area. With the ruined walls at the center, rings of tents formed a makeshift camp. We can't even get in, what are we doing standing guard here? A few transmigrators, gathered for a break, spoke amongst themselves. All nearby alliances had dispatched people here. But still, not a single alliance had managed to clear this map. He just didn't understand. If they couldn't beat it, what was the point of guarding the entrance? The desert was anything but comfortable. They're probably wanting to see who can clear it. After all, we're the ones who discovered this map. If we can't clear it and someone else does, as the discoverers, we'd still get a share of the rewards, right? Another suggested, shaking with anticipation. The others felt it made sense, too. The ones who went in yesterday, it's been a whole day and night and they haven't come out. They're probably dead by now. Yeah, everyone who could try has gone in already. Seems like no one can clear it. So how long are we supposed to stand guard here? Are we just going to stop developing our territories? Let's stick it out for 2 more days. Then we'll collectively request to return. Our territories need development. We can't stay here forever. Sounds good, let's agree on that. The group came to a unanimous decision, and their spirits lifted considerably. So many had ventured here yet no one could conquer this map. It was clearly beyond the difficulty the transmigrators could currently handle. If they were expected to stand guard here for a year or even half, who would want to do that? What a joke, my territory would be left undeveloped. Just as they had agreed on an action plan and were about to head back. From the distant horizon, where their vision blurred with the heat waves, a dense shadow rapidly approached. What's happening? Is a sandstorm coming? No, that's an army. Another group of transmigrators has arrived. Amidst the confusion and alarms in various camps, the approaching army grew ever closer. A dense undead army, clad in dull brown armor, advanced swiftly towards them through the sweltering heat. The distant army drew ever closer. Everyone also started to see the few camels among the troops. It's Miss Cleolando. It's Miss Cleolando's army. Someone recognized the figures atop the camels and loudly signaled to those nearby. Especially in this region of the Undead Desert, Cleolando's prestige among the travelers was hardly inferior to that of Fang Hao among the locals. Both were top-tier travelers in their respective territories, each cherished and supported. Hearing the cries, the various armies also became less vigilant. From afar, they awaited this army that approached like a sandstorm. People swallowed hard, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. This was a world-ranked traveler, frightening indeed. After the team approached, there were no incidents. Cleolando, along with her army, came directly to a spot near the entrance and began establishing a temporary camp. Tents were pitched one after the other. They also blocked the view of the outside crowd. That spot between the two broken walls is the entrance to the tomb. Cleolando pointed to the break in the wall, explaining softly. Gray Bear, not wearing bear skin, glanced at the broken walls and asked directly, "When do you plan to go in?" I've inquired. The tomb was last entered yesterday afternoon. No one has gone down today. If Mr. Fang Hao has time, it would be best to act swiftly, Cleolando continued. Gray Bear nodded and began to meditate. When he opened his eyes again, there was a change in his gaze and demeanor. Cleolando knew that Fang Hao was using one of his skills to descend into the hero's body. She immediately approached and repeated what she said earlier. Go down now. Fang Hao surveyed the surroundings through Gray Bear's perspective. Though the tent supposedly provided cover, it wasn't entirely impenetrable, and it was hard to ensure no one was observing from a distance. Right, I've made sure. No one has gone down today, we'd be the first, Cleolando repeated. Too many eyes here, not a good place for me to use my skills, Fang Hao spoke bluntly. Cleolando then continued, I've made inquiries, the first level below has been cleared out, it's a spacious square, and you can teleport your soldiers there. That was quite thoughtful of her. With this in mind, Fang Hao had nothing more to say. Just transfer the teleportation scrolls to me. Understood. Soon, a light shone, and Fang Hao appeared in the tent accompanied by two black-armored warriors. These two black-armored soldiers, whom Cleolando had also seen once, were both dark gold heroes. Terrifyingly powerful, my lord. Gray Bear saluted. Cleolando followed with her salute. Right, leave some people outside, let's take some and go down. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return, Fang Hao said straightforwardly. Understood. Cleolando led the way out of the tent, instructing her guards, leave some outside, the rest follow me into the ancient tomb. Yes, my lord. After leaving some soldiers behind, the rest accompanied Cleolando towards the tomb. Many travelers stood at a distance, whispering among themselves, watching the team. After all, being a famed traveler, who could predict whether she'd conquer this map or not? Fang Hao followed Cleolando to the location of the broken walls. Between the two broken walls was a deep stone staircase leading downward. The staircase was clean, seemingly frequently traversed. Let's go, down we go. Skeleton soldiers surrounded the group, starting their descent along the staircase. Descending the stairway, the light dimmed further. Within the 2-meter-wide passage, the walls were mottled and dry, a dull gray-white. Soon after, a chilly sensation made everyone shiver. The temperature here was the complete opposite of that outside. Upon reaching the end of the staircase, the space suddenly opened up. In front of them lay a cellar as large as a soccer field. The cellar was empty, with a few nightstones barely illuminating the space. Debris and rubble were scattered around the edges, and in the center stood a large but severely damaged statue. The upper body of the statue was destroyed, but from the lower half, it appeared to be a robed humanoid figure. At least the lower half was humanoid. A temple? No, more like God's grave. Upon seeing the statue, Fang Hao's first thought was that of a deity. This is the first floor of the tomb. It used to gather a lot of undead, but now it has been cleared out, creating a buffer area between the travelers and the tomb's monsters. Cleolando spoke again. Travelers had been meddling with it for a while, apparently not without success. What about this statue? Fang Hao asked, looking up. This statue, no one has mentioned, probably damaged in the fighting, said Cleolando. Fang Hao nodded, instructing, have your people secure this place, don't let others in. Understood. Cleolando's skeleton soldiers began to guard the entrance. Fang Hao, however, opened the gate of the worlds, revealing a throng of Valkyrie constructs. And standing in front of the constructs were Angia, Beata, and the Dragon Queen. Beata was continuously shaking the Dragon Queen's arm, pleading for something. The Dragon Queen's gaze, however, went through the gate of the worlds and settled on Fang Hao. Large constructions marched out from the gate of the worlds. They lined up neatly, waiting for the next order. In a corner to the side, Beata whispered an explanation to Fang Hao. Fang Hao, my mother didn't mean anything else. She just heard there was a mission and followed to see what's going on. Don't overthink it. Fang Hao's gaze moved past Beata to the indifferent-faced Dragon Queen nearby. With a bit of thought, he understood. Last night, during their chat in the pavilion, they had mentioned the intelligence that the god of deception had begun to move. The Dragon Queen was suspicious that he wasn't focusing on important matters. Hearing that Fang Hao was taking action today, she followed to check. One could say she came to see if he was handling serious affairs. Relax, it's not a big deal, and with the Dragon Queen here, we'll be safer, Fang Hao murmured in reassurance. Beata nodded slightly. She really feared that a misunderstanding would arise between the two, leading to conflict. First, she tried to persuade her own mother, but when that had no effect, she turned to persuade Fang Hao. Both sides made good cases, preventing the situation from becoming too severe. Nearby, Cleolando stood with his purple heroes in the corner, somewhat unsure of what to do. He had initially believed that Fang Hao's strongest force were only those black-armored dark gold heroes. But this time, there seemed to be an impressive new figure. Even though she didn't know much, recent events involving Fang Hao and the Dragon Clan battles led her to guess the identity of the woman in the golden dress. The sky-blazing Dragon Queen. The strongest among the demigods, so legend said. Weren't Fang Hao and the Dragon Clan in an opposing relationship, with rather tense interactions? How did it come to be that a silver dragon appeared, and now even the Dragon Queen had come? After some hesitation, she mustered the courage to lead her heroes over. She respectfully said, I've seen the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen, standing to the side, glanced over only slightly. She spoke sternly, no need for formalities, just carry on with your own duties. Ah, so domineering. Cleolando nodded, as the Dragon Queen wishes. Should you require anything, please entrust us to assist. The commonality of transmigrators. Upon meeting certain special figures, they all plucked up the courage to offer their services. Even if there was really no task to be done, they wanted to leave an impression on the person. The Dragon Queen gazed forward without responding. Cleolando quietly led his people back to stand behind again. Whoosh! The huge statue was kicked over by Angia. After a quick inspection, finding no treasure within the statue, she jumped down from the pedestal. Brushing the dust from her hands, she said, checked it already, nothing there. Fang Hao pulled her to his side, there are others around, don't act like a jumping monkey. Oh, hee hee. Laughed Angia, not caring in the least. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and the soldiers sent out to scout returned from the next level. Approaching, one said, Sir, on the second level, we've encountered undead enemies. Cleolando glanced at Fang Hao and the Dragon Queen, his eyes seeking instruction. Fang Hao said, "All right, leave the rest to me, you don't need to worry about it now." Cleolando nodded and turned, ordering his soldiers to clean up the area. Behind the statue was a stone door carved with complex patterns. Fang Hao had taken a couple of pictures just before. He wasn't interested, but he could show them to Amanda when he got back. She liked to study these things. The stone door was already open, likely by previous transmigrators during their exploration. Fang Hao released the Diome doll, and accompanied by Angia and Beata along with a number of constructions, they entered through the stone door. The stone stairs descended downward. As they went deeper, the light grew more dim, and the walls on either side were no longer as dry as the first floor. A layer of moist gloss covered the surface. Click, click, click. Halfway through, bone friction sounds could be heard. Fang Hao was all too familiar with this sound, the movement of skeleton soldiers. Approaching the second level, the ground was covered with a layer of fresh blood and minced flesh. It was like a slab of wax, possessively sticky when stepped on. It seemed that the assault on the second level had indeed cost many lives. Exiting the staircase, everyone paused sharply. The area was extensive, and in the center of the expansive space. Piled up was a giant white bone column big enough for 5 or 6 people to embrace, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Piles of white bone writhed constantly, as if imbued with life. At this moment, towards the direction of the staircase, a head, its flesh mangled and not yet fully peeled off, suddenly squeezed out from the white bone. Facing everyone, it shouted with all its might. "Save! Save me! Please get me out!" Whoosh! The words triggered the unfolding like a password. The imposing white bone column suddenly scattered, transforming into creatures with limbs crawling, their bodies composed of multiple skulls and a jumbled torso. They spread out everywhere. On the ground, the walls, the ceiling. Densely dispersed, the skulls all turned towards the intruders who had entered uninvited. Calamity Skeleton, Tier 10 Troopers. Calamity Skeletons. They looked like a spine with 3 bizarre skulls grafted on, 3 to 4 limbs extending on either side of the body. They scurried like spiders, scorpions, without a pause, the voids of their eye sockets fixated upon them. The person who had just cried for help was grafted onto a skeleton, the head not yet fully transformed, mumbling pleas for help, pain, and a desire to go home. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of bone friction rose again as the Calamity Skeleton shook off its momentary stupor and began to advance toward them. Fang Hao didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order, "Kill all the skeletons." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The constructs entered battle mode, kicking off the ground and charging toward their targets, one metallic construct after another. Their longswords sliced through the air, striking down their enemies. Clang, 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 clang. Like spiders that could climb walls, the skeletons moving rapidly on the ceiling displayed remarkable agility. The attack power and combat skills of the constructs were clearly superior to the skeletons. However, the wall climbing ability fell short when compared to these peculiar skeletons. "I'll go help them," Angia said, and dashed into the fray. "I'm going too." Beata rushed in as well. Fang Hao was taken aback and immediately called out from behind, "Don't use any powerful skills. If this place collapses, we're all done for." This place was not like the outside. If the fight caused too much commotion and the structure collapsed, they'd all be buried under the desert. "Got it," the 2 women replied and joined the battle. A one-sided advantage began to emerge. Angia's martial arts were always fierce, while Beata, even in human form, continued to unleash lightning magic. A shower of bones rained down from the sky. They blanketed the ground in a thick layer. These skeletons were fundamentally different from the undead skeletons Fang Hao previously encountered. The most noticeable difference was the dark red soul fire in their eye sockets. It was different from the normal undead soul fire and markedly distinct from the color provided by the flame of faith. Even to the undead, this soul fire felt evil and chaotic, instilling a sense of discomfort. Soon, the battle neared its end. Only a few skeletons remained, still trying to escape but were being hunted down by the many constructs. The conclusion of the fight was only a matter of time. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the 2 women returned, debating over who had killed more targets. In Angie's hand, she dragged a torso with an upper body that was a blurred mass of flesh and blood. It was the person who had called for help. Here, he's still talking, seems to be alive, Angia said, tossing over the torso. The flayed body writhed weakly on the ground. Desperately lifting its head, its eyes brimmed with a longing for survival. Save me. Such tenacious vitality. Could one still live under these conditions? I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you. Please, save me, the man persisted. Fang Hao nodded and continued, I've sent for someone to come down. Now, I need to ask you a few questions. The man didn't speak, but lay there, powerless. Fang Hao wasn't sure if he had any strength left. Why were you trapped among the skeletons, and what kind of enemies are down below? After a long silence, the man finally spoke again. They pieced together corpses to create these monsters, and many more people were taken even deeper down. According to the information from Cleolando, there were quite a few transmigrators that had come down, not to mention the soldiers that had been brought along. If they were all turned into these kinds of skeleton soldiers, especially in this particular environment, it would indeed make the map increasingly challenging. No wonder no one was coming down to die anymore. Moreover, they referred to by this man didn't seem to depict skeletons, but rather some sort of people. By this time, the battle had ended. Several of Cleolando's skeleton soldiers came down from above to clean up the battlefield. They took the wounded man up. Whether he could survive was uncertain. Even if he couldn't live, becoming an undead might not be a bad thing after all. Before long, Fang Hao saw the skeleton soldiers cleaning the battlefield, carrying a silver treasure chest up. Fang Hao didn't bother with these and instead regrouped his forces. Ready to continue downward. It was still a stone door, except this one was closed. As soon as the stone door opened, the sounds of bone friction and climbing along walls came from inside. It seemed that the passageway leading to the third level was already brimming with these creatures. Everyone waited outside the stone gate. As expected, the crawling sounds drew closer. A swarm of calamity skeletons emerged from the opening like spiders and lunged at the group. Attack. The constructs activated once again and the battle commenced. It was better to eliminate the enemy here to avoid fighting in the corridors. The two parties continued to entangle with each other. The dark entrance was like a gateway to hell, continuously spawning oddly shaped skeletons. On the first level, the skeleton soldiers returned after cleaning up the battlefield. The oddly shaped calamity skeletons didn't drop any items. But the broken limbs of the constructs and the fine iron Valkyrie longswords still had to be collected. Besides that, there was a silver treasure chest. A mere silver chest for a defense of a 10th order troop seemed rather meager. After administering a potion to the rescued wounded man, they handed him over to Cleolando. Cleolando was also an undead force, if this body couldn't be saved. A transformation ritual would be the next course of action. As Cleolando went to inquire from the wounded man, Fang Hao approached the chest. He opened the treasure chest. Acquired. Undead Spider Crawler Viscera Jar, purple, white steel Wraith Gloves Blueprint, blue +1 Undead Leg Bone Pendant, +1 2 Shadowstone, +8 2 Warfire Coins. Although it was a silver treasure chest, the quality still seemed decent. A purple Viscera Jar and a blue blueprint appeared. Viscera Jar. Undead Spider Crawler, purple. Category. Magic Container. Ability. Undead Spirits, Spider Walk. Undead Spirits. Spirits have blessed these bones, attack +10%, speed +12%. Spider Walk. Capable of climbing walls and rooftops like a spider. Description. A viscera jar containing evil spirits, granting the skeletons greater and more ferocious power. The viscera jar added two properties. The first directly added property enhancements. The second ability allowed it to climb walls. Overall, it was a pretty decent viscera jar. Moreover, these kinds of items, the viscera jars, were rarely sold on the market and were not cheap. Purple ones were even rarer. Cleolando. Fang Hao yelled. Beside him, Cleolando quickly walked over. Mr. Fang Hao, what's the matter? How is that person doing? Fang Hao continued to ask. He won't survive. When we get back, I will have the corpse witch perform a conversion ritual on him. Being an undead is better than being dead, Cleolando said with a light sigh. Fang Hao nodded and handed over the viscera jar in his hand. See if you can use this. If you can, it's yours. Cleolando checked it briefly, her face lit up, and then she quickly composed herself. Mr. Fang Hao, this is your reward, I cannot accept it, Cleolando hurriedly said. The last time, Fang Hao had wanted to share what he couldn't use with her to win her over. His relationship with the god of undead wasn't very good, and in the undead desert, he needed a suitable transfer station. Cleolando seemed like a good choice to him. Capable, smart, and not greedy. I can't use it, take it if it's useful for you, Fang Hao directly said. Cleolando hesitated for a moment then accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. Sure, Fang Hao stated and started to check the second reward. White steel ghost gloves, blue equipment, nothing special. Grade 3 defense, the fingertips shaped like beastly claws, could be used to attack directly. The blueprint was also useless, so he gave it to Cleolando. Undead leg bone hanging plaque, this thing was just a plaque. A femur tied with a thin rope. Full of dark humor. Except for the shadowstone, Fang Hao gave everything to Cleolando, then sat back down at the stone table nearby. He continued to discuss further plans with the Dragon Queen. Along with the battle in the third-floor corridor, it was also nearing its end. He ordered a group of constructs to block the doorway and engage the emerging enemies, and the efficiency was quite good. The ground was littered with scattered bones, nearly blocking the entrance. No skeletons were seen charging out. Fang Hao, on the wall, took down a nightstone. He tossed it down the stairs. Thump thump thump. The nightstone rolled down the stone steps. In the brief illumination, one could see mottled scratch marks on the stone walls on either side and dragging marks on the floor as if a body had been dragged across. The deeper they went, the more it seemed like stepping further into hell. Thump thump. When the nightstone reached the bottom, Fang Hao and his companions saw a dark figure dash into the third level. There were other people. It was certain that the figure was different from the Calamity skeletons, looking more like a human in shape. There was someone just now. Angia said. Right, stay alert. Fang Hao also nodded, then ordered, move forward. The constructs entered the stairway corridor and began moving down to the third level. The stone door on the third level had been opened a crack, wide enough for a person to enter. The recent dark shadow had squeezed through this crack. Fang Hao peered inside through the gap in the door. It was still a vast hall with columns made of Calamity skeletons, standing inside. There were more than on the second floor. Behind the columns stood dozens of figures in tattered black robes, each wearing strangely shaped metal masks on their heads. They resembled cultists from some religion, more like priests from some bizarre ritual. Giving off an unsettling, gloomy feeling. Oath cultists, grade 10 troops. Again, grade 10 troops. This map's difficulty level really was high, meeting two kinds of enemies consecutively, both being grade 10. And those in black robes, the Oath cultists, seemed like a troop with intelligence. The combat power of this type of map would indeed be hard for ordinary transmigrators to breach. Open the door, Fang Hao said. The stone door was completely opened. Both sides could see each other. And on the opposite side, the foremost Oath cultist slowly raised his arm, revealing withered, bone-like fingers under the black robe, pointing towards the entrance. They are sacrifices, kill them. Whoosh. The crowded skeletons simultaneously turned their heads towards the door position. Then, it spread rapidly, instantly sprawling in all directions, charging toward them. Seeing the enemy charging in, Fang Hao gave another order, constructs, kill them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing the command, the constructs transformed into streaks of metallic brilliance, swords in hand, charging directly at their targets. Master-level swordsmanship created a dense flurry of blades, chopping toward the bizarre skeletons, skulls. One after another, skulls fell to the ground, rolling around with a hollow sound. At that moment, bizarre syllables echoed from the mouths of the Oath followers, standing behind the skeletons. As the sounds were uttered, A series of special auras enveloped the Calamity skeletons. Beneath them, several auras flickered continuously, making the already fearless skeletons even more frenzied. They launched a frenzied counterattack, leaping toward the constructs. Fang Hao furrowed his brow. He had thought they were a group of mages, but they turned out to be humanoid, horns, enhancing status by merely shouting. Angia, Beata, charge through and kill those in black robes, Fang Hao said directly. The two women discussed the new rules of engagement briefly, then charged out. Barreling through, they carved a path leading directly into the ranks of the robed figures. Angia, like a wolf amongst sheep, unleashed punches and kicks, each one powerful enough to kill the surrounding enemies. Beata's method of killing was even simpler. With her thunder elemental magic, chain reactions could kill in groups. These, Oath followers, primarily supporters, stood no chance against the lethal prowess of the two competitors. Quickly, dozens of robed followers were slain. The two women rejoined the main battlefield, starting to assist the constructs in killing skeletons spread across the walls and roofs. The battle was intense, even without deploying powerful skills. The whole space trembled intermittently, and dust and fine sand fell from the sky. Soon, the battle ended, and the ground was once again covered with white bones. The logistics team moved from the second to the third floor. They began to clean up the battlefield, collecting fragments of constructs, and searching for treasure chests and spoils. Unlike the barren second floor, the skeletons cleaning up the battlefield collected a large number of metal masks. Oath Mask Purple. Category: Mask. Effect: Musician. Musician. Sound propagation plus 35%, bewitching plus 25%. Description: the singer's voice is sung over and over again. Wow. Purple equipment. Fang Hao took one, shaking off the adherent bits of flesh inside. This mask was worn by those robed followers. It was oddly shaped and did not suit Fang Hao's aesthetic. Within its attributes, there were two effects. Sound propagation and bewitching seemed to amplify sound. It could be seen as a sound-enhancing speaker. Fang Hao was speechless. What a bizarre piece of equipment. Even if you're a musician, and you sing beautifully, the appearance of the mask can still scare someone half to death. Not even a masked singer would dare to perform this way. But, at that time, these robed people did indeed use sound to enhance their troops with aura, presumably because of this effect. Handing the mask back to the skeleton, Fang Hao got ready to move to the next level. After moving some obstacles from above, the stone door leading to the next level was slowly opened. The moment it opened, the dense sound of climbing echoed again. The ready constructs launched an interception, killing off the emerging skeletons. First floor. A large number of iron cages were constructed, and the skeletons nearby disassembled them and then reinforced the entrance and the surroundings. Unfortunately, due to the intensity of the battle, even on the first floor, the whole building trembled slightly. Yellow sand continuously fell from the shed roof. To ensure safety, Fang Hao and Cleolando made a large number of iron cages and pillars. They reinforced the surrounding walls and the roof. At least there had to be a safe escape route in case of real danger. They couldn't bury them here. At that time, the skeletons that had cleaned up the battlefield returned from below. Parts of constructs and oath masks were piled up to one side. Is this the equipment that dropped? Cleolando asked curiously. Equipment from the dried corpses. Purple is fairly good, Fang Hao explained briefly. Hearing it was from dried corpses, Cleolando disgustedly threw it on the ground and crouched to inspect the properties. Seeing the purple, his face lit up with surprise, but upon seeing the effects, the delight vanished. It was unusable, and also quite ugly. Bang! A golden chest was thrown onto the ground. Fang Hao walked over and opened it. Obtained. Elder's Oath Skill Scroll. Purple Oath Maker's Robe Blueprint, Blue Oath Maker's Hood Blueprint, Blue Oath Maker's Boots Blueprint, Blue Oath Maker's Gloves Blueprint, Blue, Shadowstone plus 2-1, Warfire Coin plus 189. A burst of light flashed. Various rewards scattered around. Among them, aside from one purple skill scroll, the rest were blueprints. Elder's Oath Skill Scroll. Category: Skill Scroll. Ability: Special Class Spell, voice infectivity plus 50%, persuasiveness plus 35%. Description: a basic special class spell. Master this skill to study related abilities. Special type of spell. It seemed that a new type of spell had been unlocked, one related to sound. Otherwise, there would not have been an added attribute of sound propagation on the equipment. Thinking about the previous followers of the oath, which relied on sounds to generate an aura, this must be such a skill. Moreover, from the description, the scroll provided a basic ability, a prerequisite skill for the related skills. Once he had mastered the ability, he could learn the corresponding skills in the future. Fang Hao thought about it, and no matter how he considered it, this skill seemed extraordinary. After learning it, could he, like the protagonist in an animation, persuade his enemies with mere words, making them tearfully repent, thus achieving victory without a battle? The more he thought about it, the more useful it seemed. He continued to check the subsequent rewards. What followed was a set of blueprints called Oathsorn. Set effect: magic recovery plus 5%, sound propagation plus 5%, mental magic plus 3%. Judging from the name, it was the equipment worn by those black-robed followers. The equipment itself was tier 3 in defense, and the set effect provided 3 enhancements: magic recovery, sound propagation, and mental magic. All were very targeted enhancements. After reviewing the 2 rewards, there wasn't much else. The quality of this golden treasure chest was too ordinary. Only the skill scroll was good. The blue equipment set was useless, more akin to the rewards from a silver treasure chest. He handed the 2 spoils of war to Cleolando for inspection. After examining the properties, she handed them back, saying, "Mr. Fang Hao, these are your spoils of war." Fang Hao nodded and accepted them. He wasn't interested in the blueprints, but the skill scroll was indeed a rare reward. The books outside all required study and understanding. Nowhere were they as convenient as the Transmigrator's scroll, which could be confirmed and learned immediately. "All right, I'll keep these for now, and we'll divide anything else we gain later," Fang Hao directly stated. Cleolando smiled and said nothing. She really was too embarrassed to talk about sharing equipment. This time she had intentionally brought her elite forces. But from the looks of it, her elite forces were only good for standing guard, cleaning the battlefield, and transporting items, essentially becoming a logistics unit. Of course, she didn't think this was a bad thing. From the spoils of war and the remnants of the constructs brought back, the intensity of the battle below was evident. She had seen the ferocity of a tier 10 construct, and it had been turned into such a state. Her own forces would just be cannon fodder. Thinking it over, following a powerful leader had its perks. There was little danger, and she could even manage a sip of the soup. Thus, she wouldn't go as far as to demand an equal share of the spoils. Fang Hao could decide if she should accept or refuse. This was a thigh worth clinging to. "By the way, do you need these masks and such?" Fang Hao continued. "They're of no use, and so ugly at that, I'd lose my appetite just looking at them," Cleolando said with a grin. Fang Hao nodded, then suggested, "Then I'll take all these. In return, I'll compensate you with some of that sandstorm set from last time." "No need, these are rightfully your spoils," Cleolando said, shaking her head. Fang Hao didn't say more and reopened the gate of the worlds, moving the masks and the construct limbs back into the gate. Meanwhile, he summoned a large number of skeleton archers. A dense swarm of skeleton archers, carrying rifles, emerged. Cleolando's eyes widened again, filled with surprise. Wasn't he with the Undead faction? So how come so many skeleton archers appeared, and were those rifles? Had rifles been developed? Fang Hao ignored the surprised Cleolando and instructed, "Amarag, take these skeletons to the 3rd floor, where the battle is still ongoing." "Yes, my lord." The black-armored warrior nodded in agreement, leading the skeleton soldiers down the stone steps. The dim cave entrance resembled a broken anthill. Numerous calamity skeletons, like skeleton spiders, surged out of the entrance and spread along the walls in all directions. Despite meticulous preparations, the sheer number was hard for the constructs to fully hold back. Beata, with a wave of her hand, sent a floating orb of lightning into the dim cave entrance. It killed a swath of skeletons and momentarily illuminated the inside. Dense spiders covered the walls, the ceiling, and the descending staircase. The stairwell seemed as if it were built from white bone. The ceaselessly rotating skeleton heads and the dense clacking sounds emanated from within. "Wow, so many," Angia exclaimed, smashing a few skeletons and turning back to say, "Beata, turn into a dragon and breathe on them, wouldn't that solve everything?" Beata looked at Fang Hao, who glanced up at the ceiling, which continued to drop dust and debris because of the fight. He shook his head. "Let's not. If this collapses, we're done for. If it really collapsed, not to mention the dungeon rewards, people could get hurt. It's not like they couldn't win, it wasn't worth the risk." At that moment, the black-armored Amarag arrived with the skeleton archers. Fang Hao immediately instructed the constructs to clear the area. The skeleton archers spread out in a fan shape, surrounding the entrance. Fire! The constructs retreated as a barrage of bullets instantly fired into the entrance. A large number of skeletons quickly fell, turning into a pile of bones. Any that slipped through were left for the constructs to chase down. A continuous stream of bullets flew into the interior, and more skeleton-like spiders cracked and dropped dead. As time progressed, the calamity skeletons that emerged became fewer and more sporadic. Finally, those that dared not come out were killed by Beata with several long-range skills. The space became quiet once again. "Let's go down," Fang Hao ordered again. The passage to the fourth level was even darker and longer. Their footsteps on the white bones beneath them kept making cracking sounds that echoed through the empty stairwell. The stone steps were longer than those on the previous levels. By the time they reached the midway point, there were no white bones underfoot, just the sound of their steps clattering on the stone staircase. The entire staircase felt like a passageway leading deep into hell. Beata covered her nose and complained, "It stinks ahead. It's a rancid, pungent smell of blood." Angia also covered her nose. Then, the two women spoke. Fang Hao, now a demon doll, lacked the sense of smell, but he understood what they meant by the stench of blood. More transmigrators and warriors must have been brought to this level. "Be careful." Following the stone steps to the end revealed a huge bronze door in front of them. Different from before, this time, the gate was on the opposite side. Meaning, the previous three levels resembled more the upper and lower floors of a building. While this bronze gate appeared as if it were the door of a neighbor. The bronze door was covered with complex reliefs. With the aid of the Nightstone's light, he briefly discerned the pattern on the reliefs. Tall deities radiating light, and followers kneeling in mass, offering tributes. Could it really be a god's tomb? Fang Hao said in surprise. But that's not possible. Gods cannot die. Gods possess endless life, and death occurs only suddenly. So, a god wouldn't anticipate his own death and build himself a tomb. Could this be something other than a tomb? Or could it be that the figures in the reliefs are not gods, but rather some sorts of leaders? He thought for a moment but soon decided not to dwell on these questions further. Whether it's a god or not doesn't relate to him, nor is he much interested in the backstory of the map. "Open the gate." Fang Hao gave the order. With a grating sound, the bronze door gradually opened. As the gap widened, the scene on the other side gradually came into view. A massive, expansive temple. Newly visible, the nearest sight was that of giant skeleton soldiers as tall as trolls, each with a normal skull and 3 more skulls sprouting from its abdomen. 4 arms perched on their shoulders, each holding a sword, shield, spear, and axe. There were more top-ranked troops as well. This intricate place was someone's tomb. Having encountered 3 types of troops, all of them top tier. "What are those people in black robes doing?" Angia asked again. Fang Hao looked beyond the giant skeleton soldiers. There he saw groups of black-robed cultists, kneeling in a circle, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. At the center, a large stone coffin was faintly visible. Around the coffin were piles of bodies adhered and melted together. White sinew and blood vessels extended, connecting to the stone coffin. The soul fire in the demon doll's eye sockets flickered violently. This scene reminded him of a similar one he had witnessed in a valley where demons appeared. Collecting bodies of living creatures to nurture a person. Now, connected to the stone coffin, it seemed more akin to resurrection. They intended to resurrect the person inside the coffin. But within the undead, such resurrection was unheard of. Wasn't it all about seeking immortality, transforming into undead? The screeching noise of the opening gate alerted the temple's occupants. The giant, exorcist hulks, all turned their heads uniformly toward the gate. Some of the kneeling black-robed figures stood and looked over. Upon seeing the unfamiliar intruders, the cultists let out harsh cries. Intruders. New sacrifices. Blasphemers. Kill them. Alongside the curses, strange musical notes emerged. Various light rings, enhanced by the notes, appeared on the giant skeletons. Then, these exorcist hulks turned and began to charge toward them. Clad in black armor, Amarag and Beata quickly unhinged the heavy bronze door. Fang Hao issued another command, Construct, kill all enemies ahead. The construct entered combat mode and rushed out before the enemies could block the doorway, charging directly at the towering skeletons. Bang! The construct swung its longsword while an exorcist hulk raised its shield to block, the three other arms hacking and stabbing from three different angles at the construct. The construct abruptly retreated, but its shoulder was still pierced by a spear, tearing open its iron armor to reveal the mechanical structure inside. Seeing this, Fang Hao also widened his eyes. To use such a shameless combat method. Blocking with a shield, while the other three arms attacked. Such a brazen move. The Valkyrie mechanized body, like a torrent of steel, surged straight into the temple. To protect the ritual being conducted in the back. The exorcist hulks were neatly arranged in a row, forming a shield wall in the middle to block the impact of the mechanized body. Bang! 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 The emerging mechanized body, like a flood released, slammed into the shield formation. The strength enhanced by the machinery granted the mechanized body powerful explosive force. It forcibly breached the shield formation. And pierced straight into the enemy's center. Thump, thump, thump. The Valkyrie mechanized body, agile and skilled in master-level swordsmanship. Its longsword in hand swung through the air, creating a series of beautiful arcs, slashing at the surrounding enemies. The unleashed combat power was enough to make anyone wary. But this was a temple, where people's convictions and faith often result in a firm resolve. And behind them, the ritual that had reached a crucial moment, could not afford any errors. The black-robed devotees in the back shrieked with hoarse, grating voices, continuously directing the skeletons to counterattack. The battered exorcist hulks, staggering up from the ground, lifted their heavy shields to meet the enemy. Fang Hao stood in the back, observing the shifting dynamics across the battlefield. The battle before him seemed fierce, but compared to the past sieges involving a million skeletons, this battle was far less intense. Yet, it had to be said that the exorcist hulks, with their bizarre appearance, displayed quite an effective combat power. Especially the tactics of holding a shield with one hand while the other three hands conducted sneak attacks made them feel very powerful, very useful. They were a type of troop with well-balanced attributes. Whether deployed on the battlefield or in single combat, they could exhibit stable combat power. Angia, Beata, you two go and help too, and quickly wipe out these enemies, Fang Hao said directly. Although the mechanized body wasn't losing, those skeletons were indeed troublesome. If this conflict continued, there would be significant losses among the mechanized bodies. Moreover, they had heroes on their side. Okay. The two answered and with a light tap of their feet, transformed into two streaks of light, charging into the fray. In an instant, the entire battlefield erupted into greater intensity. Thunder spears and thunder orbs emitted dazzling bright light, while Angia's punches and kicks resonated through the air, turning a large number of skeletons into scattered white bones. There was still a significant disparity between the attributes of heroes and troops. Outside the ancient tomb. By now, the sky had darkened, and the transmigrators who had been waiting outside the tomb passage to watch the drama, driven by the sudden drop in desert temperature, had all returned to their own tents. Only scattered guards remained outside, patrolling. Too many transmigrators were gathered here. Even the poisonous snakes and weird creatures common in the desert typically stayed away from the area. Cleolando has been in there so long, I hope nothing has happened to him. A few gathered together, munching on shared dinner. Cleolando was undoubtedly capable, but he too had ventured in with just his troops. Other transmigrators who had teamed up to go inside had not made it out. She went in alone and didn't come out for such a long time, which made everyone suspect that there might be a problem. No, I just went to the door, and there were still skeleton soldiers guarding it, so I guess there is no issue, another person spoke up. It can't really be that she cleared it all by herself, can it? Impossible, with that few people, how could she possibly clear it through? Cleaning out the second level would already be good. If they managed to clean out the second level, they would have gained quite a lot. Ah, the map discovered by our alliance, and in the end we can only watch at the door. Why am I not part of a special faction? Exactly, the undead aren't that impressive either. How did they promote that woman? Nonsense, the undead. Besides lacking that thing, the rest of their body is all hard. The group gradually drifted off topic and became more cautious. Joking about a transmigrator listed in the world rankings, one still needed to be low-key. Privately chatting wasn't an issue, but if it spread out, it could easily cause trouble. As for Cleolando clearing the map, they didn't think too much about that. The so-called tomb there was more like a massive underground palace. The scale of the buildings in this world wasn't something you could compare with before. Fantasy was considered normal here. So, the troops Cleolando led, even though powerful, could only possibly clean out the second level. It was simply impossible to genuinely clear the entire map. Even clearing the second level was good enough. When the time came, the information collected or rewards earned would provide opportunities for others to exchange or purchase. Just as a few people were eating and chatting in low voices. The tent curtain was pulled back, and a tall figure slowly entered the tent. The group briefly startled, but when they clearly saw the newcomer, they instantly jumped up and drew their longswords. The one who entered the tent was a lizardman cloaked in a heavy cape. His sandy brown scales indicated they belonged to the Desert Lizardman faction. Lizardman, how did you get in here? This is our transmigrator's territory. Leave now and we'll overlook it, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. The transmigrator's voice was loud, intending for nearby soldiers to hear and come over for support. Desert lizardmen were indeed good at disguising here, but entering the tent was really audacious. The lizardman's cold vertical pupils glanced at their tightly gripped weapons. He opened his tooth-filled mouth and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm your friend, I've come to bring you important information." The language of the lizardman had a strange tone to it. Listening to it did seem magically compelling, diminishing their wariness a bit. The transmigrators became less vigilant and more curious, asking directly, "What information?" The vertical pupils under the lizardman's hood flickered and he said, "There is a divine artifact in the ancient tomb. If you obtain it, it could help you gain everything." The men's minds began to flash with their own desires. Luxurious lifestyles, special factions, crowds of servants, and women. What sort of artifact? Can it really grant everything? Are you serious? Several people asked simultaneously. The corners of the lizardman's mouth split wider, and he said, "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would the map be so difficult? There is certainly an important item, and I also know that the item has already been obtained by someone currently exploring. If you want it now, you'll have to get it from her." The group was stunned again, then quickly realized. Obtained by Cleolando. Then wouldn't that mean we don't stand a chance? Damn it, it was our map that we found, and yet she got the bargain. The voice of dissatisfaction rose again. They were all somewhat annoyed at not getting the treasure. The lizardman continued, "Actually, she has suffered heavy losses now and doesn't have much troops left, so getting the treasure isn't really difficult." Kill her. Everyone was a bit surprised. But killing a transmigrator who had suffered heavy losses was much better than conquering this map. They whispered and discussed in low voices. Finally, they gritted their teeth and said, "All right, let's get ready, we'll make our move tonight, get the treasure and immediately withdraw from here, returning to our territory." Okay. Looking back again, they realized that the desert lizardman was no longer there. The tent was empty, only the opened curtains still fluttering slightly. Another transmigrator's tent. The transmigrator, who had been deep in sleep, suddenly woke up and swung his sword behind him. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. But from the feel of the sword, it was certain that it had hit a target. Turning around and standing up, he saw a tall lizardman standing inside the dim tent. Blood was trickling down the scales on the lizardman's arm. "You dare to seek death alone, you're quite bold." The lizardman looked at his wounded spot, a glint of fierceness flashed through his eyes, but it quickly calmed down. He spoke. "Don't be nervous, you're a transmigrator, right? I have a task for you. If you can succeed, we will grant you a new faction and special troops." The transmigrator frowned, curiously asking, "What task?" "At night, I need you to anonymously blast the whole ancient tomb's entrance," said the lizardman. The transmigrator, still frowning, asked, "Why should I do that?" The lizardman smiled, threw out a scroll and said, "This is the advance payment, and we will support you afterward." The transmigrator picked it up to look. Desert Lizardman Faction Invitation. The transmigrator looked at the lizardman and finally nodded and said, "All right, I accept." The lizardman nodded, backed out of the tent, and disappeared into the night. He went to another campsite to continue persuading others. The fourth level of the ancient tomb. With the addition of Angia and Beata, the pace of battle again accelerated. Two large groups of exorcist hulks scattered into white bone, densely covering the ground. The black-robed followers behind, constantly reinforced by effects, were also affected by various skills. The number of people decreased continuously, falling and dying. If this fight kept going, it would soon end. At the same time, stopping the strange ritual that was still happening in the background. Crack, crack. Just then, among the followers kneeling for the ritual, a figure slowly stood up. Although also wearing a thick hooded robe, the clothing was in colors of gold and red, making it look more magnificent. Wearing a tall crown, only a rotting half of a wooden staff remaining in hand. Bent over, his gaze turned this way. "Boss." Fang Hao also noticed the person who had gotten up. Oathbound High Priest. Adrian, Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero. Indeed a hero, and even reached Dark Gold 3rd Tier. Fang Hao was more surprised. The level of this map was way too high. 3 types of enemies, all were 10th tier troops. The suddenly appeared boss had reached Dark Gold. Transmigrators aside, even the original inhabitants would probably find it hard to conquer this place. While Fang Hao observed, the oathbound high priest's mouth emitted a series of strange syllables. All the troop types became aggressive, erupting again with powerful combat power. Simultaneously, the skull arm wand in his hands also shot out powerful bursts of magic, bombarding the clump of constructs. Without needing Fang Hao's order, Beata and Angia in the battle zone had already charged forward. Beata herself was strong, and also a powerful member of Dragon Clan. Several bolts of thunder elemental magic were thrown from her hands, and her body quickly closed the distance. Her waist twisting swiftly, her leg whipping out with a howl. Boom. The oathbound high priest had just dodged the incoming lightning, not yet steady on his feet. He was kicked. His body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall behind. Whirl. Dust and rubble fell like a storm. The whole hall also shook along. Angia quickly followed, but as she neared, she was repelled by a burst of magic. At the same time, the rather disheveled oathbound high priest stood up, roared, and madly rushed into the main battlefield. The next second, the surrounding exorcist hulks began converging towards the body of the oathbound high priest. The piercing sound of bones rubbing echoed throughout the hall. Under everyone's gaze, the remaining skeletons gathered together. They began to merge with the body of the high priest, forming a giant, twisted creature of white bone. Its upper body still in the black robe of the high priest, while its lower half was a bloated, massive body made up of dense white bone. Numerous skeletal arms and legs, forming a centipede-like 1,000 legs. Their rustling run made people's scalps tingle. The oathbound high priest, his gaze icy, looked this way. He hissed, "Blasphemers, you shall die." Tap tap tap. The sound of dense crawling echoed throughout the venue. The exorcist hulks all surged towards the high priest at the center, their skeletal bodies crumbling and reconstituting into a massive monster. The remaining skeletons disappeared, and without further targets, the constructs sat stunned for 2 seconds before simultaneously turning their attention to the gigantic skeleton. Then, they charged straight at it. Crash! The skeleton's 1,000 feet, made of bone, quickly crawled forward, maintaining high mobility despite the cumbersome body. Like a runaway giant rhinoceros, it rampaged through the hall. Along the way, it knocked all the constructs flying. Its huge body and heavy weight crushed the fallen constructs into shards. The high priest, now forming the upper body, swung the broken staff in his hand, releasing dark red magic beams downward. The furious magic energy swept through the hall. The constructs scattered to avoid it, but some were too slow and got hit by the magic. Their bodies exploded from the energy, turning into bits and pieces. Amigar, you go as well and destroy that monster, Mr. Fang Hao said to the black-armored Amigar standing next to him. Even Beata and Angia were struggling in their monster forms. To end the battle quickly, Amigar had to take action. Yes, sir, the taciturn Amigar replied, gripping his war hammer and charging forward. As he ran, his body rapidly grew into a giant form. Without dodging, he swung his war hammer directly at the monster's abdomen. Thump! A dull boom resonated, blasting air waves, and the ground's bones tumbled. The monster, transformed from the high priest, had a huge hole smashed into it at the hit spot, and broken bones clattered down. With a successful strike, Amigar charged again, his warhammer swinging in powerful arcs, repeatedly smashing against the massive body. Both were dark gold class, and their ranks were very close. But Amigar was a melee hero with spell assistance, while the opponent, now the high priest, was more of a mage support type. Even transformed into such a terrifying monster, in a direct confrontation, it was difficult to say it was stronger than Amigar. Meanwhile, Beata continuously released bolts of thunder elemental magic, bombarding the huge body. In a head-on collision, the fierce bone monster was quickly overwhelmed. It was pinned down and furiously hammered. Angia, take the constructs and go kill those people in the back, Mr. Fang Hao shouted loudly. Angia disengaged 2 skeleton arms and backflipped to dodge an attack. Hearing Mr. Fang Hao's shout, she immediately understood. She signaled the surrounding constructs and headed straight to the rear. There, the black-robed followers were performing an odd ritual. Crash! The constructs began to run, charging towards the altar. No, you ignorant mortals, how dare you disturb the sleep of the gods? The high priest, seeing the constructs bypass him and attack the altar, exhibited fear and panic. His huge, bulky body quickly crawled up, thousands of legs moving in unison, attempting to block Angia and the others. But he was already targeted by the black-armored warrior, whose warhammer, carrying tremendous force, relentlessly struck him. The originally advantageous giant body now became a cumbersome burden. At the same time, a Dragon Clan girl on the side kept unleashing various thunder elemental spells. Bolts of lightning struck from above. Under their joint assault, he couldn't think about stopping those people. He himself was thrown back again, tumbling to the ground. Taking this chance, Angia led a massive group of constructs straight into the altar area. Before the black-robed cultists could react, a swath of heads had already been sliced off by longswords and flew high. No more rituals were performed, and all the cultists rose to try to counterattack. But in terms of hand-to-hand combat ability, these cultists were no match for the constructs. Especially not with Angia, a purple hero, leading the team. The rear became a one-sided slaughter. Scores of black-robed cultists fell, turning into decaying sludge. Roar! With the ritual at the altar interrupted, the high priest became even more furious. His massive body rammed with more force. His staff erratically shooting magic in all directions. Exploding against the walls and ceiling of the hall. Bits of broken bricks fell, and fine sand from the shattered ceiling continuously dropped into the hall. Whoosh! A fire javelin flew up beside the high priest. The next second, it transformed into the black-armored warrior. With a low grunt, he burst out with terrifying power. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and a burst of air waves exploded instantly. The large and ferocious high priest was suddenly flung sideways, crashing into a wall, and slumped down limply. Amigar quickly followed up. His war hammer swung high and crashed down hard on the ugly body of the high priest. The hard skeleton rapidly shattered, and even the high priest himself struggled, emitting painful wails. Crack crack. The huge skeletal body continuously broke apart and scattered, quickly detaching from his body, leaving only the high priest in a golden red robe, limply sitting amidst a mound of white bones. He weakly raised his head, his gaunt face showing immense resent. Amigar gave him a glance, then swung his war hammer down again. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated in the hall. The high priest's head shattered like a watermelon, leaving behind an empty body that slowly collapsed. Sir, it's over. 3 heroes quickly approached. The once vast and grand hall had become battered and shabby during the battle. Cracks adorned the ceiling and walls, and fine sand kept pouring in like a stream. Moreover, the openings caused by the broken walls were gradually enlarging due to the incoming sand. Skeleton archers, clean up the battlefield and move all the loot to the first floor, Fang Hao ordered the skeleton archers who hadn't been utilized. The skeleton archers swiftly entered the hall to collect various weapons and equipment. They carried them upstairs. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, accompanied by several heroes, headed towards the stone coffin at the center of the altar. They had to see what was inside before the place collapsed. First floor of the ancient tomb. Mr. Fang Hao, how's it going down there? Would you like me to switch some dinner? Cleolando approached. The corridor connecting to the outside of the tomb was completely dark. They had entered at noon, and now it was already night. None of them had ingested even a drop of water. Of course, the only one who truly needed to eat was Cleolando himself. Fang Hao had become a deity and did not need to eat. Beata, Angia, and others were heroes, unaffected by not eating, not to mention the demigod Dragon Queen. So, Fang Hao hadn't really noticed this until Cleolando brought it up. It's all over down there. Skeleton archers are cleaning up the battlefield. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat some. It'll be over soon, Fang Hao directly responded. That meant that the ancient tomb only had 4 floors, and it really was Fang Hao alone who had cleared them. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Dragon Queen was standing right here. If he couldn't clear it, then no one else here could. But then he thought, skeleton archers cleaning up the battlefield. Was there nothing left for him to do? If he let others handle it, then he might really end up just being a guide. He immediately said, I'll arrange for someone to go down and clean up the battlefield quickly so we can head back soon. Fang Hao thought about it. If they delayed, the lower levels might collapse. Alright, let's hurry it up. Clang clash bang. Just as Cleolando was about to order his men to go down and clean the battlefield, a sudden burst of fierce shouting and the clashing of weapons erupted from the entrance. Everyone was startled at once. The black-armored warrior Alorig immediately guarded Fang Hao, vigilantly watching Cleolando and his group. Fang Hao's first thought was suspicion of the other party having some scheme. But soon, he dismissed his speculation. The skeletons Cleolando had left outside stumbled down, urgently saying, Sir, transmigrators are leading an attack against us, we can't hold them off. Cleolando's face changed, with a mix of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Transmigrators attacking him. Not to mention his good reputation, but this map was publicly accessible, explored by many alliances. He shouldn't be attacked just because he was here. Surprised, but not afraid, with the Dragon Queen by his side. It was impossible for other transmigrators to break in. Still, he looked at Fang Hao questioningly. Mr. Fang Hao, what should we do? After thinking a bit, Fang Hao said, have your men hold them off. Do not let them block the entrance, stay with me and wait for the loot. Cleolando paused, understanding Fang Hao's intent. He nodded, agreeing, and began instructing the heroes and soldiers behind him. The heroes nodded and led the skeleton soldiers out of the entrance. Fang Hao released the Thunder Spirit, flying out of the entrance to take a glance. Confirming that the outsiders couldn't truly break in, he waited for the loot. 4th floor underground. The altar was surrounded by a mass of corpses that had melded together. Based on their preserved forms and equipment, one could distinguish between transmigrators and ordinary soldiers. It seemed that over time, those who explored this place were mostly brought here as ritual sacrifices. The bizarrely shaped skeletons assembled here were likely the original monsters of this map. On further thought, it was possible that the reason this map was made public was to gather more flesh and corpses. Fang Hao, controlling a demon doll, led a few heroes onto the altar, which was covered in muscles. Stepping on it, one could even hear the sticky, sizzling sound. Arriving at the stone coffin, they looked inside. The entire interior of the coffin was wrapped in a layer of white flesh. Beneath the flesh, they could see a mummified corpse that had dried up and turned black. Fang Hao glanced at it, noting no attribute tips or ability to communicate with the outside world like the demon. It seemed the ritual had been directly interrupted, and the person inside had not succeeded. After a brief thought, he drew his longsword and cut open the encasing flesh. He addressed the skeleton archers behind him, scavenging the loot. "You, bring that corpse out." The skeleton archer strode over, lifting the black mummy, which had only its ribcage and skull remaining. It dropped it on the ground. Once removed from the stone coffin and flesh, the black desiccated corpse shrank even more. The black dried flesh quickly turned white, then scattered into a pile of fine sand. It was gone. Even the corpse was gone. Fang Hao widened his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. The resurrected boss. The body of a deity. All that was left was a pile of yellow debris. Among the yellow debris, a shriveled, blackened heart emerged. Shriveled heart. Description. Despite the royal funeral, the heart still contains potent energy. Withered heart. The mummy had no attributes, yet this heart revealed its own. Moreover, the description mentioned royal funeral, suggesting that the master of this ancient tomb really had a lot of connections with the undead. Could it be that this bizarre ceremony was not for resurrection but for repairing the body? I had just interrupted it halfway through. Only the heart was left. Fang Hao picked it up, took a rag from a black-robed cultist's body, wrapped it up, and stuffed it into his own chest cavity. Later, he would have Nelson see if he could make a viscera jar or something out of it. Or some other use. Continue searching in the stone coffin. Check if there are other items, the rest of you speed up the cleanup. We cannot stay here for much longer, Fang Hao shouted loudly, issuing orders to the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Sand cascaded down like a waterfall, everyone quickening their cleanup efforts. All the constructs moved upwards, and the skeleton archers, carrying the battle spoils they found, hurried toward the upper floors. Speeding up the transfer process. There was no choice, there were too many items and a race against time, otherwise, they'd be buried here. Time passed slowly. A huge amount of battle spoils had accumulated into 3 small hills. The items from the 4th floor were far more than the first 2 combined. Even the exorcist hulks could each wield 4 types of weapons, shields, swords, spears, and others. The gear that dropped could be piled into 2 small hills. What remained were various burial items from the 4th floor, most of which were gold and silver utensils. Fang Hao picked 2 items to examine. Besides the masks of the black-robed followers, which were still purple equipment. The rest were all blue equipment that was badly corroded. Moreover, after the recent battle, they were basically unusable and could only be melted down for recycling after returning. At that moment, the demon doll and 3 heroes also returned from downstairs. Fang Hao put away the demon doll and, glancing at the still-seated dragon queen, whispered, "Angia, Beata, you 2 lead the constructs outside and guard the entrance. Don't let anyone else near this place." "Oh, okay." Without another word, the 2 women, leading some constructs, headed straight out. Fang Hao was about to discuss the spoils with Cleolando, when he noticed the dragon queen's inspecting gaze, as if scrutinizing a prisoner. A cold voice came, "HMPH, not even my daughter is as obedient to me." Fang Hao shuddered. It was as if a secret had been discovered. The Dragon Queen had fought Fang Hao because of Beata, nearly destroying Mount Dragon Peak. In the end, you 2 were so close. Beata is indeed very clever and thoughtful, Fang Hao complimented. The Dragon Queen continued to stare at him, as if trying to discern something. Now was not the time to have any conflicts with her. Fang Hao promptly changed the subject. Dragon Queen, do you know whose tomb this is? Maybe the Dragon Queen might recognize the figure from the fragments of statues on the first floor. I don't know. Do gods also build tombs for themselves? On the fourth floor, some followers were conducting a ceremony, shouting about gods and such. Fang Hao continued to ask. The Dragon Queen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. She softly spoke. I'm not sure if the gods can die, but there are more demigods buried in this land than one might imagine. Possibly it's a demigod from the annals of history. That response was quite accurate. Demigods had long lives, but without ascending to godhood, they eventually died. The history of this world was probably far longer than imagined, and the number of demigods could indeed be substantial. Yes, the Dragon Queen's analysis is insightful, Fang Hao praised. The Dragon Queen glanced at him. Bang! A dull sound echoed as a platinum treasure chest was tossed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The rewards from this ancient tomb were increasing. Silver, gold, and now the final reward had reached a platinum chest. Forsaking further chat with the Dragon Queen, he went straight to the platinum chest. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could return home. The desert environment remained rather harsh. He opened the chest. An intense light burst forth from the chest. Acquired. Nameless Temple Blueprint Orange War General's Tomb Blueprint Orange Singer's Hall Blueprint Purple Unbreakable Steel Shield Blueprint Orange Corpse Worshipper Crown Blueprint Blue Corpse Worshipper Robe Blueprint Blue Corpse Worshipper Shoulder Blueprint Blue Corpse Worshipper Gloves Blueprint Blue Shadowstone plus 202 Warfire Coin plus 442. The moment the rewards appeared, Fang Hao caught sight of the orange glow, and there was more than one. Once all the blueprints were spread out on the ground. His face revealed an unmistakable joy. 3 orange blueprints. What a trove. This ancient tomb was indeed remarkable. Suppressing his excitement, he began to examine them. The first blueprint, the Nameless Temple. Nameless Temple is a special building. Ownerless temple that, once built, can be bound to a deity or demigod to provide special effects. Abilities. Exclusive Temple, Blessing, Follower Recruitment. Exclusive Temple, bind a deity and erect an exclusive statue. Garner faith from all citizens. Faith collection plus 35%. Deities demigods of the same faction. Faith collection plus 20%. Blessing increase statue blessing effects by plus 20%. Follower recruitment can recruit priests, acolytes, and other clergy professions in the temple. The Nameless Temple is not a temple without a name but a temple without a master. Once established, it can be bound to a deity as an exclusive temple. The provided boosts are also quite significant. Exclusive Temple provides a 35% increase in faith collection, and deities or demigods of the same faction get an additional 20%. This means that even if it's an exclusive temple, multiple statues can be placed within. The second attribute enhances the blessing effects, beneficial for territories with erected statues. The third allows the recruitment of priests, acolytes, and other religious roles. It looks more official now. The statues of gods in the main city, as well as some subsidiary cities, are all placed in the pantheon and temples. The pantheon sounds impressive, but its attribute is just that of a large temple. This kind of building, though also a place for placing god statues, provides only blessing amplification, without any faith bonuses specific to the gods. Now with this building, it can replace the previous ordinary temples and shrines. The second blueprint is still an orange construction blueprint for the War General's Tomb. Seeing this blueprint, Fang Hao's eyes lit up. The War General's Tomb is a barracks blueprint. It allows for the recruitment of a 10th tier troop, the Exorcist Hulks. Fang Hao had been very interested in this troop type during battle. With 4 arms, they could wield different weapons. This indeed gave a significant advantage on the battlefield. Fang Hao even thought it would be nice to have them holding swords and shields, while the other 2 arms wielded firearms. Now, he had also obtained this blueprint. The only dissatisfaction was that this troop type looked somewhat ghostly. 3 skull heads on the abdomen would grind teeth with a clatter during battle, somewhat different from normal skeletons. He handed the 2 blueprints over to Cleolando, standing beside him. He himself continued to check the next 3 construction blueprints. The Hall of Songsters is another barracks blueprint. The troop type recruited as a special 6th tier troop called Musicians. Musicians of the Undead clan. One of the skill features is igniting the soul, which could enhance undead troops, adding 8% to attack power and 5% to defense. It seemed to be a watered-down version of the Oath followers. After examining the 3 construction blueprints, he moved on to the equipment blueprints. The first one was an orange blueprint. Unbreakable steel. 75 cast iron blocks, 55 fine iron, 35 fine iron ingots, 300 refined iron, 75 thick leather, 120 metal parts, 50 mithril. Description: a true embodiment of an impregnable defense, capable of stopping any enemy that tries to harm you. An orange shield blueprint. The spoils of war he had checked before only included blue-equipped shields wielded by the Exorcist Hulks. It was quite unexpected to be awarded an orange shield blueprint. The name of the shield was dominant, called Unbreakable Steel, and the materials used were of an even higher grade. Fine iron ingots, and 100 refined iron all made an appearance. These were all rather rare materials. Especially 100 refined iron, currently only the dwarves, Heart of the Mountain Great Furnace, in his territories could produce it, and its output was extremely low. Having this blueprint was good. As long as he created a batch, he could then use the disassembler to farm materials. Materials would only become more abundant. The last blueprint was a set of blue equipment, Grave Reverence set. Effect: sound propagation plus 5%, Resurrector. Resurrector: during battle, there is a 15% chance to resurrect dead creatures, allowing them to join one's own army. A set of blue equipment that provided 2 effects was actually considered top-notch. Especially one that could resurrect corpses. But as blue equipment, the attributes were a bit too low. The chance of it being useful in the future seemed quite low, and even if it was offered in the channel, it may not have much of a market. The store for transmigrators was still in operation, and even more diligently than before. He could farm the synthetic materials himself, but recruitment materials like essences and traces still needed to be exchanged through the channel. He had thoroughly checked all the blueprints. Then he handed them to Cleolando for inspection. But he was somewhat troubled, as he needed all these items. When Cleolando had also finished inspecting the blueprints and handed them back, Fang Hao said, "Cleolando, I really do need these blueprints. How about this? I'll keep the blueprints, and when we get back, I'll still compensate you with the previous set of purple armor." Though Cleolando was also very tempted by the orange blueprint in the rewards. There was no helping it. As a mere tour guide cleaning up the battlefield, he had no claim to these items. He showed a smile and said, "No problem, Mr. Fang Hao." Fang Hao nodded and immediately collected all the blueprints. By the side, the team transporting the spoils to the Gate of the Worlds was almost done. Just as Fang Hao was about to order everyone to enter the Gate of the Worlds. Boom, boom. A deafening rumble rose, the entire ancient tomb started to shake violently. Without time to think, they ran outside. At the entrance, they saw Angia running towards them, saying, "Those transmigrators have gone mad. They want to blow this place up. Hurry, get out." Without hesitation, they took a large number of skeleton archers and left the ancient tomb. Outside the ancient tomb, the once calm transmigrator camp was now in utter chaos. Apart from some people attacking the tomb, battles were also breaking out in other areas. The entire camp was ablaze, with fighting figures visible everywhere. Not far away, some transmigrators were directing soldiers to throw old-fashioned explosives. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions, earth-shaking. What's going on? Fang Hao looked around. Cleolando shook his head too, fear apparent in his eyes. Unlike Fang Hao, most of the people here were familiar to her. And at this moment, they were like madmen, eyes bloodshot, furiously rushing at others. She had already seen several acquaintances among the transmigrators, now lying in pools of their own blood, barely alive. "I don't know either. Everyone seems to have gone crazy. The entire transmigrator camp was in chaos. Everyone was wielding weapons, leading their own soldiers towards the neighboring tent cluster. The clash of weapons, painful moans, echoed throughout the area. Not far off, on the ground, lay several human soldiers. Bodies, scattered beside them were crude bombs for blowing up mountains. Damn it, what on earth was going on here? Cleolando's face was grim, cold sweat running down his forehead. She didn't know what was happening. She even began to suspect that the ancient tomb was cursed. Just after Fang Hao had cleared the 4th level, this chaos erupted outside. Everyone was like a mad beast, lunging at each other. Bang! At that moment, Beata returned with a construct. She was holding a thin rope, the other end dragging 3 bound transmigrators. It was these 3 who led troops to attack the entrance to the ancient tomb, Beata said, pulling forward. Fang Hao frowned as he looked towards Cleolando, who nodded and explained, "They are transmigrators from nearby. This ancient tomb was initially discovered by their alliance. Do you have any disagreements?" "No, our relationship is actually quite good," said Cleolando. This left Fang Hao even more puzzled. "Go and ask what's going on," Fang Hao said directly. Cleolando walked over and asked directly, "Why did you lead troops against me?" Pitui. The men spat out the sand in their mouths and then said, "Cleolando, if you've gotten any treasure, hurry up and bring it out. Our alliance discovered it first, why should you reap the benefits?" The men started yelling loudly, breathing heavily as if Cleolando was their sworn enemy. Cleolando looked utterly baffled, then turned to Fang Hao with a puzzled face, as if asking, "Any treasure?" Fang Hao sensed something was wrong with the trio and directly said, "Let them sober up a bit." Angia stepped forward, swung her hand, and slapped them severally across the face. The 3 were nearly sent flying, mouths bloody, several teeth missing. The pain made them roll on the ground. Angia lifted the 3 men, asking, "Are you sober now? If not, I'll break your arms and legs." "We're sober, very sober." The 3 men nodded repeatedly. Several slaps truly sobered them up quite a bit. The red bloodshot in their eyes faded, and looking somewhat confused, they surveyed their surroundings. Cleolando asked again, "Why did you attack us?" The 3 thought for a moment, then one said, "A lizard man told us that you obtained treasures from inside, very powerful treasures." "What treasures?" Cleolando asked. "Ah." The 3 traded glances. "Don't know, he didn't say." Cleolando widened his eyes, staring at them as if they were fools. The 3 also realized, apart from where they had been slapped, their faces were flushed red. Yes, they didn't even know what the treasure was, whether the information was real or false, yet they attacked Cleolando. Isn't that crazy? Fang Hao and the Dragon Queen, who were standing at a distance, could hear the conversation clearly. And it was apparent that the 3 were not lying. Desert Lizard Man, coming here to instigate transmigrators to attack one another. What was that about? Cleolando walked back, repeating what had just been said. Fang Hao nodded, asking, "Cleolando, what do you think we should do?" It seemed virtually impossible to go search for that lizard man amid the chaos, and it wouldn't mean much either. Cleolando said directly, "Let's break out from here and return to our territory overnight." The desert's nights made it harder to discern directions. But as transmigrators inherently have maps, getting lost wasn't an issue. Fang Hao nodded. "Let's go, break out." The group started to break through in one direction. Cutting straight through, heading north. Once they were safe, the group finally stopped. From afar, the tent cluster was out of sight, only the rising smoke evidenced the ongoing battle. "All right, the rest of the road, you're on your own," Fang Hao said directly. "All right, I will investigate thoroughly when I get back, and I will report to you then," Cleolando immediately said. Honestly, this situation also went beyond her expectations. It was even possible that Fang Hao would suspect her of foul play. "Right, you also go back quickly, don't delay on the way, and notify me when you arrive at the territory," Fang Hao instructed, "Open the gate of the worlds, and let the construct and several heroes enter." Cleolando showed a bright smile, answering briskly, "All right." After giving instructions, Fang Hao, along with the remaining Dragon Queen and 2 black armored warriors, turned and entered the transport light screen. Back in the main city, everyone dispersed to attend to their matters. Fang Hao's gains this time were substantial, even much greater than previous explorations of the map. The sky was already turning bright. He did not disturb the others around who were resting, but walked directly to the area of the undead. Greeting a few saluting skeletons, he entered the Viscera Museum. Upon entering the hall, he saw the funeral priest grinding some medicine. "My lord," the funeral priest put down his work and immediately saluted. Fang Hao nodded. "Where is Scholar Nelson?" "Upstairs, my lord." "Good, tell him I need to see him." "Yes, my lord." The funeral priest quickly ascended the stairs and, when he came down again, he saw Nelson following him. "Lord Scholar, I acquired a special heart while outside, let's see if it could be of any use." Fang Hao directly took out the shriveled, blackened heart. Nelson took it and unwrapped the tattered cloth surrounding it, revealing the shriveled, blackened heart inside. Shriveled heart. After examining it closely, Nelson said, "This is an undead heart that has undergone a ritual." Fang Hao knew that the undead were divided into skeletons and living dead. But now, with only this heart left of the entire body, what use could it be? Can it be made into a viscera jar? According to the Dragon Queen's guess, the tomb owner was likely a demigod. How could it be wasted otherwise, or it wouldn't have been worth bringing back? "Sir, this kind of organ is best used to replace organs for living dead heroes, not for sealing in viscera jars." Replace organs. Fang Hao frowned. Nelson had chairs brought over, and after they sat down, he softly began to explain. Actually, the advantage of living dead heroes was that they could replace organs. Once they obtained powerful organs, they could be transplanted onto themselves. Otherwise, why would one spend a greater price to transform into a living dead instead of a skeleton? However, Fang Hao had not been aware of this since the time he obtained the living dead wasn't long. After the explanation, he also understood. "Oh, so, is this heart powerful?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "This will require some simple processing to test the capabilities of this heart," Nelson answered. Fang Hao thought for a moment, feeling that in this matter, Nelson was more professional. He nodded and said, "Then leave this heart here and just let me know once the tests are done." "Of course, sir." After chatting with Nelson for a bit more, he stepped out of the Viscera Museum and headed towards the central area. Arriving at the central square. On one side stood the newly established Grand Pantheon. Currently, the Pantheon enshrined 4 statues. Apart from himself, Rolana, and the Dragon Queen, the only remaining statue was that of the Goddess of Harvest. Only the Goddess of Harvest, after his ascension to godhood, hadn't withdrawn her blessings from his territory. Hence, Fang Hao didn't move her statue out. As for the statues of other deities, Fang Hao had them removed and returned some materials. Gathering several people, he had the statues in the place entirely removed. After demolishing the original pantheon, he then found the blueprint of the Nameless Temple. Nameless Temple. Resilient wood 3,500, ironized wood, fine stone bricks 2,500, traces of prayer 15, divine traces 12, rich essence 25, essence of magic 18, glazed tiles 1,200. The building materials for the Nameless Temple were indeed formidable. Such an amount could even build a stone castle. Moreover, it included materials like glazed tiles, which luckily he had procured some from the southern lizardmen last time. Otherwise, the construction would have been delayed even further. He continued with the construction on the former site of the Pantheon. A vast glow arose, forming the grand outline of the structure. In the glow, the outline slowly materialized. "Is this the ability of you transmigrators?" A cold voice sounded from behind. The Dragon Queen walked over slowly, her arms folded in front of her chest. Fang Hao subtly swept a glance and immediately averted his gaze. "Yes, hasn't the Dragon Queen seen it before? I heard it mentioned by Beata, now seeing it, it indeed seems miraculous." The Dragon Queen looked up at the glowing lights. Normally, constructing such a vast building for a power would take at least a year, and involve all sorts of manpower and resources. Now, However, the structure before them was visibly nearing completion. It was estimated to be finished before dawn. Fang Hao smiled, thought for a while, and softly explained, transmigrators indeed have many advantages. Once grown, their strength could far surpass that of the original natives, hence, realigning or forming an alliance with transmigrators is the inevitable trend. Are you hinting at me? The facts, does the Dragon Queen think I'm wrong? Fang Hao wasn't just making empty claims. Rapid construction, no need for population, the ability to recruit troops instantly. Any aspect represented a privileged power of transmigrators. Initially, the original natives might have an advantage, having developed over many years. But as time progressed, transmigrators would gradually take the main stage, as was clearly seen with Fang Hao. Perhaps right, perhaps not, time will verify everything, and I have ample time, the Dragon Queen said confidently. Fang Hao smiled but said nothing further. Soon, the Nameless Temple was completely constructed. You are now bound with the Nameless Temple, please, name the temple here. Fang Hao thought for a moment. Names like Bony and Cool clearly weren't appropriate for the temple name. He had devoured the divinity of thunder. So, in the naming section, he entered Thunder Temple. Temple name Thunder Temple, now officially in effect. Whoosh. The final beam of light rose, and the Thunder Temple was officially completed. Fang Hao continued to have people put the moved-out statues back inside. The Dragon Queen, seeing her own statue put back, nodded in satisfaction before leaving. Walking around the city, the sky was also slightly brightening. After thinking a bit, he headed towards the Lord's Manor. The manor. The morning sun was bright, casting golden light across the floor. A girl in a black and white maid outfit, wearing round-toed leather boots, bounced in. Her chubby cheeks and petite yet plump figure made her look soft and adorable. She looked very cute. Good morning, master, said the girl sweetly upon seeing Fang Hao. Morning. Fang Hao replied and went down into the cellar to pour himself another glass of fruit wine, then sat down on a wooden chair nearby. He continued pondering the matter of blueprint synthesis. 2 Tier 10 blueprints to synthesize a new one. Undead, shield bearer. Fang Hao considered the necessary elements. The girl cleaned around him, constantly glancing over. Before training, the maids had to get their own work done. As Aira's beloved little maid, she was always responsible for cleaning the manor's great hall. Of course, being in the Holy Spirit City, a special building, it couldn't possibly get dusty, so it was just about doing a general check every day. Clang. She stumbled, accidentally bumping into a side table. The newly poured fruit wine was knocked over, spilling across the table. Oh no, master, I'm so sorry. She hurried to erect the glass, quickly apologizing. It's okay. Just wipe it up, Fang Hao said, realizing what happened. What a waste. The girl hesitated, then blushed and leaned down, her tender tongue gently lapping up the spilled wine. From time to time, she hesitantly looked up at her master with embarrassment. This scene stirred something in Fang Hao. Where did she learn that from? Fang Hao smiled softly and stood up, gently caressing her bent back. Lifting her skirt's hem, he pressed down on her back, making her bend over and hold on to the side table. Master, here. The girl was somewhat flustered. It's fine, at this time it's only Aira and the others who come over, it's not like they haven't seen it before, Fang Hao reassured softly. The girl wanted to say more but could only whimper in response. Urged on, she continued to gently lick the scattered fruit wine from the table. But the side table shook along with her movements, causing more wine to spill. Morning passed quickly. The girl cleaned the table and ran off with a flushed face. Fang Hao poured himself another large glass of fruit wine and sat back on his throne. He also took out the military camp blueprint that he needed. Although he had already found the corresponding blueprints, he still wasn't clear on how to use or synthesize them. Confirm use. The retracted blueprint unfolded in an instant, forming a huge design blueprint. Please select the military camp blueprint you want to synthesize. Fang Hao thought for a moment and began to choose. Divine Realm Guard Hall and War General's Tomb, 2 military camp blueprints. After choosing, the two blueprints appeared on the blueprint, one on the left, one on the right. Displayed were the military camp's troop attributes. In the middle was a blank attribute blueprint, labeled, unnamed, and unconfirmed. Divine Realm Guard, Tier 10, right pointing arrow, unnamed, left pointing arrow, Exorcist Hulk, Tier 10. Campaign. Giant right pointing arrow, unconfirmed, left pointing arrow, campaign. Undead. Racial trait. Living creatures, giant bloodline, protective stone skin, right pointing arrow, unconfirmed, up to 5, left pointing arrow, racial trait. Undead, hollow skeleton, weakness to light, eerie intimidation, innate quad arms. Skills. Mighty smash, war cry, stunning heavy blow, overpowering mountain. Right pointing arrow unconfirmed, up to 6, left pointing arrow, skills. Shield bash, vicious cleave, necrotic body, skeletal armory, undying war general. Innate skills. Advanced combat mastery, advanced warhammer mastery, advanced heavy armor mastery, junior earth elemental spell mastery. Right pointing arrow unconfirmed, left pointing arrow, innate skills. Advanced swordsmanship mastery, advanced shield mastery, advanced spear mastery, advanced battle axe mastery, advanced combat mastery. The troop attributes of the two military camps appeared before his eyes. This caused Fang Hao's eyes to widen a bit. So, synthesis meant this. It wasn't about simply merging two blueprints but required one to select the appropriate attributes to piece together the required troop attributes. This was quite user-friendly. Fang Hao looked at the attributes on both sides and pondered for a moment. The troop name could remain blank for now, naming was too troublesome. He directly chose Undead for the campaign. Campaign. Undead. The reason for choosing Undead was mainly due to the food issue. Living creatures need to eat, and agriculture was still a major challenge in this era. If he really recruited 1 million living troops, it could instantly bankrupt Fang Hao and even lead to direct collapse within his territory. So, Undead was a must-choose option. Next was racial traits, where a limit was given, up to 5 traits. It seemed only 5 traits were allowed to be chosen. And after selecting the Undead campaign, the traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, and Weakness to Light, were automatically added. He had only 2 choices left to make. He didn't rush to choose and decided to review the corresponding attributes first. The Divine Realm Guards had 2 traits. Giant Bloodline, Mental Control, Soul Interference, Curses, Toxins, Doubled Pain, and other negative attribute resistances plus 35%, Physical Resistance plus 15%, Magic Resistance plus 10%. This attribute is actually quite nice. The bloodlines of special races can provide very strong enhancements. But this one doesn't offer much help to the new troop type at hand. Undead are naturally immune to many living creature states. Toxins and doubled pain are utterly useless. If the resulting creation was a type without soul fire, mental control and soul interference would also be pointless. So, let's not consider this one for now. Protective stone skin, innate earth elemental defense armor, physical resistance plus 50%, magic resistance plus 35%, earth elemental magic resistance plus 75%. This one's good, directly increasing attributes, and the earth elemental magic resistance is boosted by a whopping 75%. It's not complete immunity, but it's still a significant number. However, users of earth elemental magic are relatively rare and not commonly seen. After reviewing the attributes of the Divine Realm Guards, it's time to look at those of the Exorcist Hulks. There are 2 unfamiliar attributes: Bizarre Intimidation, and Innate 4 Arms. Bizarre Intimidation. The unit's bizarre appearance can cause fear in those who see it, randomly generating emotions of horror, panic, and other chaos. This attribute must be related to the 4 heads. In battle, a fearsome and bizarre appearance is quite common. Especially against living creatures, with a terrifying and odd look, the enemy might turn and flee upon seeing you, achieving victory without a fight. But Fang Hao feels this is so. His current enemies are not ordinary living creatures. The idea of scaring them into submission seems quite unlikely. Innate 4 Arms. The unit has 4 arms and can wield 4 weapons at the same time. Now that's good. Fang Hao likes this one. One shield to block, with the rest flailing wildly. After reviewing the attributes, he has an idea in mind. He makes his selection directly. Racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness, protective stone skin, innate 4 arms. With the traits selected, it's time to choose skills. Up to 6 skills max. First are the skills of the Divine Realm Guards. Smash is an active skill that deals an extra 50% critical hit damage. Roar is an active skill that lets out a ferocious roar, causing enemies in the vicinity to panic and become flustered, reducing all attributes by 5%. Seems not so useful, and skeletons, being undead, can't use their physical structure to roar anyway. Dizzying Strike is an active skill that deals 120% critical hit damage and comes with earth elemental magic, giving the target a 35% chance to be dazed. Might of the Crushing Mountain, an active skill where the weapon is imbued with earth elemental magic, increasing the chopping weight by 200%. Dizzying Strike and Might of the Crushing Mountain are quite nice, they could be chosen as skills. Continuing with the skills of the Exorcist Hulks. Shield Bash and Cleave are both active offensive skills. Shield Bash has a 15% chance of making the target in front stumble backward. Feel pretty average, they're common skills. Necrotic Body, a passive skill that grants plus 15% to all attributes and slowly auto-repairs damage in an environment filled with dark energy. This skill suits the undead, but the condition of being filled with dark energy isn't easy to achieve. Skeleton Arsenal, a passive skill that allows the use of a variety of weapons and automatically coordinates the rhythm and style of weapon attacks. This skill is quite important. Coordinating attack styles is much like coordinating one's own limbs. You can hardly exert your full strength in battle if you're not adept at walking. Undying War General, an active skill that enters an offensive state, increasing attack power by plus 75% and defense by plus 35% for 120 seconds. That's quite good too, a burst type of skill. But it has a duration. Fang Hao ponders for a moment. Then he begins to choose the corresponding skills. He selects each one. Skills: Smash, Dizzying Strike, Might of the Crushing Mountain, Necrotic Body, Skeleton Arsenal, Undying War General. The only one he deliberated long over was Necrotic Body. Places filled with dark energy are too scarce. Most battles take place outdoors. But there are no better skill options. Smash and Cleave actually fall into the same category, choosing one would suffice. Shield Bash is for when holding a shield, causing an attack and a chance to knock back the enemy. Seems not very useful, whether you knock back the enemy or not doesn't change much. After much thought, he still adds Necrotic Body to the list. The last item is Innate Abilities, which has no quantity limit. He adds all the abilities, except for the redundant Advanced Combat Mastery, right away. Feels like, the more times this troop type is combined, the stronger it will become. In the end, there's only naming the troop type left. He thinks for a while, finding it hard to come up with a good name. After much contemplation, he can't waste all his time on naming, so he casually fills in Four-Armed Skeleton General. It's a name that combines its physical traits, a name that's easy to understand. A surge of light flickers on the blueprint. A new troop type synthesized. Four-Armed Skeleton General. You have created a new troop type building. Blueprint unlocked. Cemetery of Skeleton General Construction Blueprint. 3 system notifications appear, signifying the successful synthesis of the blueprint. Fang Hao wipes the sweat from his forehead, thankful there were 2 troop types to choose from. Otherwise, he might have been stifled to death, unable to come up with any skills. Ding. Just as Fang Hao stands up, planning to go out and build the structure. The Book of Lords once again sends a private message notification. It's a message from Cleolando. Mr. Fang Hao, I've thoroughly investigated last night's incident, and it truly was a desert lizardman playing tricks. Fang Hao glanced at the time, 8:30 in the morning. Judging by the distance between the ancient tomb and Cleolando's territory, they must have just rushed back. To have intelligence this quickly was still quite efficient. Fang Hao directly replied, "Yeah, what exactly happened?" With this reward, he wasn't quite so interested in last night's incident. But since Cleolando had gone out of his way to mention it, it wouldn't be good to show a lack of concern. There was silence on the other end for a while, likely editing the content. Then, a rather lengthy message was sent over. Late last night, all the transmigrators met a cloaked lizard man. Aside from the few who attacked me believing I'd found treasure, the others were also misled by similar information and unwittingly carried out its bidding to attack others. Fang Hao's brows furrowed upon seeing this message. That everyone had been seduced into action was quite frightening indeed. And this capacity to instigate a mass uprising, why did it sound so familiar? Could it really be such a coincidence? Do you recognize that lizard man? Was this incident specifically targeting us? Fang Hao continued to inquire. No one knows the lizard man, and the tomb is in undead territory, with the desert lizard men also in the desert, but not here. Based on the current intelligence, it doesn't seem like it was targeting us, but more like it was specifically here to cause trouble, Cleolando shared her conjecture. According to Cleolando's statement, the desert lizardman's location was quite distant, and even if someone were targeting them, it was unlikely they'd arrange for a lizardman to traverse the boundary and come over from afar. This made some sense. If it really were the work of the god of deception, they would likely arrange for undead followers rather than lizardmen. Plus, if a real battle had ensued, it probably would have been a major war, not the chaotic scene where one could easily break through. It seemed more like a chance encounter, then causing some mischief for amusement. What was the casualty situation? Fang Hao continued. After we left, they came to their senses not long after, but quite a few died, and the ancient tomb was blown up. I've claimed only the second level was conquered, and with the tomb collapsed, they have nowhere to verify it, Cleolando immediately replied. The ancient tomb had indeed been brought down by these people. Had he and his group not fled swiftly, they might have even been buried underground. Teleportation was there, so not too dangerous, but surely there would have been significant losses. The topic didn't continue to the tomb and the fight. Fang Hao directly asked, "Yeah, by the way, what do you want this time? Is it still that sandstorm suit? Actually, my shop has plenty of equipment, you can mix and match according to your tastes." This time's loot was truly tremendous. It could even be said it resolved a constant issue he faced. In his heart, he was very grateful to Cleolando. Having acquired several orange blueprints, he should offer her some additional compensation. Being generous would also benefit future situations, encouraging her to seek him out when she had good maps. Being penny pinching could lead to her not coming to him next time. "No need, I didn't really help," Cleolando replied, also including a wry smile emoji. Unlike Fang Hao, Cleolando felt somewhat awkward to ask. In the end, her people hadn't even been used for cleanup. Truly, she had been nothing but a guide throughout the event. Fang Hao considered for a while, then said, "How about this, I'll first give you 5,000 sets of sandstorm suits. You can choose from 10,000 blue weapons, and regarding the orange shields we obtained, once I have enough materials, I'll make them and trade them to you." Seeing this message while having breakfast, Cleolando almost spat out her food. Her attendant was even startled, thinking there was an issue with the food, ready to test it for poison. Cleolando rubbed her eyes and confirmed the promised compensation again. 5,000 purple suits, 10,000 choose your own weapons, and an orange shield in the future. Oh my god, was Fang Hao intending to provision her? These equipments were sufficient to arm the forces of an entire city. Cooperating with Fang Hao really was the right choice, even giving her those few orange blueprints might not suit her needs as well as the compensation before her. After some thought, she sent a message. "Thank you for your support, Mr. Fang Hao. Can I select some rifles for the weapons? Don't worry, they're for my personal use, I won't give them to others." Rifles were not for sale in his shop. But since she wanted them, Fang Hao wasn't planning to refuse. Within his territory, ordinary members could now buy rifles, it was just forbidden to sell or trade them externally. Furthermore, as time went on, there were surely many working on developing such modern weaponry. Those foreigners, after all, had broader experience with firearms. That's fine, see what else you need, and I'll trade it all to you in one go. Fang Hao left the lordship mansion and headed to the equipment warehouse to make her the corresponding gear. Cleolando didn't say much more, thanking him again before accepting the trade. For Fang Hao, what he was certainly not lacking now was equipment, especially blue gear, as the materials were becoming more plentiful. The equipment inventory would only grow. Trade completed. Fang Hao then headed directly to the territorial military compound. On the pre-planned open space, he found the constructed blueprint of the cemetery of Skeleton General. Without hesitation, he began construction. Bursts of light flickered, reconstructing an ancient dark castle and the rudimentary form of a dilapidated courtyard. Construction time: 2 hours. Fang Hao went directly to the Blackstone training ground to watch the new maids train and to wait for the construction to finish. The bunny girls and fox girls were all purchased by Fang Hao from the orcs. People who have suffered hardships tend to be more enduring. Under the sun, they trained vigorously, laughing and shouting as they punched and kicked, sweat soaking their backs. Fang Hao sat on an outdoor wooden stool and watched for a while. It was now time for a break. As the maids walked out in groups and saw Fang Hao, they greeted him with some restraint. "Master. Ah, remember to rest. Don't overexert yourselves," Fang Hao responded with a nod. The growth of these maids was much faster than Era and her group. With a training ground and plenty of potions, some had already reached the 5th rank. Their progress was astonishing. Of course, the ranks gained under these circumstances wouldn't be high in actual combat. But Fang Hao didn't expect to send them directly to the battlefield. He preferred improving their ranks first and slowly work on their skills. "Yes, Master," the maids replied, their cheeks flushed. For these maids, aside from the intense training, life was quite good. No worries about food or clothing, access to hot springs, and even amusement parks. It wasn't paradise, but it was hundreds of times better than their previous lives. Their sense of belonging here also increased quickly, especially since they went to the temple every day to sing praises for everything their Lord had bestowed upon them. Loyalty, too, was rapidly increasing. Once their loyalty reached 100, Fang Hao would arrange for them to continue their training in the Hall of Martial Maiden. Barracks building. Cemetery of Skeleton General, construction complete. Your territory has constructed a new building. Recruitment conditions will belong to the current affiliated faction. You are in a factionless state, triggering a faction quest. Faction quest. 1. Join any faction. The new buildings will automatically match the appropriate faction recruitment materials. This building, repelled by certain factions, cannot recruit certain types of troops. 2. Establish your own faction. If the number of newly constructed barracks is greater than or equal to 3, you can establish your own faction. The maids left. A series of system prompts kept popping up, leaving Fang Hao somewhat stunned. Constructing a building, he didn't expect so many prompts to come out. Checking each one, it turned out that since he had constructed a new building and was still in a factionless state, he could not match the recruitment materials. This was indeed beyond Fang Hao's expectations. The system also provided 2 solutions. One was to join a faction which would automatically match the materials, but another note mentioned that repelled factions could not construct. As the building was of the undead type, living creatures factions would definitely reject it. This still meant he should join the undead, and there was no other faction that wasn't of living creatures. The second solution was to establish his own faction, which actually intrigued Fang Hao. It turned out that factions could be self-established. The requirement was to construct 3 brand new barracks. Brand new. Never seen before. He still had 1 blueprint of barracks, but even if he synthesized it now, he was still 1 short. It seemed he needed to think of a way to procure such blueprints from places like the Trade Alliance. Quickly returning to the building, he saw the towering and dilapidated ancient castle standing in front. The undead faction's style was just like this, dark gothic and filled with a sense of decay. Opening the building attributes. Cemetery of Skeleton General. Category: Barracks building. Recruitable. Quad-arm skeleton generals. Quad-arm skeleton generals. Wriggling spine 10, death trace 7, Star Silver 5, Factionless Temporary Recruitment. Description. In the towering huge tomb, fierce and tyrannical quad-arm war generals are gradually awakening. Seeing the building attributes, Fang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, being factionless didn't mean he couldn't recruit troops. Recruitment was still permitted, using materials from the Undead faction. This was somewhat humane. At least it wasn't completely blocked off. Standing at the doorway, he carefully thought it over and decided to recruit a four-armed skeleton general, to see the effect. He hoped there wouldn't be any mishaps. He opened the recruitment tab. He set the recruitment number to 1. He confirmed the recruitment. After a hundredfold amplification was triggered, 101 four-armed skeleton generals were recruited. After the prompt, a figure emerged from the decrepit castle, accompanied by a burst of bright light. 101 skeleton troops appeared. Fang Hao closely observed their appearance. Their bones were robust, with a layer of rock-like blemished armor formed on the surface. It was like a layer of sun-dried mud that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. The figures were tall, around 5 meters high, and by physique, they resembled trolls more. They still had 4 arms, but only 1 head on the shoulders, without the appearance of the exorcist hulks, which had 3 additional heads in the abdomen. Fang Hao circled around twice and felt quite satisfied. Once he resolved the faction issue, he could recruit on a large scale and reorganize the skeleton army. Taking the 4-armed skeleton general with him, he went to pick out some equipment in the warehouse. Then he had all of them enter the troop hiding cave to stand by. After a busy day, by the time he returned to the manor, it was already dusk. Aira had finished preparing dinner and was training with the maids. It seemed she planned to upgrade some of the 9th tier maids to the 10th tier within a short period. Adding more facilities to the amusement park. Having grown tired of the pirate ship, there was no point in building such a large amusement park without adding more facilities. A swooshing sound broke the quiet. Lord of Succubus, Yezebeth, wearing a tight leather armor that accentuated her figure, landed. Her wings stirred up a gust of wind in front of the manor before she gently descended from the air. She cautiously looked around, and finding no one, she walked in with a face full of joy. "Good evening, my lord," the demon monarch, swaying her waist, came to the center of the hall and curtsied. Her gaze was full of charm. "Ah, good evening, take a seat." Fang Hao nodded. The demon monarch sat on a wooden chair nearby, her spade-shaped tail gently swaying. "My lord, the god of deception's followers have begun to assemble. The local powers are all on alert, and they're even allowing passage due to the overwhelming number." Fang Hao frowned. Those guys were so quick. How many? In the reports, they've already reached tens of thousands, maybe even more, the demon monarch continued. Well, above 10,000. And those followers of the god of deception were all converging from around the world. Tens of thousands from here, tens of thousands from there, from all directions, that's quite a number. It made sense. As an established deity, his followers were certainly numerous. Wherever there was chaos, the faith of the god of deception spread even more easily. "Ah, don't worry about this matter, I'll handle it when the time comes," Fang Hao reassured. The demon monarch nodded. "Very well, my lord." Fang Hao thought for a moment, then continued, "Arrange a meeting for me with that old man who sells constructs, what's his name again?" "Elra. Right, tomorrow morning, arrange for Elra to meet in the private room of the tavern." "Understood, my lord." The demon monarch nodded. Seeing no further instructions, she quietly asked, "My lord, would you like me to accompany you in your dreams tonight?" Fang Hao was taken aback. No rush, let's wait until after this busy period." The demon monarch's skin instantly blushed. "Understood, my lord. Then I shall take my leave." Having said that, she quickly got up and left. Succubus Yezebeth left, and once again, Fang Hao was the only one remaining in the hall. Sitting alone on the throne, he kept drinking the fruit wine from his cup, one sip after another. Although he always cheered up the Dragon Queen and the other heroes, he didn't have much confidence when it came to the matter of the god of deception. The Dragon Queen, a demigod, could wipe out half a city with a single skill. If faced with a true deity, who could say what the outcome would be? He was confident that, in time, he would become stronger, and surpassing the god of deception was only a matter of time. But obviously, the opponent had no intention of giving him the time to develop peacefully. He thought to himself. Casually opening the Book of Lords, he flipped to the World Channel. Recruiting teammates. Volcano Cemetery. Fighting 8th tier lava guardians. Drop of red flame essence. Violent traces, and other rare materials. If you can follow commands, DM for details. For sale. Blood Clan's finely carved furniture. Premium wood, beautifully decorated, displayed in the shop for selection. Purple helmet for trade. Looking for purple weapons or chest plates, DM if interested. Trade Alliances base in District 015. Recruiting young male and female personnel. Payment per session, DM for details, interview required. Messages scrolled by rapidly, one needed to press and hold to slow them down to read clearly. There hadn't been much change among the transmigrators. Some were forming groups for dungeons, others were swapping gear. But it seemed that there were far fewer online friendships being formed, probably because people were now generally interacting with the natives. With so many races here, dating was much more interesting than with ordinary humans. He perused the World Channel for a while but found nothing of help to himself. So, he opened up the Transmigrators stores in the World Channel and began checking them one by one. When he came across an unassuming store selling various handwritten books, Fang Hao's brows slightly furrowed. Space Lock Conjectures and Speculations, handwritten. He was all too familiar with this person. From this store, Fang Hao had bought 2 magic book copies and a compilation of the Giant's Divine Empire data. The magic book copies, he initially thought could unlock new skills, but after studying for several days, he ended up learning nothing at all. They were still gathering dust on the bookshelf. As for the Divine Empire file, it was compiled by the other party after a system task of the Divine Territory. It mostly contained archaeological conjectures from the Elf clan, which were somewhat helpful and broadened his horizons. As for this newly listed book, he wondered what it was about. The exchange required 5 units of cast iron blocks, not too expensive. Confirmation of exchange. The book immediately appeared in his hand. He briefly flipped through it. The pages were still filled with various scholars' theories and speculations. It mainly mentioned several forms of spatial conjectures. One was about actual space, like the world under his feet, known as a primary plane of existence. Or the abyssal planes where demons dwelled. The primary reason demons repeatedly attempted to cross boundaries into this plane was the living environment and the plundering of various resources. Living creatures' lives were also a resource. Another type was considered not necessarily a real existence but your consciousness, which at some level witnesses distance, feels space, and thus believes to be within a space. This theory was somewhat similar to a succubus's dream intrusion. In dreams, it can create any desired scene or person for you. You experience it as if you are there, with sensory feedback, making you believe you are truly in a separate space. But can a mental reverie also count as a space? This was somewhat incomprehensible to people. In addition, it also talked about interstitial spaces, transitional spaces, and other theoretical conjectures. Among them, there was also a brief passage about the divine realm, divine territory. The handwritten noted that the divine territory was a space independently established, which might overlap with the main plane or could exist within the cracks of real planes. Independent. Secretive. A deity would invite chosen guests to visit or allow devout followers to live in the divine territory. But the location of this space was secret, and one needed to know its whereabouts to get there. With just 5 pages turned, he finished reading. The content, which wasn't only text but also included some extensive illustrations, was actually very limited. The recorded content was not made up and was extracted from some scholars' research conclusions. Fang Hao felt it was still somewhat useful. He set the copy aside and went straight to the profile of this person, Lin Bill. After considering it, he still attempted to add him as a friend. Ding. The friend request was accepted, and the other party also promptly sent a message. Mr. Fang Hao. Hello. Hello, Mr. Lin. I've just purchased a book from your store and would like to understand more, Fang Hao replied very politely. The other party quickly replied, "You are one of my few customers. What would you like to know? Though I must say, most of what I have written is copied from other books, so I might not have much additional insight. I am quite interested in the deities and divine realms of this world," Fang Hao continued. There was a brief pause on the other end. Then, the prompt reply followed, "Very well, Mr. Fang Hao. I'm with my teacher now, and he has in-depth research in this area. You may ask whatever you wish." Teacher. Scholar. It seemed Lin was doing quite well for himself. Without any hesitation, Fang Hao asked quite straightforwardly, "Can gods truly be killed?" The other side fell silent again, and for even longer than before. Just as he thought they might be unwilling, or perhaps unable, to answer. There was a ding, and the reply came through. "Theoretically speaking, we can speculate two ways of death. One is by using brute force to kill the target, which theoretically is possible, but the difficulty of implementing it is extremely high. Instances of divine warfare appearing in ballads and epics are mostly artistic interpretations and not highly reliable. After the first part, the second message was sent without delay. The second way is the loss of faith. When the worshippers' faith wanes and they no longer believe in what he represents, the divine power may slowly fade, potentially leading to death." Fang Hao read it carefully, trying to understand the other party's words. The first method would be a direct confrontation, killing the deity with external forces. As for the second method, making the believers lose faith in the deity. When Fang Hao considered this, his first thought was to kill all the believers of the god of deception in one fell swoop. But upon further thought, he felt it couldn't be that simple. A deity titled with deception wouldn't be so foolish as to commit such an act. There might be some other kind of trap waiting for him. Moreover, the use of might at the end made the outcome even more unpredictable. After contemplating, he continued to inquire, "Is there any method to slay a deity?" The other party replied once more, "From ancient times to the present, no mortal's sword or spell has successfully slain a deity, at least none have been recorded." Fang Hao nodded and didn't pursue the matter any further. By asking these questions today, he had already exposed much information. If the other party were attentive or had other objectives, they might infer something. He traded a piece of morning coral and a purple weapon to the other party, saying, "Please thank your teacher for me and also extend my thanks to Mr. Lin Bill. It was the least I could do." The other party responded politely but did not refuse the tokens of gratitude. Morning coral was expensive, and native nobles liked to collect it. And, for transmigrators, a purple weapon was more useful than a collectible. He disconnected the chat. The sky had already darkened. Era and Little White returned together, leaning softly against him. Fang Hao immediately understood their intentions. He headed upstairs with the two women to strengthen their relationship. The next day, at the Succubus Tavern. The private room was quiet, filled with wafting incense. Fang Hao finished the drink in his cup and refocused on the old man across from him. "Mr. Elra, did you bring the item?" Sitting opposite at the square table was an elderly man from the human clan. The old man glanced over several times before finally taking out a blueprint from his bag and placing it on the table. Energy Core Overload Blueprint. As long as this device is connected to the construct's energy core, it will automatically disassemble and explode when the construct is damaged and can no longer fight, the old man explained. That was the purpose of Fang Hao arranging this meeting. The energy core overload device, a mechanism that could cause a disabled construct to explode along with its body and parts. Such devices were not uncommon among mechanics. Generally, new constructs incorporated one to keep their internal mechanisms confidential. Anyone who bought it and tried to disassemble it for research would trigger an explosion. It was a type of encryption device. Of course, this device was of little use to transmigrators now. Transmigrators were interested in blueprints, who would study the device's internals. Even if they managed to disassemble it, they might not understand the structure inside. Okay. Fang Hao took the blueprint and then pushed across 3 Warfire cards, each valued at 1 million. The price was steep, but blueprints weren't something you could just buy with money. Without this old man, he wouldn't even know where to buy them. Remember, It wasn't purchased from me, the old man emphasized. Don't worry, this matter won't leak out. Even if it does, it won't have anything to do with you, Fang Hao said with a smile before continuing to inquire. By the way, do you have any other blueprints? We can negotiate the price. No, you're not running a construct shop, why would you buy so many constructs? The old man retorted with a glance. For the old man, trading with Fang Hao indeed solved some of his financial problems. But if such dealings became known, it would ruin his reputation for a lifetime. Fang Hao didn't continue the topic but asked instead, I heard there's a mammoth construct, is there a way to get it? The old man's eyes widened, surprise written all over them. You know about this? Yes, I have some of the design, but it's incomplete. Is there a way to get the full thing? Fang Hao persisted. Cough. It's a very old blueprint, I don't have it, the old man flatly stated. Fang Hao nodded, we're old friends now. If you can get it for me, I'll make sure the price is satisfying. The old man's eyes flickered, but he still said, I can't help. Fang Hao didn't press any further. The two completed their transaction smoothly and chatted a bit more in the private room. The old man lamented his personal circumstances, and then they each left the tavern. Fang Hao didn't go straight back. Accompanied by Angia, he made his way to the Blood Clan's shop. The entire Trade Alliance headquarters was under reconstruction, and from the street, one could see groups of workers and a maze of scaffolding. It was clear that the Trade Alliance was deploying considerable manpower and resources to return to normal as soon as possible. During this time, he hadn't seen any goblins approaching him for money. Maybe they saw that neither he nor the Dragon Clan were satisfied and were discussing a new compensation scheme. Walking into the Blood Clan shop, the staff immediately recognized Fang Hao. They greeted him with a smile and led him upstairs. The Blood Clan's shop, much like that of the Undead, was special in its emptiness, scarcely visited by anyone other than Blood Clan members. Entering the second-floor private room, Fang Hao saw the Blood Clan leader, Isabella, and the elegant Rolana accompanying her, drinking tea. Lady Isabella. Fang Hao performed a noble's courtesy with due formality. Indeed, take a seat, Elizabeth glanced at a nearby servant. The servant then brought over fragrant tea and pastries. Once the servant had left, and only a few people remained in the room, Isabella set down her teacup and whispered, how did you handle the matter with the god of deception? After Rolana and the Dragon Queen had joined forces to repel the god of deception, they had immediately informed Isabella. After all, in the eyes of the god of deception, Rolana's actions were representative of the Blood Clan. As opposed to Fang Hao, who spent all day thinking about how to kill the god of deception, the Blood Clan and the Dragon Clan were more worried about possible retaliation. The Blood Clan especially, as battles were still raging around their territory. They had now begun to pull back their forces, fearing any complications. The wrath of a deity is not as simple as a few casualties. Fang Hao's visit this time was also to discuss this matter. He stated directly, according to intelligence, the god of deception has already gathered a large number of followers and will retaliate against us one by one. The first target will undoubtedly be my territory, but the next could very well be either the Blood Clan or the Dragon Clan. Isabella's expression immediately turned serious, and she stared at him intently for quite some time. Then she asked, where did you get this intelligence? Rolana will explain that to you, but the information is accurate, he said. Isabella glanced at her daughter and, seeing her nod, she didn't pursue the source of the intelligence. Instead, she continued to ask, now that you know, what do you plan to do about it? Will you go after these followers, or do you have another plan? His followers are scattered all over the world, and it would take a lifetime to kill them all. To solve the problem, we need to think of a fundamental solution. Killing his followers would take far too long. It was possible that before many followers were killed, his own side would be ravaged beyond recognition by the god of deception. By then, there would be no chance left to take him on. Oh, what do you suggest? Asked Isabella. Kill the god of deception. Without his oracles, those followers will naturally fall in line, Fang Hao said earnestly. Rolana and Angia showed no expressions, evidently having heard discussions like this before. But Isabella's face showed surprise, doubt, and even a hint of panic for a moment. Killing a god. That's a bold statement. When you fought against the Dragon Queen, at least you knew she resided at Mount Dragon Peak, in this world. But gods are different. Legend says that gods dwell in their own divine realms, not in this world. Where would you go to kill a god? With what would you kill him? Mere words. Never mind whether you have the power, do you even know where he is? What are you relying on to kill him? Isabella countered. Fang Hao wasn't surprised by her attitude. Because when he spoke with the Dragon Queen, her reaction had been similar. Slaying a deity, something that only appears in legendary tales, and yet someone actually wanted to attempt it. Whoever it was, skepticism would be natural. I certainly have a way to find him, but I need Madame Isabella's help to take care of this problem, Fang Hao said again, with seriousness. Isabella was about to say something else, but she hesitated to speak. After all, Fang Hao was truly the only one capable of resolving the issue. Both she and the Dragon Queen were powerless against the god of deception. Even though the Blood Clan had been dragged into this by her daughter. How can I assist you? Send troops. No, I will take care of the military situation myself. When the time comes, I need you along with Rolana and the Dragon Queen to confront the god of deception. Fang Hao stated earnestly. Isabella's eyes widened further. He was genuinely planning a god slaying. Did the Dragon Queen agree? She did. After pondering for a moment and frequently glancing towards her daughter, Isabella finally said, "Fine, I will tentatively agree to you. However, before we act, I want to hear about the feasibility of your plan. If the likelihood of success is low, I will refuse to partake." There was no helping it. If the Dragon Queen had agreed, it wouldn't be appropriate for her, as a mother, to refuse. Especially since not retaliating would not prevent the god of deception from targeting them. But in her mind, the whole affair seemed far from reliable. Therefore, she reserved judgment, to hear the plan before taking action. That's acceptable, Fang Hao responded, smiling. With this arrangement, his side had gained 3 demigods. Regardless of whether they could defeat the god of deception, at least their strength had significantly increased. Among their allies, there was also the god of the ocean and the lizardmen's ancient saint. But these 2 deities had not been deeply negotiated with, they were only superficial allies. Fang Hao did not wish to let them know that he was worthless. Otherwise, who knows, they might come to kill him instead. Thus, he couldn't allow too much contact with the true deities, lest his divinity become coveted by the others. Upon returning to the main city, it was already noon. In addition to Fang Hao, Angia, and Rolana, Isabella had also come along. Standing in the teleportation array square, Rolana, with her arm linked through Isabella's, excitedly introduced the city's features as if she had built it herself. Isabella, for her part, displayed great interest as well. This was a city completely different from Eternal Night City and the Trade Alliance headquarters. Furthermore, her daughter mentioned a large amusement park she designed and supervised, sure to satisfy many visitors who wished to play there. Pulled along by Rolana to head outside, Isabella hastened to say, "We can go to the amusement park later, first take me to meet the Dragon Queen. I have something I need to discuss with her." Rolana nodded, and without concerning herself with Fang Hao, she led her own mother toward the residential area. "I'm going to find Lori," Angia said, and turned to run off. Well, that's quite the scene. Was this a temporary team? It seems everyone dispersed the moment it ended. Back at the Lord's mansion, just as I sat down, the private message alert from the Book of Lords went off again. Upon opening it, there was a message from Cleolando. Mr. Fang Hao, there's new information regarding the ancient tomb map from last time. Fang Hao was startled. Hadn't the entire tomb collapsed due to the infighting among the transmigrators? Why was she still researching this matter? He immediately replied, saying, "What's happening? Did that lizardman find it?" "No, it is unrelated to the lizardman. Do you remember the toppled statue on the first level?" asked Cleolando. Seeing the mention of the statue piqued Fang Hao's interest. I remember. What about it? The original statue was intact, but when it was toppled, a map and a key were hidden inside. I traded a few purple tier items for them, continued Cleolando. Fang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. There was a sequel to the story. The ancient tombs map was already quite challenging. The defending monsters were all at level 10, and the guardian boss was a dark gold level hero. It was only because Fang Hao acted quickly that the enemies in the stone coffin didn't resurrect. Otherwise, a demigod might have indeed emerged. A map of this difficulty level still concealing a new map was truly unexpected. Seeing that Fang Hao did not reply immediately, Cleolando continued to ask, Mr. Fang Hao, are you interested in this map? It seemed that she was quite satisfied with the compensation she had received from him in the past two occurrences. I am indeed interested. Where is the map? Is it far? Fang Hao replied. Cleolando answered, it is far. I estimate it will take about 2 days to reach there. That's acceptable. Good, then I will prepare and set off in a few days. I'll notify you once I reach the location, said Cleolando. I'm pressed for time. It would be best to leave today and reach the map you mentioned within 2 days. Fang Hao was indeed in a rush. The followers of the God of Deception were already approaching the borders of his territory. If it weren't for this piece of intelligence, he would have led 3 demigods to settle scores with the God of Deception within these 2 days. Now, with the sudden appearance of a new map, he might as well first see what he could gain from it. After all, maps continued to be a crucial means for transmigrators to enhance their strength. After a moment of silence, she finally replied, all right, I will depart this evening. Good, thanks for the effort. Just ensure your force can protect you safely. Leave the dungeon to me, said Fang Hao. Oh, okay. Disconnecting the chat, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords again. He eavesdropped in the channel while contemplating his subsequent plans. As evening fell, the hall gradually brightened. Fang Hao still sat upon the white bone throne, watching people chat in the regional channel. Just then, the Red General flew in through the door, flapping its wings and landing beside him, then spread its wings and gesticulated wildly, chirping unintelligibly. Fang Hao on the side, tried to discern the Red General's intended message. This was a slap, right on its head, toppling it to the ground, scattering its food. Someone had bullied it again. I understand. Who hit you? I'll avenge you, Fang Hao immediately said. Feeling it had made itself clear, the Red General weakly flipped over onto the desk, its chest heaving. The Red General was quite smart. It could understand the meaning behind most speech, but it couldn't speak. That was probably due to Angia randomly feeding it various foods and potions. Its intelligence had developed rather high. After all, parrots that have eaten dragon meat and drunk potions were rare. Just as the Red General got up, ready to describe who had bullied it, footsteps sounded from outside. The Dragon Queen in a gold dress, Isabella in a deep purple gown, and Rolana in a black dress. The 3 women entered with a powerful aura, striding in. The Red General jerked in response and quickly hit upon a shoulder, calling out twice towards the outside. The culprit was among the 3. It couldn't have been Rolana who hit it, and the Red General wouldn't dare approach the Dragon Queen due to her overwhelming presence. Recalling the scattered food, it must have been when the Red General asked Rolana to peel nuts for it and was smacked by Isabella. All right, I know now. You should avoid the area for now, lest you get splashed with blood when the fight breaks out, Fang Hao whispered. Squawk. The Red General called out once and flew toward the backyard. The 3 women entered the hall and naturally took their seats on either side. Rolana went down to the cellar to fetch 2 glasses of fruit wine for her mother and the Dragon Queen. I've discussed with the Dragon Queen, and she does not oppose your plan. When do you intend to make your move? The indigenous rarely mention the titles and taboo names of gods. They believe it's disrespectful to the deities and might attract their attention. Therefore, when speaking, it's generally sufficient to know who is being referred to. Unlike transmigrators, who have no qualms about commenting on the gods, saying such things as which deity has a more attractive statue or whose statue has a larger nazi. The Dragon Queen crossed her legs, the golden hem of her dress revealing smooth, black stockings. It seems, Relatively speaking, that somewhat older women have a preference for wearing stockings. Women like Angia and Millie are rarely seen wearing them. Probably in about 3 days, Fang Hao replied directly. Isabella glanced at the Dragon Queen across from her, then continued asking, I heard about the battle you had from the Dragon Queen. You could prepare some spiritual resistance items. For a necklace, I recommend the Holy Lamp Talisman, a kind of protective amulet made by the human church for their bishops and archbishops. The ring is called Eternal Heart, crafted by elf artisans. These 2 pieces of jewelry are both effective in defending against spiritual attacks. Well, this mother-in-law is quite professional. Even more so than the Dragon Queen, knowing to suggest some matching equipment. You can wear items from the church? Fang Hao asked curiously. As long as it's an adornment with added resistances without any special effects, we can wear them too, Isabella stated. All right, I will arrange to get them ready in the next couple of days, Fang Hao said, pulling out pen and paper and noting down the names of the 2 pieces of jewelry. As for other defensive gear, Isabella hadn't offered any special recommendations. Both the Dragon Queen and Isabella were seasoned demigods, surely possessing fine equipment. What Fang Hao could gather in a short time wouldn't likely compare to theirs. So, he just noted the 2 pieces of jewelry. Afterwards, the group made small talk for a while, and Fang Hao also inquired about Isabella's housing preferences. Isabella, on the other hand, didn't plan to live with her daughter. So, Fang Hao built her a stone tower. And he promised both demigods, if they wished to reside here, he would build an even larger estate for the 2 of them. The 2 exchanged looks, but neither committed to a decision. The construction was completed. The 3 demigods, however, didn't plan on resting just yet. Despite the dark skies, the Undead district was still bustling. After a brief discussion, they decided to go there for tea and cards. The next day, in the morning. After breakfast, Aira and a group of maids, slightly dolled up, gathered together excitedly. Aira had discussed with him last night about taking a day off for the maids and touring the city with them. Fang Hao didn't refuse. Indeed, the maids had undergone rather strenuous training lately. A stroll around town to clear their minds seemed like a good idea. Once ready, Aira waved goodbye and led the group of maids to the teleportation array. Approaching noon, the light screen of the Trade Alliance's teleportation shimmered to life, and a well-dressed goblin slowly stepped out from the glow. Skeleton merchant Dujin quickly approached and whispered, Sir, how may I address you? The goblin straightened his collar, his head held high, and said, I am Clementi, in charge of the central office matters of the Trade Alliance. I've come to discuss the matter of compensation with Lord Fang Hao. Oh, so it's Mr. Clementi. Right this way, please, I will take you to him, Dujin said, gesturing politely. Without further ado, the goblin followed him along. They weren't headed to the Lord's residence, but toward the east, out of the city and into a garden-like area. They passed through a narrow stone arcade and a flower bed. Just as the goblin began to grow impatient, wondering where they were going, Dujin had already led him to a stone pavilion, speaking softly, Dragon Queen, Clementi from the Trade Alliance has arrived, and since Lord Fang Hao is occupied at the moment, we ask for your attention. Dragon Queen, what is all this about? The goblin took a couple of steps forward to look past the foliage blocking his view. He saw a familiar face, wearing a golden dress, sitting solemnly inside the pavilion, focused on a set of bone tiles. Let him in, came the indifferent voice. Dujin nodded and whispered to the goblin, Mr. Clementi, since Lord Fang Hao is unavailable today, please discuss the matter of compensation with the Dragon Queen. By now, the goblin was inwardly cursing. Since when did you 2 start colluding? The Dragon Queen, known for her strong presence, already caused his heart to race from a distance. Yet at this point, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. And the moment he set foot on the stone steps, his body lurched to a halt. Being in charge of managing the Trade Alliance's partnerships, he had seen and interacted with leaders of various forces both directly and indirectly. Now, seated at the small stone table inside the pavilion, were 3 elegant women, 3 demigods. And they all watched him with a cold gaze, as if three monumental pressures formed into giant hands, reaching for his heart. Squeezing incessantly. It made even breathing feel extraordinarily difficult. An honor to meet you, Dragon Queen, Lady Isabella, and the beautiful young woman, Clementi quickly realized and bowed respectfully. As the compensation ready, let me see, the Dragon Queen commanded. Oh, yes, we've reassessed the responsibilities, and here's the updated figure, the goblin said, producing several sheets of paper and handing them over. The Dragon Queen flicked through to the end, looking at the sum. Fang Hao was to compensate the Trade Alliance with 120 million, the Dragon Clan with 130 million, and the Trade Alliance would bear a cost of 50 million. The Trade Alliance bearing costs had no real significance. It simply meant discounting 50 million from the compensation for both parties. The price is unreasonable. The Trade Alliance instigated and fanned the flames, so it should bear the primary responsibility. Go back and discuss it properly before bringing it to us. The Dragon Queen casually tossed the papers back. The goblin scrambled to pick them up from the ground. He hesitated but dared not say more. Discussing the issue with three demigods playing cards here definitely warranted a serious reevaluation back at the Alliance. All right, I will convey the Dragon Queen's thoughts back to headquarters, and once there is any new development, I will inform you again, the goblin said. The Dragon Queen waved her hand, and the goblin scurried away hurriedly. It took him a while to find the way out. He needed to return to the Trade Alliance as quickly as possible to deliver the news. In Fang Hao's territory, three demigods were playing cards and drinking afternoon tea. The layout of the world had truly changed. Elsewhere. In the Lord's Hall, the Lord of Succubus, Yezebeth, strode in briskly. Lord, you called for me. Fang Hao nodded and said, I need you to publish a few commissions at the tavern. Of course, Lord, speak, said the demon monarch, her expression also turning grave. First, put a bounty on the location of the temple of the god of deception, and the second is a bounty on heads, both ordinary believers and temple priests, with different prices for each, Fang Hao stated directly. Money was no object, as long as it could cause trouble for the other party. It was all to his advantage. After listening, the demon monarch's brow furrowed slightly as she went over the two commissions in her mind. She said softly, putting a bounty on the temple location is hard to verify, and bounties on heads might lead to the slaughtering of innocent people to pass them off as believers. This caused Fang Hao to frown. What use was knowing the temple location if he couldn't lead troops to attack it in someone else's territory? And bounties on heads were even harder to judge. Kill a bunch of ordinary people and claim they were followers. Believe it or not. With such high rewards, it was inevitable that people would murder innocents to claim the reward. In the end, it was difficult to carry out both objectives. Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued, then just put a bounty on capturing the priests of the god of deception, alive. Capturing priests at least wouldn't lead people to kill ordinary citizens. The demon monarch considered it and nodded, that can be done, Lord. How much is the bounty? Too little would be ineffective. One person, 10 million warfire coins for confirmed identity. The demon monarch's eyes widened in disbelief. That amount was enough to equip an army, wasn't it a bit too much for a bounty? Lord, isn't the amount somewhat high? Perhaps these priests are just ordinary people, the demon monarch suggested quietly. Fang Hao shook his head, no need, it'll only be posted for a few days. Can't be afraid to spend money when it's crucial. All right then. The demon monarch agreed. Good, and, I would also like to buy a pendant called, Sanctuary Talisman, and a ring called, Eternal Heart, so keep an eye out for them for me. As you wish, Lord. Seeing that Fang Hao had no other business, the demon monarch also took her leave promptly. Another day passed. Whoosh. Gale force winds whipped up flying sand, tumbling like surging waves in the endless sea of sand. Fang Hao, cloaked in a cape, stood atop a dune, looking at the pit that had been unearthed ahead. On either side of the sandpit were stone walls constructed by Transmigrator's strength. These were to prevent the sandpit from collapsing and covering the entrance. Beneath the vast sandpit was a hole that had been opened and led to a dark abyss. According to the map, This is the entrance, Cleolando shouted loudly, standing nearby. The howling wind meant that only a louder voice could be heard clearly. Fang Hao nodded in understanding. After several explorations, he had gained some knowledge of the area. Many buildings were buried under the desert, meaning the original ground level was far below today's height, later buried by sand. So, whenever they went down, they were actually at the roof level of a structure. Have you sent people down yet? Fang Hao asked directly. Not yet. We informed you as soon as we found the entrance, Cleolando immediately replied. Fang Hao nodded, snapped his fingers, and a thunder spirit owl formed from lightning coalesced beside him. The thunder spirit owl flew down through the black entrance. It descended into the darkness and soon found a passage leading downward. Upon entering the passage, a vast and exaggeratedly large hall suddenly brightened before his eyes. A massive nightstone was placed in the center of the hall, illuminating the entire hall. On either side stood towering giant statues, sword in hand and rooted to the ground. Giant temple. Wasn't this map obtained from an undead necropolis? How did it involve the giant clan now? Whoosh. After a lap, the thunder spirit dissipated, and the vision vanished. On the desert surface, Cleolando curiously asked, "How is it? Any dangers?" Fang Hao shook his head. Below seems to be a palace of the giant clan. So far, I haven't spotted any enemies. Cleolando's brow furrowed, covering a scarf that was about to blow away, and said, "What do we do now?" "Prepare rope ladders. We're going down." The rope ladder dropped, extending into the depthless darkness below. Fang Hao released the demon doll, which wore a nightstone around its neck, and then, accompanied by two black armored warriors, climbed down. After descending 4 or 5 meters, they touched the ground. This was an empty room. Structurally speaking, it was akin to an attic at the top of a house. Whoosh! Fine sand cascaded from the entrance. Cleolando, followed by more than 20 skeleton soldiers, also climbed down. "Why have you come down as well? Aren't you afraid of danger?" Fang Hao asked. "Ha! The dust storm up there was too much. I was having trouble breathing. I came down to take a look. I've brought a teleportation scroll, so I can leave if there's danger." Cleolando took off his scarf, spitting out a few grains of sand from his mouth and then patting his chest. Today's environment was indeed a bit harsh. The sand was fierce, with signs of an impending sandstorm. When Cleolando removed his scarf, he looked somewhat pale. Continuing to lead the way from the outside would have been too much for anyone. Fang Hao didn't say much more. "All right, let's go. Be careful. If there's danger, run back." "Okay. Got it." Without lingering, the group followed the stairs located by the thunder spirit and headed down. Exiting the attic, below lay the giant palace. Especially the massive nightstone in the center, which alone illuminated the entire grand hall. The others also gaped in amazement. Who had ever seen such a large nightstone? In the past, seeing such a large nightstone, one would immediately think of radioactive substances harmful to the body. But in this world, nightstone was a kind of natural, special ore. Extremely rare and precious, this was the first time they had seen one so large. Without stopping, they continued down the stone steps to the bottommost floor. They also observed their surroundings, thanks to the bright light. The palace was unusually vast, with various giant stone statues neatly arrayed on both sides. There were those carrying giant axes on their shoulders, those with features of fish people, and others holding giant hammers and sporting large bellies. The variety was quite abundant. At the innermost part of the great hall, a figure could be faintly seen sitting on the throne, clad in armor and wearing a helmet with bull horns. Well, it's them again. These statues were the same as the ones they had seen in the giant temple last time. Only, previously they were enshrined in the temple, now standing on both sides, more like guards. Accompanied by various symbols around the hall, they gave off a solemn, oppressive feeling. Why did the giants build such a majestic palace here? Be careful, we don't know what dangers there may be, Fang Hao quietly reminded once more. Although the thunder spirit had scouted ahead, the maps explored by transmigrators were never peaceful. Crack, crack, crack. With each step forward, a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. The heads of the statues lining both rows turned as one, fixating on the group's position. A chilling sense of tension instantly enveloped them all. As expected, there was no straight path to clear this dungeon. Under the group's gaze, the statues slowly began to move. Dust scattered in large clumps, revealing the same limestone color beneath. The statues stiffly moved, stepping off their pedestals, and raising their weapons to attack. Giant God Guardian. Earth Giant God, Dark Gold Tier 5 Hero. Giant God Guardian. Fire Giant God, Dark Gold Tier 5 Hero. Giant God Guardian. Whoosh. The stone giant with the giant sword summoned a stone wall from the ground, blocking their retreat. Approaching, the fire giant god released a massive serpent of fire that roared towards them. At the critical moment, Aloric and Amarig, the two black-armored warriors, rapidly transformed into giant forms. They shielded the group with their bodies. The fire serpent exploded in a moment. They each grabbed several members of the group, rolling away to take cover behind a nearby stone pillar. But some of Cleolando's skeleton soldiers hadn't managed to escape in time. They were consumed by the spreading flames and turned to flying ash. After the flames passed, the water giant god once again released a pillar of water, extinguishing the fire. With a hiss, steam rose and formed a dark cloud on the ceiling, with flickering lightning within. The stone giant gestured once again, and an invisible force field once more enveloped the area. The ground's debris disintegrated, turning into stone dust. Hidden behind the stone pillar, the group was taken aback. Well, the gods have made their move. It was lucky that the black-armored sisters shielded them from the start. Otherwise, they would all have been roasted by the flames. This series of dungeon difficulties were ridiculously high. Let alone transmigrators. Even for any top force, it would be difficult to overcome so many dark gold enemies. Crack, crack. The statues turned their gaze towards the stone pillars where everyone was hiding. A sense of deadly oppression immediately enveloped the group. They could even hear Cleolando's pounding heartbeat and the skeleton soldiers, quivering jawbones behind them. My lords, take cover, Aloric whispered softly, exchanging a glance with his sister behind the adjacent pillar, and the two charged out. The two figures who suddenly rushed out from behind the stone pillar immediately drew the attention of all the statues. Fire, water dragons, stone spikes, lightning. Countless magical attacks howled forth, striking at the two of them. Boom, bang. Various loud crashes rose within the great hall. Cleolando's face was ash-white, and his hands were trembling non-stop. He had just managed to take out a teleportation scroll. An explosion not far away startled him, and the scroll, not yet opened, rolled away. In an instant, in her eyes, Fang Hao saw despair and tears. It's all right, the problem is not big, just stay hidden and you'll be safe. Fang Hao covered her mouth, fearing she would truly cry out. Outside the hall, intense trembling caused the surrounding sand to roll over. Thankfully, a stone wall had been erected beforehand, otherwise the yellow sand would have reburied the entrance. Fang Hao stood amid the wind and sand, communicating with the sound-transmitting shell for a while. After receiving a response, he opened the Gate of the Worlds, revealing 3 female demigods of gold, black, and purple. The 3 stepped out of the gate. The Dragon Queen looked him up and down with a mocking tone. Does having demigods as your henchmen give you a sense of achievement? Fang Hao was stunned, then quickly replied, do you still want to deal with that person? I'm out here exposed to the elements every day, and you're playing cards and sipping tea. The Dragon Queen was also taken aback, not expecting him to retort like that. It seemed like she really hadn't contributed much lately. Rolana and Isabella stood by wordlessly, an expression that they were entertained by the drama evident in their eyes. Who's playing cards and sipping tea every day? The Dragon Queen raised her hand as if to slap. Fang Hao immediately said, Big sis, Dragon sis, stop it, something has really happened down there. Seeing him speak with sincerity, the Dragon Queen held her words. Isabella said, what's happened? You called the 3 of us over. Are you planning to wage war with the undead desert? The gusting wind blew their long skirts skyward. 3 pairs of black legs flashed by quickly. Especially under the golden dress, The black stockings reached up to the thigh, with golden buttons and a strap hanging from one. Good heavens, the Dragon Queen was daring. Even sporting new garter stockings. Fang Hao took a glance, then immediately averted his eyes. There's a hall downstairs with enemies called Giant God Guardians, all of dark gold tier 5 strength. He quickly explained the situation below. No need to know the surplus. Just understanding that there were several dark gold tier 5 enemies below was enough. Their expressions grew grave. Dark gold, an entire force might not even have a few dark golds. And yet, beneath this desert, there were several enemies with dark gold strength. Of course, shock aside, dealing with dark gold didn't require 3 demigods. The main reason all were called was that, behind those statues, there was still a main deity sitting on the throne who hadn't moved yet. It was hard to say whether it would come to life, but it was best to be cautious. Your meaning is, kill them all? Isabella directly asked. Yeah, kill them all, and try not to use overly powerful abilities, otherwise we might all be buried underneath, Fang Hao said. Alright, then let's head over and take a look. It would be good to end this sooner and go back, Isabella continued. Without objections, they entered the dark entrance. Inside the giant temple, crack, Aloric parried a sword overhead with her warhammer, crossing it in front of her chest. An invisible force field formed instantly, causing the stone floor beneath to crumble inch by inch. Whoosh! At that moment, a massive fire serpent swooped in from one side. Aloric exerted a push to free herself from the giant sword pressing down on her, and just as she was about to retreat and dodge, the ground beneath her transformed into a black marsh, and the churning black sticky liquid hindered her movement. Damn it! Aloric cursed loudly, immediately bending her arm to protect her head. Boom! The fire serpent arrived with a roar, engulfing her while also igniting the marsh beneath her feet, as a thick pillar of fire shot into the sky, enveloping Aloric's body in flames. On the other side, her sister Amarig also faced a grim situation with a chain hammer-wielding giant constantly entangling her, and streaks of lightning raining from the sky. Seeing her sister in a dire situation, with a wave of her hand, a flaming giant spear materialized out of thin air. Looking to switch places to come to the rescue, icicles rose up, preemptively stabbing towards the spot she intended to switch to. Amarig's pupils shrank and she instantly abandoned the switch. Releasing 2 fire elemental magic spells, she shifted position again to avoid the pursuing giant and the descending thunderbolts. The battlefield was utterly one-sided oppression. The black-armored sisters, although individually maybe not losing to these statues, were continuously ensnared and passively taking hits in the face of so many dark gold. Behind a large stone pillar, Cleolando watched the battle outside, her eyes occasionally drawn to the teleportation scroll that was rolled farther away due to the tremors. She was somewhat regretful. Why did she come down here? Why? A breath of fresh air outside was better than looking for death down here. Mr. Fang Hao, is there any hope for us? Cleolando asked pitifully. Fang Hao nodded. Reinforcements are about to arrive. An explosion occurred not far away, and Cleolando shrank back, clutching her head. Then she asked, is it the Dragon Queen? Yes, she's one of them. Hearing the Dragon Queen was coming, a sliver of hope rose in Cleolando's heart. A demigod should be able to resolve this. Fang Hao was equally tense, his subordinates taking a beating, and it pained him as well. Just when it seemed like the black-armored sisters could no longer hold on. Swish! A dazzling golden light shot out from above. Sweeping across, like cutting through, it scratched across the belly of the earth giant god's shoulder. Thud! The entire arm, along with the weapon in hand, fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a series of blood-red spears and moon blades howled down from above. They fell densely upon the giant stone statues. Aloric, shrink down, come over here.